Chapter 91 Common Interests. The assassination of the former director of the Special Security Bureau shocked the Empire. So the Empire did not dare to promote and appoint a new director within the Special Security Bureau, but sent in Whitehead, who had a deep background, was capable, and loyal to Saroying. The reason was that the former director of the Security Bureau died in his office. He died of poisoning, in the heart of the Special Security Bureau, which is protected by layers of protection. Assassinating the head of the Security Bureau is definitely much more difficult than assassinating him outside. If this assassination was a demonstration by a certain organization to the Empire to show its assassination strength, then someone should publicly declare that they are responsible for this assassination. But no one or organization issued a statement after the director's death. This shows that the assassination of the former director of the Security Bureau was not a show of strength. But someone had to kill him. Either you die or I die. And there was no time to wait. The former director of the Security Bureau must have received intelligence that could kill someone. And this person's power had extended to the Special Security Bureau, and could easily control the life and death of the director of the Security Bureau. The Imperial Guard General Administration judged that someone in the Special Security Bureau had betrayed. And it was not just one, otherwise their director was assassinated, and they would not have been able to find any clues. The Special Security Bureau does this kind of dirty work. They are all experts. They don't know how their director died, which shows that the entire assassination process, someone is responsible for the action. Someone is responsible for covering. Someone is responsible for eliminating traces. And someone is responsible for misleading the direction of the investigation. It is not ruled out that most people in the Special Security Bureau are still loyal to the Empire. But there must be a well-organized small group within them, so that the entire Security Bureau has no one to trust. The Garrison General Bureau can only appoint another director of the Security Bureau, hoping that, and can clean up this mess. However, on Anne's first day in office, the Azure Cathedral was attacked by evil cultists and demons. Then the Azure Cathedral broke out, an incident of possessing excessive heavy weapons and silver wings. The Marcellus Parliament and the Saroying City Hall were so happy again that, and couldn't help but connect all the clues in her hands. What intelligence did the former director of the Security Bureau find? Some people had to kill him immediately. Who were the traitors from the Security Bureau who killed him? Why were they willing to take huge risks to assassinate important figures in the Empire? Without the cover of the Special Security Bureau, it would be impossible for the Azure Cathedral's excess heavy weapons and silver wings to be transported into the center of Saroying. What role did these traitors from the Security Bureau play in this process? What did the Azure Cathedral want to do by transporting so many heavy weapons? How many were there? If this batch of weapons was related to the Marcellus Council, then the number of excess weapons in the Azure Cathedral was definitely not the ones they had shown now. And there must be more prohibited weapons in its arsenal. If this inference is true, then the large-scale smuggling of weapons cannot be covered up by the Special Security Bureau. The most convenient and secret way for weapons to enter Saroying is by sea. And a ship that smuggles large amounts of arms cannot be undetected without the naval cover of the Azure Corps. Annie told De Leon everything she knew. For Annie, the entire situation in Saroying is there is no me among the enemy, and there is the enemy among me. Originally, she still had the Azure Corps to use. And when she found out the truth, she relied on the Imperial Army to control the overall situation. As a result, now even the Azure Corps is unreliable, and some of them may have been corrupted. Which is why Annie applied for the 1st Division of the Royal Musketeer Cavalry to come to Saroying. But how to investigate still depends on Annie herself. Robin and Eric are following this group of ancient heroes. The power of the Garrison General Bureau in Saroying is weak, and the power that Annie can rely on is really too little. So she thought of this unexpected force. Powerful, mysterious, heroes from the ancient magic era. And there is no conflict of interest with this world. In order to establish a direct connection with these ancient heroes, Annie found a breakthrough from Brown. If she is Brown's fiancée, then she can meet his friends by dating Brown. Annie did not hide too much from Dalian on this incident. She told everything she knew. In Saroying, she had no way out, and had to do everything possible to win this force to her side. This is the difficulty I face, and the situation in Saroying. I don't know who I can trust here, but I think we don't want a war here. So we have a basis for cooperation. War in Saroying is indeed not what Dalian wants to see. For things like going to school. Even if you don't go to Saroying, you can change to another city or a magic school. But he just invested all his money in Saroying's real estate. Sell? It's definitely impossible to sell it now. After all, no one dares to be a buyer at this time. That's 400,000 gold pounds. Alas, I thought that after dealing with the evil believers and the demons, I could just sit back and watch the value of the property I bought at a bargain price increase. But I didn't expect that Saroying had a more serious crisis than the demons. It's all because of not understanding this world. But the money has been invested. Can't just watch them go down the drain? De Liang asked Annie, what do you want me to do for you? Help you find the traitor in the security bureau. Or make the Marcellus Parliament disappear. For Annie, this is a very positive signal. She said, the traitor in the security bureau and the Marcellus Parliament are just the surface of this muddy water. The deepest stinking mud cannot be dug out. And the water is still muddy. I came to Ceylon to dig mud. And as long as I still have a chance to turn the situation in Ceylon around, I will not let non-imperial forces intervene. This is the honor of the Empire and my dignity. Master Liang, please forgive my stubbornness. You don't have to do anything now. I just want to get a promise from you. What promise? If the situation in Ceylon is completely out of control, I ask you to help me stabilize the situation. De Liang did not answer immediately. This is both a request and a test, and wants to see if these ancient heroes have the strength to control the city of Saroying. If De Liang agrees to help stabilize the situation, it means that he can deal with the Imperial Army, the Special Security Bureau, the Marcellus Council, the Saroying City Hall, the Azure Church and all the forces in Saroying at the same time. I'm sorry. De Liang rejected Anne's request very straightforwardly. He said, you keep saying, our interests in Saroying are the same. But you refuse me to provide direct help to avoid the occurrence of war. When you seek cooperation, you are still wary of me, afraid of letting the wolf into the house, so that Saroying will add another competing force. You have no sincerity, and I will not make any promises to you. What I want is that Saroying will be stable before the end of the college vacation, that the housing prices will rise, and that customers will fill my stores that are about to open. What you and I pursue are different. So, I decided to go it alone. Chapter 92 I Go It Alone. From the beginning of this conversation, Annie believed that she had the upper hand in the conversation. She placed one sign after another in front of De Liang, guiding him to jump into her circle. She played the role of a harmless weak woman to let De Liang let down his guard, and appropriately revealed her stubborn character, creating a situation where she was fighting against many hostile forces alone. In order to gain De Liang's sympathy, frankness can resonate. Common interests can make De Liang regard her as a comrade with a common goal. When De Liang regards Annie as his own, she can slowly unravel the background of these ancient heroes, and thoroughly dig out the truth. Everything went very smoothly, making Annie feel that although these ancient heroes were powerful, they were still a little immature in their scheming. As long as De Liang agreed to her request, and was willing to suppress the situation in Saroying when it got out of control, not only did Annie understand the strength of this group of ancient heroes, but it also meant that she had been accepted by Master Liang. Even if De Liang did not agree and explained that his strength could not control Saroying, it also meant that he really wanted to help Annie. And Annie initially gained the trust of this group of ancient heroes. When the strong are willing to help the weak, it is precisely the opportunity for the weak to get close to the strong. But Annie obviously underestimated De Liang. He stopped in front of the circle and then jumped over. He wants to go it alone. This is what Annie least wants to see. Saroying is already in chaos. And with this group of ancient heroes, I really don't know what it will become in the future. Master Liang, I apologize for my offense. Annie, with a nervous look, tried to make up for her mistake. She said, I was really too nervous these days. I will handle the situation in Saroying. De Liang had jumped down from the bench, saluted Annie calmly, and then said, thank you for telling me so much about Saroying. But compared with your promise, I believe in myself more. From now on, you don't have to be nervous. In Saroying, whoever is against stability and prosperity is against me. Let's end this conversation. It's nice to meet you today. Annie wanted to continue to fight, but De Liang had already turned and walked towards the magic testing hall, saying, Sophia, kill all those who are watching me. Goodbye, Miss Annie. Yes, Master, Sophia agreed, and then stopped Annie, who wanted to chase after her. Miss Annie, you have heard the order of my master. He doesn't want to see you again today. Don't follow us. Now the people following you have been eliminated. You can leave with peace of mind. After saying that, Sophia followed De Liang. leaving Annie, who had lost her strength, to sit back on the bench. She realized then that she was the one who was actually tricked in this conversation. This Master Liang promised her not to kill those who followed him, which actually gave her the impression that he was easily persuaded. The funny thing was that she thought she was in control of everything. Now, he already knew what he wanted to know. Who could stop him? At this moment, Robin's face suddenly appeared in her mind. After Sophia caught up with the Liang, she whispered, "Master, the people who followed him have been dealt with, and no one saw them. There is just one question that I am puzzled about. If we catch them, can't we force them to tell us who is instructing them?" De Liang said, "The people who sent these followers to follow Annie must have known that these people would not be discovered. Following Annie is not their main purpose. They just want Annie to know that someone is watching her no matter what she does in Saroying and put pressure on her. Therefore, even if we extract the souls of these followers, we can't find out who sent them, because they don't know either. So that's it." Sophia suddenly realized and asked, "If we kill these people, will the mastermind think that Annie did it, and make trouble for her?" De Liang said easily, "She can't handle this trouble anymore. Isn't she coming to Saroying to die? Don't worry, her identity means that anyone who wants to touch her needs to think carefully." You seem to care about her?" Sophia replied, "I just admire her courage. In Saroying, which is surrounded by enemies, she came alone to turn the tide. I still remember the first time I saw her. She was so noble, but hid her identity in a closed room. It can be seen that she knew what she was going to face at that time. But she still came." After listening to Sophia's words, De Liang smiled and said, "Fortunately, it was not you who talked to her. Otherwise, she would sell you out, and you would help her count the money. Where is Sister Julian now?" Sophia didn't know why De Liang was laughing at her. When she heard De Liang asking about the news of her angel sisters, she immediately replied, "Miss Julian told me not long ago. She and Miss Juliet have been invited to the Azure Cathedral." Father Titus rode in the Azure Cathedral's carriage and returned to the church from the farm in the suburbs. He felt extremely heavy. The evil pagans who attacked the Azure Cathedral are indeed dead. The whole farm is full of evil breath, proving that the pagans held an evil sacrificial ceremony here. All the animals in the farm died, and the farmer's family disappeared. They must have become sacrifices to the devil. In addition to the corpses of evil believers and the evil magic circle, there were also remnants of dead demons. To summon demons, not only complex rituals are needed, but also many special props. These evil props were left at the scene after the divine power that condensed the demons dissipated. They are really all dead. Deputy Director Camille of the Special Security Bureau is very smart. He did not only invite people from the Azure Cathedral to identify, but also invited City Hall officials, Saroying celebrities, imperial officers, and many reporters. There are onlookers and photos taken. Father Titus cannot lie and say that these are all forged by the Special Security Bureau. Although he admitted that it was a disgrace to the Church of the Most Benevolent, he still announced on behalf of the Azure Cathedral, the evil believers and demons that threatened the safety of the citizens of Saroying were eliminated by the Special Security Bureau. The crisis in Saroying City was resolved. How the Special Security Bureau found the evil believers and demons and killed them, Father Titus did not know. However, there were bullet holes everywhere in the farm, and the bodies of the two evil believers were shot into sieves, as if the cockroaches killed them with just guns. Compare it with the Azure Cathedral, which used so many troops to deal with them, including the Knights of the Palace and the Silver Wings, but was still killed by the demons and escaped calmly. What a slap in the face. But how could the demon be shot dead so easily? The Special Security Bureau must have concealed a lot of things, but they continued to block the farm and took away the bodies and demon remnants, leaving Father Titus back to the church with a lot of questions. Now that the demon issue has been resolved, the weapons in the Azure Cathedral have become the center of the storm vortex. Chapter 93 Everything can be changed. It was at this time that Father Titus met the angel sisters. The twins not only have peerless beauty, but also have a temperament that is born for the Knights of the Temple. To become a Knight of the Temple, it is not talent that is relied on, but the spiritual compatibility with the divine power. The spirit affects a person's bearing, and the bearing can be seen from the appearance. When Father Titus saw the Julian sisters, like the priest who received them at the beginning, he immediately determined that they were born warriors of the God of Light. As long as they are willing to convert to the Church of the Most Good, they can easily comprehend the art of the angel's advent and become Knights of the Temple. Moreover, after the Azure Cathedral was attacked by evil cultists and demons. When the two beautiful twin sisters spread their angel wings in front of the cathedral, they would surely attract the attention of the whole city and redeem the negative impact that the Azure Cathedral had suffered because of this incident. Therefore, when Father Titus saw the Julian sisters shopping, he immediately stopped the carriage and got off to block the sisters. Observing closely, Father Titus felt as if he was standing in front of the two angels. The twins' faces made the priest feel that he had fallen, as if he could do anything to make them smile. "I'm sorry, two distinguished ladies. May the God of Light protect you." Father Titus secretly recited the doctrine of the supreme good to stabilize his almost lost state of mind. As believers of the God of Light, personal feelings should not be put before spreading the grace of God. He saluted Julian and Juliet and said, "I am Father Titus of the Azure Cathedral. I see the grace of the God of Light in you. He has given you his divine power, giving you the opportunity to become God's warriors and become great and respected temple knights. Now you are only one step away from spreading the wings of angel light. That is, joining the Supreme Good Church." Sisters Julian and Juliet walked around the Azure Cathedral on the order of Dalian to see why the Imperial Army has been surrounding this church of the Supreme Good Church. They are here to engage in a military confrontation, which will affect the business of the fast food restaurant. Then they know that this military conflict is entirely because the Azure Cathedral used heavy weapons that exceeded the required number when fighting against the evil believers and demon attacks. The number and types of weapons of the Church Knights of the Holy Church in the Vlamic Empire are strictly regulated. Just when the twin sisters wanted to sneak into the Azure Cathedral to see how many weapons they hid, Father Titus stopped them. Infiltrating the Holy Church was originally the task that De Leon gave to Julian and Juliet. Now they can enter the Azure Cathedral openly. However, they still have to pretend to refuse. Julian said to Father Titus, "Join the Church of the Most Good? When we visited the Azure Cathedral a few days ago, a priest once said this to us. But my sister and I are from Vlamic. This time we came to Saliang to accompany our master to learn magic." Juliet said, "Our hometown is very remote, and we don't know much about the Church of the Most Good. Will joining the Church of the Most Good affect our work?" The twins' naive words made Father Titus laugh. "Join the Church of the Most Good, and the only one you need to serve is the God of Light. Don't worry. As long as you are willing to join the Holy See, the Azure Cathedral will send someone to negotiate with your employer. You will be free and respected by the world. You will be more noble than your current master." "No one is more noble than my master." Julian's face suddenly turned very bad. She would not allow a humble person to slander the king she swore to protect. Juliet was afraid that her sister would get angry. So she said, "Our family has always been loyal to our master's family. This is the family's oath and the honor that the family has always protected. If joining the Holy See requires us to leave our master, then we can only say sorry. I'm afraid the God of Light will not like people who betray their oaths." Juliet pulled her sister to leave, and Father Titus stood in front of them again. What a stubborn and obstinate Flemings. Unlike the Eastern countries full of freedom, the monarchical Fleming Empire is extremely conservative and rigid in some things. A family can be loyal to another family for hundreds or thousands of years because of an oath. The Flemings regard this as an honor, and engrave this honor on their family emblem and pass it down. In the eyes of the Eastern countries and the Marseilles, who are gradually advocating the idea of equality, this is barbarism and backwardness, and primitive blind loyalty. It is precisely because of the rigidity of the Flemings that the Church of the Most Good encountered many difficulties in the process of preaching in the empire. The doctrine of the Most Good requires believers to be loyal only to the God of Light and devote themselves to the God of Light, which is obviously contrary to the Flemings' noble loyalty system. The traditional Flemings are more willing to continue to adhere to the oath passed down by the family. At the same time, because the doctrine of the Most Good can shake the foundation of the imperial aristocracy's rule, the Church of the Most Good was rejected by the imperial ruling class in the early days of preaching. The Church of the Most Good can develop to its current scale because it has extremely strong tolerance and adaptability. When dealing with heretical churches, the Church of the Most Good will not give in the process of preaching. The Church of the Most Good has great flexibility. It can change its doctrine according to the special situation of the Fleming Empire. In the Fleming Empire, the Church of the Most Good does not require Fleming people to be loyal to the God of Light. You just need to believe in him and believe that the God of Light will bless you. And you are a believer of the God of Light. This change allowed the Church of the Most Good to develop smoothly in the Fleming Empire and form a large branch sect. When preaching in the Orc and Elf kingdoms, the Church of the Most Good also modified its doctrine according to their different values. In short, in the eyes of the Church of the Most Good, as long as you believe in the God of Light, you are a good believer. And those who have no faith are quasi-believers. If you want to believe in the God of Light, everything is fine. And everything can be changed. Anyway, the doctrine of the Most Good was compiled by them. In the initial battle for faith, the strategy of the Church of the Most Good was to occupy the pit first, regardless of whether the faith was firm or not. To first discover the scale of believers, and then slowly cultivate the degree of faith. The low threshold of believing in the God of Light allowed the doctrine of the Most Good to be spread rapidly. And those sects that pretended to be mysterious, and made a lot of rules and regulations to raise their own style were soon squeezed out of the soil for survival. Therefore, when Father Titus stopped the Julian sisters again, he had another story. Let them join the Church of the Most Good first, and then slowly influence them. When they realize what kind of power and honor the God of Light can give them, they will leave their current masters. Sorry, ladies, I didn't know you were from Fleming. So we can follow the rules of the Church of the Most Good in Fleming. The Azure Cathedral does not require you to break your family's oath. The God of Light is willing to accept every devout believer, regardless of identity or status. As long as you pray to him and feel his greatness, he will also grant you divine power. How about, ladies, become a Knight of the Hall, and your master will be proud of you. Chapter 94 Return to the Azure Cathedral. Okay, let's join. Juliet looked very innocent. She said to Julian, Sister, think about the beauty of the angels. When we spread our angel wings in front of the Master, he will definitely fall in love with us. Maybe we will become his wives? Looking at the beautiful and holy twin sisters, Father Titus couldn't help but envy the Master they were talking about. Damn the Flemish nobles. They were born noble and had wealth, women, and respect without doing anything. He also thanked the God of Light for sending these two sisters, who had never seen the world, to him. This is God's hint. God must have asked me to influence them, so that they can get rid of the shackles of the Vlaming nobles and enjoy true freedom. Please get on the carriage. Father Titus politely opened the door for the Julian sisters and said, The Imperial Army has surrounded the Azure Cathedral. Only this carriage with a special pass can enter. Please rest assured. We just had some small misunderstandings with the Azure Corps. You will be very safe in the church. The God of Light will bless us. Julian walked into the carriage and said to Father Titus, We can believe in the God of Light and join the Church of the Most Good. But we have to go home at night. Otherwise our master will worry. Father Titus sat down opposite the twin sisters. He smiled kindly and said, No problem. I will take you back personally tonight. I also want to meet your master. Because if you want to become a knight of the temple, you must undergo strict training. I will convince him to allow you to live in the Azure Cathedral in the future. The carriage continued to move, passing through the blockade of the Azure Corps and arriving at the Azure Cathedral. Julian and Juliet successfully arrived at the Azure Cathedral again, and De Liang's new order was also passed on through Sophia. There are a number of weapons hidden in the Azure Cathedral. Find out the location, quantity, and type of these weapons. This is consistent with the two sisters' original plan. After entering the church, Father Titus left the two sisters in a quiet room and went to invite Paladin Felton. The Paladin is the highest commander of the Knights Templar and the Knights of the Church, and is also responsible for the training of trainee Knights of the Church. Julian and Juliet have the talent to become Knights Templar, but it does not mean that they will eventually become Knights Templar. God's grace always carries a lot of uncertainty. Before they were really given the magic of angels descending, they were only the lowest level trainee Knights of the Church. At the same time, there is another truth that Father Titus did not tell the Julian sisters. To obtain the art of angel advent, one must be loyal to the God of Light in one's heart, and becoming the most fanatical believer is the basic condition. A knight who is loyal to mankind will never be given such a high-level art of angel advent. So, when the twin sisters can't resist the temptation of the art and become the Knights of the Temple, they will no longer be loyal to their current master. The Knights of the Temple are the backbone of the Holy See and will not become weapons for others. This is why Father Titus dared to make various promises. In his opinion, when the twin sisters entered the Azure Cathedral, they were warriors of the God of Light. Julian certainly didn't know what Father Titus had concealed. Anyway, whether you believe in the God of Light or not, she can use the divine energy to solidify the angel's wings. Not to mention the angel's arrival. Even if it's the archangel's arrival or the holy angel's arrival, she can perform it at any time. The iron rule that the Knights of the Temple must be loyal to the God of Light is destined to be broken by her. And Julian, who received the order from De Liang, checked the room. A very simple ordinary priest prayer room, with a long wooden table and long chairs. On the walls around, there are still murals with angels as the theme. The image of angels has been used to the extreme by the Church of the Most Good, and the effect is very good. Sister, you should ask for endorsement fees from the Church of the Most Good on behalf of Cloud City. Juliet looked at the murals and said with a pout, look, they are all angels. I conclude that the Church of the Most Good has grown so big, and most of it is due to the angels. Your image is naturally able to confuse these low-level races, unlike the demons in hell, who are so ugly. How much sweet talk is needed to deceive a few stupid children? No wonder those who believe in Urgus, such as the Church of Gazing into the Abyss, can't beat the Church of the Most Good, even if they get a few fallen angels to endorse them. It will be more in line with the universal aesthetics than demons and abyss pythons. Julian had checked the prayer room and found no reconnaissance spells. Fallen angels, those guys who survived the war in the Crucible City under the protection of His Highness. How can they be compared with angels? Julian sneered at the fallen angels, and then said to Juliet, you should have received His Highness's order. This is what you are good at. Go. I'll cover for you. What do you mean I am good at? This kind of thief's trick should be what the shadow dragon monsters of night are good at. I am an assassin, a killer lurking in the subspace. Although Juliet was complaining, she still entered the subspace freely. Her movement caused a slight fluctuation in the air, and finally disappeared, leaving only a voice ringing in Julian's ears. I'm leaving. Don't show your feet and get discovered. Yi Sei is by your highness' side, and the other shadow dragons are in the tomb. I have no choice but to let you play a cameo. You should also be careful not to be discovered. You poor thief. Julian, who is usually quite serious, couldn't help but tease his sister, and then waved his hand to copy a Juliet with mirror magic. As long as she is not hurt. The mirror magic is no different from Juliet. Julian can even control her to make some movements and speak. At this time, Father Titus accompanied Paladin Felton and walked in through the door. Respected Miss Julian. Miss Juliet. This is Paladin Felton. Father Titus did not notice anything different about Juliet. After introducing Paladin Fels, he said, the Paladin will test you. Although anyone can believe in the God of Light, to become a warrior of the God of Light, you still need to be strictly selected. Don't worry. Paladin Fels just wants to understand your strength and then formulate a training course for you. The Angel's Advent magic must have corresponding martial arts to fully exert its power. During the competition, the Paladin will not use the Angel's Advent. With his martial arts, he will not hurt you. When Paladin Felton saw the Julian sisters, he was also deeply attracted by their appearance and temperament. He began to believe what Father Titus had just boasted about him. The twins were indeed born to become knights of the temple. They would become his best subordinates. Paladin Felton said, I see that you are all wearing swords, so you should all have certain martial arts skills. Who will take the test first? Please feel free to use your martial arts boldly. I want to see what level your swordsmanship is at. Hearing that a competition was still needed, Julian said confidently, only use martial arts. Not magic and divine arts? Yes, forget about magic in the future. The angel's arrival will make you the strongest warrior. I'll go first, my sister doesn't need to be tested. If I only rely on martial arts, I am not her opponent. If you can't beat me, you naturally can't beat her either. Chapter 95 Armory. When Julian took his sister's mirror image, followed Paladin Felton and Father Titus, and headed for the arena, Juliet swaggered through the church, searching for the location of the armory. Her use of subspace movement is not comparable to that of the mindless demon who attacked the cathedral. As a 15th level Hell Angel, the spatial fluctuations she generated when moving in subspace were very faint, and could not be detected at all in places with poor light. Not to mention that when she was still, even Julian would need some tricks to find her. The priests of the Azure Cathedral did not discover Juliet's ability, allowing her to move freely inside the church. The armory has two characteristics. First, it must be heavily guarded, especially in the current special period, and no unrelated people can be allowed to enter the armory to explore the secrets inside. Second, there must be a lot of heavy weapons in the armory, which is why the Azure Core surrounded the cathedral. Heavy weapons are not convenient to transport to high places, and their own weight is also a heavy burden on the building, so the armory should be built underground. At the same time, in order to facilitate the transportation of weapons in emergencies, The armory should not be in too remote places. And big guys, like battle fortresses, need wider roads. Therefore, it did not take Juliet too long to find the location of the armory. At the end of a wide passage extending underground, a huge iron door stood in front. The four walls of the passage were poured with cement, and many bunkers were dug out on the walls. The church knights with guns and live ammunition guarded behind the bunkers. In addition to the night guards, there were all kinds of magic traps and dense detection magic. The Church of the Good did not reject magic. There was also a magic academy that taught magic in the church. After all, magic was widely used, and its versatility was higher than that of divine magic. In addition to magic, there was also light generated by divine magic to eliminate all shadows, so that those thieves who could use shadows to hide had no chance to sneak in. But these watertight defenses were useless in front of Juliet. She rushed through the magic trap area at her fastest speed. The alarm mechanism of the low-level magic trap did not notice anyone passing by and continued to operate faithfully, collecting information from the surroundings. She came to the front of the iron gate. The magic circle and the faint divine power on the black iron gate prevented Juliet from rashly using the subspace movement to force a space breakthrough. She just waited patiently for a moment, and followed a team of palace knights transporting weapons into the arsenal. Hurry up. The Azure Corps has increased its strength again. We must deliver this batch of weapons and ammunition to the ground as soon as possible. These church knights moved very quickly. They moved several wooden boxes onto the magic-powered vehicle, and then drove the motorcycle out of the armory. When the iron door closed again, the warehouse fell into darkness. Then a ball of light appeared, illuminating the warehouse. Juliet appeared, floating in the air, her dress fluttering, her long hair flying, holding the ball of light in her hand and scanning the armory. In this large underground warehouse dug by humans, various wooden boxes filled with unknown things were piled up like mountains. There were hundreds of artillery of various calibers. Juliet also saw nearly 100 battle fortresses, and about 50 silver wings fixed in metal brackets. There were countless other weapons that even Juliet couldn't figure out the use of. Wow! I'm going to get rich. Juliet quickly covered her mouth, not knowing why she suddenly said such a thing. This should be what the money-grubbing prince would say. Could greed be contagious? The Blue Cathedral Knight Training Ground is a place dedicated to the practice of swordsmanship by the church knights. In an era when hot weapons are becoming more and more advanced, some countries have given up swordsmanship training for soldiers. It is better to carry more bullets than a sword in war. The Church of the Most Good, because it has powerful temple knights, has retained swordsmanship training. Each temple knight has excellent swordsmanship. As the military commander of the Azure Cathedral, Paladin Felton has his own exclusive training room. The floor of this room, which is about 100 square meters, is covered with a very tough wooden floor. The walls are hung with armor, shields and swords he collected, and the weapon racks on the side are filled with iron swords and wooden swords needed for training. At this time, in the training room, a martial arts test for trainee church knights is underway. Paladin Felton fell to the floor again in a mess. He was wearing heavy armor and smashed the floor into many cracks and debris. This is not right. Things shouldn't develop like this. According to past practice, shouldn't I teach the young man who is a trainee knight of the church for the first time and has high expectations but low skills? Then I point my sword at the young man who is lying on the ground, feeling frustrated, realizing his strength, and looking up at me with admiration and respect, and teach him the hardship of seeking power. He must have an unshakable heart and a firm belief in the God of light to feel the grace of God and gain power beyond mortals. But why is it that I am lying on the ground again and again this time? And the one who points the sword at me is the female swordsman who looks like a vase. Too strong. This is the feeling of the Felton Paladin. This lady named Julian was far superior to himself in swordsmanship. She held the sword with both hands, and her swordsmanship was magnificent. And there was no flaw in attacking. She was agile and quick, always standing in a position that was conducive to attack and defense. She drew her sword as fast as thunder, without any fancy moves, and every attack represented a knockdown. Paladin Felton, who originally thought that he was impeccable in swordsmanship, became less and less confident as he fought in front of this female swordsman. His proud swordsmanship was full of flaws. How could this be? How could this woman from the countryside of the Flamink Empire use such a powerful swordsmanship? How should the next teaching be carried out? Lord Paladin Felton. Julian pointed at the fallen paladin with the iron sword he used for training, and said, "Can this martial arts test be over?" Paladin Felton got up from the ground again. The embarrassing and unresolved battle made him forget that this was just a martial arts test. In an instant, a majestic pressure burst out from him, stirring up a strong cyclone in the small training room. Then a golden light poured down. A sacred breath burst out, and a pair of angel wings spread out from behind him. The archangel descended. Paladin Felton's power soared up like a rocket, and he actually cast a divine spell. Chapter 96 Martial Arts Test. Julian took a small step back to avoid the impact of the cyclone, and then estimated the strength of the Felton Paladin, who had completed the Archangel's Advent divine art. Julian could feel the familiar divine energy with his eyes closed. Archangels are 14th level supernatural creatures, but Felton Paladin obviously cannot exert the full strength of an Archangel, downgraded one level to 13th level. However, as a human, all attributes are not as good as supernatural creatures, which is a natural disadvantage, even if they are at the same level. According to the standards of the ancient magic era, non-supernatural creatures are half a level lower than supernatural creatures of the same level. Therefore, the true strength of Paladin Felton was called the 13th level in the ancient magic era. In this era, he is equivalent to the 13th level Grand Mage, weaker than the demon killed by Juliet. After seeing Paladin Felton perform the Archangel's Advent divine art, Julian did not show weakness. She was not interested in slowly climbing from the bottom of the Church of Perfection. If she wanted to gain respect at the beginning of joining the Church of Perfection, she had to speak with the sword. The strong wind formed a cyclone rising from Julian's feet, and the rich air element wrapped her in the cyclone. A warrior who does not know magic is not a strong warrior, and a magician who does not know any martial arts is not a strong magician. A single specialty will only narrow the path, and only comprehensive development can reach the peak. The real strong never define themselves as a mage or a warrior when fighting. When they use jump slash to chop the enemy, they don't mind throwing a fireball to hit the face, and then secretly throwing a quicksand trap under the opponent's feet. In addition to being able to use the sacred energy and combat skills of the angels, Julian also knows a lot of elemental magic, and his level is equally superb. The momentum rises. The two energies collide and clash. The wooden floor that was originally destroyed by the battle is lifted up, and the whirlwind is spinning faster and faster, and it is getting stronger and stronger. Father Titus, who was standing by and watching the battle, was stunned from the beginning. He couldn't believe what he saw. The strongest warrior of the Azure Cathedral, Paladin Felton, was beaten without any chance to fight back from the beginning. Father Titus felt pity for Julian's miserable appearance, and was also shocked that Julian mastered such a powerful martial art. If she could use the Archangel's Advent, how powerful would she be? After seeing Paladin Felton perform the Archangel's Advent, Father Titus, who was afraid that things would not end, immediately shouted, "Lord Felton, this is just a test." Father Titus's shouting immediately woke Paladin Felton up. He glanced at Julian, who was using air magic to increase his beneficial status, and then lifted the magic. The angel's wings turned into starlight and dissipated. Paladin Felton's face was very ugly. Anyone who was beaten by an unknown person and could not fight back with his strongest state would feel uncomfortable. Paladin Fells was confident that he could definitely defeat this opponent in the state of the Archangel's arrival. But as Father Titus said, this was just a test, and not using divine arts and magic was a rule he set himself. I didn't expect you to have such a strong swordsmanship. It seems that you are a very talented person. You have passed. Paladin Felton said with a stern face, the trainee knight is no longer suitable for you. From now on, you are a church knight, and the organization will be arranged by Father Titus. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you personally, and you will become a powerful palace knight. Julian also dispersed the gathered air magic elements when Paladin Felton released the divine spell. She saluted Paladin Felton, and then said, "Thank you for your guidance. Paladin, is it my sister Juliet who will accept your test next?" Looking at Juliet standing aside, Paladin Felton remembered what Julian said in the prayer room just now. If I only rely on martial arts, I am not her opponent. If you can't beat me, naturally you can't beat her either. When Paladin Felton first heard this, he thought it was just the arrogance of a girl who had never seen the world, and was thinking about how to teach her a lesson and let her know that her martial arts were nothing but mud. But now, Paladin Felton no longer wanted to be humiliated again. He was tired of falling to the ground again and again, and he couldn't use divine magic. Your sister doesn't need to be tested. Promoted from an apprentice knight to a church knight. You will come to me tomorrow. After saying that, Paladin Felton left the training room without looking back. Clap, clap, clap. Father Titus clapped his hands happily and praised Julian. I have never seen Paladin Felton beaten so badly in a swordsmanship duel. You brought me another surprise. You showed amazing talent in swordsmanship. I really can't imagine how powerful you will become when you can use the magic of Angel's Advent. Meeting you and Miss Juliet is my luckiest thing today. Of course, you should not be complacent just because you are better than Felton Paladin in swordsmanship. This is just a test without using magic and magic. If this is a real battle, the power given to Felton Paladin by the Archangel can easily defeat you who use wind magic. Angels have always been the strongest warriors in the ancient magic era. While Father Titus was talking to Julian, Juliet, who sneaked in, broke the mirror image and stood where she should be, then made a gesture of mission completion to Julian and said, Sister, we have been out for too long, and the Master will be worried. And we also need to report to the Master about joining the Holy See. I always feel that we are too rash in this matter, and we should ask for his opinion in advance. Father Titus, who had his back to Juliet, did not notice anything unusual. After hearing Juliet's worry, he turned around and said comfortingly, You can rest assured about this. The Holy See and the Fleming Empire have an agreement that the Holy See can preach freely in the Fleming Empire, and any Fleming has the right to believe in the God of Light. There is no contradiction between you becoming a believer of the God of Light and continuing to fulfill your family oath. The Church will not force you to do anything. We advocate freedom, and you are born with the freedom to believe in the God of Light. I will send you back and talk to your Master about your joining the Church of the Most Good. I will convince him to agree. You are destined to become the Knights of the Temple, the warriors chosen by the God of Light. The Azure Cathedral can promise your Master many conditions for you. Julian thought it was time to go back. She put the iron sword back on the weapon rack and said, Okay, let's go home. Chapter 97 Guests. Night has enveloped Sorroying again. At this time, the news that the evil cultists and demons who attacked the Azure Cathedral have been eliminated has been spread to every citizen of Sorroying through various newspapers. The crisis has been resolved, and the lights have illuminated the city again. Men and women who dared not go out these days and were bored at home have started their rich nightlife again. The lights are bright, and the people who have worked hard all day wantonly vent their remaining energy. Even though the Azure Corps is still in a military confrontation with the Church of the Good, the citizens of Sorroying do not seem to be afraid of the outbreak of war, even though they know that the death toll caused by war will be far greater than that of a demon. For some reason, their fear of demons is far greater than their worry about war. At night, after visiting the Wharf Magic Academy, De Leon also returned to their home on the Avenue de Champs-Élysées with Black Pearl, Princess Ziling, and Sophia. At the dinner table, Mike took out the supermarket plan he had made in the afternoon. He knew that De Leon liked to discuss things at the table. Mike was very attentive to the supermarket. This was different from managing the big tomb and this house. He thought it was his opportunity. He knew that his master would never be satisfied with opening a fast food restaurant or a supermarket. These were just a stepping stone. The master could gather so many troops and heroes and dig a big tomb, relying on the huge wealth brought by his business empire. Although this business empire has disappeared in history, Mike believes, as long as the master is willing, a new business empire will soon be established from his hands. Look! 500,000 gold pounds. It only took 5 days. What Mike has to do is prove his value and ability at the beginning of the establishment of this new business empire and get a good position. De Leon flipped through Mike's plan and provided some opinions based on his memory from time to time. Black Pearl, who was sitting next to him, kept showing off her newly obtained junior magician certificate to De Leon. Look! Look! Captain, I am now a level 2 junior magician. Her Royal Highness is more powerful. She is a level 11 magician. I heard from Brown that Dean Morton of the Pure Magic School is a level 12 magician. Who do you think is more powerful? Dean Morton or Her Royal Highness? De Leon answered casually, 12 is greater than 11. Of course, the 12th level magician is more powerful. You are now a level 2 junior magician. You must study hard after school and strive to be promoted to a level 3 junior magician as soon as possible. I know. Captain, I will work hard. Black Pearl cheered herself up and asked doubtfully, but when I did the magic test, I only used a little magic. If I use a little more, I will definitely become a level 3 junior magician. Princess Ziling put a piece of grilled fish fillet on Black Pearl's plate and said with a smile, "But you are too young. You can only be a level 2 junior magician. If you want to be a level 3 junior magician, eat all the fish meat. Grow taller, and you can upgrade." "Really?" Black Pearl looked at the grilled fish on the plate with shining eyes. "I want to eat all the fish I caught today." "Captain, you should eat some too. And when you grow taller, you can also become a magician. Eat, eat, eat. You actually caught a whale, and wanted to bring it back. If I hadn't stopped it in time, a whale would have fallen from the sky. You have the ability to eat a whole whale. But after eating it, you won't grow taller." Daliang thought evilly, while watching Black Pearl eating grilled fish. At this time, a maid walked into the restaurant. "Master, Miss Julian and Miss Juliet are back." And with them came a priest from the Azure Cathedral. Daliang didn't expect that the Julian sisters would bring a priest with them when they returned from the Azure Cathedral. So he said, "Let them in. Sophia, notify the kitchen to prepare some more food. We have guests." "Yes, Master." Father Titus followed the twin sisters into the villa on the Avenue des Champs-Élysées. The furnishings in the room showed that the owner here had very high taste and cultivation. Originally, Father Titus was still wondering why the Julian sisters had such superb swordsmanship. Now it seems that they are loyal to an ancient family. According to the heritage of these families, it is normal to train 2 guards with swordsmanship talent. There are also beautiful maids and beautiful guards. All of them are beautiful women, plus twin sisters. Father Titus sneered at the hobbies of the owner here, which shows how corrupt the Vlaminck nobles have become. It's really enviable. Jealous. Hateful. Titus once again silently recited the doctrine of the supreme good to calm his mind and think about the next words. He came here to poach, to help the Julian sisters escape from the clutches of the corrupt nobles, and gain freedom under the grace of the God of Light. They have the potential to become temple knights, and have mastered superb swordsmanship. Staying here is a waste of their talents. They are destined to belong to the Church of the Most Good and the God of Light. Led by the maid, Father Titus followed the Julian sisters into the restaurant and saluted the main seat. "Respected? Respected?" The restaurant was silent. Everyone looked at Father Titus. And Father Titus stared at the child sitting in the main seat, not knowing what to say. "Who is this?" Daliang could see what Titus was thinking. He pointed to the other side of the table and said, "Many people have the same expression as you when they see me. Please sit down." "Father, I am deeply honored to have dinner with the servant of the God of Light." Father Titus felt that his brain was not enough. He had imagined what kind of person he would meet, but he never thought that he would meet a child of about 6 years old. Seeing Sister Julian bow to the child before sitting down, no matter how old he was the person he wanted to meet this time. "Thank you." Titus thanked the elf butler, who pulled out a chair for him, and said to Daliang after sitting down, "Dear Jean." Daliang said, "My name is Liang. You can call me Master Liang. What should I call you?" "Father?" Father Titus replied, "Dear Master Liang, you can call me Father Titus. Your age surprised me. I apologize for my disrespect just now. The purpose of my visit to you this time is for Miss Julian and Miss Juliet. Today I met them on the street by chance, and then I found that they all have the potential to become knights of the palace. I know that they are all swordsmen trained by your family, and they are also very loyal to you. But now there is a higher achievement in front of them, learning the art of angel descent and becoming a warrior of the God of Light. This is their destiny, and your glory." Daliang was not used to Father Titus's way of speaking with an aria. He picked up the milk cup in front of him and said, "Let's drink this cup, and then talk about the main point." Chapter 98 Is tofu pudding sweet or salty? The vulgar Flemings, even their children, lack cultivation. No matter how noble and gorgeous the decoration of this room is, it cannot cover up their nature of coming from a backward civilization. Father Titus was invited to pick up the wine glass, and the sweet aroma made him drink the red wine in the glass in one gulp. It's really an unforgettable wine. Father Titus couldn't help but praise the red wine he just drank. And then he remembered the purpose of his visit this time. He said very directly, "Respected Master Liang, Miss Julian and Miss Juliet have joined the Church of the Most Good and become believers of the God of Light. In the future, they will follow Felton Paladin for training, learn the Knights Templar doctrine, and comprehend the art of angels descend. This is an opportunity for both of them. Therefore, I come this time. I hope you can allow them to live in the Azure Cathedral, which is convenient for their training." De Leon also drank the milk in the cup in one breath. He took the napkin to wipe his mouth and replied to Father Titus, Julian, Juliet can become stronger. Of course, I support it very much. No one will dislike his servants becoming stronger. Especially his servants can also have such a powerful art of angels to send. I agree that they join the Church of the Good and trust the God of Light. This is their freedom. But living in the Azure Cathedral? I can't sleep without them at night. Therefore, for my sleep, I don't agree with them living in the Azure Cathedral. Actually, the Élysée Avenue is not far from the Azure Cathedral. They go there in the morning and come back in the evening. They have time to come back to have lunch with me at noon, which should not affect the training. Father Titus imagined the picture of the child sleeping with the twin sisters in front of him. It's really unbearable to watch. Recite the doctrine of the supreme good again. The world is big, but the biggest thing is the sleep of children. Father Titus really can't refute Daliang's bedtime habit. Julian and Juliet have not yet developed a devout faith in the God of Light. I think that as long as their masters do not allow them, they will not live in the Azure Cathedral. You can't reason with children. Miss Julian and Miss Juliet don't live in the Azure Cathedral. And that's fine. The doctrine of the most good is flexible. Anyway, to become a knight of the temple, you need the most devout faith in the God of Light. When the twin sisters can't resist the temptation of power and really throw themselves into the arms of the most good church, I'm afraid you will suffer from insomnia. Father Titus kept a kind smile. The most good church values the freedom of believers the most. We will not force believers to do anything. Eliminating all competitors on the order continent. Leaving people on the continent with only one choice of faith. And implementing faith monopoly have always been the core of the missionary work of the Supreme Church. And the facts also prove that the founders of the church were strategically forward-looking. There must be many devout believers of the God of Light among the large number of believers. And the power of the God of Light is real. After seeing the power of divine arts, some unsteady believers will also be transformed into devout believers. As for those stubborn pseudo-believers, the Supreme Church will take over. The gentle missionary method has allowed the Supreme Church to gradually summarize a complete set of brainwashing methods. Father Titus firmly believes that the twin sisters will leave their master sooner or later. Daliang, who didn't know much about the Church of the Most Merciful, was quite surprised that Father Titus easily allowed Julian and her sister to go to school. This missionary work is too casual, isn't it? Daliang was very confident in Julian, and she would be fine even if she lived in the Azure Cathedral for a year or two. But Juliet was different. He didn't want to get someone into the Azure Cathedral and have everyone inside the church die the next day. Therefore, Julian and her sister had to go home on time every day. And then Daliang would find something for Juliet to do to let her release her accumulated murderous nature. Originally, Daliang had prepared many rogue reasons to keep the two sisters in front of Father Titus. After all, he was a child, and it was the time for children to speak without restraint. But I didn't expect Father Titus to agree to it. There was no sense of pleasure in the battle of wits. The broad mind of the Church of the Most Good is really amazing. Since Father Titus did not force Sister Julian to live in the Azure Cathedral, Daliang changed the subject. It also made me very interested in the Church of the Most Good and the God of Light. I have a few questions. Can the priest help me answer them? Father Titus had an indescribable feeling about the child in front of him. His words and deeds were completely unlike what a child of his age could do, without any immaturity. Maybe he was precocious. Father Titus could only explain this to himself. In response to Daliang's question, the priest replied, as a disseminator of the grace of the God of Light, I am willing to answer questions about the Holy See and the God of Light for everyone. It is my duty to guide those who are lost in faith. Daliang tapped the table with his fingers. After Sophia poured him another glass of milk, he asked Father Titus, God, why are you so obsessed with fighting for faith? The once great ancient magic era disappeared after experiencing the theocracy era of faith disputes. This is the greatest loss to our world. And what does faith mean to God? Can the number of believers give them more power? Father Titus did not expect that Daliang would ask such a profound question. He thought for a moment and answered, faith is of no use to God. God fights for faith. It is easier to understand if we start from the divinity. For example, kindness. The kindness understood by mortals is different from the kindness understood by God. The kindness we think is based on universal values and morals. Most people think it is kind. So it is kind. But this kind of kindness has no standard and ignores the opinions of a small number of people. It is vague. But God is different. What God says is kind is kind. This is exactly what makes gods great. They use their divinity to give goodness the most accurate standard. However, the definitions made by each god deviate. So there is a contradiction about who is the most correct. Everyone hopes that the whole world will abide by the standards they set. And then, there is a struggle for faith. Finally, the war between gods broke out. Father Titus' words made all the heroes present dumbfounded. Isn't this just a world war caused by a dispute over should tofu pudding be sweet or salty? Are these gods too full to do anything? Whether people want to eat sweet or salty is none of your business. Chapter 99 Priesthood. The world was destroyed. Because God was not wrong. Divinity determines that they can't be wrong. This is really. De Leon wanted to curse. But it was obviously too inconsiderate to curse God in front of a priest. From his point of view, the Church of the Most Good did not do anything against him. And there was no need to end this conversation unpleasantly because of ideological differences. He changed the subject and said, "It's so unexpected. The greatness of God is indeed not something that we mortals can understand. Father Titus, I have another question. What is divine power? Why did God leave our world? But the power of God remained? How do the followers of the God of Light feel the existence of the power of God and use the magic?" This kind of theological question scratched the itch of Father Titus. It made the priest feel more satisfied with teaching and preaching than dry mutual flattery and praise. The power of God is a kind of energy like the magic element. So the Church of the Good does not reject magic. And I am also a 9th-level senior magician. If the power of God is compared to an army, then God is the commander of this army. Every god has his own priesthood. The priesthood of the God of Light is kindness and justice. And his power is the kindness and justice he defines. Although he left this world, the kindness and justice of this world are divine power, which is the power with divine consciousness defined by God with his priesthood. And it will never be erased. And we, believers of the God of Light, can establish communication with these powers with divine consciousness when praying to the God of Light, and then obtain the right to use part of the divine power from them. The more devout believers are, the more they can be favored by the divine power of the God of Light. At this time, after Father Titus's explanation to Daliang, Daliang already had a general understanding of God and divine power. In the ancient magic era, the strongest hero is the 16th level of law. But no matter how strong the law-level hero is, it is essentially the use of existing energy. But gods are more advanced in the use of energy. They define energy from the perspective of divinity. The kindness and justice represented by the priesthood of the God of Light are not the kindness and justice of universal values. Father Titus has just said that if God says kindness is kindness, God says justice is justice. Whatever God says you are is what you are. All based on your mouth. Awesome. No wonder the original world was beaten like this. These new gods and old gods. You say one thing and I say another. No matter how solid the plane is, it can't withstand their quarrels. Of course, the war between gods in the theocracy era is definitely not as simple as quarreling. The power of God is really, can only be praised. De Leon didn't know how to describe his current MP mood. Yes, praise the great God of Light. Father Titus prayed. The last question, De Leon said, when a god decides the power, it means that any believer who believes in this god can never become a god by relying solely on the power brought by faith. But in the era of theocracy, new gods are born. So are the powers of these new gods divine power or magic? Father Titus's expression was a little strange at this time, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. But he finally said, originally, with my identity, I shouldn't talk to you about foreign gods, but as a discussion of past history. It should be okay for me to give some answers. You are right. As a believer, you will never become a god. You will never be on par with gods. And you should not think about such things. All new gods break through the boundaries of the law through other powers, and then obtain the godhood. The moment a new god becomes a god, he obtains divinity and priesthood. And the world naturally has his divine power. They can also continue to use their previous skills, magic, martial arts, and archery. At the same time, the old gods do not only use divine arts. After all, divine power is the power defined by gods. And magic elements are the power of the origin of the world, regardless of who is noble and who is humble. For magic elements and divine power, De Liang's understanding is the difference between public resources and exclusive resources. Divine power is private property, and God decides who can use it, while magic elements are abundant. As long as you have the ability, you can ask for unlimited. And there is even a chance to become a god and privatize it. At the same time, De Leon also knew that gods are not omnipotent. At least their ability to define divine power cannot do anything to the elements that make up the origin of the world. Air is still air. Water is still water. Earth is still earth. Fire is still fire. To sum it up, gods are creatures that have mastered a more advanced way of using energy. They are very strong. But for the 16th level heroes, who master the law level origin power, they are not without a chance of resistance. At least, they will not be deprived of the right to use elemental magic by the gods during the battle. Urgus's ascension to the god also proves that in the world of the ancient magic era, the indigenous heroes were not crushed one-sidedly when facing the invasion of the gods. I don't know if I can see my old friends again. Thank you for your patient answer. Father, I have asked all my questions. De Leon signaled the butler to bring 2 bottles of red wine, and then said to Father Titus, "It can be seen, you like the taste of this red wine very much. This is a very ancient elf winemaking process. Probably only my winemaker in this world can make this kind of red wine. These 2 bottles of wine are for you as a thank you for answering so many of my questions." 2 bottles of charm of the elf were placed in front of Father Titus by the butler Mike. The priest knew that this was a disguised order to expel guests. The nobles were just hypocritical. They drove the guests away in such a tasteful way. However, the priest liked the red wine, he just drank very much. Now there is still a lingering taste on his tongue. He was not unhappy about being driven out at all after receiving 2 bottles of such fine wine. Father Titus stood up and saluted Daliang. He put away the 2 bottles of red wine and said, "Thank you for the hospitality. Master Leon, I can feel that you have wisdom different from ordinary people. Answering your questions also made me understand a lot of things. I sincerely invite you to the Azure Cathedral. We will definitely have another pleasant conversation. I am also looking forward to meeting you again. Father, goodbye." Father Titus said goodbye to Sister Julian again, telling them that the Vatican's carriage would pick them up tomorrow morning. And then, he was sent out by the butler Mike. Ha ha ha. After Father Titus left, Juliet couldn't help laughing. Completely different from her serious look just now. She laughed and mocked Daliang. "Master, it's late. It's time to go to bed. Tell me, how should my sister and I accompany you? Should I tell you a bedtime story?" Then, "Sister, why did you hit me?" he said at first. Oops. Daliang ignored Juliet, who was being scolded by Julian. He had been looking at his right hand since Father Titus left the restaurant. Then, under the gaze of everyone, a flame appeared in the palm of his hand. Chapter 100 Faith. The room was silent, and everyone was looking at the flame in Daliang's palm. Although the flame was only the size of a candle flame, swaying as if it would go out at any time, no one made a sound at this moment. Even the sisters Julian and Juliet, who were playing, stopped their movements, as if time had stopped at this moment. "What is this?" Princess Ziling, who was sitting on Daliang's left, broke the silence and asked the question everyone wanted to ask. "We didn't feel the gathering of fire elements. This is pure fire. But how did you do it? Your physique clearly doesn't have magic power yet. So you can't cast any magic?" Daliang stared at the flame in his palm and said, "Do you remember the question I asked Father Titus? Once a god becomes a god, he will have his own divinity and priesthood. And then, he will have his own divine power. Once the divine power exists, it will continue to exist regardless of whether the god is still in this world. It can be sensed and used by believers. This is the fire produced by divine power." Juliet asked anxiously, "Which god do you believe in? You won't be brainwashed by that priest to believe in the god of light, will you? Your willpower is too poor." Julian pulled his sister and asked Daliang out of concern, "Your Highness, what happened?" Daliang smiled and said, "There is one thing I forgot to tell you. You should remember that I have another body. The pure fire elemental body. The leader of the flames. The world destroyer. Also the world destroyer. The Lord of Hell. Although I can't turn back into the world destroyer now, he still exists. And when I opened the divine plane, he advanced to become a god and mastered the god-level fire magic. He is a new god, with godhood, divinity and priesthood. Although I don't know him yet. According to what Father Titus said, this world also has a kind of divine power corresponding to the priesthood of the world destroyer. Now I don't know what the priesthood of the world destroyer is, but it should be related to fire. So I tried to believe in the destruction of the world, and then there was this flame." Daliang stared at the swaying fire. It was so small. This was a good start. A big step towards regaining strength. At this time, Julian stretched out his palm, and a flame was dancing in her palm. Then came Sophia, Princess Ziling, Mike, Black Pearl. Each of them had a small flame in their palms. The maids and guards also stretched out their hands. And Juliet. She also reluctantly spread out her palm, looked at the flame in her palm, and said unwillingly, I found that you have found a good way to identify the loyalty of your subordinates. See, I am very loyal to you. But I just don't listen occasionally. Now, don't worry. It was beyond Daliang's expectation that Juliet could use magic to summon fire. Logically, she should be ready to stab him from behind at any time. Daliang didn't say much, but clenched his fist to extinguish the flames, and then said to the heroes, It seems that the belief in the destruction of the world can only summon such a small flame. The main reason is that we don't understand the godhood, divinity, and priesthood of the destruction of the world. And our impression of him is still stuck before he became a god. The image doesn't match. The understanding is vague. And the divine power we sense is very weak. Next, we will study the destruction of the world together and develop more magic. Julian said, Your Highness, since you can perform magic, do we not need to go to the Magic Academy? We can go back to the Great Tomb and study slowly. Maybe we can find a way to turn you back into the devil of destruction. Daliang is still determined to learn magic. The power brought by faith comes from God. So believers cannot become gods just by faith. And our long-term goal is to unlock the secrets of the theocracy and find or wait for the return of God. You have all heard what kind of power God has. No matter what happens in the future, we must prepare for another war of gods. We must not only strengthen our own power, but also understand the power of this world. It seems weak in front of us, but it develops rapidly. Science, magic, divine arts, all kinds of power are not mutually exclusive, but mutually integrated, and have surpassed us in many fields. If we lock ourselves in the big tomb, the next time we come out, we may be prisoners. Juliet said in disbelief, You are exaggerating. The highest combat power in this world is probably only level 14. And there may be 1 or 2 level 15. But we have the 16th level of law. Maybe one day my sister and I will become gods. At that time, I can massacre a city if I want. And I can massacre a country if I want. Princess Ziling said to the arrogant Juliet based on her experience at the Pure Magic Academy. I agree with my brother's opinion. I don't know much about the magic level of this world. But after I got the teaching materials Brown gave me, I found that there were many things in it that I couldn't understand. For example, in guiding students to meditate, electromagnetic field radiation coils were used, which seemed to be instruments made by combining artificial current with alchemy technology. The Kerr formula of the influence of electromagnetic field on element concentration was mentioned in the meditation course. When the ripples of the electromagnetic field and the student's mental strength reach a certain match value, people without magic talent can be allowed to enter meditation and guide them to perceive magic elements. This is definitely a new direction of magic research for the fairy dragons. And this is just the course of the elementary magic department. They also have the intermediate magic department and the advanced magic department. I think I should go to the elementary magic department with you and learn from the most basic things in this world. This world is not as weak as we think. I believe that as long as they are given time, they can develop into a new civilization system that is as great as our time. Princess Ziling is an authority on magic and the second alchemist of the Great Tomb Alchemy Research Laboratory. She said this, and everyone put away their contempt for this world and seriously thought about how they should adapt to and learn about this world. After a while, Juliet thought of something and said loudly, What does this have to do with me? It's your job to think. I just do it. Hey, my dear master, we have completed all the tasks you gave us. Not only did we successfully join the Holy See, we also found the arsenal you asked us to find. There are really a lot of good things in it. I suggest that you empty it all. The armies of this world have long used guns and cannons to fight. And your soldiers are still using swords. I guess they will be blown to pieces before they can get to the enemy. It's time to change the weapons in your hands. I have left the spatial positioning coordinates inside. And I can open the door inside at any time. Daliang smiled and said, Don't worry. Wait until I sell all these weapons, and then move them. Chapter 101 Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 102 The Lady's Plan. Early the next morning, Julian and Juliet took the carriage sent by Father Titus to the Azure Cathedral. Not long after, Robin and Eric arrived at the door of the villa. Before knocking on the door, Robin complained to Eric, The lady still reads few books, and they are all the ones I left. So she is immature in dealing with ancient heroes. In the previous materials, aren't the lessons of the villains and ancient heroes fighting against each other enough? To deal with these monsters from ancient times, the first thing we have to do is be honest. Let us influence them with love, enthusiasm, and sincerity. Be a caring little brother. The young lady wants to be on an equal footing with my new boss. But her starting point is wrong. According to convention, a young woman with status, position, talent, beauty, and good figure like her should take the initiative to stick to my new boss, and become one of the many women who admire my new boss. Eric said with a dark face. Robin, watch your words. Your new boss is only 6 years old. No. Miss N is our boss. And we are here for the benefit of the Empire. You'd better solve the trouble here. The 1st Division of the Royal Musketeer Cavalry Regiment will arrive in Saroying soon. Those are the personal soldiers guarding the Imperial capital. They are not as patient as the Azure Corps in dealing with the problems of Marcellus. The lady is communicating with the Marcellus Council. You must stabilize these ancient heroes. Robin pouted and said, the lady caused trouble, and asked me to clean up her mess, and ordered us to solve it. She thinks too highly of me. I am a little brother, who has not officially taken office yet. Why should I point fingers here? Aren't you an expert in dealing with ancient hero problems? Haven't you seen many cases in this regard? Aren't you the trump card secretly cultivated by the lady? Eric took the opportunity to squeeze Robin. I will be killed sooner or later, Robin muttered, and then knocked on the door. It was the butler Mike who opened the door. After seeing Robin and Eric, he smiled elegantly. Mr. Robin, Mr. Eric, please come in. My master has been waiting for you for a long time. Robin was surprised. Master Liang knew we were coming? Mike smiled mysteriously. The master knows everything. Robin and Eric suddenly felt a huge pressure. But they had to look at each other and walked in. De Liang sat on the sofa. And there were 2 small stools opposite him, which were obviously prepared for Robin and Eric. You know, they were allowed to sit on the sofas the last few times they came. Now they have 2 small wooden benches that are barely 20 centimeters high. And the treatment has dropped a lot. They definitely can't stand. Wouldn't that be showing off their height in front of Master Liang? Robin and Eric can only sit on 2 small benches. Like squatting there. Eric, in particular, is tall and strong. And he has to hold his legs to avoid falling down after sitting down. Miss, you are really making trouble. A good start. But you made a bad move. Robin was full of dissatisfaction with Miss Annie. He smiled and said to Liang, Master Liang, Miss Annie tested your strength completely because of her occupational disease, plus the mess of Saroying, which made her nervous during this period. She has no ill will towards you. We have always considered you as a friend. De Liang put his legs on the coffee table and said, I also consider you as friends. Otherwise, I would not have let you in. What really makes me unhappy is, you are not sure about handling the crisis in Saroying. And you don't let me help you solve it. This has caused the value of my newly purchased property in Saroying to shrink. And my shops that are about to open cannot operate, and my studies cannot start normally. Who should be responsible for this? She can't even protect her own safety now. And she is wary of me. The only person who can solve the problem. I don't want the money I just made to be wasted on her arrogance. She doesn't trust me. So I don't trust her either. I'll go it alone. Robin asked, Master Liang, how are you going to deal with the crisis in Saroying? Blow up the Azure Cathedral, Saroying City Hall, and the Marseilles Parliament. If they want to create chaos in Saroying, I'll make them disappear. In this way, all the troubles will be solved. A peaceful and stable Saroying is in the common interests of me and you. When De Liang said this, Eric objected loudly, No. 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 You can't do this. The citizens of Saroying and the people of Marseilles will think that this is done by the Empire, which will completely intensify the contradiction between the Empire and the province. And the Holy See. We attacked the Azure Cathedral without any evidence, which was undoubtedly a declaration of war on the Holy See. The Eastern countries will definitely provoke a civil war in the Empire and then invade. Robin also hurriedly stopped De Liang's terrible idea. Master Liang, Eric is right. Blowing up the church, the city hall, and the parliament will not solve any problems. Now everyone is restrained and does not let things develop in the worst direction. Saroying still has a way to resolve the crisis peacefully. Please believe Miss Annie. She is the best person to resolve this crisis. Annie. De Liang thought for a while and said, What is her plan? Tell me. Is it better than my method? This Robin really didn't know how Annie was going to deal with the crisis in Saroying. So he poked Eric secretly. Eric was a field worker, so he should be able to make a plan temporarily. Eric said knowingly, now that the evil cultists and the demons have been resolved, the fuse of the Saroying crisis is the weapons that are no longer in the Azure Cathedral. Our plan, Mrs. Plan, is to sneak into the Azure Cathedral, find the weapons, and then destroy them. Robin stared at Eric. This bragging is too big. Can you sneak into the Azure Cathedral? Can you find the weapons depot? Even if you find it, how can you destroy it? Just blow it up. What's the difference between this and blowing up the Azure Cathedral? I'm afraid that with a boom, let alone the Azure Cathedral, the entire Azure City district may collapse in half. But there should be no problem coaxing these ancient heroes. Solve the crisis first, and then think of other ways. Robin explained, as long as this batch of weapons is gone, the Azure Corps has no reason to surround the Azure Cathedral again. The Imperial Army retreated to the barracks and closed the door, and the Special Security Bureau restored its image. The Saroying City Hall and the Marseille's Parliament no longer had targets to attack. Everyone should take a step back, and let the politicians of the Empire take care of the rest. As long as this string is loosened, Saroying will regain stability and prosperity. As for the traitors in the Special Security Bureau and the Azure Corps, we can slowly find them. We can slowly check who owns the weapons in the Azure Cathedral. When the 1st Division of the Imperial Royal Cavalry Regiment arrives in Saroying, Miss Anne will have soldiers in her hands, and she can gradually reverse the situation. Chapter 103. I am a businessman. It seems to make sense. Daliang nodded, thinking that he finally talked about these weapons. He motioned Robin and Eric to stand up and sit on the single sofas on both sides, and then said, this plan is feasible. Anyway, my requirement is that Saroying will not cause trouble and my property will not shrink. As for how you fight secretly, I really don't have much interest. I am a businessman, and I care most about the number of gold pounds in my pocket. Robin sat back on the sofa, stretched his legs that were numb from squatting, and did not forget to flatter him. Master Liang is definitely a successful businessman. He made 500,000 gold pounds in 5 days, and then bought so many properties in Saroying at the bottom. When the situation stabilizes, he can multiply it several times. This kind of business vision and sense of wealth is really amazing. Master Liang, rest assured, as long as we get that batch of weapons, Saroying will be calm immediately. Daliang laughed and asked the maids to pour red wine for Robin and Eric, and then said, speaking of the weapons of the Azure Cathedral, Juliet said yesterday that she saw the armory of the cathedral and took a walk inside. After the maids poured the red wine, Eric couldn't wait to pick up the wine glass and wanted to immediately taste the wine aroma that he had been thinking about these days. But when he heard Daliang talking about this batch of weapons, he was immediately stunned on the spot, and asked, Miss Juliet found the armory of the Azure Cathedral? No. How did she run into the armory of the Azure Cathedral? Daliang sat up straight again. He picked up his milk cup and clinked it with Eric and Robin, saying, Robin should know that the priests of the Azure Cathedral want Julian to join the Church of the Most Good. They came back and told me about this. I thought, there is no loss in joining them, and I can also learn about the God of Light. So let Julian and Juliet go to the Azure Cathedral. Then Juliet walked around and walked into an armory. Can you just walk into someone's armory? Eric and Robin looked at each other and asked quickly, what did Miss Juliet see in there? How many rifles, machine guns, cannons, battle fortresses, and silver wings? How many? What models are they? In response to Eric's series of questions, Daliang drank his own milk and answered, Juliet, how could she know so many types of weapons? Anyway, there are quite a lot of them. There are 50 or 60 silver wings, more than 100 battle fortresses, hundreds of cannons. Right? There are also many wooden boxes. I don't know what is in them. Juliet was not interested in these, so she didn't open them to see. You can go and see for yourself when you sneak into the Azure Cathedral armory. Sneak into the Azure Cathedral and destroy the Vatican armory. That was a fabrication by Eric to fool Daliang. The armory has always been a key military stronghold for defense, and the Azure Cathedral is the largest church of the Holy See in the entire Marcellus, so it must be well defended. In this special period, it is not easy to sneak in, but Juliet went in. Eric turned his brain quickly. The number of weapons Juliet saw far exceeded the limit of the Azure Cathedral's needs, especially with so many cannons. What does a church need so many cannons for? To attack Saroying? Obviously. These weapons have another owner. It is obvious who it is. But there is no evidence. At present, destroying the weapons in the Azure Cathedral is the best way to solve the Saroying crisis. Everyone, including the Empire, does not want these weapons to come to the ground. This is a layer of window paper between the Empire and Marcellus. Once it is broken, it will be a complete fallout. Without this batch of weapons, everyone can continue to load, no matter how the two sides stab each other in the back. At least they are still in harmony on the surface. The Empire has a chance to solve Marcellus's troubles in a non-war way. Does Miss N have a better way? Definitely not. She is still trapped in the Special Security Bureau. If she doesn't dig out the small group that assassinated the former director, she can't let go. At most, she can put pressure on the Holy See through the Empire and ask for a search of the Azure Cathedral. This kind of diplomatic issue is difficult to deal with. If you want to delay it, the telegrams may take a few days or half a month to answer. Master Liang. Eric called Liang sincerely for the first time. He said, "Actually, our chances of sneaking into the Azure Cathedral Armory are not high." Liang said with a straight face. "You can't get in. Then what's the point of saying so much? Put down the wine and sit on the small stools. Let's start over." No. 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 Robin drank the wine in one gulp. And then said, "We can't get in." But Miss Julia went in. Didn't she? We are all family members. What's the difference between this and us going in? Isn't it just destroying the weapons inside? For Miss Juliet, it's too easy. Dalian glared and said, "Why? I'm working alone. This plan is yours, so I won't participate. What you have to do is sneak into the weapons area of the Azure Cathedral, destroy it, and let Saroying return to the surface of peace. My plan is to blow up the Azure Cathedral, blow up the main hall of Saroying City, blow up the Marcellus Parliament, and blow up whoever makes trouble in Saroying. Solve Saroying's troubles once and for all. I'm a businessman. It's better to suffer a short pain than a long pain." After getting Daliang's hint, Robin suddenly realized. And he said, "It's better to have no pain than a short pain. We are confident that after this crisis is resolved, Saroying can maintain long-term stability. Although we can't enter the Azure Cathedral Armory, we can hire your people, Master Liang, to carry out this mission. How much? You name your price." Ha ha ha. Liang laughed heartily. In fact, he had already thought of the solution to the crisis in Saroying, and the route was this batch of weapons. At the Pure Magic Academy, after hearing Annie's introduction to the situation in Saroying, he knew that there were too many people involved in this batch of weapons. Azure Cathedral, Saroying City Hall, Marcellus Parliament, Special Security Bureau, Azure Corps, Empire, all don't want it to come out. But they can't let it stay in the Azure Cathedral Armory. If these weapons are destroyed, everyone is happy. So De Liang asked Juliet to find the arsenal of the Azure Cathedral and leave the spatial positioning coordinates in it. He planned to steal all these weapons. But the money that should be made must be made. De Liang pretended to think for a while and said to Robin, "I don't know how much this batch of weapons is worth. But the crisis it poses to Saroying is probably greater than that of evil believers and demons. We have already had a pleasant transaction, and I will not raise the price for you this time. For 100,000 gold pounds, I will be responsible for destroying all these weapons. If Miss N requires the work to be completed within 5 days, another 100,000 gold pounds will be added. Making money this way. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" Chapter 10 for another 500,000. Eric was afraid that Robin would agree to the deal of 500,000 gold pounds. His sufficient field experience made him very clear about the difficulty of this plan. How to destroy such a large number of weapons? Explosion and burning definitely won't work. This is the Azure district of Saroying, and the explosion of the weapons depot is no joke. Use magic to corrode these weapons? There must be some residue left after the corrosion. No matter whether the remaining things can be used or not, they are all evidence that the Azure Cathedral has hidden a large number of weapons. This game still cannot be solved. Simple destruction cannot achieve the ultimate goal. Only by making them disappear can the Azure Corps not find them. He said to Daliang, "Master Liang, I need to add my plan just now. Only by making the Azure Corps unable to find these weapons in the Azure Cathedral can the crisis be resolved. That is to say, even a pile of wreckage cannot be seen by the Imperial soldiers. Do you have a way to make these weapons disappear?" Robin answered for Daliang, Isn't it simple? Teleport. Open the portal directly in the Azure Cathedral. And then empty their arsenal. We spent money. And these weapons are the arms we bought for the Empire. 500,000 gold pounds, worth it. Daliang didn't expect Robin to guess that he was going to empty the armory of the Azure Cathedral. What a talent. But Daliang certainly couldn't spit out the meat in his mouth. Opening a portal in the Azure Cathedral? What a joke. Do you think the portal can be opened at will? Especially for large-scale teleportation arrays. Not only do they require a lot of alchemical materials and money, but they also take time to build slowly. The cost of a large teleportation array is far higher than 500,000 gold pounds. In addition, anything that passes through the teleportation array consumes a very high amount of energy, which also costs money. Don't think that people in the ancient magic era rely on teleportation arrays to go out. You should know that even if you teleport between nearby cities, a person needs 5 gold coins for a one-way trip. Unless they are really rich. Most people choose to walk. If you really want this batch of arms, the money for building a large teleportation array and the teleportation fee are separately calculated. This, adding up to 1 million gold pounds, is not enough. 2 million gold pounds is possible. The weapons of the Holy See are not good things, even if they are good. They will not be sold to Marcellus. Robin hastily refused. No. 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 We don't want arms. But how can Master Liang deal with these weapons? If they are buried with earth-based quicksand, it will affect the geology of the Azure City and cause collapse. Even if they are flooded, I am afraid that there is no way to gather enough water underground in a short time. And the weapon depot generally has waterproof warning and drainage equipment. De Liang asked, how much wastewater can the entire city of Siroing produce every day? This? Robin thought for a while and said, the population of the entire Siroing city is about 3 million. And the wastewater produced every day must be a lot. Eric thought of something. And he asked, Master Liang, are you going to divert the wastewater in the sewer into the armory of the Azure Cathedral to flood those weapons? De Liang nodded. The waterproof warning and drainage equipment in the armory are easy to handle. The rest is to open up the sewer near the armory. The wastewater generated by Siroing City will soon turn the armory of the Azure Cathedral into a large septic tank. As long as it floods to a certain extent. I don't believe that the priests of the Azure Cathedral dare to go down to the septic tank to retrieve weapons. Then, if they don't want the stench of sewage to reach the upper floors of the church and defile the solemn temple, they can only seal the entire arsenal indefinitely. In this way, although the weapons are still in the arsenal of the Azure Cathedral, no one can get them. Over time, the weapons are corroded by sewage, and no one will dig them up. Great, Robin praised. And he said to Eric, I think this plan is feasible. We have made a great contribution this time. Eric also thinks there is no problem with this plan. But he still said, I think we should ask Miss Anne for her opinion. After all, we don't know her plan yet. If we agree to the deal with Master Liang privately, but then we have a conflict with the young lady, it will make things awkward between the young lady and Master Liang. After all, this is a business of 500,000 gold pounds. Eric carefully nodded 500,000 gold pounds to make Robin dare not agree to it casually. The money must be paid by Miss Anne. Liang showed no impatience and asked the maid to pour wine for Robin and Eric again. And then said, okay, you go back and ask Miss Anne. But give me an answer as soon as possible. My shop has begun to be renovated, and the promotion will be launched soon. 28 of the fast food restaurants will open soon. I don't care what you want to do. Don't affect my business. I will blow up the Azure Cathedral, Siroing City Hall, and the Marcellus Parliament before my store opens. Robin drank the red wine in his glass in one gulp, then stood up and saluted to Daliang. Please rest assured, Mr. Liang. We will go to Miss Annie now. I believe she will agree to this deal. Regarding Siroing, spend money early and get benefits early. After Robin and Eric left, Daliang immediately ordered the burial ground to prepare for the transportation of the Azure Cathedral arsenal. Whether Annie paid or not, Daliang had already moved this batch of weapons. In fact, Daliang was not wrong when he told Robin that the large teleportation array was very expensive. Princess Xiling easily built a small portal like the one in the living room of the villa, and as the transport capacity of the teleportation array increases, the construction cost will increase exponentially. At the same time, the Great Tomb is more than 1,400 kilometers away from the city of Siroing, and the long distance increases the cost of transmission. If it weren't for the fact that Daliang needed to obtain this batch of weapons to arm the Great Tomb's garrison and research the weapons of this era. He would not be willing to spend money and effort to transport these weapons away. In terms of the armaments of this conventional army, the Great Tomb is indeed behind. It needs to make up for it and strengthen it. Fortunately, someone paid for it. Yi Sei, after giving the order to the Great Tomb, Dalian called his personal guard. Yi Sei's figure appeared from the side, the dark body floating in the air, the sharp blades on his limbs reflecting the cold light. She saluted Dalian and said, "Your Highness, is there anything I can do for you?" Dalian said to Yi Sei, "You are the hero with the strongest spatial skills in the Great Tomb. I need this transmission channel to be built as quickly as possible. Juliet has left the spatial positioning coordinates in that armory. You are responsible for the construction of the transmission array. Don't let the people in the church notice it." Yi Sei has been following Dalian. She knows everything that happened here clearly. Yi Sei saluted Dalian again. "Yes, Your Highness. I will take care of this matter. Before I complete my mission, the nightlight left behind in the Great Tomb will come to replace me to continue to protect you." "Got it. Go ahead." Dalian waved his hand, and Yi Sei disappeared without a trace. Chapter 105 Fiancé. Brown Jennings, who had escaped death, had a great turn of fortune. Not only did he become the vice president of the Pier School of Magic, which would soon merge with the Saroying School of Magic, but he also bought his own house in Saroying a few years in advance as he wished. In the Azure District, a 3-bedroom apartment. The apartment was located on the 4th floor of the building. The window was the blue ocean, and you could see steam engines and sailing ships on the sea, as well as patrolling Navy steel warships. On the steamship, the thick chimney billowed black smoke, which was carried by the sea breeze. The humid ocean air mixed with the smell of smoke was not pleasant. But this was the sign of civilization. This was the smell of the upper-class residential area. Brown was very satisfied with his current life. This house that he had never dared to think about before was actually his own. And when he got up in the morning, the house was clean. Hannah prepared breakfast for him, and pumpkin soup brought by his fiancée. Miss Anne knocked on Brown's door early, and the smile on her face was like a woman in love. Brown was caught off guard by his fiancée's sudden attack. "Anne, Miss Anne, why are you here?" "Hello, Miss Hannah," and knew that Hannah was also an ancient hero and a bodyguard assigned to Brown by De Leon. So she did not treat Hannah as a maid. After saluting Hannah, Anne walked into the room, looked out the window, and then closed the window. She took out her magic wand and pointed it at the glass on the window, and the window became one-way transparent. After confirming that there was no danger, she put the pumpkin soup she'd brought on the dining table, and then said to Brown, "Master Liang killed the person who followed me yesterday, which caused me a lot of trouble. Today, not only have more people followed me, but their strength has also increased. I have to meet with Eric at this time every day, but I'm not sure if I can completely get rid of these people. So I set the meeting place with Eric here, and it's much safer to meet here than outside." Brown said dissatisfiedly, "This is my house. I just bought it. I haven't decorated it yet, and I haven't bought any furniture. You can't use it as your intelligence base. I just want to work peacefully and teach my children magic. I don't want to provoke you vicious agents." Annie did not leave because of Brown's dissatisfaction. Instead, she sat down and said to Brown, "Without us vicious agents, how can you work peacefully? You have been driven out of Saroying and Marcellus long ago. You are my fiancé, and now the whole empire knows it. The lucky boy of the Jennings family has been favored by the eldest lady of the Whitehead family." Miss Anne was so obsessed with Brown that she even insisted that her father, Marquis Whitehead, agreed to this marriage with such a huge disparity in status. "I brought my own pumpkin soup to my fiancée this morning. Doesn't it look like a lady obsessed with love?" And status prevented Brown from forcibly kicking her out. And kicking her out might put her in danger. Brown also sat down and asked, "What do you want to do? We all know that our engagement is fake, and I don't know too much about Master Liang. You are just wasting your time here." "I don't think so." And picked up the wooden thermos with pumpkin soup, and after Hannah placed the soup bowl on it, and poured the pumpkin soup and said, "Master Liang values you very much and sent his maid to protect you. This is your value. The Empire's rule in Marcellus has reached the edge of the cliff. But I don't know that I can trust you in such a big Saroyan. But I know I can trust you, and believe that although you look like a Saroyan, your heart still belongs to the great Empire. You have the ability to influence Master Liang's decision-making. And I hope you can help me for the Empire, and for the honor of the Jennings family. And he put this big hat on Brown's head. And Brown really couldn't take it off, and throw it on the ground and step on it. He knew that and was right. The Jennings family was emblematic. And this was a fact he couldn't change. He has the blood of the Flemings in his body. He is the future Viscount Jennings, and is responsible for passing on the family honor. Therefore, although Brown knew that once he nodded, he would be in a dangerous situation, he could not refuse. Okay, for the Jennings family. For the Empire. Brown picked up the food called hamburger made by Hannah. Took a big bite and said what do you need me to do? I am a senior magician of the 9th level. And I believe I will become a 10th level magician in the near future. Is there anything I can do for you, Miss Anne? And also picked up the hamburger and looked at it from left to right, wondering why these ingredients had to be eaten together. Seeing Brown eating, he had to open his mouth so wide, which was really damaging to his image, and had been taught the most standard aristocratic etiquette since she was a child. She hesitated for a moment and put the hamburger back on the plate before answering Brown. You don't need to do anything. Just be my fiancée. Miss Hannah has always been by your side. When we were dating, she should know who was following me. Sometimes I need to get rid of these stalkers. You just need to help me cover up. Hannah, who was standing by and serving Brown a meal, smiled and replied after hearing and talking about herself. It is my duty to protect Mr. Brown. You put Mr. Brown in danger. I should kill you now. No. 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 Brown almost choked because of Hannah's words. And he immediately stopped Hannah. Hannah, you can't kill her. Although she coerced me a little, I am now willing. I am a Fleming. My father is Viscount Jennings. And my brother is a major of the Royal Fusiliers Cavalry Regiment. And he is coming to Saroying. I have the responsibility to protect my family. And I also have the responsibility to protect my country. But I also love Saroying. And I don't want it to be destroyed in the war. I just bought a house and just started my new life. I must protect it. Yes, Mr. Brown. This is a small matter. No matter what danger you encounter, I will protect you. And you, Miss Anne? Hannah continued to target Anne. She pushed the plate with the hamburger in front of Anne and said, This is a hamburger invented and named by my master. You don't have to eat it if you are not hungry. But if you pick it up and put it down, it is a contempt for the master. I think you should eat it. Like Mr. Brown. That is the standard way to eat hamburgers taught by the master to Miss Black Pearl. Watching and pick up the hamburger under Hannah's threat, and then open her mouth and take a bite. Brown couldn't help but shudder. Master Leong said that the cafe would be turned into a fast food restaurant and handed over to Hannah. And the main food provided by the fast food restaurant is this hamburger. If the customers who come into the store don't eat it, or eat it the wrong way, how many people will die? Chapter 106 Standard Eating Method. Scenes appeared one after another in front of Brown. Hannah brought a hamburger to a customer with a smile. But the customer remembered that he had not washed his hands. So he put the hamburger down and prepared to go to the bathroom to clean it. But Hannah's face changed immediately, and she picked up a kitchen knife and stabbed the customer to death. Hannah brought a hamburger to a customer with a smile. But the customer chose to eat the bread slices on top first. At this time, Hannah's face changed immediately, and she picked up a kitchen knife and stabbed the customer to death. Hannah brought a hamburger to a customer with a smile. Brown felt it necessary to express his concerns to Master Leong. Otherwise it was hard to imagine what would happen to his fast food restaurant if Hannah continued to act. I'm afraid there would be bloodshed. Just as Brown and Anne were eating hamburgers, there was a knock on the door, and heard the rhythm of the knock and said, It's Eric and Robin. Let them in. Hannah opened the door, and Eric and Robin quickly slipped in. Robin sat down on the chair, brought the bowl of pumpkin soup in front of Brown, and drank it all in one gulp, and then said, Eric and I just went to the Champs-Élysées, but Master Leong didn't care about food. Is there anything to eat here? After Eric saw the secret sign left by the lady, he took me here. I was starving. Brown didn't expect Robin to be so familiar, but he knew that the two agents were Miss Anne's men, so he asked Hannah to prepare 2 more meals. At this time, Eric said, I saw a few sneaky people around this apartment building. They should be looking for you. Miss. Robin and I avoided them, and were not noticed by them. What happened that made you change the meeting place? And finally finished the hamburger. She wiped her mouth and hands with a napkin with aristocratic elegance and said, It turns out that the people who followed me were ordered to be killed by Master Leong. The people they replaced are very difficult. If we go back to the original place to meet, I'm afraid they will find us. Eric, help me buy a few apartments in this apartment building. You and Robin move in. Brown is my fiancé now, and I will come here often. It's convenient for us to meet if you live here. Yes, Miss Anne. Eric's expression was solemn. He was worried about Miss Anne's safety. Annie asked Robin, I asked you to go to the Champs-Élysées. Did you get it done? Miss, you can tell from my expression that I not only got it done, but also did it beautifully. At this time, Hannah brought 2 hamburgers on a plate with a smile. Robin grabbed one and took a big bite. Then, after noticing Anne's strange look, she asked, Is there anything wrong with my face? Nothing. The food is pretty standard. Go on. I'm waiting for your answer. Oh. Robin took another bite and continued, When we went there, Master Leon was ready to take action. He planned to blow up the Azure Cathedral first, then the Soroing City Hall, and then the Marcellus Parliament, to quell the crisis in Soroing City with thunder. Of course, I convinced him. Miss, you were really wise to send me there. You don't know how Eric and I were treated when we first entered. He let us sit too so high. Hey, let's get to the point. Eric was also hungry. He picked up the hamburger and took a bite in a standard posture. Then said to Annie, Master Leon found the armory of the Azure Cathedral, and his people can still go in. There are a lot of weapons inside. Enough to arm 2 elite divisions with independent artillery regiments, a battle fortress regiment, and 2 silver wing regiments. In order to match these main forces, the unknown number of light weapons inside may be able to arm 1 or 2 light infantry divisions. So many weapons surprised Annie, but it was within her expectations. She said, It seems that things are still developing in the worst direction. The Azure Cathedral stores so many weapons. It must not be for its own use. There are not many people in Soroing who have the ability and motivation to buy so many weapons from the Holy See. But since Master Liang's people can enter the Azure Cathedral's arsenal, then, what good news did you bring me? Robin rushed to say, It's my turn. It's my turn. I need to explain this plan slowly. Then, Robin told Miss and the plan they had discussed together, flooding the Azure Cathedral armory with wastewater. I think this plan is feasible. Soroing is really too nervous now, and he might accidentally fire his gun. And the 1st Division of the Royal Cavalry is about to arrive. These are all His Majesty's personal soldiers. Well-equipped, well-born, and as arrogant as bears. If the Azure Corps finds traces of this batch of weapons, as long as they are not conspicuous and scrapped, they may turn a blind eye. But if the Royal Musketeers find out, who can stop these nobles? They must fight. Annie has been negotiating with the Holy See through the Empire these days, hoping that the Azure Cathedral will give up the armed confrontation and allow the Imperial Army to search the church. Now that they know there are so many weapons inside, the Holy See will definitely not agree. The Marcellus Parliament will also try every means to get rid of these weapons. This matter can't be delayed any longer. It must be suppressed before the arrival of the 1st Division of the Royal Musketeers. Return from military means to political means. How many days will it take for the 1st Division of the Royal Musketeers to arrive in Soroing? And asked Eric, who had been a soldier. Eric quickly replied, In order to prevent the traitors in the Azure Corps from noticing that we already know of their existence. This time the 1st Division of the Royal Musketeers to Soroing is a normal military mobilization, nominally to support the Azure Corps and strengthen Soroing's defense. Therefore, this mobilization will not be too urgent. We will coordinate with the Dosan Railway to transport the 1st Division without affecting railway transportation. The first batch of troops will arrive in 5 days, and the entire 1st Division will be in Soroing in 10 days. And said, that means we still have 10 days. Can we complete this plan by ourselves? Eric shook his head, impossible. A military unit like the Azure Cathedral cannot easily sneak into their arsenal. Even if we enter, how can we find and destroy the waterproof warning and drainage facilities inside? How can we divert the wastewater from the Soroing sewer? At least I can't do it. Eric said that he couldn't do it, and that was really impossible, and turned her head to Robin. Robin saw Miss and looking at him and immediately said, Eric can't get in. So I can't get in either, and said with a dark face, I'll ask you to quote. This is obviously a trap set by Master Liang, so we have no choice but to fall into it. After that, how much does he want? The same price as killing evil cultists and demons. 400,000 gold pounds. If you need to speed up within 5 days, add another 100,000 gold pounds. Tell Master Liang that I want to smell the stench of the Azure Cathedral within 5 days. Chapter 107 Teleportation Array Construction. While Brown, Annie, Robin, and Eric were having breakfast, the Great Tomb had already begun preparations for transporting weapons under the order of De Liang. The underground arsenal of the Azure Cathedral was pitch black. In a corner that was blocked, a 2-meter-long line segment emitting blue light suddenly appeared in the air. The line segment was pulled apart to both sides, forming a light blue film in the middle. And then the film flashed as if something drilled out from it. The portal closed, and the blue light disappeared. After a while, Knight, who had already patrolled the arsenal, appeared in the center of the warehouse. She was suspended in the air, and her body emitted a faint light that gradually illuminated the space. In this warehouse, wooden boxes containing weapons and ammunition are neatly stacked in different areas according to categories. Cannons are placed in rows, and the muzzles are wrapped with canvas dust covers. There are also battle fortresses and silver wings, all placed in their respective areas. There are air inlets and outlets at the 4 corners of the top of the warehouse, and high-power fans rotate to keep the air circulating inside the warehouse. Because the underground environment is prone to moisture, a drying device similar to a reservoir is arranged in a corner of the warehouse. There is a water magic array engraved by alchemical means, which can gather the excessive water elements in the warehouse here and then discharge them through pumping facilities. In addition, there are many detection magic arrays in this armory, but they are too low level to be of any use to Yisei. However, Yisei was not in a hurry to destroy these magic arrays. After scanning the armory again and confirming that there were no hidden people and high-level magic traps here, Yisei slowly landed on the ground. The long sword on his arm was swung in the air, and the space was immediately cut open. The portal opened, connecting the space with the big tomb, and 2 fairy dragon wizards wearing blue and white magic robes came out first. These magic dragons like to keep their human form all the time. After they entered the armory, they opened the magic energy aura in their hands, and magic beams shot out in all directions, instantly taking over the control of all the magic arrays and magic traps in the warehouse. Lord Yisei, we have already taken control of all the magic facilities here. What should we do next? Yisei pointed to the location of the armory door and said, Lord Juliet said that someone would come in from there from time to move some things. I estimate that it will take 3 to 4 days to build a transport-type space teleportation array, and someone will definitely come in during this period. We need to first build a space barrier that completely blocks all detection and isolate the area where the teleportation array is built. We also need to use mental magic to hint them to bypass our isolated area when they approach unconsciously. During the construction of the teleportation array, there must not be any omissions. You are a dragon clan that is proficient in magic. Do you have any good suggestions? Constructing the teleportation magic array will definitely make some noises, and some construction materials also need to be transported in advance, and stacking them together will definitely be very eye-catching. Although the fairy dragons have controlled the magic system in the warehouse, if someone comes in, they may directly see or hear something. De Liang asked to secretly move all the weapons in the warehouse away, and no omissions can occur during this period. A fairy dragon mage said to Yis, we can build a silent barrier that completely isolates sound within the range specified by Lord Yis. But if a large area of light interference is needed, it will be troublesome, because if the light source moves, the changes in the shadows and light reflections will be very complicated. This is a magic layout that is no less than building a teleportation array, and there is not enough time. Therefore, I suggest that while building a visual barrier, use low-level mental interference on the people coming in to make them ignore some minor flaws. Light is more difficult to control than sound, and it is also a big project to hide the vision of a teleportation array construction site. And De Liang didn't give much time, and the teleportation array must be built immediately. After comprehensive consideration, Yisei ordered, set up the isolation barrier according to your ideas. Start. Yes, Lord Yisei. Yisei flew to the selected teleportation array construction site. It was in the corner of the wall. The piled wooden boxes not only blocked 2 directions, but also left a large space between the wall and the teleportation array. It was enough to build a transport teleportation array. The 2 fairy dragon mages had already begun to set up a temporary isolation barrier. After making sure that the sound would not be transmitted to the outside, Yisei opened the portal to the Great Tomb again. The first to come in were the fairy dragon mages. They were alchemists from the fairy dragon clan, who supported the Great Tomb in studying the divine plane. If they wanted to lay out the teleportation array in a short time, they needed the help of these alchemists. Then came the most commonly used labor force in the Great Tomb: skeleton soldiers. These low-intelligence undead creatures brought the alchemical materials needed to lay the teleportation array. Then came the ordinary alchemists in the alchemy laboratory. As assistants, they would assist Yusei and the fairy dragon wizards in completing the simple and tedious drawing of the magic array energy circuit. In addition to these people laying the magic array, a large group of bats also rushed out of the teleportation array opened by Yusei. They deftly passed through the rotating fin blades at the vent to find the location near the sewer. The entire plan to steal the arsenal was carried out in an orderly manner. After meeting Robin and Eric, De Leon was dragged to the Pure Magic Academy by Black Pearl and Princess Xiling. Princess Xiling explained, "Now I am a magic professor at the Wharf Magic Academy, and I must do my job with all my heart and soul." Before the assistant teacher from the Saroying Magic Academy was transferred to the Wharf Magic Academy, the teaching staff was really too few. So I decided to take you two magic apprentices, who have just enrolled in the Wharf Magic Academy, to volunteer. Sitting in the carriage to the Wharf Magic Academy, Black Pearl, wearing the school uniform of the Wharf Magic Academy, raised her hand and said, "Your Highness." Aunt Xiling. No, I should call you Professor Xiling at this time. Report to Professor Xiling. I am a level 2 junior magician, not a magic apprentice. The captain is the magic apprentice. You said you can do it by yourself. Don't bring me along. De Leon was very dissatisfied with Black Pearl's unreserved exposure of his secrets, and turned to Princess Xiling and said, "Why do we have to be volunteers? We still have a lot of things to do. I think it's important for us to go and see the progress of the renovation of my stores." Princess Xiling said, "Do you know what the Wharf Magic Academy is busiest at this time? It's enrollment. We will meet many cute children, all the same age as you two. They will be your classmates, your companions on the road to the pinnacle of magic, and will accompany you through the best childhood." De Leon said with a dark face, "Do you think I can play their games with such young children? It's you who want to play with them." Chapter 108, Silly Job. Although De Leon was against it, he could not resist Princess Xiling's obsession with forcing intimacy with young children. When she knew that the new semester of the Pure Magic Academy would enroll a large number of children of school age, she immediately recommended herself to Brown to assist the Academy in the enrollment work, and took the initiative to let Black Pearl and De Leon become the image spokespersons of the new students of the Pure Magic Academy. Faced with a powerful person who was suspected to be a 15th saint and a princess from the ancient magic era who dared to touch young Master Liang's head, Brown did not dare to refuse. So De Leon and Black Pearl were abducted by Princess Xiling to the Pure Magic Academy. The Wharf School of Magic and the Saroying School of Magic are neighbors, and their main entrances are on the same street. The walls of the two magic schools are connected together, with the same height, the same bluestone bricks, the same main entrance. The first impression of anyone who sees these is that these are the two entrances to the Saroying School of Magic. In the past, the Wharf School of Magic really used these tricks to deceive some students who walked into the wrong door. But now, the Wharf School of Magic is notorious. Everyone knows that there is a scam school next to the Saroying School of Magic, and they have to identify it carefully when they come. Looking at the front gate of the Saroying School of Magic, where there are a large crowd of students and their parents waiting for interviews, De Leon, Black Pearl, and Princess Xiling are sitting together outside the deserted Wharf School of Magic. Occasionally, someone would come to ask, and the first thing they would say was, "Are you at the Saroying School of Magic or the Saroying Wharf School of Magic?" "We are the Wharf School of Magic." "But we have already." Without waiting for Princess Xiling to explain, the other party turned around and ran with his child, fearing that he would be forcibly dragged in. Sitting on a chair, De Leon ate the grapes that Sophia had chilled for him, and said to Princess Xiling, "The man just now didn't seem to be from Marcellus or Vlamink. The Wharf School of Magic is so notorious. Look at the Saroying School of Magic. So many people are rushing to get in. Here, those who are not wanted by others do not come." Princess Xiling stared at the children, who followed the adults in the Saroying Magic Academy, wishing to kidnap them all. Faced with De Liang's ridicule, she said helplessly, "I didn't expect this to happen." Obviously, the Saroying Magic Academy is helping the Wharf Magic Academy to build the primary magic department, and the two magic academies will merge in the future. But they didn't listen to my subsequent explanation at all. No, I didn't recruit a single student in the whole morning. There must be something wrong with my method. If someone asks again, I must first talk about the cooperative relationship between Wharf Magic and Saroying Magic Academy. Daliang snorted. Dockside Magic has a history of this. It used to pretend to be the Saroying Magic School to deceive people. And now it is saying that everything we say is a lie. What should we do? Princess Xialing knew that Daliang was right. The reputation of the Dockside Magic School was really bad. Now people would not believe it if it turned over a new leaf. Daliang stood up and said, You will definitely not get students here. It's like doing business. If the brand is bad, it's useless to emphasize quality. Now we have to whitewash it first. Let's go to the newspaper office and ask Brown to go with us. After breakfast, Brown sent Anne to work at the Special Security Bureau as her fiancé, which was considered to be showing his face in front of all the agents and confirming the relationship between the two. Now Deputy Director Camille has completely controlled the work of the Special Security Bureau. His merit in eliminating evil cultists and demons has earned him a reward from the Empire. It seems that after Miss Anne returns to the Empire after spending time here, he will immediately be promoted to the boss of this powerful department. Miss Anne is just as she promised Deputy Director Camille at the beginning. She is here to play and never asks about any work of the Security Bureau. Now she is openly showing her affection with her fiancé, which makes many people put down their guard against her. People who work in intelligence work with their heads on the line and never easily expose their relatives to the public. Anne's actions clearly show that she is a proud daughter of the Marquis family and a layman in intelligence work. Although Anne was in charge of an important department in the Imperial Intelligence Guard Bureau, her identity is very secretive and almost participates in all large-scale aristocratic gatherings in the imperial capital and will party all night with many aristocratic playboys in bars. In the eyes of others, she is a standard aristocratic child, born with a silver spoon in her mouth, born noble, and can waste her youth and life wantonly. Just like now, she has no idea what a director of a special security bureau should do. She is just here for vacation and gilding herself. The smooth resolution of Saroying's problems is due to her good leadership and her smooth promotion. The deterioration of Saroying's situation is due to the poor performance of subordinates, and has nothing to do with her as the new director. On the contrary, as the eldest daughter of the Marquis, she is willing to risk her life to share the worries of the Empire. Her loyalty is commendable, and she can also be promoted. This is the Empire. The former aristocratic system made the Empire a force that was invincible in the entire Order continent. It even fought with the Eastern countries for 100 years across a death desert, forcing them to come to the negotiation table to recognize the Empire's rule over Marseilles. That was probably the most glorious period of the Empire. But the aristocratic system also raised many noble officials who were idle. In the Empire, if you want to be promoted, you first look at the title. Then the family. Ability comes after identity and background. It is indeed easy for a big family to cultivate excellent children. But it is really too difficult for a more outstanding civilian to stand out in the Empire. Now the whole world is blowing the wind of freedom and equality, which is also quietly affecting Fleming, especially the Flemings working in Marseilles. Like Brown, he is no longer interested in inheriting the Viscount. Some agents of the Special Security Bureau are also dissatisfied that their efforts have not been rewarded as they deserve. Especially their new director, who does nothing but read novels, go shopping, date, and can easily take most of their credit. Although they also feel puzzled by this credit. In a secret safe house, a secret meeting is going on. Who killed the evil cultists and demons? Are there any clues? There are no clues now. According to the brother, who was the first to arrive at the scene, there were no signs of fighting at the scene. The two cultists and demons of the Church of Gazing at the Abyss were killed with almost no resistance. Although Camille had many shots, the real fatal wound was the sword wound, which was fatal in one blow. The person who killed them was very strong. It is certain that the person who did it was not from the Security Bureau or the Holy See. Look at Father Titus's face at that time. It was as if he was slapped in the face by Camille. The main target of the Azure Corps at that time was the weapons in the Azure Cathedral, and the army paid great attention to firepower. If it was them who did it, the whole farm would probably have been blown up. The rest are the forces controlled by the Saroying City Hall and the Marcellus Parliament. Boss, should we communicate with them? Chapter 109. Sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. In this dim secret room, 5 candles are lit at the 5 corners of a pentagram magic circle. Behind the halo of the 5 candles, there are 5 blurry figures standing. They are not really here. but use magic to transmit their images and voices. At the same time, the images and voices have been specially processed, so that people cannot find their true identities through this information. They are all top-notch intelligence agents. When they decided to take this path, they knew that exposing their identities meant death. The expertise allowed them to develop a set of strict systems for this organization hidden in the Special Security Bureau. Minimize the risk of exposure. Even if some people are arrested, most people can be guaranteed to be safe. The death of the evil cultists and demons made them feel the danger signal. They are insiders of the Special Security Bureau and know more than most people. After thinking for a while, the man called the head said, "Everyone, pay attention. Don't contact the people in the City Hall and the Parliament casually during this period. We took their money, but it doesn't mean we stand on their side. The current situation in Saroying is very delicate. The stupid priests of the Azure Cathedral were scared by the demons and drove out the Silver Wings ordered by the Parliament. They are simply pig teammates. Now the Azure Corps has surrounded the Azure Cathedral, and they must search. The weapons are likely to be exposed. The Empire seems to have sent something, and sent the first division of the Royal Musketeers, which shows that His Majesty's attitude is to be prepared to tear each other apart. Haven't you seen that the newspapers now dare not scold the Azure Corps anymore? Someone is scared. Maybe the Parliament has other plans. Maybe." The leader continued, "But no matter what the Parliament wants to do, they don't have the strength to defeat the Azure Corps in Saroying. And now they have to add the first division of the Royal Musketeers. We think the Azure Cathedral will probably surrender its weapons under pressure. Whether it is to the Parliament or the Azure Corps, they must avoid becoming the first target of the Empire's attack. It seems that this war is inevitable, unless the Marcellus Parliament is dissolved and the Saroying City Hall is reorganized. They probably hate the priests of the Azure Cathedral, but we have to prepare for the next war. The Parliament will definitely try every means to turn us against us. But before the outcome of the war is decided, we will not take sides. If the Empire asks us to attack the Parliament, we will do our best. If the Parliament wants intelligence from the Empire, we will also give it to him. Maintain our independence. Maintain our mystery. No matter who wins the final victory, we are all in the winning team." The leader's words were agreed by the other 4 people. The reason why they decided to establish this organization is, they want to live for themselves. At this time, one person asked, "What should we do with our new director?" The leader said, "And Whitehead? She is the eldest daughter of the cabinet minister Marquis Whitehead. It is indeed very strange that she was sent to Saroying to serve as the director of the Security Bureau at this time. At present, it seems that she just uses this place as a springboard to accumulate some merits, and then return to the Empire to serve as an important position in the court. But it is not ruled out that she has other purposes. Last time, the spy we sent to keep an eye on Annie disappeared. Have you found out who did it?" "No. The other party did it very cleanly. We didn't even find the body. The people sent by the City Hall and the Parliament seem to have disappeared as well. They were replaced by new people today." "Boss, do you think this Annie is a bait sent by the Empire? She is attracting our attention in the open. And there are also a group of people secretly investigating Saroying? The spy we sent was captured by them. Before we find out the truth, all speculations may be correct. Let the spy disappear. Anyway, these newcomers who have just been developed know nothing. At present, it seems that Annie is not in great danger. But no matter what role she plays, keep an eye on her. Now, our focus is on Camille. I need to know all the documents in his office, what he said, and who he met. Camille has always wanted to be the director of the Security Bureau. This old fox knows that our organization exists in the Security Bureau. And he is the one who wants to find us and kill us the most. Those who really killed the evil cultists and demons would not give credit to Camille for nothing. They must have reached some deal with Camille. Send someone to check the farm and all the evidence and information related to this case. And find this person or these people. Yes, boss. Let's adjourn. In this extraordinary period, someone is checking us. Everyone please pay attention to safety." A gust of wind blew in this closed room, and the 5 candles went out instantly. The room became dark, and the projections of the 5 people disappeared naturally. In the Special Security Bureau, Annie picked up the novel and continued her work for the day, occasionally looking outside the office. Deputy Director Camille, who had just made a great contribution, was commanding the intelligence personnel in the Bureau to target the Church of the Good. He has a strong sense of crisis now, so he should not be a traitor. The credit for eliminating evil believers and demons was taken by him. But the agents who went to the farm knew the truth. And the traitors in the Security Bureau must have known it too. The traitors knew that Deputy Director Camille now had a very powerful collaborator. And Deputy Director Camille knew that he didn't have one. He was pretending to be like this now. He was bluffing, making others think that he really had a collaborator to deter the traitors from acting rashly. The traitors must have targeted Deputy Director Camille. And Deputy Director Camille also knew that he was being targeted. If he wanted to survive, he had to find these traitors. Let's see how they perform first. I can't let my 500,000 gold pounds go to waste. Miss and continued to focus on the plot of the novel. After Brown sent Anne off as her fiancée, he returned to the Pure Magic Academy. He really had a lot of work every day. But Hannah took him to the city daily and met De Leon outside the door of the newspaper, standing at the door of the newspaper office. After De Leon told Brown his idea, Brown said in surprise, "Advertise in the newspaper? We are a magic school, an educational institution. Do we have to lower our status and follow those speculators to advertise in the newspaper? What's wrong with being a businessman? I am a businessman. Without my speculation, you can buy a house now." De Leon didn't expect Brown to be so noble. And then corrected, "And we are not advertising." Saroying Magic School funded the construction of the Junior Magic Department of the Dock Magic School. Is this considered a big news in the education industry of Saroying? We just spent a little money to make this news on the front page, occupying a separate page. Brown didn't dare to refute, but asked, "This will cost a lot of money, right?" Chapter 110 City Daily. De Leon hated Brown for not having any business sense. He pointed out, "Do you need to spend money to upgrade the Junior Department of Magic at the Dock School of Magic? Do you need to pay the additional teachers and staff? The money you spend now is borrowed from the Saroying School of Magic. If you build the Junior Department of Magic, but there are no students, will the Saroying School of Magic continue to borrow money to upgrade the Intermediate Department of Magic and the Advanced Department of Magic? How many students do you think the current reputation of the Dock School of Magic can attract?" Brown has been busy supervising the upgrade of the Junior Department of Magic recently, and has indeed neglected the work of recruiting students. He asked, "Doesn't the Saroying School of Magic allow us to recruit students as their cooperative school?" De Leon curled his lips and said, "Who would believe it? Hasn't the Wharf School of Magic been recruiting students as a partner of the Saroying School of Magic in recent years? The reputation of this school is already so bad that even if it is true now, it is fake. The most important thing during this period is to whitewash the reputation of the Wharf School of Magic. We can tell everyone through the newspaper. The Wharf School of Magic has officially cooperated with the Saroying School of Magic and will be merged into the Saroying School of Magic in the future. You are now the vice president of the Wharf School of Magic and used to be a magic professor at the Saroying School of Magic. Your words are very convincing. Let the City Daily interview you. Let the reporter go to the school to take pictures of the Junior Magic Department under construction. And let them print the cooperation agreement between the two magic schools in their newspapers. Just put it on the front page. The entire page. If they don't want to, you can use money to make them willing. Once we recruit all the new students this year and collect the tuition, won't the money be returned?" "Yes." Brown suddenly realized. The reputation of the Wharf Magic Academy makes this year's enrollment work very dangerous. Without students, there is basically no need to think about the subsequent aid construction. The new semester is about to start. How to let everyone know about the cooperation between Wharf Magic and Saroying Magic Academy in a short time. It is definitely not possible to shout at yourself. Saroying Magic Academy is busy and has no obligation to help you shout. The most convenient way is to use the media. City Daily is the largest newspaper in Saroying, with great authority and influence. If they are willing to report the cooperation between the Pure School of Magic and the Saroying School of Magic, they can make the citizens of Saroying believe this fact. Then let's try to publish it in the newspaper. In the Editor-in-Chief's office of City Daily, Editor-in-Chief Garcia is receiving a guest. His neatly trimmed beard is shaking, and he seems to be quite excited. Sitting opposite him is a middle-aged man in a straight suit, who exudes the aura of a politician. "Member George, City Daily has done what we can. As the most authoritative newspaper in Saroying, we have always stood firmly on the side of Parliament and City Hall. But you should know that the Royal Musketeer Cavalry Regiment is different from the Azure Corps. The Azure Corps has been deeply influenced by Eastern civilization. Saroying's finances make their military expenditures much higher than those of the native Corps of Vlamink. The soldiers of the Azure Corps live very comfortably. Some of their officers even married women from Marcellus, and have their own industries in Saroying. The Azure Corps will not easily start a war that can destroy Saroying. This is also their home. The Royal Musketeers are different. They don't belong here. They are the most barbaric army in the world. If our newspapers continue to publish editorials that slander the Imperial Army, they will definitely rush in. Burn this place down. I have to be responsible for my people. Sorry. We will not publish editorials that slander the Empire during this period. Member George leaned forward and whispered to Editor-in-Chief Garcia, Garcia, do you think you can get away with not reporting the situation in Saroying as we need? If the Marcellus Parliament is disbanded under pressure, will the Empire let you go? I tell you, the cockroaches of the Security Bureau have been following you for a long time. If it weren't for the Parliament protecting you secretly, you would have died in a dirty alley. You have no choice. You have received money from the Parliament, so you have to work for the Parliament. Otherwise, we will change the Editor-in-Chief. The threat to his life made Editor-in-Chief Garcia's body stiff immediately, and big beads of sweat flowed down his forehead. He begged in a voice that seemed to be strangled, please, Counselor George, for the sake of my dedication to the Parliament, please don't kill me. Counselor George leaned back in his chair comfortably, and said in a relaxed tone, I am a member of the Marcellus Parliament. How could I kill the law-abiding citizens of Saroying? I said, you were targeted by the cockroaches. They don't follow the rules like us. Since you are unwilling to work for me anymore, I have no obligation to protect you anymore. Okay. I will leave all the front pages of the city newspaper tomorrow to you. Editor Garcia knew that since he had boarded the Parliament ship, it would be impossible to get off easily. And now, he could only listen to Counselor George. But he still boldly asked, what should I do when the Royal Musketeers arrive in Saroyan? Can you protect us? Speaker George stood up, picked up the hat from the table and put it on his head, saluted to Editor Garcia, and said, if Marcellus wants to use it for himself, some sacrifices are inevitable. I can't promise you anything, because I don't know if I will disappear from this world one day. I can only do my best to protect everyone who works for the Parliament. The better you do, the more protection you will receive. Your mission is to mobilize all the citizens of Saroying to be hostile to the Azure Corps, and force the Azure Corps to withdraw from the city. Leave the rest to us. If everything goes well, before the 1st Division of the Royal Musketeer Cavalry Regiment arrives in Saroying, we can solve this matter. Can it be solved before the 1st Division of the Royal Musketeer Cavalry Regiment arrives in Saroying? Garcia asked. Counselor George had already arranged his attire. He walked to the door and said to Editor-in-Chief Garcia, we must resolve the matter and restore peace to Saroying. Otherwise, it will be destruction. And neither you nor I want to see that day. Do a good job. For Saroying. For Marcellus. Garcia stood up and said, for Saroying. For Marcellus. After Speaker George left the office, Garcia slumped back in his chair. He didn't know why the Marcellus Parliament had been pressing the Azure Corps step by step. But as an older generation of journalists, he could see what the situation in Saroying must have been like. The sound of cannons could sound at any time, and shells could fall from overhead at any time. But he had no choice. At this time, the Editor-in-Chief's secretary knocked on the door and walked in, Editor-in-Chief Garcia. A person who claims to be the vice president of the Pure Magic Academy is here to see you. He has been waiting outside for a while. Pure Magic Academy? Chapter 111 Boxer. In the whole of Saroying, no one does not know about the Pure School of Magic. It is located next to the world-renowned magic school Saroying School of Magic, and has been diligently serving as a clown to this great magic school. At this time, the Pure School of Magic has no reputation to speak of. They used various false reports to defraud the education subsidies of Saroying City. They used various tricks to trick students who were unaware of the truth and eager to enter Saroying School of Magic into that high-end imitation school. This is a place full of lies and deception. And there are accusations against the Pure School of Magic all over the world. Now everyone knows what the War School of Magic is. Every family who wants to study in Saroying will be told to be careful of the War School of Magic. No one is fooled anymore. Saroying City, which has received a large number of complaints, has also stopped subsidizing the War School of Magic, waiting for it to declare bankruptcy and be auctioned. As the editor-in-chief of Saroying City Daily, Garcia is of course familiar with the War School of Magic. He even wrote some reports about the fraud of the War School of Magic. He is happy to see this fraud school that affects Saroying's reputation quickly go to hell. The vice president of the War School of Magic? What does he want me to do? I don't see him. I don't have time to see a fraud. Editor-in-Chief Garcia was in a very bad mood. When he knew that he was targeted by cockroaches, he was thinking about saving his life in this mess. However, when the secretary was about to go out and drive the man away, Editor-in-Chief Garcia said again, "Let him in. I want to hear what he wants to say to me." At this time, Editor-in-Chief Garcia needed to vent, and nothing could relieve the anger in his stomach better than scolding. And the vice president of the Pure Magic Academy just hit the muzzle. It was a liar academy, and you didn't worry about affecting your image no matter how you scolded it. At this time, Garcia realized that the vice president of the Pure Magic Academy came at the right time. The secretary went to invite the vice president of the Pure Magic Academy. Editor-in-Chief Garcia tidied his clothes and combed his proud beard in front of the mirror on the desk. The magic wand was placed on the table, and a revolver was stored in the drawer next to him. Garcia had no intention of hurting the other party, but he knew what kind of verbal offensive he would launch. He was the editor-in-chief of the city daily, and he had a vast vocabulary, including many niche slangs. He could use insulting words without any curse words to attack the other party crazily, like a volley of artillery on the battlefield, without giving the opponent a chance to fight back. He used to do this often. Garcia's temper has been restrained a lot now, but it does not mean that his skills have weakened. This time he will find the feeling of the past. The magic wand and the pistol are prepared for self-defense. He has already imagined the scene where the other party will be furious in front of his mouth cannon and jump on the table to pounce on him. Ahem. Garcia cleared his throat and prepared like a boxer about to go on stage. The secretary opened the door again, and Brown, who didn't know what he was about to face, walked in with a smile on his face. He thought this would be a very pleasant meeting. The subversive changes of the Pure Magic Academy and the upcoming expansion of the Saroying Magic Academy will definitely become big news in Saroying City. I'm sorry. The diligent female secretary tried to stop De Liang, who wanted to go in with Brown. But a gold pound suddenly bounced from De Liang's hand into the air. The gold coin jumped high and made a pleasant sound while spinning. Seeing the gold pound bounce in front of her eyes, the secretary instantly forgot everything. She stretched out her hand involuntarily and let the golden pound fall into her palm. The weight and texture of gold gave the secretary great satisfaction, and when she remembered her duties, the people she wanted to stop had all walked into the editor-in-chief's office. A vice president of the Pure Magic Academy, plus a magic apprentice, a servant, and a maid. The editor-in-chief should be able to handle it. The secretary put the gold pound in her pocket and closed the door of the editor-in-chief's office. Princess Zi Ling was looking after Black Pearl outside, and De Liang, Brown, Hannah, and Sophia entered the editor-in-chief's office. The contestants entered the arena, 1 against 4. Although the opponent has more people and more power, Editor Garcia is still very confident in himself. Look at the lineup of the opponent: a young man, a servant, a maid, and a child. They look like they are here to ask me for help. They lack momentum, and their fighting power is really too poor. Editor Garcia began to pity the opponent. Why did they come when I was in the worst mood? You are unlucky. No. This is what you deserve. Editor Garcia pretended to have just finished reading a manuscript, and then said to Brown, who came in, "You are the vice president of the Pure Magic Academy? I really feel sorry for you. You can do anything else at such a young age, but you have to be a liar. What do you want to cheat from me this time? Tell me what kind of tricks you have developed for the new semester enrollment this year." Brown didn't expect to run into a big nail as soon as he came in. He attributed Editor-in-Chief Garcia's attitude to the bad reputation of the Pure Magic Academy. He was not annoyed by Editor-in-Chief Garcia's verbal attack. The purpose of his visit this time was to dispel the misunderstanding of the Pure Magic Academy in Saroying City. Then let's start with the Editor-in-Chief of the City Daily. There was only one empty seat in the Editor-in-Chief's office. After De Liang sat down, Brown stood and said to Editor-in-Chief Garcia, "Hello, Editor-in-Chief Garcia. You may have some misunderstandings about me. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Brown Jennings, the eldest son of Viscount Jennings of the Fleming Empire. Of course, I have been away from Fleming for many years. I have been living in the city of Saroying and regard it as my second home. I graduated from Saroying Magic Academy and am a 9th-level senior magician. After completing my studies, I taught at Saroying Magic Academy and became a magic professor in the junior magic department. Now I am the vice president of the Pure Magic Academy. The reason for the transfer is that Saroying Magic Academy is fully funding the Pure Magic Academy to facilitate the merger of the Pure Magic Academy into the Saroying Magic Academy. Enough. Editor-in-Chief Garcia did not wait for Brown to introduce the specific cooperation between the two magic academies. He interrupted Brown's speech very rudely and started his prepared attack. When you said you were a Fleming, I should have shut you up. Fleming is a worm lying on the body of the Marseilles. Do you think I will believe your lies full of loopholes? The vice president of the Pure Magic Academy is just a 9th-level senior magician. I don't know how the liar Morton poached you from the Saroying Magic Academy, but I can be sure. You are also a notorious figure in the Saroying Magic Academy. You must have been recruited by the Pure Magic Academy because you couldn't stay in the Saroying Magic Academy. A gentleman, a man who abides by his duty, will never have anything to do with the Pure School of Magic. You bring shame to your family. No, the Flemings don't know what shame is. Get out of Saroying. Get out of Marcellus. Liar! Letting you in is an insult to me. You? Chapter 112 Verbal Wars. Brown did not expect that his sincere introduction would not only be interrupted by the other party, but also be scolded. And even the Jennings family was scolded. The Flemings attach great importance to the honor of the family. It is okay for an individual to be wronged, but the dignity of the family is sacred and inviolable. Brown was ready to scold back immediately, and Editor-in-Chief Garcia was also ready to fight back. But at this time, a voice came from a place ignored by Editor-in-Chief Garcia. Brown, don't bite back if you are bitten by a dog. You can't bite it back. De Liang's words made Brown hold back the words he wanted to scold back. He said to De Liang, Master Liang is right. It seems that we have come to the wrong place this time. Let's change a newspaper. Saroying City is not only a city daily. De Liang did not move his butt. He continued, if you are bitten by a dog, turn around and run. Not only will you be chased and bitten, but it will bite you again the next time you meet. Editor Garcia finally saw De Liang, who was not much taller than the table. Hearing De Liang compare himself to a dog, he angrily said to Brown, is this the child you brought? No wonder he is rude. The children brought by the Flemings are also barbaric. They will only become parasites of Saroying when they grow up. De Liang ignored Garcia and said to Hannah behind him, go and call Annie and tell her that her fiancé had a quarrel with their editor-in-chief at the city daily. Ask her to bring more people. Yes, master. Hannah saluted De Liang and left the room. Garcia was even more motivated when he saw that the other party was calling for help. He stood up and slammed the table and shouted, you dare to collude with villains and try to attack the newspaper. Do you know where this is? This is the City Daily. No one in Saroying dares to touch the City Daily. The stupid things you do today will become the funniest news in tomorrow's newspaper. The police station will lock you all up. And then, I will make it impossible for you to stay in Saroying. De Liang said to Garcia calmly, hey, old man, sit down and drink some water to calm down. Anger hurts the liver. If you get angry to death, won't Mr. Brown's fiancé have made a wasted trip? I'm still waiting to see the content of tomorrow's city newspaper. I hope it's the funniest news, not your obituary. You? Garcia didn't expect this young child to be so sharp. But he couldn't argue with a child here. If it got out, his reputation would be more than just a bad temper. Garcia could only continue to aim at Brown. Is this your way of education? A magic apprentice sits while the mentor stands and speaks rudely, not knowing how to respect the elders. The War School of Magic is no longer just a scammer. You are thugs, villains, and hooligans. I will report to the Marseilles Parliament and ask the Saroying City Hall to revoke the qualifications of the War School of Magic and get rid of you Flemings. De Liang was very excited and immediately counterattacked. What qualifications do you have to despise the Flemings? 200 years ago, Fleming conquered Marseilles, and 100 years ago, all Eastern countries recognized that Marseilles was the territory of Flemings. Your ancestors once knelt here to the Flemings, offered your land, and recognized that this was the territory of the Fleming Empire. Mr. Brown is the heir of the Jennings family and the future Viscount. His ancestors were the masters of your ancestors. When the conquerors are standing, what qualifications do you, the conquered, have to sit? Aristocracy is a backward standard that blocks the progress of civilization. The world has entered the era of freedom. People are born equal, and the oppressed people will definitely overthrow this corrupt parasite class, as long as it has not been overthrown. As long as Marcellus is still a province of the Vlamic Empire. Mr. Brown is one of your many masters. You are old. No matter what the world will become in the future, you will not see it. You will leave this world as a conquered person. Blame it if you want. Why did your ancestors surrender? Mr. Brown. Daliang turned to Brown and asked, Did your ancestors participate in the war to capture Saroying? Brown replied, Of course they did. That was the most glorious chapter of the Jennings family, recorded in the family history. What I like to watch is the clip where Baron Jennings scooped up sea water to wash the blood off his horse by the sea, and behind him was a city flattened by iron hooves. Daliang said to the pale editor Garcia, Look, your ancestors may have met Brown's ancestors. Now their descendants meet here again. I have to say, this is fate. While Daliang and editor-in-chief Garcia were bickering at the city daily, Anne, who was reading a novel in the office of the director of the Special Security Bureau, heard a knock on the door. What's the matter? The clerk who knocked on the door pushed the door open and said to Anne, Director, there is a lady who calls herself Hannah outside to see you. She said she has something very important. Thank you, Adams. Hannah is my friend. Let her in. Yes, Director. Adams closed the door of the office again and casually stuck an alchemical bug on the door frame. After a while, Hannah in a maid outfit was brought in, secretly signaling Hannah not to destroy the bug on the door, and stood up and asked with a smile, Hannah, I didn't expect you to come here to see me. Is there anything? Although she was puzzled as to why Anne allowed herself to be bugged, Hannah did not destroy the bug. She followed Daliang's order and said to Anne, Mr. Jennings is now at the City Daily, quarreling with the editor-in-chief of the newspaper. My master asked you to bring more people to help? Annie was very puzzled. Why did Brown go to the City Daily? And how did he quarrel with the editor-in-chief of the newspaper? And did he need to use the Special Security Bureau to quarrel? But since this was Daliang's order, and felt that there must be other meanings in it, and immediately showed that she was very angry, she opened the door and walked out of the office, shouting, Camille, Camille, hearing Miss and calling her. Deputy Director Camille immediately ran out of her office. She was fat but very fast and came to Anne's side and asked respectfully, Miss, what happened, made you so angry? My fiancé Brown Jennings was bullied, and the editor-in-chief of the City Daily dared to scold him. Bring more people. Let's go to the City Daily. I want to see who has such courage. Deputy Director Kimmier knew that the City Daily was protected by the Marcellus Council. If the newspaper was attacked for such a small matter, it might lead to the council's accountability. He whispered, Miss, such a small quarrel is not within the jurisdiction of our security bureau. How about I send someone to notify the Saroying Police Department and ask them to mediate? Chapter 113 Attacking the Newspaper. Annie is now a proud young lady, willful and capricious. She stared at Deputy Director Camille. This has nothing to do with the Security Bureau. It's my personal matter. And Whitehead, can you help me? Help. Miss N's business is my business. And brought up her own surname. Deputy Director Camille didn't dare to offend the Marquis of Whitehead when he was about to be promoted. He immediately allocated manpower. Quick. Drive the carriage of the Security Bureau to the main gate. All those who don't have important work on hand, follow me to accompany Miss Anne to the City Daily. Miss usually takes good care of us. Her business is our business. Yes. The agents of the Security Bureau, who were originally hiding in the dark, instantly turned into a group of street thugs. The carriages from the Security Bureau stopped one by one on the street in front of the main gate, and some people stopped all the rented carriages passing by and gathered them together. Then the cockroaches who usually hide their heads and tails when going out rushed out of the Security Bureau, and the citizens around them fled in fear. What is the Security Bureau going to do? So many people are going out together. Is there a riot in the city of Saroying? The well-trained agents acted very quickly, with 4 people in a carriage and police lights on the roof. In less than a minute, more than 30 carriages started at the same time, and the sirens sounded and rushed towards the City Daily. I don't know how many people were alarmed along the way. Various forces were trying to find out why the Special Security Bureau was so aggressive on the city roads. In the editor-in-chief's office of the City Daily, a fierce quarrel had already died out. Editor-in-chief Garcia was panting, and his fingers were shaking as he drank water from a cup. He had never thought that he would encounter such a powerful opponent in the field of quarrels. And this opponent was only a 6 or 7-year-old child. If he grows up, he will definitely become a famous critic in the newspaper industry. The young are formidable. The young are formidable. After drinking the water, Editor Garcia calmed down his anger and prepared to start a new round. This was no longer to vent the grievances he suffered from Senator George, but for honor. Just as Editor Garcia finished drinking the water and was about to launch an offensive with a flushed face, his secretary suddenly opened the door and shouted nervously, "Editor! Editor! Special Security Bureau!" People from the Special Security Bureau rushed in. Editor Garcia shuddered all over. Special Security Bureau. As the leader of the newspaper industry in Siroying City, Garcia knew a lot of secrets. Many people disappeared without a trace after being targeted by the Special Security Bureau. What do they want to do by attacking the city daily this time? Are they here to arrest me? Quick! 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 Call the police! Call the police! It's useless for anyone to come today. And came in accompanied by Hannah. And she said to the trembling secretary, "Go to the police. No one will stop you. I came here this time to see who is bullying my fiancée." After seeing Brown, Anne, who was originally arrogant, immediately became like a nymphomaniac who saw her lover. She ran to Brown's side, looked around, and said, "I heard Hannah say that someone was arguing with you. So I brought people here directly. How is it? Didn't they hurt you? Did you win the argument?" Brown was in awe of Anne's disguise skills. He thought she really cared about his fiancée. Outside the door were agents from the Special Security Bureau who had taken control of the city daily. They held magic wands in their hands and looked at the newspaper employees squatting on the ground. Brown had no choice but to cooperate and said, "I'm fine. I just stood by and watched Master Liang and Editor-in-Chief Garcia argue. I didn't help much. As for whether they won the argument, the scene was very clear. Editor-in-Chief Garcia looked like he was about to pass out. Compared with Master Liang, who was being served water by Sophia and moving his chin, the winner was already obvious. If Annie hadn't come in, Editor-in-Chief Garcia probably wouldn't have made it to the end of the next round. At this time, Deputy Director Camille walked out the door. The door of the Editor-in-Chief's office was a bit narrow. After he tried to get in but couldn't, he said to Annie through the door, "Miss, the police are here. These guys are usually slow, but I didn't expect them to come so quickly this time. People from the city hall are here too. What should we do?" "Wait a minute. I'll go and deal with it." Annie gave Brown a sweet smile. "If you have any arguments, go ahead. Let them see your talent." "Talent? I can't get a word in at all." Brown agreed and sent Anne out. The office door closed and the room returned to silence. Editor-in-Chief Garcia took out a towel to wipe the sweat from his face, looking at the people across the desk with fear, knowing that he had caused a big trouble. Thinking of his previous remarks, he said fearfully, "I'm so sorry. I think there may be some misunderstandings between us." De Liang said, "We all heard what you just said. Whether it was a misunderstanding or you slandered the Empire, we have the final say. Have you met the lady who just came in? She is Brown's fiancée. And Whitehead, the eldest daughter of Marquis Whitehead, the Minister of the Imperial Cabinet, is the current director of the Special Security Bureau. In addition, Brown's younger brother is Major Reed Jennings, the commander of the 1st Division of the Royal Musketeer Cavalry Regiment, and will soon be stationed in Siroying City. If we tell them what you just said, what do you think will happen to you?" At this time, Editor-in-Chief Garcia's face was completely pale. Breathing was difficult, and his hands and feet began to become stiff. It was only because Sophia used calming magic and healing magic on him that he was not scared to death. Exhaling heavily, Editor-in-Chief Garcia, who had saved his life, felt the horror of death, and he didn't want to experience it again. If he falls into the hands of the Special Security Bureau, he will face torture more terrible than death. Garcia begged, "Please, don't hand me over to the Special Security Bureau. And don't hand me over to the Royal Musketeers. As long as you promise to let me go, I can promise you anything." "Anything?" De Liang asked. "Anything," De Liang said to Brown. "Okay. It's your turn." After waiting for so long, Brown finally saluted to Editor Garcia before saying, "Mr. Editor, Pure Magic School is no longer going to do those shameful things in the past. We have signed a comprehensive cooperation agreement with the Siroying School of Magic. The Siroying School of Magic is fully supporting us in upgrading the Primary School of Magic. We will also upgrade the Intermediate School of Magic and the Advanced School of Magic in the future, and finally complete the seamless merger of the two schools of magic. I came here this time to publish this news in the city daily, so that all citizens of Siroying will know this good news." Garcia asked with a strange expression, "That's all?" Chapter 114, I Want the First Edition. Editor-in-Chief Garcia has already made a confession. confessing that the Marcellus Parliament asked the city newspaper to write an editorial attacking the Azure Corps and intensifying the conflict between the citizens of Saroying and the Imperial Army. Of course, if the other party is willing to absolve himself of his guilt, he will also tell the amount of bribes he received, and it will be no problem to drag Congressman George into the water. But he really didn't expect that after summoning the director and deputy director of the Special Security Bureau. The other party actually just asked him to report the cooperation between Saroying Magic Academy and Pier Magic Academy. Are you kidding me? No. This is just a test. They must have other purposes. Brown didn't know what Garcia was thinking. Nor did he know the subtle relationships in Saroying City. Most of his energy was on the construction of the Pier Magic Academy. He liked his current job and liked to train excellent magicians. Brown misunderstood Garcia's question, and he continued to explain, "If Mr. Editor-in-Chief doesn't believe what I said, you can send someone to the Pier Magic Academy for an exclusive interview. The upgraded primary Ministry of Magic will not be false. And we still have an agreement signed with Saroying Magic Academy. It's okay for you to go to Saroying Magic Academy to verify it. This is definitely a big thing that can affect Saroying Magic education. The Wharf Magic Academy is on the right track. Saroying Magic Academy will soon double its size and become the most shining pearl in Saroying City. And this is the best time for ordinary families to enter Saroying Magic Academy. The Wharf Magic Academy still has the right to recruit students independently. Those outstanding students who are rejected by Saroying Magic Academy can enter the Wharf Magic Academy first. We have an agreement with Saroying Magic Academy. When the two Magic Academies merge, all students in the Wharf Magic Academy will automatically become students of Saroying Magic Academy. This is definitely a good opportunity for every child who wants to enter the Saroying School of Magic." Editor Garcia listened carefully to Brown's words, trying to find some hints from them. But he found nothing. This was a completely normal merger of magic schools. If it were normal times, the merger of Saroying School of Magic with Pier School of Magic would definitely be big news. But now, Editor Garcia has confirmed that these people are indeed here for this matter. He complained, "Why didn't you say it earlier? Now you have even provoked the Special Security Bureau." De Leon laughed and said, "We wanted to say it. But did you give us a chance? If Miss Annie wasn't outside, I guess we would have said all this, and you would have scolded us and kicked us out. Power is a good thing. You have the power not to report our affairs. And we also have the power to let you report them. You asked for what happened today, and you offended someone you can't afford to offend. So don't be so angry in the future. As you get older, there will be more accidents." Yes. Yes. Yes, Garcia stood and nodded repeatedly. He dared not underestimate this child again. When Miss Anne came in, everyone stood. Only he sat, which showed that his identity was extraordinary. "If you don't want to die early, just be obedient," Garcia said. "I will immediately arrange an exclusive interview with the Pier Magic Academy and send our best reporters and photographers here to record all the details of the cooperation between the two well-known magic academies, so that all the citizens of Saroying will know. Their children have the opportunity to study at the Saroying School of Magic. I will give the entire second page of the city daily to the Pier School of Magic. If there is more content, the third page will also be given to you." De Leon smiled and said, "We want the front page. The entire page." "That won't work." Editor-in-Chief Garcia immediately refused, but also realized who he was facing, and said, "The front page of the city daily has been booked these days. The Parliament needs us to fully report the confrontation between the Azure Corps and the Azure Cathedral. This is a big news related to the safety of the entire Saroying, and it should be reported on the front page. In fact, the second page is also a very good position. We are the most authoritative newspaper in Saroying, and any page will be read. There is not much difference between the second page and the first page. Since there is no difference, then we should go to the first page, and let the matters that the Parliament cares about go to the second page." De Leon ignored Garcia's persuasion and pointed out, "Don't think I don't understand newspapers. Although the first and second pages will be read by people, they represent completely different meanings. The meanings of other pages are similar. But there is only one first page, and only the most important things are qualified to be on the first page. Today in this office, our affairs are the most important things in Saroying." Editor Garcia began to sweat again, but, how can I explain to the Parliament? What you should consider now is how to explain to the Special Security Bureau and the Royal Fusiliers. De Leon pointed to the door of the office and continued, "Now there are police outside. People from the City Hall. And I guess people from the Parliament are here too, but they haven't come in. Miss and Whitehead is watching this door for us. No one can come in today. Editor Garcia, you are afraid of the Parliament. So I will make you a promise. If you are killed by the Parliament, then the Special Security Bureau will kill all editors of newspapers controlled by the Parliament. You tell this to Counselor George. Garcia was startled when he heard Daliang talking about Counselor George. You heard everything? Daliang pointed at Sophia. My subordinates have sensitive ears, and sometimes hear things they shouldn't hear. I don't care what the first page of other newspapers is. Since I'm here today, I want the first page of this newspaper. Daliang did not promise protection, but made Garcia feel at ease. What the two forces fighting secretly fear most is that they will enter into endless assassinations before the showdown. The Marcellus Parliament and the Soroing City Hall are so chaotic. But the Special Security Bureau did not assassinate their key figures, but instead restrained and reduced their activities. Because the Parliament and the City Hall have countermeasures. And they also have the ability to threaten the Empire. Daliang didn't say I'll send someone to protect you 24 hours a day, but threaten the other party's mouthpiece of public opinion. The role of an assassin at this time is far greater than a group of bodyguards. This is the most effective protection for Garcia. Okay. His life is temporarily safe. Garcia knows that if he doesn't agree to the other party, he will really be courting death. I'll arrange that the first page of tomorrow's City Daily will be given to the Pure Magic Academy. All pages of the first page for the next 5 days. No problem. Chapter 115 Newspaper Office. While Daliang, Brown and Editor-in-Chief Garcia were discussing how to report on the enrollment of the Pure Magic Academy in the office, Miss N was sitting in the editorial hall of the City Daily. The desks of the editors of the newspaper were arranged in an orderly manner in the open hall. Each desk was filled with various books and manuscripts. In the middle of the desk was a keyboard-type mechanical typewriter. The whole hall was filled with the fragrance of ink. At this time, the sound of the typewriter should have filled the entire editorial hall. Reporters and editors were writing furiously, and interns were shuttling back and forth to deliver documents to where they should be delivered. At the drinking fountain in the corner, a few people were drinking coffee and discussing what news had happened in Soroing City. The City Daily newspaper that the citizens of Soroing will see tomorrow will be born here. But at this moment, all the employees of the City Daily newspaper in the editorial hall were squatting at their positions with their heads in their hands, looking at the cockroaches around them in horror. The agents of the Special Security Bureau have taken control of the City Daily newspaper. They are very professional and scattered all over the newspaper office. The doors of all rooms are opened. Work is stopped immediately, and everyone is ordered to squat on the ground, put their hands on their heads, and not touch anything. Each member of the Special Security Bureau is a magician. They wear uniform dark gray windbreakers, felt hats, magic wands in their hands, and armbands of the Security Bureau on their arms. Cold eyes stare at everyone here. At this time, the police who received the alarm have arrived outside the City Daily, but they are facing the Special Security Bureau. Ordinary police forces are not at the same level when facing these strictly trained killers, especially when the police heard that the Special Security Bureau occupied the City Daily this time. It was led by the director and deputy director of the Security Bureau, and they dared not to force their way into the newspaper. The police chief came, the officials sent by the City Hall, and a member of the Parliament also came later. The newspaper is the mouthpiece of the Marcellus Parliament to control public opinion. Once there is a problem here, the Parliament's next action plan will have major omissions. If they cannot handle the crisis of the City Daily, other newspapers will be in danger. Once they feel that the Parliament cannot protect them, their pens will not be so sharp. The Special Security Bureau must be driven out of the City Daily. Councilman George, who is responsible for contacting newspapers to control public opinion, was sent here by the Parliament. He was very puzzled. Why did the Special Security Bureau occupy this place just after he met Editor-in-Chief Garcia? Could it be that the news leaked? But the Security Bureau could not have responded so quickly. I just returned to the Parliament building, and I received the order from the Speaker before I even entered the office. Was the office of Editor-in-Chief Garcia bugged by the Security Bureau? Or did Garcia betray? Member George got off the carriage. He was wearing a black top hat, holding a cane, and a gold chain connected to a pocket watch was exposed on his chest. After getting off, he did not immediately go into the newspaper office, but stood there for a moment and looked at the environment outside the newspaper office. About 200 policemen gathered outside the main entrance of the newspaper office. They used vehicles to form a shelter. holding pistols and cavalry rifles in their hands and pointing them at the inside of the newspaper office. The door of the newspaper office was closed, and the cockroaches hiding behind the door could be seen dimly. Occasionally, some light flickered inside, indicating that the cockroaches were casting magic to strengthen their defense or preparing to attack. No Imperial troops were seen. It seems that this was a private action by the Special Security Bureau. However, the director and deputy director of the Security Bureau were here, which shows how much they value this incident. Seeing Counselor George arrive, a plainclothes detective came to greet him. "Hello, Counselor George. I am Inspector Brooke. Our Chief Leonard and Miss Evelyn from the mayor's office have already gone in." Counselor George walked to the door of the newspaper office and asked the detective, "Has there been any news from inside?" "No. The other party is in Whitehead. The eldest daughter of the Marquis of Whitehead. Her identity makes us very embarrassed. After all, we have the Empire above us." Member George had already walked to the door of the newspaper office. He sternly said to the inspector, "You dared to point guns at the newspaper office when you knew Miss and was inside." The Special Security Bureau occupied the City Daily office because there must be a major case related to the safety of the Empire and the province. "What are you doing here? Put away your guns and send more people to block the entire street, and be ready to cooperate with the Special Security Bureau to arrest the wanted criminals." "Ah!" The inspector obviously did not understand what Counselor George meant. Member George scolded, "The Special Security Bureau has dispatched so many people to arrest wanted criminals. What can you policemen do to help? And you are all concentrated on the front. A magic will blow you all away. Go quickly. Transfer more people, especially the detectives who can do magic." "Useless." Member George hinted to the inspector to send more troops. And after the inspector hurriedly ordered the police to reorganize their positions, he pushed the door and walked into the newspaper office. The special security agent inside did not stop him, and took him to the editorial hall to meet Miss N. Chief Leonard, the chief of the Saroying Police Department, and Miss Evelyn, an official of the City Hall, were both here. They looked strange, and they all looked like they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Miss N, give my regards to the Marquis." Member George took off his hat and saluted Anne. After seeing that there were no casualties in the newspaper office, he continued, "According to the Treaty of Marcellus, the province of Marcellus has independent administrative and judicial powers. The Special Security Bureau is affiliated with the Empire and is a military unit. Its duty is to assist the Empire's garrison in providing military protection for the Marcellus province. I don't know where the City Daily has endangered the security of the Empire and the province, and it requires the Special Security Bureau to dispatch so many people to occupy this place. Especially, it also alarmed the Honorable Miss N, and still has the airs of a noble lady. She sits at the door of the Editor-in-Chief's office, trimming her nails with a nail clipper, and standing next to her is the arrogant Deputy Director Kemir, facing Congressman George, and did not raise her head, and continued to carefully polish the tip of her nails with a small file, and said lightly, "My father told me when he came, Saroying is very dangerous, and asked me not to care about anything, do what I want to do. If there is pressure from above on the Special Security Bureau, let me help to resist." Deputy Director Camille did a great job. He killed the evil cultists and demons that you couldn't solve, making my life in Saroying really like a vacation. I can also date my fiancée Brown Jennings and enjoy sweet love. I think I have been very worry-free and didn't cause you, your parliament, much trouble. But today, Garcia, the editor-in-chief of City Daily, dared to contradict my fiancée Brown Jennings. The reason is just because my fiancé wanted City Daily to interview the Pure Magic Academy where he works. Brown Jennings is an honest man, a professor of magic. Of course he can't win the argument, the editor-in-chief of the city newspaper who is very good at scolding people. So I came. I don't intend to bully anyone. I won't participate in their arguments. I will wait outside the door until they decide the winner, then I will leave. Chapter 116 Winning. This reason was beyond George's expectation. He finally understood why Director Leonard and Miss Evelyn had such expressions. It was a typical imperial aristocratic style, domineering and putting themselves above rules and laws. And they were the rulers of Marcellus. However, George did not completely believe Anne's words. She was appointed as the director of the Special Security Bureau by the Empire while she was here. Is she really a vase? She stood in the door of the editor-in-chief of the City Daily. Was she really standing up for her fiancé? When does she plan to leave? If it affects the publication of the city daily tomorrow, it will definitely affect the plan of the parliament. Councillor George said to him, Miss N. This is sorrowing. You are using the Special Security Bureau for personal matters, which is against the rules. The Special Security Bureau's unwarranted occupation of the law-abiding city daily also violated the laws of Marcellus. Editor-in-Chief Garcia and Mr. Jennings just had a quarrel, which is a small matter. Any policeman can handle it. Miss N. If you are afraid that your fiancé will be bullied, please let your people evacuate first, and then we will go to see Editor-in-Chief Garcia together. Editor-in-Chief Garcia and I are friends, and I will make him agree to Mr. Jennings' request and apologize to him. And still did not move. She said to Councillor George, if this is a private matter, I will leave after I finish my work. If you think that I have violated the law by using the Special Security Bureau to handle private matters, then we will handle it as an official matter. Deputy Director Camille, can we seal off this place on the grounds that we suspect that the city daily threatens the security of the Empire? Bring all the people here back to the Bureau and interrogate them slowly. Deputy Director Camille said with a big belly, absolutely. Miss N. Mr. Jennings' identity is extremely special. The editor-in-chief of the city daily deliberately obstructed Mr. Jennings from publishing important information through the newspaper. Not only did it affect Mr. Jennings' freedom of speech, but it was also possible that he was instructed by foreign hostile forces to try to kidnap important relatives of the Empire's important officials, which has threatened your safety. The Special Security Bureau has reason to bring Editor-in-Chief Garcia for questioning, and everyone in the city daily is suspected. After Deputy Director Camille finished speaking, and smiled and said to Councillor George, did you hear that? Do you think we should handle this as a public or private matter? Miss N. Councillor George did not expect the Special Security Bureau to be so rogue, and he scolded, don't accuse the newspaper casually. This is Soroing, not the imperial capital. Here, no matter who you are, as long as you break the law, we have the right to arrest you. Can you try? You? Councillor George was so angry that he ran out of words. They didn't know what was going on in the editor's office. If it was really as N said, it was just a quarrel between Editor Garcia and Brown Jennings because of the report on the Pier School of Magic. Then N was wrong to use the Special Security Bureau. But he wanted to arrest N for this matter. It would inevitably lead to a melee between the Special Security Bureau and the police station, thus affecting the Parliament's plans for the next few days. Councillor George's current mission is to ensure Garcia's safety, and he must not let him die here or be taken away by the Special Security Bureau. We must ensure that tomorrow's city newspaper is published on time to build momentum for the council's actions. Miss Annie, how long are you going to stay here? Now the entire Soroing is paying attention to this place, which has a very bad impact on the Special Security Bureau, the police department, the city hall, and the council. I need to give an explanation to the mayor and the speaker. Member George's tone became much smoother. Annie said, I just said that after my fiancé Brown and Editor-in-Chief Garcia finish talking about things, we will leave. It's not a big deal. Why are you making a fuss here? Go back. I think they are almost done talking. Who is making trouble? Member George was still trying to persuade and to take people away, when the door of the Editor-in-Chief's office opened. Everyone immediately became nervous and looked inside the door. Editor-in-Chief Garcia respectfully escorted Brown out and said, Vice President Jennings, please rest assured, I will immediately send the newspaper's best reporters and photographers to the Pier Magic Academy. I promise. Tomorrow's City Daily will have a large report on the Pier Magic Academy. This will definitely become a big news that will shock the entire Soroing, and the citizens of Soroing will cheer for the Pier Magic Academy. At this time, Brown had already seen the editorial hall of the newspaper. The uniformed security agents were scattered in the most easily controlled positions. All the newspaper employees crouched on the ground in fear, and sat at the door of the editor-in-chief's office with her sword drawn. Next to her was Deputy Director Camille of the Security Bureau, and in front of her were the police chief, who often appeared in newspapers, Miss Evelyn from the mayor's office, and Councilman George. Each of them was a big shot that Brown had only heard of before but never seen. Now they were all provoked by him. I'm sorry. Brown apologized to Editor Garcia repeatedly. I didn't expect to cause so much trouble to the City Daily. I'll let them leave now. I'm so sorry to disturb you at work. After seeing Brown, and immediately stood up and approached him, asking coquettishly, Did you win? I heard that you had a quarrel with someone, so I immediately brought people over to give you a boost. Am I good to you? I won. Let's go quickly. Don't delay the newspaper work. The scene in front of him really made Brown feel overwhelmed. He really didn't expect that such a big mess would happen just to advertise for the Pure Magic Academy. Annie saw Hannah and Sophia accompany Daliang out. Turn around and waved her hand. Get out. Camille. Take everyone to a bar to have fun. All the expenses today will be on my account. Thank you. Miss N. Deputy Director Camille led the agents of the Security Bureau and evacuated the city daily in a flash. Left behind were the reporters and editors who were squatting in the same place, not knowing whether to stand up or not. Bye. And took Brown's arm. Said hello to Congressman George. And left the newspaper with the ignored DeLeon and others. What happened? After all the people who came to the newspaper to make trouble left, Congressman George walked into the editor-in-chief's office and questioned Editor Garcia. What did that man named Brown Jennings talk to you about? Why did you poke the cockroach nest of the Special Security Bureau? Editor Garcia was so bitter. I didn't want to stab him. But I had to pick a fight because I was so mean. Not only did I not win the argument, I almost lost my life. Brown Jennings is now the vice president of the Pure School of Magic. He came to me to get the daily newspaper to report on the cooperation between the Pure School of Magic and the Saroing School of Magic. Chapter 117 Farce. I didn't say a word in today's discussion. All Brown and you are arguing. I am just a very ordinary magic apprentice. If I know that any of my words to you are spread, I will send someone to kill you. This is the last sentence that Daliang said to Garcia in the office. After he finished speaking, Sophia cast a magic mark on Garcia. No matter where Garcia hides, the magic mark can locate him. Editor-in-Chief Garcia himself is a very strong 11th level magician. He instantly felt the power of this magic mark. He had no way to eliminate it with his own magic power. And he couldn't even dilute it. He realized that this female servant, who served the boy diligently, was at least 2 levels stronger than him. Level 13 Demon Hunter? Equivalent to the 13th level Grand Mage. The same existence as the Felton Paladin of the Azure Cathedral. She was just a servant. What was the identity of this child? And he was given a magic mark by the 13th level Demon Hunter. As long as the mark was not removed, he would be found no matter where he ran. It was almost impossible to remove the magic mark released by the 13th level Demon Hunter. This was a very stubborn hunter magic. And the releaser was so high in rank that even a 14th level extraordinary strongman could not guarantee that it would be completely removed. All of Garcia's fluke mentality was washed away by a magic mark. Therefore, when Councilman George questioned Garcia, Editor-in-Chief Garcia replaced all opponents in this debate with Brown Jennings. After describing the process of the quarrel, Editor-in-Chief Garcia finally said, "This is what happened. Jennings is now the vice president of the Pure Magic Academy. Because they can't recruit students, they want the city daily to interview them. Let all the citizens of Saroing know about their cooperation with Saroing Magic Academy. As a result, I thought they were liars. So I quarreled with Brown Jennings, who knew he was the fiancé of the director of the Special Security Bureau. And then, you knew everything. I really thought I was going to die here today." Member George didn't expect that the reason why the Special Security Bureau attacked the city daily was just a quarrel between 2 people. A farce. I can only say, as a civilized Marcellus, I really can't adapt to the way of doing things of the children of the Vlamink nobles. These noble dandies are used to being domineering in the empire with their privileges. Especially Miss N, who, relying on her father's position as an important official of the empire, ignorantly regards the Special Security Bureau as her own private soldiers and thugs. In order to stand up for her fiancé, she took over the newspaper office without caring about the impact and consequences. Willful, barbaric, rude, arrogant. After recognizing the facts, Counselor George was happy. If all the noble children of the empire are like this, then it means that the empire, this giant, is rotten to the core. As long as it is pushed hard, it will fall. Counselor George comforted Garcia. Today's incident is completely unreasonable by the Special Security Bureau. Editor-in-Chief, don't worry. I will report this matter to the Speaker when I go back. The Marcellus Parliament and the Saroing City Hall will jointly hold the Special Security Bureau accountable to the Imperial Capital for its crimes and impeach and Whitehead. Marquis Whitehead will certainly be affected as well. As for the matter of the Pure School of Magic, since you promised Brown Jennings, start reporting and don't let the Special Security Bureau keep an eye on you. Especially in the next few days. I will ask the police station to send more people to patrol nearby. Garcia nodded absent-mindedly as if he agreed. He didn't tell George that the Pier School of Magic wanted the entire front page of the City Daily. From this moment on, he was no longer in the same camp as Counselor George. Saying too much would only hurt himself. As for tomorrow, what will the Parliament do after discovering that the front page of the City Daily is not an editorial attacking the Azure Corps? That's tomorrow's matter. Editor-in-Chief Garcia kept thinking about what he had just experienced. He was sure that the boy was the real big boss hidden in Saroying, extremely dangerous. Seeing Garcia's depressed spirit, Congressman George thought he was frightened by the Special Security Bureau. After comforting him again, the congressman left the editor-in-chief's office. The editorial hall has been restored to order. After calming down the frightened mood, the staff of the newspaper immediately put into work. Some editors have begun to type rapidly on mechanical typewriters. At this moment, they are writing like a spring and using the most incisive words to describe the crimes committed by the Special Security Bureau in the newspaper. All the humiliation suffered today will be repaid tomorrow. See you in the newspaper. Congressman George walked out of the newspaper office. Most of the police outside had dispersed. Only a few plainclothes detectives were protecting the place to prevent the Special Security Bureau from making a comeback. Police Chief Leonard stood outside the newspaper office, waiting for Congressman George to come out. A farce made Congressman George not say too much to Chief Leonard. After asking the police to strengthen the patrol here, he got on the carriage that brought him here. Taking out his pocket watch to check the time, the congressman knocked on the carriage and said to the coachman outside, "Go to the Azure Cathedral, Avenue de Champs-Élysées," and walked into the house that once belonged to the Whitehead family for the first time. This villa is just one of the many properties of the Whitehead family in Saroying. And now it is a great investment for Anne, and can feel that her chance to turn around the situation in Saroying, and even in Marcellus, lies in this house, and has never figured out what happened at the City Daily today. On the way to the City Daily, Hannah told Anne, the cause of the conflict between Brown and Editor-in-Chief Garcia was to recruit students for the Pure Magic Academy. Is it necessary to mobilize the Special Security Bureau for a quarrel caused by the enrollment of a magic academy? No matter how difficult a newspaper editor is, I can solve all the problems by going there alone with my identity. How big of a deal can it be to do an exclusive interview with the Pure Magic Academy? Why did Master Liang ask Hannah to bring the message bring more people? Annie can be sure that today's matter is definitely not as simple as it seems. She looked at Brown again, and couldn't help but sigh. This magic professor, who has no political sense, probably doesn't know that he has been kicked into the whirlpool of Saroying. Think about it again. The identity of the fiancé of the director of the Special Security Bureau has already dragged him into this mess. And Master Liang's kick just kicked him deeper. What does Master Liang want to do? Chapter 118 Media. The restaurant became a temporary meeting room, and people from all walks of life gathered together, including Robin and Eric, who had been waiting here in advance. And they all sat in their seats in confusion. They came here with Annie after they separated in the morning, but they didn't expect Annie to come back with Master Liang. After everyone sat down, the maid brought some exquisite cookies and poured red wine for everyone. De Liang knocked on his milk cup and said, "I came back a little early today, and the kitchen is preparing lunch. The guests can stay here to have a meal together, and you can ask any questions now," and knew that De Liang's last words were directed to her. What happened in the newspaper made her ask impatiently, "Master Liang, regarding the weapons in the Azure Cathedral's arsenal, I have told Robin my opinion and asked him to tell you. It seems that he did not have time to tell you. I will reply to you here. I agree to this deal. 500,000 gold pounds in exchange for these weapons disappearing from the Azure Cathedral. Then, I want to know what happened today. With your strength, facing the little trouble of the City Daily, there should be no need for me and the Special Security Bureau to attack the newspaper in a big way." Brown was also very puzzled. The scene he saw in the editorial hall of the City Daily just now really shocked him. It was just a quarrel. How did it attract so many big shots? The Special Security Bureau and the police department were even ready to fight. Master Liang, is today's incident too big? De Liang picked up a biscuit from the table and put it in his mouth. It was crispy and had the aroma of fresh milk. Then he said, "Miss Annie, why did I ask you to take people to the City Daily today? You will know tomorrow." In short, the Parliament is going to stir up public opinion through many newspapers in Saroying City to do something big. And no matter what they do, it is definitely not wrong for us to prevent them from doing it. During these 5 days, I will ensure that there will be no trouble in Saroying. and everything must give way to our deal. The conspiracy of the Parliament and the City Daily just hit my gun, so I will borrow your power to hit them. De Liang's answer is equivalent to no answer. Annie still doesn't know what the root cause of this incident is. But De Liang is unwilling to say. And Annie can't insist on asking. After all, destroying the conspiracy of the Parliament and the City Daily is definitely beneficial to the Empire. Thank you for what Master Liang has done for the Empire. And I am also looking forward to tomorrow's answer. De Liang grabbed another cookie and ate it. And said to Annie, "This is the extra benefit I gave you for the arms deal. Then let's talk about the City Daily." In the next 5 days, the entire front page of the City Daily will be used to report on the Pure Magic Academy. Then the Marcellus Parliament will realize that the most authoritative newspaper in Saroying is controlled by Mr. Brown. And Mr. Brown must be behind you and your Special Security Bureau. If we want to stabilize the situation in Saroying, we can't always be in a passive position in public opinion and let the Parliament wantonly smear and fan the hatred of Saroying citizens and Marcellus people against the Vlaminck Empire. We must have our own mouthpiece in our hands to speak for our interests in Marcellus. De Liang's words made Anne look embarrassed. She said, "Although we coerced Editor Garcia to disrupt the plan of the Parliament tomorrow, the Parliament has a great control over the City Daily. If Editor Garcia no longer works for the Parliament, then the Parliament will definitely replace him. Editor Garcia is just one of the major shareholders of the City Daily. The Parliament only needs to hold a shareholder meeting to regain control of the City Daily. And the Empire certainly knows the importance of public opinion. We also publish newspapers in Saroying to serve the Empire. But those newspapers that promoted the Empire's contribution to the prosperity of Marseilles were all unsold without exception, and soon went bankrupt and were acquired by others and controlled by the Parliament. In the battle for public opinion, Vlaminck has a natural disadvantage here, speaking of public opinion, and is also very helpless. Everyone knows that public opinion is the first battlefield where two forces clash. Although there is no real bloodshed, the intensity is no less than a real war. Whoever can win the war of public opinion can gain more public support. Once public opinion is mobilized, it can sometimes defeat a steel army. If a hot war really breaks out, the party that wins the hearts of the people will definitely have more troops and financial support. Of course, the Empire knows the importance of the battle for public opinion, and has invested heavily and made many efforts. But all of them have been defeated. As Anne said, the Empire has an inherent disadvantage in Marcellus. 100 years of rule has not only failed to integrate Marcellus into the Empire, but has made them drift further and further away. The ideologies and values of the two sides have an unbridgeable gap. Newspapers that promote the Empire and speak well of the Empire cannot be sold in Marcellus at all, and can only wait for bankruptcy in the end. De Liang also knows that it is impossible to control the City Daily by controlling a chief editor Garcia. He wants the front page of the City Daily for 5 days. And Garcia's extraordinary performance in the end is enough to get 2 days. As a time traveler who was once surrounded by the media, De Liang also knows how much influence the media has on business. If you want to make money, media publicity can be a booster. On the other hand, if you offend the media and are smeared, even the most powerful businessman can be knocked to the ground with a club. In the competition among various forces in Saroying, De Liang has been labeled as a member of the Empire, although he has not yet attracted the attention of the Parliament. As his business system gradually develops, he will eventually face resistance from all sides. Of course, he can solve all the troubles he encounters with force. But violent solutions have never been a method De Liang likes to use, as violence carries too much uncertainty. When Brother Long took out the knife, he never thought that he would be killed in return. Overfaith in force will only lead to death by force. De Liang likes order. He believes that if he does not have the ability to destroy order, he should abide by it. If he has the ability to destroy order, he should maintain it even better. Therefore, since he is involved in business, he should follow the business rules of this world. If De Liang does not want his Chamber of Commerce to be unable to fight back when his opponent controls public opinion and attacks it in the future, he must build a media that speaks for him from now on. At least when launching new products in the future, he will not encounter this situation today. If he can get the newspaper published in 1 sentence, De Liang is not willing to waste so much saliva. Quarreling is a skill that can be enjoyed occasionally. It cannot be a hobby. Chapter 119, The Right Direction. Anyway, after coming out of the City Daily today, De Liang has made up his mind to build his own media power. And cooperating with the Empire is a good choice. Everyone has this need, facing and who showed difficulty. Daliang said easily. Your original intention of establishing a newspaper is not wrong. Using the influence of newspapers to restore the empire's image in Marseilles is a good way. But your approach is wrong. National conflicts and regional emotions are too easy to incite. The people are extremely blind in this regard. This is the disadvantage of the empire. And your newspaper just started from this direction. No matter how gentle the appeasement is, no matter how sufficient the facts are, it cannot withstand a piece of paper from the hostile newspaper. This is their advantage. If the empire starts from this aspect, isn't it just waiting to be slaughtered at will? Annie understood where the newspaper supported by the empire failed. This is also the reason why the empire did not continue to publish newspapers in Saroying. It was completely asking for humiliation. However, and also heard that Daliang seemed to have a way to publish a newspaper in Saroying that could speak for the empire. If such a newspaper can really gain a foothold in Saroying, it will definitely be a strategic breakthrough for the empire on the issue of Marseilles. The significance is no less than sending an additional corps to Marseilles. And it is an invisible corps. Does Master Liang have any good ideas? What do you think, if the empire publishes another newspaper in Saroying? Which aspect should it start from to help the empire restore its image in Marseilles? Daliang smiled and said, the image of the empire in Marseilles cannot be saved. At least not in the short term. This is a geographical disadvantage. If we are trapped in this circle, we will only repeat the same mistakes as before. So we don't care what the image of the empire is. Anyway, it has been blackened to the point where it cannot be blackened anymore in Marseilles. We will give this area to them. Give it to them? And was puzzled. Then what is the point of running a newspaper? A newspaper that does not slander the empire has its meaning. Daliang's words led Anne to another direction, just like a cup of water stained black by ink. The current situation is that you have no chance to dye it white. The people of Marseilles reject any newspaper that is inclined to the empire. So you don't even have the qualifications to enter. But what if we don't want to dye this cup of ink white, but keep pouring water into it? At this time, Anne felt like a stick hit her head. It seemed to be a dead end with no way out. After pushing open a door next to it, she found a wide road behind it. The empire's thinking in the competition for public opinion in Marseilles was completely wrong. They only wanted to publish newspapers to speak well of the empire, and let the people of Marseilles know the benefits of the empire ruling them. However, the people of Marseilles refused to accept such information, no matter whether what you said was true or false. Newspapers that spoke well of the empire had no room for survival in Marseilles, and were strangled as soon as they appeared. But a newspaper that does not discredit the empire has a chance to survive and grow in Marseilles. At that time, Annie became excited and said, Master Liang is right. We run a neutral newspaper that does not speak for any party or discredit any party. As long as we do not cause rejection by the citizens of Saroying, we can gradually gain a foothold here. When this newspaper has a large number of readers, we can promote the empire. De Liang was helpless. It was because the world's understanding of the use of media was still very low. He said, Miss Annie, you still don't understand what I mean. No matter when. When this newspaper speaks well of the empire, it is the time for this newspaper to die. The core of the direction of running a newspaper I am talking about is to add water. No matter how dark the ink is. As long as you keep adding water to it, it will become lighter and lighter until you can't see any ink color. The information a person gets from the outside world every day is limited. Especially for ordinary citizens of Saroying. They have very little time to read newspapers every day except for work. If we let them read a piece of news that is not related to politics, they will read less of the smears on the empire in other newspapers. Slowly, they will lose their concern for politics. At that time, although they still have rejection of the empire in their hearts, they will not be blown up by any random touch like now. Although Anne has realized that this is a completely new path, she is still full of doubts. Master Liang, you mean that this newspaper is not even neutral? It has no stance, and does not involve any politics. But what can such a newspaper report? People are concerned about what decrees have been issued by the country, province, and city, where wars have occurred, where conflicts have been triggered, and ethnic relations have become tense. Is this what you think the public likes? But do they really care about those decrees, wars, and conflicts? It is not ruled out that some people do care about these things. But most people regard reading these news as a form of entertainment. What the elites of society consider important is just a pastime for the lower classes after a hard day's work. If you show them politics, they will find fun in politics. If we show them real fun, they will throw politics which is not much fun. Aside, Annie seemed to have understood what Daliang wanted to say. You mean, change the reading habits of the lower classes and divert their attention from politics? How should we do it? Or, what can replace the mainstream reporting direction of newspapers now? Daliang laughed with a head full of things. Let me give you an example. For example, you and Brown. One is the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Whitehead, an important minister of the empire, of noble birth, and the director of the important department of the Special Security Bureau, the head of the intelligence organization. Full of legends. Brown is a very ordinary son of the imperial nobility, born in a country estate in the empire. He worked hard alone in Saroying, and even rented a house for many years. But he was favored by the daughter of the Marquis. When the citizens of Saroying knew that you two young men and women with such different identities and status became lovers, would they look forward to knowing how your relationship would develop? When the citizens knew that Brown was troubled by the city newspaper, and you led the Special Security Bureau to occupy the city newspaper office to vent your anger for your fiancée, are the citizens concerned about the crimes of the Special Security Bureau? Or continue to be attracted by your reckless love with Brown, an honest magic professor, and a domineering rich lady? What kind of sparks can your love create? When the citizens find out that Brown has a beautiful maid, will they doubt whether your love can continue? When the citizens know that Brown has a female student who admires him very much, and even for her, she is willing to take his class without being promoted to an intermediate magician, will your love be more dramatic? Brown hurriedly defended. Nothing happened between Miss Grace and me. I always regarded her as my student. Daliang said to and who was thinking, look, Mr. Brown's explanation is casual, and it will be a news in the newspaper. Just explain it after this sentence, and then write about Miss Grace's experience in the college. It is another branch story that makes people unable to stop. Chapter 120, Death by Entertainment. Brown was powerless to refute. He knew his innocence in life would be ruined by this little devil. Thinking about the future, it was really terrible. Annie was also shocked by what Daliang said. She asked, Master Liang, you asked me to take people to the city daily to promote Brown today. Aren't you planning to let him go into politics? Today, the Special Security Bureau attacked the city daily, and the only thing and could see was that Daliang was promoting Brown. Now I'm afraid that all leaders of Saroying are discussing Brown Jennings. And even if the city daily does not report today's events, other newspapers will criticize the Special Security Bureau. And then Brown will successfully leave an impression in the hearts of all Saroying citizens. When the city daily publishes the report about the cooperation between the Pure Magic Academy and the Saroying Magic Academy tomorrow, Brown will become a hot figure in the entire Saroying city. The ticket to enter the Saroying Magic Academy is in Brown's hands. What a strong political capital. There are members in the Marcellus Parliament who are inclined to the empire, although their power is small. As long as it is operated properly, it is not a problem to let Brown enter the parliament. In this way, Master Liang will have his own people in the Marcellus Parliament. This is what Anne thinks. And she is also happy to get Brown into the Marcellus Parliament, which is also of great benefit to the empire. However, this is not the case. When Daliang heard that Annie actually thought so, he said with contempt, let Brown go into politics. What a joke. Let him go into politics. I guess in a few days, he will sell me out completely. And he doesn't even know it. He should just be a magic professor. And then I will package him to be a traffic star. Right? Traffic star? What kind of star is this? Annie expressed her incomprehension of this new term. Daliang explained, it means that there is no work, and it is all about newspaper reports and various gossips to earn popularity. Let everyone know you. And you can trigger a heated discussion among the people just by changing your hairstyle. Gradually, as long as the newspapers keep reporting on you, people will habitually pursue you. But they don't know why they care about you so much. But they just like to see those seemingly boring things around you, and then spread them everywhere. Brown is the first traffic star to be launched in my star-making plan. Today is his first show. City Daily, Special Security Bureau, Saroying Police Department, City Hall, Marseille's Council, all came to support. All newspapers in Saroying will report on it uniformly. And it will be a hit tomorrow morning. It's a perfect start. Brown, work hard in the future. I will help you make a lot of money. Daliang smiled. And Brown shuddered. And also felt that the conspiracy she had played before was just like a child playing house in front of today's layout. And as a reading enthusiast, she knows how she feels when she reads one page and is about to read the next page. She is full of expectations, and wants to know what will happen in the next story. Good books always whet your appetite, and make people unable to stop. And the so-called star-making plan of Daliang is actually to broadcast a real story that only happened in novels to the entire Saroying city. Brown has the conditions to become an excellent protagonist of a novel. Born into a low-level noble family, he is not rejected by the lower-class people and high-level celebrities. He has a talent for magic, works hard, and fights for his dream like every citizen of Saroying. He is the person around you. Or he can be everyone. But he has a noble and unruly fiancée who is afraid that he will be bullied and dares to leave the Special Security Bureau to occupy the newspaper office. He has a well-behaved, gentle, and delicious maid, or a fast food restaurant manager, a confidant. There is also a female student who has a crush on him and is willing to affect her studies and repeat a grade to listen to his class. A perfect collection of elements for a love novel, even as long as the plot requires. New characters can be added at will to control the plot to develop in an eye-catching direction to form an attractive story. People know that the novels they read are all fictional. But this extremely attractive plot is not only real, but also happening around them. Today, I don't know what story will happen to him tomorrow, but I am involved in this story, and I look forward to it every day. Then the newspaper reporting this story must be a must-read newspaper for the citizens of Saroying. There is nothing related to politics in this newspaper. Only various gossips in Saroying, which are interesting stories happening around everyone. When the citizens of Saroying no longer care about politics, when ethnic conflicts fade from their lives and are no longer remembered from time to time, it means that the Empire has won a victory in this war without gunpowder. That is enough to turn the situation around. This is so great. Annie didn't expect that the field that troubled her father for so many years and made the Empire stagnate could be solved so easily. If it weren't for what Daliang said here, no one could guess the significance of the appearance of this newspaper. And when someone knew the role of this newspaper, no one could stop it. Annie didn't know how to describe her mood at the moment. She only knew that she had embarked on the right path. The wise man from the ancient magic era in front of her was the guide who led her to solve Marcellus's question. What should I do? And asked, no. What reward do you want? Daliang said, I don't want any compensation. I am willing to cooperate with you on this newspaper. I will provide a house. There is a house in my property that is suitable for the editorial office of the newspaper. Editor-in-Chief Garcia will probably not stay in the city daily for a few days. We have an experienced editor-in-chief. You can ask Editor-in-Chief Garcia to help find reporters, editors, and other staff. Saroying is so big that there must be suitable people. You are responsible for the equipment needed by the newspaper. If large items such as printing presses cannot be purchased for the time being, you can ask other newspapers to print them on your behalf. Other necessary equipment and tools should be purchased as soon as possible. We must follow up on the report when the heat caused by Brown has reached its peak and has not yet subsided. Make him the citizen fiancé of Saroying. Annie asked, Master Liang, do you want to control the new newspaper we are cooperating with? Do you have any objections? No. Annie answered very straightforwardly. What you are talking about is a brand new field of newspaper development. If you just give advice and don't continue to guide, I am afraid that we will ruin this newspaper. If you are willing to control, then I promise to support this newspaper free of charge. The Empire cannot have any shares, and you can control this newspaper 100%. However, I also hope to send people to this newspaper to learn, and allow us to establish a newspaper of the same nature in other places when appropriate. Chapter 121 Star-Making Plan. It is better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. Although there is no such proverb in this world, and knows this truth, Daliang wants to control this newspaper in order to make money, while the Empire wants to attack the Parliament from the perspective of public opinion. Therefore, the Empire does not need to control the newspaper to share the profits of the newspaper. As long as Daliang's newspaper keeps pouring water into the ideology of Saroying, even if the Empire does not participate in decision-making, Daliang will continue to pour water for its own interests. What it wants to learn is how to pour water, and how to pour this water well. As long as she learns this trick, the Empire can use floods to impact the entire Marcellus. There is more than just one Saroying in the province of Marcellus. For Daliang, Annie is willing to give money, so there is no reason for him to refuse it. He doesn't mind Annie making more similar newspapers. Daliang is in the entertainment media. There is no life and death conflict between entertainment media. Instead, everyone contributes to the success. Entertainment media emphasizes broad channels, internal cooperation, and everyone is in it for money. The wider the relationship, the more money you make. Of course, the most profitable is the leader who leads the trend. As long as Dalyong's entertainment newspaper is firmly in Saroying. When the entertainment newspapers of the empire rise, he can lead the fashion in this pearl of the empire. At that time, just introduce a star, and everyone will build momentum and hype together. At that time, he will not be Saroying's citizen fiancé. No problem. Dalyong agreed to Annie's request to learn technology, and said, everyone can make money. Miss Annie will take care of the newspaper's equipment. Miss Annie stood up and said, Master Leon can prepare for the establishment of the newspaper now. I will have people dismantle the equipment needed by the newspaper from the local newspapers in the empire and send it directly. Although it is a bit old, it has less running in period than new ones and is more practical. I will also let the Whitehead family's industry in Saroying prepare for the daily consumption of the newspaper. Please publish this newspaper in Saroying as soon as possible. The empire needs this newspaper too much. Dalyong picked up the milk cup on the table and said, let's toast to the upcoming newspaper. Miss and also raised her own glass with a smile. Cheers to our newspaper and our friendship. After drinking a glass of wine, and hurriedly left the villa without staying for lunch. She had gained too much today, and she had to get the empire to deliver equipment to Saroying as soon as possible. When Dalyong's newspaper began to publish newspapers, it meant that a decisive battle was launched from their own hands. When the parliament still thought that their public opinion position was indestructible, the empire had bypassed their defense line and airdropped behind them. Miss and left, and the lunch prepared by the maids was served on a silver plate. Dalyong was used to lunch as a main meal, so lunch and dinner were equally sumptuous. The delicious food made everyone's appetite grow. Only Brown looked worried and absent-minded. He was very unhappy about being controlled by his fate. Master Leon. Brown summoned up his courage and said to Dalyong, can I withdraw from your star-making plan? I am just an ordinary magic professor. I don't want to damage the reputation of Miss Hannah and Miss Grace because of me. Nor do I want my family to be disgraced because of me. Sophia carefully cut a piece of steak from Dalyong's plate into small pieces, and Dalyong put the beef cubes into his mouth with a fork. After hearing Brown's dissatisfaction, he replied, when you promised Anne to serve the empire, you couldn't back out. If I don't make you a star of Saroying, do you know what your fate will be? What? Dalyong continued to eat the beef cubes and explained, if you refuse to serve the empire, I will protect you no matter what. I can also ask and to cancel your engagement. After all, this engagement is actually a plot against me, which makes me very unhappy. But you agreed. Of course. As a Fleming, you did nothing wrong. But it is not so easy to be Anne Whitehead's fiancé. This identity will always pull you into the vortex of the competition between the empire and Marcellus. But it is a man-eating hole. Maybe I can protect your life, but I am afraid that your heart will be lost in it, and may not want to harm you. But how can she take care of you when she can't protect herself? You are not a politician. You can't play that kind of trick. And if I don't help you here, your path will be to become an official of Marcellus or the empire step by step. And a cannon fodder. Brown is an excellent magic professor, but he has no talent for politics. And he doesn't want to be an official. And he doesn't have that ambition. So when Dalyong told him about his ending, he felt a little scared. He knew that Saroying was very nervous now, and that the contradictions between the empire and the province were becoming more and more intensified. He was willing to be a warrior and fight for the empire, but he was never willing to touch the dirty politics. This is the nobleness of a magic educator. But becoming a star who is pointed at by others is not the life that Brown wants to live. Is there no other way except to participate in your star-making plan? Dalyong glared and said, why should I think of other ways for you? I just want to make money and help you. Do you still expect me to make a special Save Brown plan? You think too highly of yourself. Just be a big star when you are out of fashion and have made enough money. As long as I stop reporting on you, people will soon forget you. And then no one can stop you from living whatever life you want. After dinner, sign the employment contract and go back to the Dock Magic Academy. The city daily should send someone there. Brown felt that he did think too highly of himself. And since he was on this ship, he would definitely not be able to get off. But he asked curiously, sign an employment contract. What employment contract? Of course, it is the employment contract for you to work for me. I packaged you as a city star, so you are mine. First sign a 5-year labor agreement to establish the relationship. Once I hype up your fame, you can make a lot of money. Brown said with a strange look on his face. But I still have a job. I am the vice president of the Pure Magic Academy. I don't have that much time to do other things. Daliang smiled. It won't take up much of your time. Many times, you just need to show your face a little. Or take a photo. Record a magic video or something. Then a lot of gold pounds will come. What takes time is the newspaper hype and the behind-the-scenes operation. Which has nothing to do with you. Just do what you should do. Chapter 122 Transfer Plan. What is a star? Brown didn't know. Anyway, he signed a 5-year labor agreement without knowing what was going on. He had sold himself to this young Master Liang. Then he left the Élysée Avenue and took a car to the Pure School of Magic. There were reporters from the city daily waiting for an interview, and the junior magic department waiting for him to supervise the upgrade. And, tomorrow, the reputation of Saroying will be resounding throughout the whole of Saroying. And young Master Liang is planning something. Brown suddenly had a feeling that maybe he shouldn't have agreed to be the vice president of the Pure School of Magic that day, but should have fled here early. The noon bell rang in the Azure Cathedral in the distance, and Brown could only accept his fate, hoping that it was not so bad. Senator George met Father Titus, who had just finished his confession class in the Azure Cathedral. In the prayer room, the priests who were praying together bowed their heads and walked away in order. And soon only Father Titus and Senator George were left. God of Light bless you. Senator George prayed devoutly under the statue of God of Light, and then said to Father Titus, who was closing his eyes to appreciate God's grace, Father, the Parliament wants to transport the weapons away. Father Titus opened his eyes. His expression was calm, and he replied, You want to transport them now? You should have transported these weapons 2 months ago. In fact, these weapons should not be in the Azure Cathedral at all. When the Holy See delivers the weapons to the sea area you designated, these weapons have nothing to do with us. Member George felt Father Titus' dissatisfaction and said, Isn't it because there is a sum of money that has not been settled with the Holy See? At that time, the Holy See also agreed to temporarily place these weapons in the Azure Cathedral and wait for the Parliament to settle all the money, and then we will transport them away. I think you deliberately delayed the payment and used the Azure Cathedral as a warehouse. You think the Church of the Good is a special area, and the Empire dare not check it. Unexpectedly, an accident exposed these weapons. Speaking of weapons exposure, Counselor George is full of anger. Are the people in the Azure Cathedral all idiots? Don't they know what the consequences of weapons exposure will be? It simply caught the Marcellus Parliament off guard. Now, whether to go to war with the Vlaamic Empire or to keep things quiet, the Parliament must control these weapons as soon as possible. If they stay in the Azure Cathedral, who knows what stupid things these pigs will do. But the weapons are in their hands, so I can't get angry. Counselor George restrained his anger and said, Yes, some accidents are uncontrollable. Fortunately, the evil cultists and demons did not cause too much damage to the Azure Cathedral, and they were also eliminated by the Special Security Bureau. This is the favor of the God of Light. Now the Parliament plans to transport these weapons away. I hope the Azure Cathedral can cooperate. Father Titus saluted the statue of the God of Light. Thank God for your blessing. Mr. Senator, these weapons are indeed your Parliament's. According to the transaction agreement, after you pay all the money, the Azure Cathedral is indeed obliged to cooperate in the transfer of weapons. But the situation is different now. Nothing happened. Everything is easy to talk about. However, the existence of this batch of weapons has caused the Azure Cathedral to be surrounded by the Imperial Army. It has caused a serious political crisis between the Holy See and the Vatican Empire. Member George couldn't help interrupting Father Titus and said, You expose this batch of weapons. I hope we can reach a consensus on the plan to transfer weapons as soon as possible. After Father Titus and other members finished speaking, he continued, I still don't know how you can transport the weapons out of here. The outside of the church has been surrounded by the Empire's army, and the Special Security Bureau is also watching here. If the weapons are discovered by them during transportation, then the Azure Cathedral will really cause big trouble for the Holy See. This risk, Senator can't just ignore it. If the weapons are in the Azure Cathedral and are discovered by the Empire, it can be said that we have violated the agreement and secretly hidden a large number of arms. If they are discovered during transportation, then the Holy See of the Holy See is colluding with the Marcellus Parliament and intends to rebel. The risk is too great. Member George knew that the Marcellus Council would not be able to transport the weapons without cutting some of their own flesh this time. He said, What does the Azure Cathedral want? You set the conditions. Member George was straightforward. And Father Titus said directly, first, if the situation in Saroying reaches the point where war is necessary, the council shall not attack the area of the Church of the Supreme Good. Second, the council shall compensate the Azure Cathedral with a risk of 100,000 gold pounds. Third, if any accident occurs during the transportation process, the Azure Cathedral will immediately terminate the transportation of weapons, confiscate all remaining weapons, and no longer bear the confidentiality responsibility for the transaction. If necessary, we will hand them over to the Azure Corps and confess the entire content of the transaction with the council. Counselor George felt his blood boiling and almost vomited blood. This time, the Azure Cathedral has lost all its face. No problem. The Parliament must take back the weapons, no matter what harsh demands Father Titus makes. He has to agree with it. I promise you everything. The risk fund of 100,000 gold pounds will be transferred to the Azure Cathedral's account tomorrow. If there is an accident during the transportation, you also have the right to act in accordance with your own interests. Is it okay? Can we talk about transferring the weapons? Of course. Father Titus knows when to stop and is satisfied that he can minimize the risks to the church. This batch of weapons is a hot potato, and it must be sent away as soon as possible. He asked Congressman George, what plan do you have to transport the weapons away in the siege of the Azure Corps? Finally getting to the point, Congressman George said, starting tomorrow, all newspapers in Saroying will collectively attack the Azure Corps, and the Parliament and the City Hall will also guide public opinion to push the hostility of Saroying citizens towards the Azure Corps to the highest peak. Then we will send people to organize a large-scale parade to attack the Imperial garrison positions in the city. The Azure Corps does not know the scale of this batch of weapons. According to the information provided by our insiders in the Corps, they still believe that it was the Azure Cathedral that violated the agreement and stored excess weapons. The number of weapons they estimated was far lower than the actual reserves. This kind of thing can be big or small. When the citizens of Saroying take to the streets and collectively drive out the Azure Corps, causing the city to fall into chaos, the Parliament and the City Hall will come forward to mediate. We will let the Azure Corps withdraw most of its troops from Saroying. At that time, Saroying will be very chaotic. Our friends in the Azure Corps will cover the withdrawal of these weapons during the retreat. Chapter 123 Friends. Father Titus listened carefully to George's plan. Although it sounded very simple, he could feel how much power the Parliament had in Saroying. However, this incident also had a great impact on the subsequent impact of the Azure Cathedral. The priest asked again to confirm, how feasible is the Parliament's plan? So many weapons were transported out under the nose of the Azure Corps. Will they really not be discovered? Member George comforted Father Titus. You should believe that the citizens of Saroying are hostile to the Vlaamic Empire. The Parliament is not taking our money for controlling so many newspapers. We control the emotions of the citizens of Saroying through newspapers, and let them burst out at this moment. Saroying must be in extreme chaos. If the Azure Corps does not want to take responsibility, it must withdraw most of its troops without being able to search the Azure Cathedral. For the rest, you just need to trust the Parliament's control over all aspects of Saroying. 5 days later, an army belonging to the Azure Corps will cover the transportation of this batch of weapons. Our people in the police station and the Special Security Bureau will also be there, just as safe as when they covered the delivery of this batch of weapons. Okay, let's do it according to your plan. Father Titus, who had already left a way out for the Azure Cathedral, readily agreed to this plan. Then he asked Congressman George about what he was concerned about. I feel there are many doubts about the 2 pagans and demons who attacked the church. Their deaths were too strange, and the Security Bureau refused to hand over the bodies and the scene to us. You know, this is no longer Saroying's business. The Church of Gazing into the Abyss is an extremely evil heresy. Its reappearance represents the return of evil to the Order continent. The Church of the Most Good has the responsibility to protect the continent from being invaded by heretics. We need more information, since the Parliament has your people in the Special Security Bureau. Can you ask them to provide us with some information? If you can give us the apostles of the evil believers and the demon sacrifices, it would be even better. This is good for Saroying, because the heretics who gaze into the abyss will not let the city go, and they will send people and demons again. They will not be so ostentatious next time. Member George also went to see the farm, where the Special Security Bureau killed the evil cultists and demons. To be honest, the 2 evil cultists and demons beat the Azure Cathedral so badly, not only causing heavy casualties, but also losing face, which is enough to prove their strength. However, The Special Security Bureau shot them all to death with guns. And anyone with a little knowledge would not believe it. In addition, Deputy Director Kimmier covered up the incident afterwards, which increased Member George's suspicion. However, the insiders of the Special Security Bureau and the Parliament have a cooperative relationship. These professional agents have a clear division of labor when they come into contact with the Parliament. They did not leave any traces, but killed all the people sent by the Parliament to track them. Therefore, the Parliament dared not investigate them again. Fortunately, these insiders of the Security Bureau are very trustworthy. As long as they get the money, they will do things beautifully and help the Parliament solve many problems, including the assassination of the former director of the Security Bureau. At this time, the Parliament also wants to know what happened to the farm that hides the evil cultists and demons. Counselor George said to Father Titus, regarding the matter of the Church of Gazing into the Abyss, "I have asked our friends in the Special Security Bureau, but they don't seem to know the inside story. This at least proves that the two evil cultists and demons were indeed not killed by the people of the Security Bureau. Our main task now is to move these weapons to a safe place. As for gazing into the abyss, our friends must also be investigating. Don't worry. As long as they find any useful clues, they will definitely inform the Parliament. As long as they are paid, they will sell anything." Father Titus did not get any useful clues from Senator George. But as the senator said, the most important thing now is to get these weapons away. As for gazing into the abyss, once the crisis is resolved, the armed forces of the Church of the Most Good can be released to fully investigate the evil heretics. The Church of the Most Good can compromise and make concessions on everything, like a docile sheep, but in terms of faith, they are like lions guarding their territory and never give their opponents any chance. The secret meeting ended. Saroying's afternoon returned to its usual calm. The Azure Corps continued to surround all the Saroying's churches of the Supreme Good. Brown took the reporters sent by the city daily to visit the upgraded Wharf Magic Academy. The reporters, whose attention had been completely attracted by the armed confrontation between the evil cultists, demons, and the Azure Cathedral in the past few days, only then discovered that there was such a shocking news in the city that had not been discovered. Saroying Magic Academy was actually preparing to merge with the Wharf Magic Academy, and the initial cooperation had already begun. They saw the upgraded Primary Ministry of Magic, the aid agreement signed between the Wharf Magic Academy and the Saroying Magic Academy, and even got confirmation from the Saroying Academy. This is definitely big news that can make a sensation in the entire city of Saroying. It is conceivable that once this news is reported, the infamous Wharf School of Magic will become a famous school sought after by all citizens of Saroying. And the vice president of the Wharf School of Magic, who quarreled with Editor-in-Chief Garcia and caused the Special Security Bureau to occupy the city's daily newspaper, will also become a person that all Saroying people are willing to curry favor with. In fact, the reporter who confirmed this news has already begun to curry favor with Brown. And after Brown nodded, he quickly notified the relatives at home that those with children of school age should immediately register at the Wharf School of Magic. After this news is published tomorrow, the Wharf School of Magic will be as picky about the students who register as the Wharf School of Magic. A force is accumulating, waiting for tomorrow's outbreak. After sending Brown to the Pier Magic Academy, Hannah returned to her own fast food restaurant. The decoration of the store has begun, and she will design the details of the store herself. Mike is running around for the supermarket he is going to manage. He needs to recruit employees, purchase shelves and necessary equipment, and contact suppliers. In the midst of the hustle and bustle, the night once again enveloped Saroying, and the city under the lights was still prosperous. The farm located in the western suburbs of Saroying seemed dim compared to the gorgeous city. The news that the evil cultists and demons were causing massacres in this farm has spread. This place is already very remote, and now no one dares to approach. In the dim light of the moon and the stars, various insects chirped one after another. The air was filled with the stench of decay, and some small animals that move at night quickly shuttled through the grass. "Sir, are there any cockroaches left by the Security Bureau here?" Chapter 124 Exploring the Farm. Jessica accompanied Sir Charles to lurk in a bush on the edge of the farm. She slowly waved her magic wand to control the breeze, to blow their scent away from the farm. The farm is a place to gaze at the death of the abyss cultists and demons, whether for self-protection or to solve the mystery of their ancestors. Jessica and Sir Charles must find out how they died, and the mysteries behind them. Sir Charles put on his newly bought monocle, then took out a small retractable monocular telescope from his pocket, and carefully observed the farm not far away. At the same time, he said to Jessica, who was observing the surrounding situation, "This is the place where the death of the abyss cultists and demons is gazed upon. The evil magic is very strange, especially some cursed magic. If you are not careful, you will be worse than death. Cockroaches will not stay in the farm. They will set up some magic traps and magic sentries nearby, and then hide far away. As long as we are careful not to touch those magics, they will not know we are here. Are you ready?" Jessica was still wearing her cowboy clothes and cowboy hat. After hearing what the Lord said, she pulled up the triangular scarf tied around her neck to cover her face, and then replied, "Don't worry, Lord. I am your best assistant in exploring ancient ruins with you. Can the magic traps and sentries set up by cockroaches be more advanced than those in the ancient magic era? Even without detection spells, I can find them at a glance." The Jez also put on a triangular scarf to cover his face. The special ingredients in the triangular scarf also contain a potion that prevents being confused by spiritual magic. Although he was very relieved about Jessica, the Jez still reminded her, after returning from the Death Desert, "You should know that the ancient ruins we explored before are just slums compared to your home. Don't underestimate ancient magic. And don't underestimate the spells and skills of our time. The result of carelessness may require compensation for life." Jessica said sincerely, "I understand, Jazz. I will be careful. But please don't say that it is my home. Who would live in a tomb? But the hurricane is quite fun. Okay. You are probably the only one who can describe a supernatural dragon in a fun way. Let's go, follow my footsteps." Sir Charles and Jessica slowly moved towards the farm. When the abyss cultists and demons attacked the Azure Cathedral, Jessica and Sir Charles saw the whole process of their attack clearly. At that time, the guerrilla airship they were riding had just arrived at Saroying, and was requisitioned by the Azure Corps to fly over the Azure Cathedral. Through the window of the airship, the two of them saw the whole process of the demons attacking the church and retreating. Sir Charles recognized the costumes of the abyss cultists, and knew that this sect that believed in the dread Lord Urgus had begun to infiltrate Saroying. Then the whole city fell into a panic of demons. Sir Charles and Jessica were also very worried. They didn't know whether the abyss-gazing church came to Saroying because they recognized their identities. The betrayal of the Sir caused the abyss-gazing to suffer heavy losses. In a series of attacks by the Holy See, they were forced to leave the Order continent. This time they came back. How could they let go of the former traitors? Although Sir Charles changed his identity after that incident, but the abyss-gazing church has his detailed information. If the church finds out that he is still alive, they will definitely come to investigate the reason why the church was besieged by the Holy See. They returned to their residence and prepared for the abyss-gazing cultists and demons to come to them. That was a demon, a 13th Order extraordinary ancient creature. Although it was summoned, it had all the strength of a demon. This made Sir Charles and Jessica extremely nervous, wondering if the hardstone bat sent by the ancestors would work. As a result, although there were many rumors about demons in Saroying, no one from gazing at the abyss came to them. Then, there was news that the evil cultists and demons who attacked the Azure Cathedral were killed by the Special Security Bureau. The whole process was like a farce performed by gazing at the abyss in Saroying, which felt a bit like sending someone to death from 1,000 miles away. Sir Charles once suspected that this was fake news, but the death of the evil believers and demons was confirmed by the Azure Cathedral. So it was correct. A crisis was resolved. The Special Security Bureau made a great contribution and showed its face in the city of Saroying. But there are really too many doubts. Does the Special Security Bureau have the ability to kill a demon quietly? The enemy of gazing into the abyss is the Church of the Good. The existence of this behemoth makes every heretic believer walking on thin ice in the Order continent. Charles was once a member of the Church of Gazing into the Abyss. He knew that whenever the believers of Gazing into the Abyss arrived at a place, they would first prepare an escape route. It is impossible for two high-ranking believers with demons to be completely wiped out under the siege of the Special Security Bureau. There must be other reasons for their death. Sir Charles felt that he could not be too passive in defending the Church of Gazing into the Abyss. For his own safety, and to be able to investigate the Gazing into the Abyss in depth, he should find the answer. So he took Jessica with him, and prepared to investigate the death scene of the Gazing into the Abyss believers and demons overnight to find traces left here. Sir Charles walked in front with a cane, and he controlled his magic power to spread outward at a very low density. This is not a detection spell, but a magic application technique. Although detection spells can effectively find hidden magic traps, If you encounter advanced magic traps, the regular magic fluctuations of detection spells may also trigger the traps. Magic expansion diluted to a certain degree will not trigger magic traps. However, this kind of magic expansion will not actively find the location of magic traps. It will only show some irregular changes when passing through magic traps. And these changes are hidden in the background of magic changes caused by different terrains. This is a great test of a magician's experience and identification ability. Jessica has not yet fully mastered this skill, considering that the opponent is an agent of the Special Security Bureau. The magic trap they set must be very professional. So Sir Charles asked Jessica to follow behind him and walk towards the farm in his footsteps. Jessica continued to use air magic to eliminate her own smell and reduce the sound of walking. She also hypnotized the small animals that were startled by them. The estrangement between the two people in the Death Desert seemed to disappear. After returning to Saroying, no one mentioned the things they didn't want to mention anymore. At this moment, the experience of many years of exploration allowed the two people to cooperate seamlessly and walk into the farm. Chapter 125: Sneaking into the farm. The chirping of crickets was particularly loud in the quiet night, and the sound of frogs could be heard from the pond not far away. The moonlight shone down, and the appearance of the entire farm was still clear in this dim light. Sir Charles led Jessica around the discovered magic trap, entered the farm, and stopped at the edge. It was all flat land, without grass and not suitable for hiding magic traps. So the agents of the Security Bureau did not set traps here, but only placed 4 magic sentries. The magic sentry is an alchemical device, shaped like an ordinary iron rod, about half a meter long, 2 fingers thick, and extremely sharp at one end. When using it, just plug the magic sentry into the ground and activate the alchemical enchantment contained in it. It can continuously scan nearby abnormal movements. Once it finds something abnormal, it will immediately eject magic fireworks upwards to warn. However, in order to prevent false alarms from the magic sentry, when the magic sentry is manufactured, the built-in trigger mechanism will automatically ignore the abnormal movements of some small objects to prevent it from being triggered by some small animals such as rodents. As long as you understand the working principle of the magic sentry, you can still interfere with them. Sir Charles took out a black ball from his pocket and put it on the ground, then gently turned on a switch on it. The ball rolled on the ground, and instantly 6 legs popped out and stood up. Then Sir Charles used his cane to guide the ball to run towards a magic sentry post. The ball was much smaller than a mouse, and it shuttled through the farm without triggering the magic sentry to send a signal. The ball with 6 legs moved very fast. It ran to the side of a magic sentry post, and then climbed up the pole. The rest, as long as the last alarm component of the magic sentry was cut off, the magic sentry would be useless. The 4 magic sentries were quickly destroyed, and the ball returned to Sir Charles's feet, and the 6 legs were retracted into the body. When Jessica saw Sir Charles put the ball back into his pocket, she said enviously, "Sir, when will you make me a universal ball? This alchemical item is really useful for destroying magic traps." Sir Charles formally walked into the farm, holding his cane forward, searching for possible magic traps that have not been discovered. At the same time, he replied to Jessica, "The things needed to make the universal ball are too difficult to collect. Some of the materials are found in the ruins of the ancient magic era. I am currently researching these things. Give me some time, and I will make you a universal ball. There are no magic traps in the farm now. Let's hurry up. There are traces of magic circles there. I'll go take a look. Use your camera to take pictures of everything here. Don't miss any details, especially the places where the abyss-gazing believers and demons died. Collect anything you think is suspicious." Jessica took out the camera on her back and said to Sir Charles, "Okay, sir. I will take pictures of every inch of land here for you." Sir Charles walked to the scorched ground. The magic circle here corresponds to the magic circle on the Azure Cathedral Square, which is the retreat route prepared by the abyss-gazing believers and demons for themselves. Although the entire magic circle was severely damaged by the burning hellfire when it was used, Sir Charles could still see a lot of things. Putting on gloves, the knight tried to fill in the missing parts of the magic circle. Since there was no need to infuse alchemy and spellcasting materials, it didn't take him too long to just outline the lines. Soon a magic circle with an octagonal pattern appeared on the scorched land. The magic runes and energy circuits on the magic circle were very complicated. In addition to the application of magic elements, there were also many divine prayers mixed in it, which were more advanced than what Sir Charles learned in the Church of Gazing into the Abyss. Therefore, Sir Charles did not immediately interpret the contents of the magic circle, but took photos of the magic circle with the camera he was carrying, and collected some soil inside and outside the magic circle and the residue of the materials used to set up the magic circle. Sir, after Charles put a handful of scorched earth into a paper bag and sealed it, Jessica called softly, "Come here and see what these are." Sir Charles put the collected samples away and walked to where Jessica was standing. Jessica squatted down, pointed to the ground and said, "Sir, look, there is a trace of dragging here. It should be that one of the abyss-gazing cultists was not killed directly, but was dragged to someone for interrogation. There are also bloodstains here. After he was interrogated, he was killed. And here, these are the marks left by the table legs and chair legs. I think the person who commanded the ambush of the abyss cultists and demons was sitting here at the time. I don't understand why they put tables and chairs and sit here to interrogate people. Isn't it troublesome?" Sir Charles also found this discovery very strange. The ambush of the abyss cultists and demons should be a very cautious battle, and any extra things should not appear in this battle. And the other party killed very decisively. The entire farm did not actually experience too long of a battle, except for some traces of gunfights added afterwards. Sir Charles could imagine how fierce the battle was at that time. One side suddenly rushed out to kill the demon cleanly and neatly, and then control the abyss cultist. But there was a set of tables and chairs in the battlefield that suddenly started and stopped, which made the picture look very abrupt. "Take a picture first." Sir Charles took out a tape measure to measure some data, and said to Jessica, "The style of this set of tables and chairs is not like farm stuff. This is a major clue." Jessica immediately took a picture of the traces on the ground. At this time, a crisp sound not far away broke the quiet night. A shining tracer passed by, and a bullet flew past the side of Jessica's cheek with a fiery gust of wind. Gunshots. Discovered. Jessica immediately grabbed the magic wand and used air magic to blow up a cloud of dust around her. Then took out the alchemical revolver from the holster on her hip, activated the explosion spell, and fired 3 short shots in the direction of the bullet. While shooting, she moved her position under the cover of the dust. Sir Charles's reaction was also extremely fast. When Jessica fought back, he had already used earth magic to shape a wall of earth to bring Jessica in. Boom, boom, boom. The bullets fired by Jessica caused a violent explosion, but the bullets fired by the opponent did not weaken. Bullets with armor-piercing and explosive effects bombarded the earth wall, instantly destroying the earth wall shaped by the knight. Force field shield. Stone crystal ice wall. The earth wall bought Sir Charles time to cast a more advanced defensive magic. A field defense shield protected them, and Jessica in the middle, and 3 diamond-shaped transparent solid defense shields blocked 3 directions for them. The incoming bullets hit the stone crystal ice wall without much effect. Chapter 126. Throw it out. The gunshots gradually stopped, and several figures slowly approached from the surroundings. "Sir, it's the cockroaches of the Security Bureau. How did they find us?" Jessica hid her body behind the stone crystal ice wall. Sir Charles was a 12th level magician, and the defensive magic he released was relatively reliable. However, facing the powerful alchemical weapons, even a 13th level strongman did not dare to use his body to resist the bullets with spell effects. There were 7 people on the other side, wearing gray windbreakers and felt hats, and they were cockroaches from the Special Security Bureau at a glance. Jessica didn't know what she and Sir Charles had neglected, and they were discovered by these difficult agents. Sir Charles, who had experienced all kinds of dangers, was very calm. He held his cane tightly, hid behind the crystal ice wall, and observed the situation of this sudden battle. At the same time, he comforted Jessica. Maybe they have been lying in ambush around, waiting for people to fall into the trap. I was careless and didn't find them, but we still have a chance to escape. They didn't continue to attack. They should be planning to catch us for interrogation. The agents of the Security Bureau dispersed the encirclement and slowly approached. They walked very carefully, holding the magic wand in their left hand and summoning a black tower shield in front of them, and then hiding their whole bodies behind the tower shield. Holding the alchemical revolver in his right hand, he faced Jessica and Charles from the side of the shield, only revealing half of his face and observing with one eye. Professional training allowed them to form 3 layers when approaching, squeezing and approaching the target from 5 directions. As long as the opponent has any attacking behavior, they can immediately counterattack from multiple points. They are all sharpshooters fed with countless bullets. But I don't know why the first shot missed. 2 targets have been identified. One male and one female. And their identities are not yet determined. Both of them are magicians with some strength. And each group should pay attention to spell protection. Priority task. Capture 2 or 1 person alive. If there is no chance to capture them alive, we can kill them all. Our own safety is the most important. One group changes to the shock spell. The opponent summons a crystal ice wall that is too hard. Blast them out as soon as possible after the exchange of fire. Bullet is responsible for sniping. Why did the shot just now miss? Is there something wrong with the gun? After the leader gave the task, the agent codenamed Bullet replied, there is no problem with the gun. But there seems to be a defensive airflow around the woman, which made the bullet slightly miss. Pistols are like this. The second half is easily disturbed. Now we are so close. As long as she shows her head, I will make her head explode. Captain Trigger. Don't worry. The leader codenamed Trigger looked at the scattered team members on the left and right. And they were all in the best attack position. The target couldn't escape. Hey. We are the Special Security Bureau. Captain Trigger put the shield in front of him. And the magic wand stretched out from the top of the shield. A dazzling light shone on the target. And threatened, you have entered the key military area marked by the Security Bureau. I order you to throw out your weapons and magic wands immediately. And put your hands where we can see. If you just broke in here by mistake, we can let you go after asking. Don't try to resist. We are different from those useless policemen. You have no chance to escape. Now, do as I say, walk out slowly. Sir, what should we do? Jessica held the magic wand, and a slight electric current jumped on it. There are still 3 alchemical bullets in the revolver. If a fight breaks out, the opponent probably won't give her a chance to reload. There are open areas all around, and it is really impossible to escape under the pursuit of bullets. Jessica has never encountered such a situation. She and Charles did encounter various dangers when they were exploring. But those are traps and mechanisms. Dead objects. And after 2,000 years, many magics have lost their former power. As long as they are well prepared in advance, they can still be avoided. But it is different now. They are facing the most professional killers. And from the actions of these cockroaches, it can be seen that they are experienced field elites. Sir Charles turned his face to avoid the strong light and said to Jessica, didn't your ancestors give you a bat? I think now is the time to use it. That bat? Jessica put the pistol back into the holster and took the bat out of her pocket. It was still as hard as a stone. She has been like this since she came back from the Death Desert. She doesn't eat, drink, move or talk. Even when Jessica used her to crack nuts, she didn't say ouch. Jessica knew she could talk, but no matter what method she used, she couldn't get a response, which made her feel helpless. Should she really throw her out? But there are 7 guns outside. What if her strength is different from what she imagined, and she is shot by these cockroaches? She hasn't tried whether she is bulletproof. Throw her out or not. Sir Charles said, Jessica, since your ancestors gave her to you, you must believe that your ancestors gave you something that can save your life. There is no loophole in the position of these cockroaches. We can be hit by them if we move a little. I need an opportunity. Just give me a little time, and I can use magic to bombard them. Then we have a chance to escape. Okay. Jessica made up her mind. She held the bat in her hand. The feeling of force everywhere made her feel that this thing was used for throwing. Go! Bang! Jessica only showed a side when throwing the bat. But at this moment, the gun went off. The bullet was very confident in his shot. The distance of 20 meters was within the best range of the alchemy revolver. The trajectory was extremely stable, and the impact of wind resistance was minimal. Moreover, the gun used by Bullet was a special sniper gun, which had only one spell, armor piercing. And all alchemical enchantments were for armor piercing. The woman's body was exposed from behind the stone crystal ice wall, although it was still protected by the force field shield. The bullet was enough to penetrate the force field shield and hit the woman. In Bullet's mind, the woman would lose her combat effectiveness even if she didn't die. One survivor would be enough. But what Bullet didn't expect was that the woman threw out a black thing. And that thing seemed to deflect in the air and just blocked the trajectory of the bullet. With a bang, the thing that blocked the bullet fell to the ground. And the bullet flew to an unknown place. And the woman hid behind the stone crystal ice wall without any damage. Damn it! Dantu couldn't help but curse. This was the second time he missed the target. He fired 2 shots at the same target and missed. I'm so unlucky today. But what did that woman throw out? All the agents looked at the ground. And then, they saw that the black stone on the ground spread its wings and turned into a woman. Chapter 127 Cindy. The woman stretched lazily on the spot. She was wearing a tight leather jacket that outlined her beautiful figure, over-knee white-heeled leather boots, and a beautifully decorated sword hung on the left side of the black belt slung across her waist. The woman had fair skin and a stunning appearance, but she looked sleepy, giving people a lazy feeling. Messy red hair, blurred eyes, just like a woman who just got up. She was Cindy, the blood-sucking guard sent by Dalian to protect Jessica. After yawning, Cindy rubbed her waist, facing the agents of the Security Bureau, and asked with a face full of waking temperament, "Who hit me so hard just now? If I hadn't applied the stone skin to protect myself when I was sleeping, my waist would have been pierced." "Suck, it's a vampire." Everyone present was shocked to see Cindy's transformation from a bat to a human. None of them expected to encounter undead creatures here. Vampires are high-level undead creatures, and they were very active in the ancient magic era. However, after the end of theocracy, vampires became very rare. Later, the race that ruled the world hunted the undead and the necromancers, causing vampires to almost become extinct. The characteristic of vampires is that they can freely transform between human and bat forms. They have very good magic talents. The lowest level vampires are all 7th level high-level magicians. And those vampires, who have survived all kinds of hunting and killing, are all extremely difficult characters. The vampire they encountered was hit directly by the sniper bullet of the bullet head, but he stood up without any damage. Too strong. The captain shouted, "Kill the vampire first." "Cover me, shoot." A series of explosions. 7 alchemical pistols sprayed flames at Cindy at the same time. The captain fired the bullets in the gun at the fastest speed, then chanted the spell with a magic wand, preparing to release powerful attack magic. The bullets with various spell effects poured towards Cindy, and in front of Cindy, a circular magic circle was instantly unfolded. Cindy, who had been sleeping since leaving the Great Tomb, saw the alchemical revolver for the first time. The power of the 2 bullets she had just blocked for Jessica left a deep impression on her. She knew that this was a dangerous weapon that could hurt her. Of course, the premise was that this weapon could hit her. Cindy was selected by De Leon to join the vampire guards, relying not only on her appearance. The duty of the guards was to protect De Liang's safety, and their strength was naturally proportional to their appearance. At the moment the agents opened fire, Cindy activated the magic circle on the scabbard of the sword. All the swords of the vampire guards came from the alchemical laboratory of the Great Tomb, and were made by the laboratory's chief alchemist, Master Nicole. The whole set of sabers, including the sword and the scabbard, are extremely high-end alchemical weapons. The scabbard contains an alchemical magic that can release an adaptive defense magic circle, which can automatically change to a defense state that can resist attacks of this attribute according to the attributes of the attack. In addition to the physical impact of the bullets fired by the agents, they also have different attributes of the spell effects, making the bullets fly faster and more steadily, enhancing the armor-piercing ability, or directly exploding. Some special bullets may also have the ability of mental impact. Simply physical defense shelters, like the stone crystal ice wall, cannot hold up for too long. Sir Charles. Jessica was obviously inexperienced when facing these top killers. If they didn't have Cindy today, they would have to face a fierce battle, and their lives would be in jeopardy. Now Jez and Jessica hid behind the stone crystal ice wall, watching the security agents shooting at Cindy crazily. The bullets hit the magic circle activated by Cindy. This defensive technique designed specifically to protect De Leon faithfully fulfilled its duties. No bullet broke through this defensive barrier, and those powerful spells contained in it were just fireworks on it. The agents became more and more frightened as they fought. They had never encountered such a thing before, where someone could actually stand still and withstand their shooting. What on earth was the magic circle blocking her? Why did armor-piercing bullets fall directly to the ground when shot at it? And why did explosive bullets only produce a small spark? How should we fight this? Captain, are you ready? Our guns are useless. Bullet reloaded bullets at the fastest speed, and there was despair in his tone. Even if the opponent ran and used agility and speed to dodge his bullets, it would be better than being unable to penetrate with one shot after another, which gave him some hope. But just as Bullet finished speaking, the shield blocking him was instantly broken in two, and a sword light flashed from the broken position, and Bullet's body broke into two and fell down. The female vampire, who was supposed to be 20 meters away and suppressed by the bullet, stood where the bullet fell without knowing when. The blood on the sword was slowly absorbed by the sword body. Cindy looked at the captain with contempt and said, to be more precise, I am not a vampire. Although I have half vampire blood. My race is a more advanced vampire sword guard. You are unlucky today. Women are always very irritable when they are violently awakened, when they are sleeping soundly. It's late. Kill you as soon as possible. I can still take another nap. While Cindy was talking, the captain had finished the magic he was about to release. He pointed his magic wand to the sky and said to Cindy, I don't care what race you are. Under the attack of thunder and lightning, no matter what you are, you will be annihilated. Thunder roared. Thunderbolts tore through the sky. And after the strong light, a lightning bolt rushed down. Facing Cindy below, Cindy summoned the defensive array above her head. The bucket-sized lightning struck the defensive array, and the lightning illuminated the entire farm as bright as day, and then returned to darkness after flashing. The lightning disappeared, without causing any damage to Cindy, who was protected by the defensive array. During the whole process, no electrical energy was spilled, and all was annihilated in the defensive array. The captain did not expect that the strongest magic he released could still not break through the opponent's defense. But his professional ethics did not let him wait stupidly for the end of this magic attack. At this time, the unsolvable defensive magic circle was above the opponent's head. The captain used his fastest speed ever to put a bullet into the empty pistol, and then pulled the trigger at the terrible woman in front of him. At this moment, the captain finally saw how the other party moved. She turned into a bat again, flapped her wings and flew towards him. She turned gracefully in the air, dodged the flying bullet, and flew in front of him with another flap of her wings. From a bat to a human form, the captain could see her face clearly. Her face was very white, and her skin was very delicate. From her bright eyes, he could still see what he looked like. Finally, the captain felt a sword piercing his heart. The captain, who had lost his strength, fell down. In his blurred vision, he saw his subordinates shooting in vain at a fast-moving blurry figure. Soon, the gunshot stopped. The farm returned to silence. Chapter 128 Evacuation. Jessica walked out from behind the crystal ice wall and looked at the corpses on the ground with indescribable amazement in her heart. The special security agents, who had just frightened her, and Sir Charles, so much that they dared not show their heads, were all dead. From the time they shot Cindy to the end, it took less than 3 minutes. She saw how fierce the firepower of the agents was, and also saw how powerful the lightning that pierced the sky was. The leader of the other party was at least an 11th level magician. But this extremely elite team of agents was easily slaughtered by the bodyguard given to them by the ancestor, as expected of a hero from the ancient magic age. She is so strong that people can't even feel how strong she is. That Miss Vampire. Jessica didn't know Cindy's name yet. The killing and the corpses on the ground just now scared her. Cindy used the detection spell to search around. After confirming that there was no one else, she turned to Jessica and smiled. Correction. My lady. I am not a vampire, but a vampire sword guard. The undead is just a part of my bloodline. My race was created by our master himself. I am under the order of the master to protect your safety. You can call me Cindy. Having created a powerful race herself, Jessica has a deeper understanding of her ancestors. Jessica said to Cindy, Thank you, Cindy. If it weren't for you today, I'm afraid that Jazz and I would die here. Cindy put away her sword and walked over. No need to thank me. Just don't ask me to crack nuts in the future. Although I have been sleeping, my perception allows me to know everything happening around me, which is also what I am good at. Hearing Cindy talking about cracking nuts, Jessica became embarrassed and apologized to Cindy. I'm really sorry. I'm just very curious about you. I promise that there will never be such embarrassing things again. Cindy yawned, and it seemed that sleepiness came up again. Let's stop here today. I'm sleepy. In addition, I suggest that you prepare more weapons in the future. I cannot guarantee that I can protect you from all emergencies. After saying that, Cindy transformed into a bat and got into Jessica's hand, then curled up into a ball and gradually hardened into stone. Thinking back to what had just happened, Jessica couldn't help but sigh in her heart. A powerful and shocking strong man was in her hands. Jessica, we should go. Sir Charles lifted the magic he had released, cleaned up the remaining traces, and said to the stunned Jessica, The gunshots here will definitely attract more people from the security bureau. We must leave now. As if to confirm the Sir's worries, the sound of a silver wing flying in the air was heard. Jessica immediately put the bat back into her pocket, and then summoned a strong wind to sweep across the farm, further destroying the traces. Then she followed Sir Charles and left the farm into the night. The killing of 7 outstanding agents shocked the entire Special Security Bureau. Upon receiving the news, Deputy Director Camille, who rushed back to the Security Bureau overnight, was furious at his subordinates. Why did the 7 of them appear on the farm? Who was staying on the farm tonight? Why did 7 field agents go to the farm? But no one reported to me. I told you that any field agent must tell me what they do. Now 7 excellent field agents are dead. And I know now, what do you think of me? I am your boss. Not the lady who sits in the director's office and only reads novels. A group of department heads were scolded in the deputy director's office. After Deputy Director Camille finished his anger, the secretary said, "The people guarding the farm today are Horatio and Clive. And they also died in the farm. We still don't know why the other 5 field agents went to the farm at night. Maybe they found some suspicious people and followed them all the way in. And Horatio and Clive took action to cooperate with them. When he learned that the 2 agents on duty to guard the farm today also died in the farm." Deputy Director Kimmier calmed down immediately. Things are not as simple as they seem. As an intelligence agency, every on-duty field agent has a set of strict rules of conduct when handling cases. If 7 field agents are tracking someone who breaks into the farm, then before entering this key security area, one person must be left behind to report to the Security Bureau. However, 7 people broke into the farm and fought with the other party without leaving any information, which is a serious violation of discipline. Now we know that 2 of the 7 are agents who should guard the farm. So these should be 2 groups of people. Moreover, when the farm guard found someone breaking into the farm, his first duty was to alert the Security Bureau and request support, not to follow the other 5 people to fight with the opponent. The Security Bureau is not responsible for fighting, and it is not to help when seeing its own people in trouble. There is something fishy here. Deputy Director Kimmier showed a stern look again. Send all the information of these dead field agents here. I want to see what case they are investigating. And they actually caused me to lose 7 excellent brothers. In addition, there are too many dead bodies in the farm, and there may be some evil curses in it. Burn the farm tonight. All the things brought from the farm were burned, including all the photos and physical evidence. Where are the bodies of the 2 evil cultists? The secretary replied, in the autopsy room. Send them all to the incinerator. The secretary was surprised. Director, you want to destroy all these things? Then we have no way to find out who killed the evil cultists and demons. Deputy Director Kimmier stood up and said viciously, "It was me who killed the evil cultists and demons. It was our Special Security Bureau. The Azure Cathedral has admitted it. This is the fact. No one is allowed to investigate again. I will go to the incinerator and wait there now. You send all the things I want. I want to check them myself and then watch them burn with my own eyes. If you miss one of them, I will kill you." Deputy Director Kimmier can basically confirm that the 7 agents who died on the farm were traitors in the Security Bureau. They went to the farm to investigate the real cause of death of the evil cultists and demons. But they were killed there for some unknown reason. The strongman or organization that really killed the evil cultists and demons is now Deputy Director Kimmier's amulet. Kimmier knows that as long as their identities are not exposed, the traitors in the Security Bureau will not dare to easily attack him. He will have time to find these people out. And the first thing to do is stop people from continuing to investigate this case. Chapter 129 Brotherhood. Please pray for our 7 deceased brothers. They have made outstanding contributions to the Brotherhood, and they should have had a better ending. Their departure is a great loss to the Brotherhood. We will continue to fight with their aspirations until our ideal world comes. In the secret room, the candle flickered dimly, illuminating the shadows of 5 people. They are the founders of the Brotherhood, which is an organization hidden inside the Security Bureau. Tonight, the Brotherhood suffered the most serious loss since its establishment. 7 outstanding field agents died unexpectedly, forcing the 5 leaders to hold an emergency meeting overnight. Discuss how to deal with this incident. In silence for the deceased brothers, the leader of the Brotherhood said, "Who knows what happened?" Trigger led the team to the farm to investigate the cause of death of the evil cultists and demons. Why did they all die? Who killed them? How much information do we have now? One person replied, Trigger arrived at the farm at about 10:20. And the field guards on the farm during this time were our people. But we don't know what they encountered on the farm yet. We only know that at 10:30, gunshots were heard from the direction of the farm. When the Security Bureau arrived, there were only 7 bodies at the scene. All of them were our people. The farm was destroyed at that time, and no clues were found for the time being. However, all of Trigger and his men died of sword wounds. The leader asked. The fatal wounds of the two evil cultists were also swords. Could it be that Trigger met the same people who killed the demons on the farm? It is very likely. We all know the strength of Trigger's team. If they want to retreat, an infantry battalion can't stop them. In addition, during the battle, there was a high attack magic such as Thunderbolt. But no trace of this magic was found at the scene. They encountered a very strong opponent, and the battle was a one-sided crushing. I think it was the same group of people who killed the evil cultists and the demons. They were in the farm at the time, and Trigger and his men broke in. The room fell into a brief silence. If the death of the evil cultists and demons only made them realize the strength of their opponents, the loss of the Brotherhood this time means that they have personally experienced how powerful their opponents are. An elite field team died just like that, and the entire battle process did not even take 10 minutes. The leader felt unprecedented pressure, and after a while he asked, "What is Camille's reaction?" Camille just ordered the farm to be burned. At the same time, all evidence of the death of the evil cultists and demons was burned, including the two bodies and the evil props left by the demons. Our people took a great risk to hide some photos and materials, and these are our only clues. Obviously, Camille has realized that someone is investigating this case. He did this to destroy all clues and allow his ally to remain hidden in the dark. This ally once again demonstrated their strength, directly hitting the Brotherhood hard, forcing the Brotherhood to restrain its hands and feet and restrain its behavior. Camille, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. This time, the Brotherhood was completely defeated, which made the leader extremely unwilling. At this time, someone suggested, "Boss, what should we do? Should we kill Camille?" "No, don't touch Camille. After the former director was assassinated by us, this fat man has been very careful." The leader decisively rejected this risky plan. He is at least a 12th level magician, and he is extremely cunning. Don't be fooled by his disguise. If the previous director's background in the Empire was not stronger than his, he would be the best candidate for the director of the Security Bureau. Since he already knows the existence of the Brotherhood, he will not let us assassinate him easily. Moreover, we don't know who these allies of his are and where they are hiding. What we need now is calmness. Unrest and agitation will only harm us. What should we do about what the Parliament asked us to do? The leader said, "Carry on as planned. Since we have already received the money from the Council, we must do this cleanly no matter what. Strengthen the surveillance of Camille and continue to investigate those who killed Trigger. Also, find a way to get some powerful heavy weapons. The opponent is too strong. The brothers can't just use pistols next time they encounter each other. Leave this to me. There are some combat rifles for air combat in the Security Bureau's arsenal. The power is far greater than that of ordinary alchemical rifles. Even the body of a demon can be easily shot through. If you need silver wings, I can also get them." "You can get silver wings? Very good." The leader was very happy. He said, "The situation in Soroing is unstable now, and war may break out in the whole of Marcellus. The Brotherhood's weapons must be fully upgraded. We need not only silver wings, but also battle fortresses and airships. The enemies we are facing now are too strong. Ice armor. You will be responsible for the Brotherhood's weapons in the future. We must not only sell them, but also have our own weapons research laboratory to research high-end weapons." The person codenamed Ice Armor said, "Yes, leader." At this time, another person suddenly said, "Leader, I just got the latest intelligence." When the farm battle ended, several farmers saw a man and a woman appear near the farm. They might be the ones who killed Trigger, but it was too dark at night, so I couldn't see them clearly. Check, but don't alarm them. Yes. After a night of terror, Sir Charles and Jessica returned to their residence in Soroing City. Sir Charles is a world-renowned explorer. Every time he discovers an ancient relic, it will bring many benefits to the country where the relic is located. Therefore, Sir Charles can travel freely in countries around the world with his name alone, and enjoy many conveniences at the same time. This time Sir Charles wants to explore the Death Desert. He has received full support from the Vlaminck Empire, which has built an archaeological studio for him in Soroing City, and promised to provide Sir with any help the Empire can provide. In addition to Sir Charles and Jessica, there are 8 recruited archaeological interns, and 4 security guards in this archaeological studio. The interns' current job is to collect all the information related to the Death Desert, and then organize them. Finally, Sir Charles decided the route for the next exploration of the Death Desert based on these data. However, except for Sir Charles and Jessica, who live in the studio, everyone else will leave after get off work. Therefore, when Sir Charles and Jessica came back from the farm, they were faced with an empty work hall. Several desks were surrounded in the middle of the hall, surrounded by various materials piled up into a small mountain. And the blackboard on the wall recorded the work that needed to be completed. After closing the door, Jessica said to Sir Charles, "Sir, do you think those farmers saw us?" Chapter 130 Magic and Science. Sir Charlton tapped the floor with his cane, and the magic power spread to check the small magic devices he had set up here. After confirming that no one had broken in, he walked to a table, took off the exploration equipment hanging on his body one by one, and focused on checking his camera. At the same time, he replied to Jessica, "Those few were drunkards who came back late. And even if they found us, they couldn't see us clearly. The Special Security Bureau can't find us for the time being. I am more worried about the Church of Gazing into the Abyss. They are obviously very well prepared for this trip to the Order Continent. The Church not only mastered the art of summoning demons, but also far exceeded the level of more than 10 years ago in the application of magic and art. They will not accept defeat. This is a battle of faith. Saroyan can radiate the entire East Coast, and can also go deep into the Frumink Empire along the Dosan Railway and enter the hinterland of the continent. This is the starting point that the Church of Gazing at the Abyss must fight for." Jessica also took off the equipment hanging on her body one by one. Today's encounter with the agents of the Special Security Bureau made her truly realize what a battle between people is. She is definitely more professional than those agents in exploring and dealing with traps in the ruins. But face-to-face gunfights are not her specialty. "I don't know if the Security Bureau will come to the door for the death of the 7 agents today. There is also the Church of Gazing at the Abyss. The Jazz said that they will come to Saroyan again. So they must be prepared to fight the Security Bureau and the Church of Gazing at the Abyss at the same time. I need a teacher." Jessica patted her pocket and said, "Cindy, I know you can hear. How about you teach me fighting?" Cindy's voice came out from Jessica's pocket. "I can also teach you magic. You are wasting your magic talent. Can't you feel the whispers of the elemental elves in your ears?" Jessica asked. "Elemental elves? What are they? Is it a branch of the elves?" Cindy jumped out of the pocket, turned into a human form, and sat in a chair behind a desk. She curiously knocked on the printer on the table and answered, "Elemental elves are elemental bodies wandering in space. Usually, elemental elves are invisible and unconscious. In the elemental plane, in the high concentration of elemental energy, elemental spirits can generate self-awareness and condense into pure elemental life forms. In other planes, some people with high affinity for elemental magic will attract elemental spirits to approach actively. Then, by summoning elemental magic, elemental spirits can be summoned out. There is an elemental spirit with air attributes following you. Are you good at air magic?" Jessica looked left and right, but did not see the elemental spirit that Cindy mentioned. She asked, "Yes. I learned air magic very quickly, and the power is higher than other magic of the same level. Is this related to the elemental spirit? Why can't I see it or feel it?" Cindy smiled and said, "It is said that elemental spirits are invisible. If I don't enter a dormant state, I can't feel it. Do you want to summon it? Pure air magic elemental creatures are absolutely loyal to you. Even if their ranks are not high, they are enough to help you increase the power of your air magic to a higher level. Pure elemental creatures are another race in the ancient magic era." After knowing that she could have a pure elemental creature, Jessica couldn't wait to say, "Of course I want to. What should I do?" "First you must be able to feel it. This is a process of training magic perception. I can teach you magic and teach you how to fight. In exchange, you will teach me how to use those guns?" Jessica didn't expect Cindy to be interested in guns. "Why do you want to learn shooting?" "I think guns can't do anything in front of you. I don't know why I want to learn it." Cindy spread her hands. "I wanted to continue sleeping, but I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about this powerful weapon. I am the Master's personal guard. It is my duty to protect the Master's safety. Any weapon that I think is threatening, I must understand it. You are really a competent personal guard." Jessica didn't expect the lazy Cindy to be so dedicated. Thinking of her ancestor, she whispered, "Who is your master? Can you tell me his name?" Cindy said with a humorous smile, "The Master is the Master. How can a personal guard casually tell others the Master's name? Finding the secret of your bloodline is the task given to you by your ancestors. I will never help you with this task. Okay. The training will start tomorrow. You need to find a good venue. Then, I can sleep peacefully without any worries. Good night. See you tomorrow. Cindy moved very quickly. Before Jessica could answer, she turned into a bat and got into Jessica's pocket. Jessica had no way to deal with Cindy, who slept as soon as she said she would. She turned to Sir Charles and said, Cindy is right. We have to face the security bureau and staring into the abyss. We must learn how to fight. This place is obviously not suitable for training. And the exploration of the Death Desert should also be stopped. We should close this place and find another secret place. Sir Charles has been standing aside, listening to the conversation between Jessica and Cindy, trying to find some clues about the ancestor from Cindy. However, Cindy was very conscientious and did not reveal too much useful information. After hearing that Jessica wanted to close the studio, Sir Charles said, No. We need this disguise. The Empire's funding will allow us to gain a lot of convenience in Saroying, and disbanding the studio without reason will attract unnecessary attention. Regarding the training ground, I'll find a way. In fact, I think what's more important is that we need more advanced weapons. The heroes of the ancient magic era pursued strong personal strength. But even if Cindy taught you, your strength would not improve in a short time. But our era is different. Powerful weapons can make up for the gap in strength. I will concentrate my research institutions around the world in Saroying City. I have been preparing to face the Church of Gazing into the Abyss again one day. This time they are here. And they are even more powerful. It's time to show my research results. Exploring ancient ruins has brought Sir Charles unimaginable fame and wealth. The Sir himself is an extremely outstanding scientist and magician, and also a very smart investor. So Sir Charles, who was rich and powerful, established some private research institutes around the world, and then split up some of his wonderful ideas and handed them over to these research institutes for independent research. Now these research institutes have many research results that surpass the ordinary scientific and technological level of this world. What Sir has to do is to reorganize these scattered technologies and use them to deal with the Church of Gazing into the Abyss. Chapter 131, a different front page. The sun at dawn once again illuminates this bustling city. Ordinary citizens do not know what is happening around them. Sometimes ignorance is also a kind of happiness. For a living and a better life, they get up early to start a day's work. As long as they have a beautiful goal, being busy makes them have no time to enjoy a good breakfast. Many people just eat something to fill their stomachs, then buy a newspaper and take a steam locomotive on the way to work to see what happened in the city yesterday. Councillor George also came to the Parliament building early. Today is the first day of the plan to transfer the weapons of the Azure Cathedral. As the liaison of this plan, he must supervise every link to ensure that the plan proceeds smoothly step by step. The starting part of the plan is, of course, the collective condemnation of the Azure Corps by all newspapers in the city of Saroying. The Azure Corps surrounded the Church of the Holy See, which has seriously affected the normal life of the citizens of Saroying, especially those believers who believe in the God of Light. In their eyes, the behavior of the Azure Corps is a serious blasphemy against the God of Light. What needs to be done now is to let the conflict break out. Member George? The assistant knocked on the door of the office, then pushed open the half-open door and walked in. She held all the morning newspapers in Saroying City today in her hands and gently placed them on the desk. These are the newspapers provided by major newspapers to the Parliament. I followed your instructions and took a copy of each newspaper. Thank you, Miss Fanny. The skirt you are wearing today is very suitable for you. Member George complimented his assistant gentlemanly. He knew that a compliment could bring vitality to his employees for a morning. Is it really beautiful? Miss Fanny was very happy. This is the latest skirt from Manasha Women's Clothing Store. Although it is very expensive, I like it very much. Councillor George picked up a newspaper, smelled the fresh ink on it, and said to Miss Fanny, I always think that the happiest thing is to have something you like, no matter how much you spend on this skirt. I think it is absolutely worth it when you wear it. Okay, let's get to work. Please help me get a cup of coffee. It will be very busy today. Yes, sir. After Fanny left the office, Councillor George began to read the newspaper in his hand. City Daily is the most authoritative newspaper in Saroying. The editorial department's keen sense of news and sharp and bold writing style make it have a lot of loyal readers. Someone conducted a random survey on the streets of Saroying and found that 6 out of 10 people who read newspapers read the City Daily. Therefore, when Fanny delivered the newspapers, She deliberately put today's City Daily on the top. Let me see how the City Daily lashes out at the Azure Corps. Counselor George focused his eyes on the front page of the City Daily. And then he saw the enlarged and bold text on the front page headline. The Pure Magic Academy has gotten rid of its bad reputation. And the Sorroying Magic Academy is about to expand its enrollment. This holiday is an opportunity for all children of school age to go to a prestigious school. When Counselor George saw this title, the first thing he thought of was whether Fanny had brought yesterday's City Daily. But he also read yesterday's City Daily. The front page didn't have these things. Thinking of what happened in the City Daily yesterday. The Special Security Bureau occupied the newspaper office. And the fierce debate between the vice president of the Pure Magic Academy and the editor-in-chief Garcia. Counselor George's heart seemed to be hit hard. Look at the date on the top of the City Daily. That's right. This is today's City Daily. Counselor George knew that the City Daily was going to interview the Pure Magic Academy. And he also knew that this news would be reported today. But he didn't expect that Garcia would put this report on the front page of the City Daily. And it was a whole page. I continued to look through the pages. And the second page was the editorial criticizing the Azure Corps. And the third page was also. But what's the use of this? The front page is the front page. And its significance is not comparable to other pages. And the front page is the information about the cooperation between the Pure Magic Academy and the Sorroying Magic Academy. With photos, interviews, and confirmation from the Sorroying Magic Academy. Who among the citizens of Sorroying who saw this would have the heart to study the second page? It's over. It's over. Counselor George didn't expect that such a major omission would occur before the first step of the plan was taken. This is the City Daily. If it puts the report that the Parliament wants on the second page, what will other newspapers think? If it is not handled properly, the reports of all newspapers in Sorroying tomorrow will definitely be a mess. Garcia. You bastard. Member George stood up, angrily threw the newspaper on the table, and picked up the magic wand to smash all the newspapers into pieces. At this time, Fanny walked in with a cup of coffee, but as soon as the door opened, the wind swept her to the ground with paper scraps, and the hot coffee spilled on her skirt, causing Fanny to scream in pain. Member George ignored the burn Fanny, stepped over Fanny, and shouted, "Prepare the carriage. I want to go to the City Daily. Now!" Immediately. Angry Congressman George wanted to tear Garcia into pieces right now. Editor Garcia was sitting in his office, looking at today's city newspaper. He knew that his career as an editor was over. The Parliament would never let him stay in this position. Perhaps the person who was asking for punishment was on his way to the newspaper. Actually, this is a good ending for me. I'm old, and it's time to retire. The situation in Sorroying is very bad now. The Parliament asked all newspapers to focus on attacking the Azure Corps. It's obvious that they are planning something big. If I continue to participate deeply, I don't know when I will be shot in the head. Now the things promised to Master Liang have been completed. Although I promised 5 days, the Parliament will never let me continue to sit here today. This is not something I can control. Young Master Liang will not send anyone to kill me. I can take this opportunity to get away from here. Editor-in-Chief Garcia was packing his belongings. He had already bought a ticket back home yesterday afternoon. Member George rushed in at this time. He smashed the door like an angry army, turned over the desk without caring about his image, grabbed Editor-in-Chief Garcia's collar with both hands and lifted him up. Do you know what you are doing? You betrayed me. Betrayed Sorroying. Tell me, what happened to you yesterday? Why the front page of the City Daily today is not what we agreed on. I can kill you now. Editor-in-Chief Garcia said very calmly, Member George, let go of your hand. This is the City Daily, and I am still the editor-in-chief of the newspaper. Killing me here will only bring you a lot of trouble. Chapter 132 out of stock. The door of the editor-in-chief's office was open, and the editor-in-chief's secretary and the newspaper's editors and reporters were outside looking in. Member George knew that Editor-in-Chief Garcia was very prestigious in the City Daily. If he was photographed being violent with Garcia here by reporters, it might become evidence for his political enemies to attack him in the future. Member George reluctantly put Editor-in-Chief Garcia down and asked with gritted teeth, "What happened? Tell me, and then we can fix it together." Editor-in-Chief Garcia tidied up his messed up clothes and replied to Member George, "City Daily reports what is the newspaper's freedom of speech. I think the cooperation between the Pure Magic Academy and the Sorroying Magic Academy will have a far greater impact on Sorroying's future than the conflict between the Azure Corps and the Church of the Supreme Good. Mr. Brown Jennings is the vice president of the Wharf School of Magic, and he wants the headlines of the City Daily. We are all happy to give him the headlines, because our children can go to the Wharf School of Magic this year. And then after the two magic schools merge, they will become students of the Saroying School of Magic. No one can resist this temptation. At this time, the secretary shouted to Editor-in-Chief Garcia outside the door, "Editor-in-Chief, our newspapers are sold out today. Now the whole of Saroying is looking for today's City Daily. What should we do?" Editor-in-Chief Garcia, who was dealing with Councilman George, was surprised by the sudden news, but he quickly reacted and replied, "Of course. Reprint immediately. Notify the printing workshop to reprint immediately, and send someone to the Wharf School of Magic. Now there must be many reporters who have gone there. Find Vice President Jennings, and mention my name. I want an exclusive interview. An exclusive interview. I want to increase the market share of the City Daily by another 10 percentage points." The secretary agreed and immediately ran away to arrange for more printing of newspapers and an interview with Brown. Congressman George also heard the news and was so scared that his eyes were distracted. It was over. It was over. This time it was completely out of control. Editor-in-Chief Garcia did not expect that today's City Daily would be sold out. It was less than 5 hours before the newspaper was officially printed, including the time consumed in transportation to various newspaper distribution points. Today's City Daily took only about 1.5 hours from the official sale to the sale. This will definitely be the day with the highest sales since the establishment of City Daily. Editor-in-Chief Garcia, who was ready to retire, couldn't help but get excited. He said to Congressman George, "These days, all the newspapers in Saroying are all bad news. Evil cultists and demons attacked the Azure Cathedral and lurked in the city. The Azure Corps surrounded the Church of the Good. Regional conflicts are constantly intensifying under your control. Citizens have received negative emotions from newspapers these days. If you want to cause a storm, this is indeed the best time. The news of the cooperation between the Pier Magic School and the Saroying Magic School is a ray of sunshine in the continuous dark clouds. Saroying Magic School is the pride of the city, and its expansion represents the future of the city. This is hope. Let the citizens of Saroying see that there is a good side to life. This is a change I didn't expect. Counselor George, I'm sorry. Whatever the council is planning, it's definitely screwed up this time. If other newspapers want to survive, they must focus on reporting this." When the editor-in-chief's secretary said that the City Daily was sold out today, Counselor George knew that the situation was beyond repair. Today, except for the City Daily, which made a lot of money, all other newspapers suffered heavy losses. The City Daily will greatly increase its market share with its unique front-page news. The number of newspapers needed by a Saroyan every day is a fixed amount without much fluctuation. If the City Daily buys more, other newspapers will have to sell less. Tomorrow, any newspaper that doesn't want to continue to lose market share will not dare to give the front page to the Parliament alone. The public's attention is greatly dispersed, so it is difficult for the Parliament's final plan to achieve the desired effect. Garcia, you are going to die. Do you know what will happen if you do this? Member George has already raised the intention to kill Garcia. This matter is related to whether the weapons in the Azure Cathedral can be transported out smoothly. Someone must be responsible. Editor-in-Chief Garcia said, "Member George, the Special Security Bureau has promised me that if I die, they will kill all the editors-in-chief of other newspapers. The influence of the Pier School of Magic is only temporary. The Parliament still needs the City Daily and other newspapers. You will still need the support of the newspaper in the future. I am just a useless old guy. I will resign from the newspaper today, and the board of directors will appoint a new editor-in-chief. It turns out that the Special Security Bureau has instigated you to rebel. Do they know the Parliament's plan? If the Special Security Bureau knows the existence of that batch of weapons, it will be really troublesome." Editor-in-Chief Garcia replied, "I don't know what the Parliament's plan is, but what Mr. Jennings talked to me about was indeed just reporting on the Pier School of Magic. I don't want to know about your affairs now. I just want to go home safely." The Special Security Bureau has promised to provide death protection for Garcia if the Parliament does not want the editors-in-chief of other newspapers to get into trouble. Garcia cannot be killed. Now Garcia has lost his role in the Special Security Bureau. Killing him is just venting anger, and the price the Parliament has to pay is too high. Of course, Garcia cannot be let go. Otherwise the Parliament will have no deterrent power against other newspapers. Member George stabilized his emotions again. and said to Garcia, "You can't leave Saroying. I will report your affairs in detail to the higher authorities, and then decide how to deal with you. You won't die, but you will definitely pay the price." Member George left angrily. Editor-in-Chief Garcia, who was restricted from leaving Saroying, had no intention of continuing to work in the newspaper. Things were not as easy as he imagined. He didn't know what the Parliament's plan was, and he didn't know how deadly the weapons in the Azure Cathedral were. He didn't know how many people's fates were affected by the front page he changed without authorization. Garcia left the city daily, with a carton containing his personal belongings. He stood at the door of the newspaper and looked at the crowded newspaper vendors waiting for the newspaper to be reprinted. He didn't know where he should go. At this time, a carriage stopped in front of Editor-in-Chief Garcia. The door opened, and a beautiful maid in a maid costume jumped out of the carriage. The maid respectfully saluted Editor-in-Chief Garcia, who looked puzzled, and then said, "Hello, Mr. Garcia. My master asked me to wait for you here. He asked me to tell you, if you leave the city daily and have nowhere to go for the time being, then he is willing to offer you a job." Editor-in-Chief Garcia asked, "Who is your master?" "You can call him Master Liang. If you accept his offer, then you will be absolutely safe in Saroying." Chapter 133. Editor-in-Chief. From the outside, you can see that the carriage is very luxuriously decorated. The door frame and window sills are all gold-rimmed. The footpads are cut from a whole piece of taffy fish skin. This fish skin is not only wear-resistant and non-slip, but the texture on it will change color according to the different forces. The seats inside are made of full leather, with dense stitches and tight leather. There are no wrinkles on the hand-sewn products. Just from the appearance, it feels very comfortable to sit on them. There is also a cool breeze radiating from the door, indicating that there is a cooling magic circle running continuously inside. Standing in front of the door of this carriage, looking at the maid with a kind smile, Garcia didn't know whether he should sit in. What kind of danger will be waiting for him after sitting in it? Garcia knew very well that his current situation was caused by this young Master Liang. What job does young Master Liang want to give me? Garcia did not get on the carriage rashly, but asked the maid, "I can only write some editorials, but no newspaper in Saroying will dare to publish my work in the future. If young Master Liang wants me to write articles praising the Empire, I will be of no use to him. Now I don't want to be involved in the conflict between the Empire and the province. I just want to go home and wait for this incident to pass as soon as possible." The maid said to Garcia, "Mr. Garcia, you have some misunderstandings about my master. My master is not interested in the conflict between the Empire and the province. He is just a businessman. The master does not mean to force you to work for him. If you are not interested in the job he offers, you can leave at any time." "I'm sorry." Garcia did not believe that Master Liang, who could call the Special Security Bureau, was a businessman. He must be the son of a powerful family in the Empire. Sitting in this carriage means that he has completely joined the Empire. Garcia turned around to leave, but he thought of something and stopped and asked the maid, "You just said that you can protect my absolute safety?" The maid said, "In Saroying, as long as you work for my master, no one can hurt you." The maid's words made Garcia feel the confidence in her tone. He thought of the 13th level demon hunter following Master Liang, and he still had the magic mark she released on him. When Senator George left, he made a harsh remark. If he locked himself up and tortured him constantly, it would definitely be more painful than death. Garcia knew that he had ruined the Parliament's big plan. Looking at the look on Senator George's face, he knew that the consequences he had caused were much more serious than expected. Perhaps someone would kidnap him before he returned to his home in Saroying. "Can Master Liang really protect my safety?" The smile suddenly disappeared from the maid's face, and she said seriously, "Mr. Garcia, are you questioning my master's promise?" The chill instantly enveloped Garcia, and the murderous intent that seemed to be real made him feel that his blood had stopped flowing. He knew clearly that if the maid in front of him wanted to kill him, she could easily block his breathing and suffocate him to death. This is mind control magic. Who is this Master Liang? Why does a maid have such strength? 13th level. She would be treated as a guest of honor anywhere. But she was just a maid who came to greet him. I'll go. I don't mean to offend. Finally I can breathe." Garcia staggered and held the carriage to steady his body. He was too old to withstand such a big toss. A recovery magic was sprinkled on Garcia's body. The maid smiled again and bent down to invite, "Please get in the car. Mr. Garcia, my master is waiting for you at the place where you will work." Garcia regained his strength. He now had no idea of resisting. In the midst of fate, he chose a path and kept going no matter what was ahead. Garcia got on the carriage. The seat was as comfortable as he expected. The maid also got in. She slowly closed the door, then knocked on the carriage, and the carriage slowly moved. The carriage passed through several blocks and stopped under a 4-story office building. Then, Garcia followed the maid to the 3rd floor and saw De Leon in a spacious and empty office hall. This office hall is transparent from north to south, and the bright windows make the light inside very good. The paint on the walls and several supporting columns in the middle is a little damaged, exposing the cement inside. It is unclear what the previous owner of this office hall does, but its current owner is talking to a renovation foreman. There should be ventilation ducts on the ceiling, and leave space for the air conditioner, which is an alchemical device that can adjust the indoor temperature, connect the water pipes, lay them along the ventilation ducts, and reserve interfaces. I will find someone to build an automatic fire extinguishing system. There are also emergency escape ducts, which will be all paper in the future. I want to ensure that my employees have multiple escape routes when encountering emergencies. Oh, and there are internal elevators. Now I have bought the 3rd floor, and when I have more money, I will also buy the 2 floors below and the upper floor. Also leave space for the elevator for me, so you can put 1 or 2 pool tables first. When Sofia saw her subordinates bringing Garcia, she leaned over and whispered to Daliang. Daliang turned around and glanced at Garcia, motioning him to wait for a moment, and continued to say to the renovation foreman, "Let's talk about this first, and I'll tell you when I think of something. You now have the renovation work of 30 of my stores and properties, and no place can be delayed. I will give you enough money. Don't let me find fault with the quality. Otherwise you can't afford the loss you will suffer." The renovation foreman took a notebook and a pen and carefully recorded what Daliang said. He didn't expect that the boss of so many industries was actually such a young child, and he spoke and acted more carefully than an adult. After meeting several times, the foreman no longer dared to look down on Daliang. "Master Liang, you can be completely assured of me and my team. You are the big boss. I will not miss the opportunity of future cooperation. If there are no other requirements, I will arrange for people to purchase materials and prepare for construction here. I believe you will do a good job." After the foreman left, the maid brought Garcia to Daliang. "Respected Master Liang." Garcia bowed his head to Daliang. He did not dare to be disrespectful to the child in front of him. "Excuse me. What can I do for you?" Daliang said to Garcia straight to the point. "I want to run a newspaper, but I'm short of an editor-in-chief." "Run a newspaper?" Garcia looked at the empty office hall and said to Daliang, "If this is the editorial office of a newspaper, then you're short of more than just an editor-in-chief." Chapter 134 made Rachel. "No. I just lack an experienced editor who knows what the citizens of Soroying like to read." De Leon turned to Sophia beside him and said, "Send us home. This is not the place to talk." "Yes, master." Sophia stretched out her hand and pulled the empty space beside her. A portal was opened by her like a sliding door. Editor Garcia looked at the portal in front of him with a light blue halo in shock. He had never seen it before. Opening the portal was as easy as opening an ordinary door. He stammered. This, who are you?" Daliang said, "Come in and talk. Someone is following you on the road. If you don't want anything to happen, you'd better follow me." After saying that, Daliang turned and walked into the portal. With a flash of light, he disappeared inside. Garcia didn't know what was behind the portal, but Master Liang said someone was following him. So it must be someone sent by Senator George. The Parliament was ready to punish the traitor. Looking at Sophia standing by the portal and the maid behind her, Garcia said, "There are still my things in the carriage." Sophia saluted Garcia and said, "Sir, the master's residence is not far from here. Your things are very safe in the carriage. If you accept the master's employment, the master will give you a safer residence, and your things will be sent there." Garcia knew that Master Liang had decided to take advantage of him today. If he did not accept his employment, the private prison of the Parliament would be his next destination. Since he was here, Garcia had also made a decision about his fate. Seeing with his own eyes that Master Liang's subordinates could open the portal at will, their strength might really guarantee their safety. Garcia walked into the portal. At this time, Sophia said to the maid, "Rachel, the stalkers will definitely come up to look for Mr. Garcia if they see that he has not left for a long time. You are responsible for getting rid of them all." The maid Rachel saluted Sophia. "Yes, Captain." After Sophia gave the order, she walked into the portal, and the portal closed. Rachel turned to face the entrance of the office hall and stood still. There was a time when the special security bureau established by the Empire in the Marcellus province was very rampant, and even dared to directly kidnap parliamentarians and interfere with the decision-making of the parliament. In order to fight against the special security bureau, the Marcellus parliament secretly cultivated several mercenary groups, and finally integrated these mercenary groups into an armed force that secretly served the parliament. The now semi-public Parliamentary Internal Affairs Bureau is the name of this armed force, corresponding to the cockroaches of the Security Bureau. The mercenaries of the Internal Affairs Bureau call themselves sparrows and specialize in eating these small insects. In addition to protecting the security of the Parliament and resisting the threats of the Security Bureau, the Internal Affairs Bureau also does a lot of dirty work for the Parliament. When Councillor George left the City Daily, he issued an order to the Internal Affairs Bureau to arrest Editor-in-Chief Garcia. Scott of the Parliamentary Internal Affairs Bureau was responsible for this arrest mission. After receiving the order, Scott immediately came to the City Daily with 2 sparrows. Their mission was to take Editor-in-Chief Garcia away, and then send the photos of his execution to the editors-in-chief of all newspapers in Saroying City. The congressman would never allow their control over the newspaper to be weakened because of a Garcia. Garcia would not die, but his fate would definitely be worse than death. The Internal Affairs Bureau is good at doing this. But when Scott led his men to the door of the City Daily, he happened to see Editor-in-Chief Garcia boarding a very luxuriously decorated carriage. In Saroying, owning a private carriage is a symbol of status. A luxurious private carriage means that the owner is either rich or noble. Scott could not be sure who the owner of the carriage was, so he could only follow to see where Garcia was going and who the owner behind the carriage was. Then the sparrows followed to the downstairs where Dalion was planning to build the editorial office of the newspaper. Scott saw Garcia and the maid who picked her up walk into the office building, and followed them in. They followed carefully to the 3rd floor, and then found this empty office lobby. Scott was cautious and did not rush in. Before he knew the identity of the owner of the carriage, he did not want to cause trouble for himself. So the sparrows found the management office of the office building and changed into a set of clothes for the building staff. Back to the office lobby, Scott walked in with his men. "Gentlemen, excuse me." Scott walked in with a pen and a folder in his hand and spoke loudly, acting like a real building staff. But he immediately found himself facing an extremely empty hall. There was nothing in the hall at this time, and it was all visible. But Garcia was gone, and only the maid who brought him stood in the middle of the hall. "Hello, ma'am." Scott continued to play his role, and secretly signaled his 2 subordinates to arrest the person first. Garcia might have run away, and his whereabouts could only be found out from the maid. Scott smiled and said, "I am Scott, the administrator of this building. I saw you enter the building with an old gentleman. According to the regulations of the building, all visitors need to register and confirm their identities. You should know about the evil cultists and demons. Although they were eliminated by the Security Bureau, our boss is still nervous, no matter what harsh demands he makes. Those of us who work for him must work hard to keep our jobs. Madam, I need to register for you. In addition, where did the old gentleman go? If he runs into our boss, we will be in big trouble." While Scott was talking to the maid to attract her attention, the other 2 sparrows pretended to check the wall and approached the maid from both sides. Rachel still stood there and said kindly, "The old gentleman you mentioned has left with my master, so he does not need to register. As for me, after I kill you, I will go to the office and add my name." Realizing that his identity was exposed, Scott quickly dropped the things in his hands, pulled out a pistol from the holster under his armpit, and pointed it at Rachel. The other 2 sparrows also aimed their guns at Rachel from her left and right. "It seems that you already know who we are." Scott slowly pulled out his magic wand from the leather holster on his waist and threatened Rachel, "You are a very beautiful woman. If you don't want me to smash your face with a gun, tell me, who is your master and where did Garcia go?" Chapter 135, talking about newspapers. Rachel looked at Scott, then at the sparrows on both sides. She said with a very relaxed expression, "You can say these words now, because I can't let your death be known to outsiders. This building is next to the main road. If you don't make preparations in advance, people on the road may hear something. This will depreciate the value of my master's property. Now, even if you scream your throat out, no one will hear you." Just after Rachel finished speaking, the door of the office hall behind Scott suddenly closed, and all the open glass windows on the north and south sides of the hall were closed, and layers of thin light films covered the entire hall in the middle. After realizing the danger, Scott shouted to his men, "This is a trap. Shoot! Shoot!" For a moment, gunshots rang out in the hall. The Sparrows activated the most powerful explosion technique in the alchemical pistol, and the explosion ignited a fireball. In the confined space, the turbulent airflow mixed with shrapnel flew everywhere. If it were an ordinary office hall, such repeated explosions would have shattered the windows, and the flames rolled out. But after the Sparrows fired all the bullets in their guns, they found that the walls and windows of the entire office hall were intact. On the street outside, pedestrians walked normally, and the horses were not frightened at all. They didn't hear any gunshots or explosions here. This place was isolated. It was that maid who did it. Reload. Load. The flames produced by the explosion technique had not yet dissipated, and the Sparrows didn't know the effect of this round of shooting. But the spatial isolation was not broken, which meant that they didn't kill the maid. Scott, who didn't know what he was facing, immediately reloaded bullets into his empty pistol and reminded his subordinates. But he saw two of his subordinates pointing their magic wands at him together. Damn! It's a spiritual magician. Scott raised his magic wand and fired magic to attack one of his subordinates first, and at the same time shot at two subordinates with a pistol that had been loaded with 3 bullets. Magic beams flashed. Gunshots and explosions roared again. 3 sparrows began to fight, and a bat hung upside down on the ceiling, its blood-red eyes emitting a charming light, staring at the 3 people fighting below. Garcia walked into the portal, feeling like he had passed through a layer of jelly. And then he found himself in the hall of a mansion. The decoration here was luxurious, just like the carriage, showing the wealth and noble status of its owner. Then Garcia saw that Master Liang was already sitting on the sofa, and there was an elf butler standing next to the portal, motioning for him to sit on the sofa next to him, and said, "Mr. Garcia, please sit here. May I ask what you would like to drink? I strongly recommend our homemade red wine. When you taste it, you will never forget its taste." Garcia sat down and said to Mike, "Then let's have a glass of red wine." "Thank you." At this time, Sophia also walked in from the portal. After removing the teleportation magic, she came behind Daliang and poured him a glass of milk. At the same time, she possessed Daliang's ear and whispered, "I have given the people who followed Mr. Garcia to Rachel to clean up. I think the parliament will be more restrained." "I know." Daliang nodded and said, "Let Rachel clean it up. I still have to run a newspaper there." "Master, Rachel will clean it up." After Daliang and Sophia finished talking, he turned to Editor Garcia and smiled. "I know that, Editor Garcia. You entered the newspaper media industry when you were 20 years old. He has worked as a photographer, a reporter, an editor, and has run his own column. Finally, he became the editor-in-chief of the City Daily. He has worked in almost all important positions in a newspaper. You understand every aspect of a newspaper. I need people like you. Your work experience can help my newspaper avoid many detours." Garcia just heard the conversation between Daliang and Sophia. He knew that the people who followed him were from the Internal Affairs Bureau of the Parliament. Now the people from the Internal Affairs Bureau were killed by Master Liang's people, and they were cleaned up. They disappeared while following him. Now Garcia couldn't explain it even if he had a mouth full of mouths. He and the Parliament had completely broken up. There was no possibility of making up. He could only go on this road, and there was no way back. He once again felt the terror of this young Master Liang. From then on, he could only do his best to serve him. If he wanted to work without putting in any effort and protect himself, the Parliament would not agree. The nervous Garcia took a sip of the red wine, and it was just as the elf butler said. Sweet and mellow, with a unique taste, the aftertaste was elegant and light, as if he could feel the forest, streams, and elves dancing faintly in the woods. The taste of the wine diluted the panic in Garcia's heart, and he said, "Young Master Liang, I know what your purpose is in running a newspaper." The Empire had also run many newspapers in Saroying before, but without exception, all went bankrupt. Although Marcellus is the territory of the Empire, newspapers with an imperial flavor cannot survive in Saroying. Even if I am the editor-in-chief and hire the best editors and reporters, even if you buy the City Daily, I guarantee, as long as the City Daily reports on the Empire, this best-selling newspaper in Saroying will soon be finished. The public opinion position belongs to the Parliament, and no one can move. Daliang also took a sip of his milk. At first, He was not used to the taste of milk. But after drinking more, he felt it was not bad. Especially after adding juice or other flavored drinks. Editor-in-Chief Garcia. My servant should have told you that I am not interested in politics. Now I repeat it to you in person. I am a businessman. And nothing I do is based on the interests of the Vlaminck Empire. Just because I have done something that has benefited the Empire does not mean that I am on the Vlaminck side. The newspaper I am about to publish will not have any reports that are biased towards the Empire. Nor will it have any reports that are biased towards the Parliament. Because my newspaper will not report any news related to politics. Editor-in-Chief Garcia was already confused. Master Leon was not on the side of the Empire. He could accept it. But newspapers don't follow current events. Don't discuss politics. Who reads them? Master Leon. Now is a critical point in the age of discovery. Scientific and technological achievements, magical achievements, and alchemical achievements have entered a period of explosive growth. It has brought about rapid industrial development, information expansion, and accelerated communication. Ethnic groups, countries, various ideas are colliding fiercely. The national system is also changing with these changes. The world is about to enter a golden age. And everyone wants to participate in it, and want to know what changes are happening in our world every day. Advanced technology and magic are too advanced. And the people don't know what these achievements bring to them. And they don't understand or know how to discuss them. Only in the ever-changing political situation can everyone talk about it. Whether smart or stupid, they can express their opinions. Being able to express unique insights on current affairs and stimulate heated discussions among the public is the secret of the success of the city daily. Newspapers without current affairs news will not have sales. Chapter 136 Editor-in-Chief. De Leon has been traveling to this world with Damon for 8 days. And what he has seen and heard in the past 8 days has brought him a lot of shock. The decline of magic and the rise of technology have led this world to a different development path from the ancient magic era. Although the power of Damon is still stronger than this world, De Leon has realized that this lead cannot be maintained for too long. He has witnessed the Industrial Revolution on Earth, which is a generation change every 5 or 10 years. How long did it take from the birth of the first airplane to the moon landing? How many years did it take from the manufacture of the first computer to the emergence of the virtual world? De Leon was glad that he didn't guard the Great Tomb, but walked out. No matter how strong the Great Tomb's magic research ability is, can it compare with the wisdom of the whole world? Everyone is moving forward. If the Great Tomb develops slowly, it will be overtaken and left further and further behind. What De Leon urgently needs to do now is to connect the Great Tomb with the world as soon as possible, so that the power of this world can be used by the Great Tomb. At the same time, the Great Tomb cannot be exposed to the world. A few ancient heroes. Everyone is willing to make friends with you and want to get benefits from you. When a country in the ancient magic era appears, the whole world will be your enemy. Everyone will be on guard against you. De Leon's eyes were not on current affairs at this time. Whether it was the imperial system or the parliamentary system, it was irrelevant in his eyes, and had nothing to do with the Great Tomb. What he really cared about was the technology of this world. As long as the technology of this world was mastered, the Great Tomb would be able to maintain its leading edge. At that time, it would be able to do whatever it wanted. How to obtain technology? First of all, you need money. What's the point of talking about technology without money? Don't think that De Leon made so many gold pounds just by talking. If he really entered the field of scientific research, the money he invested would not even make a splash. Then, you need to know who has the best technology in which field. It's easy to make money, but it's hard to find qualified scientists. Finally, there needs to be a factory to turn scientific and technological achievements into physical objects. After waiting for Garcia to finish speaking, De Leon also expressed his vision for the newspaper. Editor Garcia. Which do you think is useful to our world? Current affairs or technology? We don't talk about which one is useful for newspaper sales, but only about which one can make people live better. De Leon's sudden question made Editor Garcia fall into deep thought. After careful consideration, he said, it is technology. What we are enjoying now is the fruits brought by technology. The more advanced the technology, the richer the world will be, and the better life will be. This is related to everyone, as well as our descendants and future. As for current affairs, in addition to allowing the public to vent, too much involvement will only bring harm to ordinary people and no benefits. In other words, a scientist, an alchemist, Their importance to the world is far greater than that of a politician. De Leon made a conclusion based on Garcia's words, and guided the direction of the conversation. Of course, after going deep into this topic, Garcia also relaxed. He held a red wine glass in his hand, leaned back on the sofa, and talked loudly. What use are politicians to the world? They only know how to attack political opponents and deceive the people. They tell all kinds of beautiful lies every day, only for power and fame. Just like the Marcellus Parliament. Are they really for the freedom of Marcellus? But they are like stars, being pursued by ignorant people. And their contribution is far less than that of a fruitful scientist. Silver wings, airships, and giant ships are all invented by them. But how many people remember them? Speaking of this, Garcia couldn't help but sigh. He drank the red wine in the glass in one breath, and asked Mike to fill it for him. De Leon also enjoyed the atmosphere of this conversation very much. Although Garcia's quarreling level is average, his vision is indeed very broad. What if I want to publish a newspaper that specializes in publishing articles by scientists and alchemists? All outstanding scientists and alchemists can publish their scientific research results in it. They can learn from each other and communicate with each other through this newspaper. And they can show their talents to the world and let their names be recorded. Garcia said while drinking, then you must be prepared to lose money all the time. I have seen some scientists' submissions. It is difficult to understand. And even I can't understand those terms. Let alone ordinary people. No one will read these newspapers. That's not right. Scientists and alchemists are the same type of people who will be interested in your newspaper. But if you only rely on those scientific researchers in Saroying to buy newspapers, your newspaper will still lose money. If I lose money, why do I still want to publish this newspaper? Garcia couldn't stop talking. He asked Mike to fill up the red wine again and said to De Leon, losing money. Why do you still want to publish this newspaper? Aren't you a businessman? Please give me your newspaper. I can make it a newspaper that can compete with City Daily. De Leon laughed and said, I don't care about tabloids like City Daily at all. I want to publish a global newspaper. Current affairs have national boundaries, but technology has no national boundaries. When this newspaper was published in Saroying, it lost money, but its positioning determines that it will not be bound to this city like a City Daily. When its influence goes beyond Saroying, it can make money for me. At this time, Editor-in-Chief Garcia was a little drunk, but De Leon's words immediately woke him up. He asked, do you want to run a global newspaper and distribute it all over the world? De Leon replied, this is one of my goals, but the process must be very difficult. But no matter what difficulties I encounter, I am determined to run this newspaper. What I lack now is a helmsman at the helm. As long as you agree to be the editor-in-chief of this newspaper, I promise to give you the best support, people, equipment, money, how much you want. I will give you. Would you like to be the first editor-in-chief of a world newspaper? Editor-in-chief of a world newspaper. Garcia drank the red wine in his glass in one breath with excitement. When Mike poured wine for him, he said excitedly, I want this job. Since I became the editor-in-chief of the city newspaper, I think there is no job in the world that can inspire my fighting spirit. But here, Master Leon, you see how insignificant I was before. I am satisfied with a city newspaper. It's really ridiculous. I will do well. I will run this world newspaper well. De Leon laughed. It's not a world newspaper. Technology has no borders. And entertainment has no borders. The other world newspaper I want to run is also lacking an editor-in-chief. Is Mr. Garcia interested? Chapter 137 What is entertainment? Opening a world-class newspaper has already broken Garcia's old ideas. Now this young Master Leon is opening a second world-class newspaper? This is too bold. To be honest, although De Leon has drawn a grand blueprint for a science-based newspaper, Garcia knows how difficult this road will be. Can the new newspaper be recognized by the scientific community in Saroying? Can it receive quality manuscripts? How should it take the step of leaving the city? Garcia doesn't know yet. All he can do is to rely on his experience and connections in Saroying to make various attempts for this newspaper. Now De Leon wants to start a second newspaper, which is also worldwide. This is a lot of money. Editor-in-Chief Garcia advised, I think we should run the science and technology newspaper first. Accumulate enough experience, and then run other newspapers? And you mentioned entertainment. All newspapers are not just about current affairs, such as horse racing, fashion shows, movie releases and film reviews. These entertainment are also important content in newspapers. We have taken a different approach to science and technology newspapers. As long as we can survive the initial stage, accumulate fame and authority, and then gradually move out of sorroing, this newspaper still has the hope of becoming bigger and stronger. But pure entertainment newspapers, their taste positioning value is too low. Basically, they are something you can throw away after reading. Do you know that in all newspapers, interns who have just entered this industry will first report entertainment news? Because reporters with a little status will not continue to do these reports that lower their status. The journalists in the newspaper are all literati, with the nobleness of literati, and are unwilling to touch these entertainment gossips. Over time, an unspoken rule has emerged in the newspaper industry, and the entertainment section is for new interns to practice. No wonder the entertainment sections of those newspapers are so pale, and the writing level is not even a little bit worse than the current affairs section. I guess those interns have no enthusiasm for reporting on entertainment. However, Editor-in-Chief Garcia's words did not discourage Da Liang from publishing an entertainment newspaper. He had just promised Editor-in-Chief Garcia that he would provide him with people and money. He was good at boasting, but he had no money in his pocket. A science and technology newspaper would definitely lose money at the beginning. Da Liang even planned to give it away for free. If necessary, he would increase the manuscript fee and set up bonuses to attract those scientific researchers to submit articles. But Da Liang couldn't stand losing money for a long time. The best solution was to run two newspapers at the same time and use the entertainment newspaper to support the science and technology newspaper. Therefore, he had to convince Editor-in-Chief Garcia to take over the work of the entertainment newspaper. Da Liang said to Editor-in-Chief Garcia, "I have heard such a story before. There are two shoe salesmen who come to an island and want to sell their shoes. But they soon find that the people on the island do not wear shoes, and do not know what shoes are. One of the salesmen left the island in frustration, because he thought that since the people on the island do not wear shoes, his shoes will definitely not sell. But the other salesman was very excited because he thought that since the people on the island do not wear shoes, his shoes will definitely sell well on the island, when the people on the island know the benefits of wearing shoes." The mainstream thinking of newspapers nowadays is that they do not attach importance to the entertainment sector and do not see its potential. If we invest the best people and energy in this sector and fully tap its potential, we can cut the biggest piece from it before other newspapers realize that there is a piece of cake here. I am a businessman. If I see money to be made, there is no reason not to make it. When the shareholders of those newspapers see the wealth contained in the entertainment sector, will they continue to let their reporters and editors maintain their integrity? Garcia slowly sipped the wine and thought about Da Liang's words. Although the newspaper industry appeared relatively early, it did not really explode for a long time. Now, the people who work in the newspaper industry are all literati, who like to comment on current affairs and talk about them to show off their millions of soldiers. They think that newspapers are the elegant palaces, and they look down on other industries. They will not write gossip news to make themselves look vulgar and be ridiculed by their peers. Therefore, the entertainment section of each newspaper is really very bad. But Garcia doesn't know. Is the entertainment section a gold mine or a mud pit? Even if he fails to run a technology newspaper, it will not cause any loss to his reputation. But if he lowers his status to entertain the public, if he fails, then his reputation will be ruined. But it was Master Liang who proposed the idea of this newspaper. Even if he was reluctant to take the job, he could only persuade him patiently, or be persuaded. Master Liang, what is the direction of your entertainment newspaper? We need to have very attractive characteristics to compete with other newspapers. Garcia was already shaken. So Liang came up with his own star-making plan, and concluded at the end, "Brown is the first city star I want to launch." Now he is very popular in Salo. As long as we follow up and report on his complicated life and love line appropriately, he can continue to be paid attention to. The biggest feature of our entertainment newspaper is that it gives the public a great sense of participation. We create stars who live around them. Invite them to participate in pet competitions, cooking competitions, singing competitions. We don't ask them about their views on current affairs, but just find people on the street to ask them about interesting things in their lives, and then put their names in the newspaper for everyone to see. We can help them publish lost and found notices, and help them deal with the difficulties they encounter in life. We talk to them about the private lives of stars and celebrities, making them feel that these people are no different from them. We can also have a special column for telling jokes. Our newspaper is to let the public know that there are many things in this world that are worth being happy about, and these things happen around them. Then, they will find that current affairs and other things not only make them talk nonsense, but also make them feel warm. How can entertainment news be as comfortable to read? Garcia was shocked by what DeLeon said. What do the entertainment sections of newspapers write about now? For example, reporting on a horse race. In turn, reporters will use their limited fancy words to rack their brains to write a report on how intense the race is. They would use long text to write about the size and pedigree of the racehorses, and how lively the scene was. Finally, there was the list of participants for the next horse race, and the odds. Probably only gamblers would be interested in the last part of this report. But what DeLeon said to Garcia completely exceeded his understanding of entertainment. Entertainment is not dry text. And most people cannot participate in entertainment that is self-entertainment. DeLeon used his understanding of entertainment to unfold a blueprint of an entertainment empire in front of Garcia. Chapter 138 Out of Reach. Master Leong. You will start a revolution in the newspaper media industry if you enter this industry. After getting wise, Garcia no longer had any worries. He felt that this entertainment newspaper would be easier to operate than a technology newspaper. You have discovered a field that has not been valued and developed. Although the parliament's control over newspapers has controlled the current political affairs, it also restricts these newspapers from going beyond our reach. The city newspaper is trapped in the city of Saroying. As long as we have a foothold in Saroying, we can use the connection between here and the eastern countries to sell our newspapers to other countries. And we can also sell them to the mainland of Florence and the interior of the continent along the Dosan Railway. Our newspapers are not political. As long as we have enough money to set up branch offices, we can make our newspapers appear in every city in the world. Master Leong, you are a businessman. This newspaper will definitely make you a lot of money. And I will stand at the top of the newspaper media industry. I'm done. You can leave your 2 newspapers to me with complete confidence. Let's toast to our newspapers. Editor-in-Chief Garcia has already picked up his glass excitedly. And DeLeon rubbed his nose and picked up his milk cup. It's rare for others to take the initiative to clink glasses with you. Cheers, Editor Garcia. For our scientific and entertainment newspapers. Editor Garcia drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp. He held the glass in his hand and waited for Mike to refill it for him before saying, "When do we start working?" "Yes, and the name of the newspaper." "I need to take the name to the city hall to complete the registration of the newspaper." Master Leong, have you chosen a name for your newspaper? DeLeon said, "The equipment needed by the newspaper is on the way, and I will prepare the consumables for you as soon as possible. The newspaper staff needs you to come forward to recruit. And the printing of the newspaper. If the printing machine cannot be in place in time, other newspapers will need help. As for the name of the newspaper, I have already thought of it. The technology newspaper will be called Energy News, because no matter technology, magic or divine arts, it is ultimately the use of energy. The entertainment newspaper will be called National Star News, because everyone has the opportunity to become a star in our newspaper. The Parliament, is there anything I need to solve for you? Editor-in-Chief Garcia said, "The Parliament's Internal Affairs Bureau can only arrest me in private. I have not violated the laws of Marcellus, so they cannot make this matter known to everyone. The Parliament advocates freedom and the rule of law, and I am a public figure, so they will not cause trouble for themselves. The Empire can publish newspapers in Saroying, which is the freedom of speech that the Parliament must abide by. I have left the city daily, so there is no problem for me to publish a newspaper as a free person. Don't worry. With my reputation in the newspaper industry in Saroying, they will not obstruct in this regard." Master Leong, Energy News and National Star News will soon be able to obtain business and distribution qualifications. When DeLeon and Editor-in-Chief Garcia discussed the specific details of the newspaper preparation on Élysée Avenue, Brown Jennings finally knew what kind of troubles he would face if he became famous. The Wharf Magic Academy is different from the Saroying Magic Academy, which has a strong academy guard. The Wharf Magic Academy is eager for someone to come in, and it is even more impossible to set up too strict access control. So the enthusiastic people took today's city newspaper and rushed into the Magic Academy that they usually spit twice when passing by. Then everyone was surprised to find that the environment of the Pure Magic Academy was so, with the temperament of a famous school. Every grass, every tree, and every building here is so pleasing to the eye. The east is connected to the ocean, with endless blue waves. The wall to the west is the Saroying Magic Academy. As long as the wall is demolished, or just a door is opened, They are now standing in the Sorroing Magic Academy. Everyone's heart is very beautiful. This semester, the Pure Magic Academy can also recruit students independently. This is the best opportunity for civilian students to jump into the Sorroing Magic Academy. Vice Dean Jennings. Vice Dean Jennings. Where is he? Citizens gathered in front of the teaching castle of the Wharf School of Magic. Dean Morton had already handed over the school's upgrade and enrollment to Brown. So Brown could only step out to face the enthusiastic crowd. Citizens of Sorroing. Hello. Welcome to the Wharf School of Magic. I believe you all know about the cooperation between the Wharf School of Magic and the Sorroing School of Magic. As you can see, the building next to it that is being upgraded is our Junior Department of Magic. I was originally a magic professor at the Junior Department of Magic at the Sorroing School of Magic. This time I was transferred to the Wharf School of Magic as the Vice Dean. And I was to personally supervise this Junior Department of Magic to reach the same standard as the Junior Department of Magic at the Sorroing School of Magic. Therefore, citizens, you don't have to worry about the level of elementary magic education here after the new semester begins. As for enrollment, we cannot register for you now. Please go home. Prepare detailed family information and information of your children of school age. And then find Professor Z Ling in the admissions office of the Pure Magic Academy to register. We will arrange for school workers to check the students' information as soon as possible and then send admission notices. Children with magic talent can directly obtain admission to the Pure Magic Academy. Compared to the situation yesterday, when the entrance of the academy was deserted, today the Pure Magic Academy is full of people singing. Brown showed the high attitude of a famous magic school. Yesterday you ignored me. Today I will make you out of reach. The citizens expressed their understanding of the attitude of the Wharf Magic School to check the children. This is what a famous school looks like. Not picking and choosing. Just accepting people. That is what the Sorroing Wharf Magic School would do. So, after personally confirming, the citizens happily went home to prepare materials. Thinking about how to find connections and use the back door to get their children into this magic school, the citizens left. And the reporters from major newspapers were left. Today, the City Daily gave the front page to the Wharf Magic School, which caused the newspaper to be out of stock in a short time. Now the City Daily is reprinting for the third time. And it is simply trying to dominate the sales of newspapers in the entire Sorroing city today. This made those newspapers that use the entire front page to scold the Azure Corps dumbfounded, as if they were hit on the head with a club. City Daily did a great job. If other newspapers do not immediately follow up on the report of the Pure Magic School and do not save the losses they have suffered, they will lose a large number of readers. Although the order of the Parliament is important, the newspapers do not know what the Parliament's plan is. At this time, survival is the most important thing. Unless the Parliament is willing to reveal that it hides weapons in the Azure Cathedral, no news in Sorroing today can suppress the cooperation between the Pure Magic School and the Sorroing Magic School. Chapter 139 Vice Dean Crick's Plan. In order to let more people know about the changes in the Pure School of Magic and to select more excellent students, Brown was of course willing to let the reporters of the newspaper interview him. A temporary press conference was held at the Pure School of Magic, and the newspapers did not let go of the other participant in the cooperation between the two magic schools. Sorroing School of Magic also attracted many reporters. Everyone wanted to know the specific plan of Sorroing School of Magic to merge with Pure School of Magic. This was definitely a big news that could attract the attention of the whole city. Vice Dean Crick stood by the window of his office, looking down and clearly seeing the wretched teaching castle of Pure School of Magic. Deputy Dean Crick. Professor Ralph pushed the door open and walked in. He saluted respectfully, with a flattering tone. Thank you for letting me enter the office of the Junior Ministry of Magic. I will definitely work hard to thank you for your appreciation and trust in me. Deputy Dean Crick did not look back. He continued to stare at the direction of the Pure School of Magic and said to Professor Ralph, Do you know why I did not let Professor Jennings enter the office of the Junior Ministry of Magic, but promoted you who are not qualified to enter? Deputy Dean Crick's straightforward sarcasm made Professor Ralph look very bad. But he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. He said humbly, The Vice Dean must have noticed my loyalty to you and saw that I still have a lot of potential that has not been tapped. Vice Dean Crick couldn't help but laugh. And he turned to face Professor Ralph. He said, I chose you because your moral bottom line is lower than that of ordinary people. I know what you did to enter the Junior Ministry of Magic's Academic Affairs office. And you bribed some people, and said a lot of bad things about Professor Jennings. Professor Ralph smiled awkwardly and defended himself. Those are all rumors. Professor Jennings and I have a very good relationship. So good that you were stuck to the wall outside my door by Professor Jennings' magic? Crick said without mercy. Of course. This matter is past. I didn't let Professor Jennings enter the Junior Magic Department's Academic Affairs office because I have an important task that needs the right person to do. He will never do it. I chose you because you are willing to do it. If you do well, your current position will be stable. Professor Ralph asked, Deputy Dean. What do you want me to do? Former Deputy Dean Crick pointed to the direction of the Pure Magic Academy and said, Do you know what happened over there? I saw the City Daily today. The Dockside School of Magic is preparing to recruit new students on a large scale under the name of cooperation with us. Deputy Dean Crick said, I discussed the cooperation with the Dockside School of Magic with Morton. This old guy is very stubborn and put forward many harsh conditions. One of them is, Saroying School of Magic must accept all the faculty and students of the Dockside School of Magic and must not dismiss or discriminate against them in any form. He will set up the faculty union of the Dockside School of Magic to supervise the implementation of these terms. The Dockside School of Magic can rely on the faculty union to obtain a lot of decision-making power in the future of the Saroying School of Magic. They have the right to interfere with any decision involving the original faculty and students of the Dock School of Magic. What qualifications does the Dock School of Magic have to point fingers at the Saroying School of Magic? What qualifications do the civilian students in the Dock School of Magic have to receive higher education at the Saroying School of Magic? Professor Ralph listened carefully to Vice Dean Crick's complaints and asked, Then what should we do? Vice Dean Crick said, But I also left a loophole in the agreement. That is, the Dock School of Magic must complete the construction of the primary magic department before the start of the new semester and reach the level of Saroying School of Magic. Of course, the equipment of the Dockside School of Magic is provided by us, and we cannot tamper with it. But as long as we can find, they are the ones who caused the failure to meet the standards. Then we have the right to terminate this cooperation and ask the Dockside School of Magic to repay the money borrowed from us. Crazy parents of students will completely push the Dockside School of Magic into a desperate situation. Then we can buy the Dockside School of Magic in a normal way without agreeing to any conditions. Professor Ralph knew what Vice Dean Crick wanted him to do. Whether the Junior Department of Magic of the Dockside School of Magic meets the standards must be the responsibility of the Academic Affairs Office of the Junior Department of Magic of the Saroying School of Magic. Framing the Dock School of Magic is a scapegoat. If not handled properly, it can ruin one's reputation. And everyone knows that he and Brown Jennings are at odds. And he has snatched his chance to enter the Junior Ministry of Magic's Academic Affairs Office. If this matter is not handled well, Vice Dean Crick can push the responsibility cleanly. Professor Ralph knows how big the risk is. He said with embarrassment, Professor Jennings has worked in the Junior Ministry of Magic. He knows what our Junior Ministry of Magic has. It must be difficult to find where they are not up to standard. If it is simple, do I need to find you? Vice Dean Crick said, Professor Ralph, you know your level. Without special contributions, you can't go further. The people in the Junior Ministry of Magic's Academic Affairs Office dare not do this. But they are united, and I can't do anything to them. Professor Jennings is a Fleming noble. He will never do this. And you have no choice. Go back and think about it carefully. There is nothing perfect in this world. And no one will not neglect it. As long as you take this matter seriously, you will definitely be able to find the major omissions of the Pure Magic Academy. Of course, don't find fault with trivial matters such as whether the walls are clean or not. The reputation of the Saroying Magic Academy cannot have any stains. Professor Ralph finally saw a lot of things clearly. He had been arranged clearly from the beginning. And everything was in the plan of Vice Dean Crick. He replaced Brown in the Academic Affairs Office of the Junior Ministry of Magic. And Brown was arranged to be the Vice Dean of the Pure Magic Academy. Vice Dean Crick had prepared his way out. Now if he wanted to stay in the Saroying Magic Academy, he had to do this thing that no one wanted to do. Otherwise, the charges of bribery would be enough to get him fired. Vice Dean Crick was right. He had no choice. Yes, Vice Dean. I will find a way to get this done. Professor Ralph agreed helplessly. Vice Dean Crick smiled. I know what I asked you to do is not honorable. But you are the hero of Saroying Magic Academy. And you crushed the arrogance of Pure Magic Academy. You will get the reward you deserve. Now I have a press conference to hold. You can go back to your work. Do a good job. I have confidence in you. Chapter 140 Busy. All the forces in Saroying have their own plans and are implementing them step by step according to their own ideas. Under the strict order of the Parliament, the major newspapers in Saroying continue to attack the Azure Core. But the news of the cooperation between the Pure Magic Academy and the Saroying Magic Academy also takes a large amount of space from the front page. The Parliament has no choice, because the newspapers have to survive. And they can't ruin their own jobs by firmly supporting the Parliament. The Parliament doesn't have a good way, and they dare not push the newspapers too hard, because there will be many places that need these mouthpieces in the future. This greatly reduces the effect that the Parliament wants, and it can only secretly buy some vagrants and increase the number of demonstrators when the official attack on the Azure Core is launched. The Parliament tried its best to transfer the weapons in the Azure Cathedral. Yi Se followed De Liang's orders and laid the teleportation array in the Azure Cathedral's arsenal day and night. The Pure Magic Academy ushered in the peak registration period. The opportunity to enter the Saroying Magic Academy through this springboard made all the citizens of Saroying with children come up with many weird ideas, pointing at a child taller than himself, saying that this is a 6-year-old child, but the development is too fast, pushing a stroller, pointing at a baby still wrapped in diapers, saying that this is a 6-year-old child, but the development is a little slow. The Dockside School of Magic can recruit students on its own, but this semester may be the only one, which is hard for parents whose children are under or over the age limit. The Dockside School of Magic is preparing for the new semester. The Saroying School of Magic has also begun its plan to annex the Dockside School of Magic. Camille of the Special Security Bureau is secretly looking for traitors around him. The Brotherhood is also looking for allies for Deputy Director Camille. Sir Charles is preparing to build his own private laboratory. Jessica and Cindy are learning magic and shooting from each other. Hannah is busy decorating her fast food restaurant. Mike is preparing for the supermarket he will manage, and help Daliang deliver the equipment and consumables needed by the newspaper. Editor-in-Chief Garcia was running around between various departments in the City Hall of Saroying, recruiting newspaper staff, and sending invitations to all scientific research institutions in Saroying for article invitations. Only Daliang had nothing to do every day, except taking Black Pearl in a carriage, and touring around Saroying City under the protection of Sophia. He was slowly studying the world-destroying divine power he had just discovered. When Daliang and Editor-in-Chief Garcia decided on the name Energy Newspaper, they pointed out that natural science, magic, alchemy, and divine arts are all different applications of energy. In his conversation with Father Titus, he learned that divine power comes from the definition of energy by God's priesthood. The flames that Daliang can now summon have been confirmed by Princess Xiling to have nothing to do with the fire element used in magic. At the same time, it has no fuel, no chemical reaction, and is not the same thing as natural fire. It has the form and temperature of fire, but it is a flame produced by divine power. There is no consumption, no pollution. As long as you believe in the God who represents it, you can use it. It is very magical and inexplicable. To make it more powerful, you don't need to add fuel or strengthen the output of magic power. You just need to understand the God who gave it existence and believe in him devoutly. In a sense, although the flame produced by this divine power is small, it can exist forever. Daliang lay on the dining table and looked at the flame in his palm. He directed the movement of the flame with his mind, and the flame jumped back and forth at his fingertips. After another thought, Daliang flicked the flame away. The flame fell on the table and then quickly went out. The flame transformed from divine power will disappear once it leaves the caster. The process of disappearance means that divine power is a consumable energy. The believer himself is a medium for energy conversion, which can convert divine power into divine magic, and is a user terminal. Just like an online game, all the skills a character uses are defined and given to you by the server. Daliang is now a level 1 account that has just entered the game. What he needs to do is to find the rules defined by the server of destruction without any strategy, and get the way to upgrade and improve his strength. As for the magic server, although there are a lot of strategies, it has not been connected yet. Let's talk about it after school starts. Play a private server first. But how to play? The first thing Daliang thought of was the Holy Sea of Goodness, which is a private server of the God of Light with many players, and uses the same type of engine as the private server of Destruction. The biggest advantage of the private server of God of Light is that it was launched early. The development is very high, and there are ready-made strategies to learn from. Moreover, Daliang has sent 2 players in, and has established a good relationship with a high-level player named Father Titus. De Leon decided to go to the Azure Cathedral to learn from the priests of the Church of the Most Good, and how to believe in the God of Light, and how to upgrade and increase the authority to use divine power. Julian and Juliet, who have become church knights, come to the Azure Cathedral every morning and start a day of training. In terms of sword skills, Felton Paladin has nothing to teach the twin sisters. Therefore, what Julian and Juliet need to learn is how to establish communication with the God of Light, believe in him, and obtain the amount of divine power. The more devout the believer is, the faster the amount of divine power can be obtained. In the process of obtaining the amount of divine power, believers can also learn the divine arts of using divine power. Angel's Descent is just one of the many divine arts mastered by the Holy Sea of Goodness. It can allow believers to transform into angels, and use the combat skills of the angel race. If you want to believe in the God of Light, the first thing you need to do is to understand him. Although Paladin Felton was beaten badly by Julian, he also had high hopes for the two twin sisters. The situation in Soroing is delicate, and the Azure Cathedral must strengthen its military power as soon as possible. In this situation, it is impossible to get support from the Holy See. The Vlaminck Empire will not allow any military forces of the Holy See to enter Soroing at this time. Then the Azure Cathedral can only tap its internal potential. With 2 more knights who can use the Angel's Descent magic, the church will have 2 more forces to protect itself in the war. In order to let the sisters Julian and Juliet join the Holy See as soon as possible and become knights, Paladin Felton gave the 2 sisters a private lesson. At this time, Julian and Juliet had already put on the armor specially made for them by the Azure Cathedral. Although the 2 of them were still just church knights, Felton Paladin, who believed that they would become palace knights, directly made them wear the armor of the palace knights. The armor of the palace knight is the style of the standard angel armor, which is a full-body armor with a white lining inside and a loose hood at the back of the neck. In formal occasions, angels will wear hoods to cover their appearance to show the mystery and majesty of the angel race. Chapter 141 Divine Power is also energy. When Julian was still an archangel, she also wore this kind of armor. But later, she was promoted to a holy angel, and could wear golden armor that matched her combat skills. Putting on the angel armor again, although the defense and attributes were far inferior to the angel armor, it still gave Julian a strong sense of nostalgia. Thinking of the time when he was guarding the evil prison and met Daliang, he let Urgaz, who was under his custody, go and took him into another life trajectory. Juliet felt very awkward after putting on the angel armor. She was a hell angel, and was naturally repelled by the angels. But since she wanted to pretend to be an angel, she had to pretend to the end. Fortunately, the palace knight armor and the angel armor only look similar. Julian and Juliet, wearing armor, are equally holy and radiant. They can only be distinguished by their hair color. In the night training ground, the twin sisters listened carefully to Paladin Felton's explanation of how to obtain divine power. The people who first joined the Holy Sea of Goodness basically chose to believe in the God of Light for various reasons. Or they were unhappy in life, or they encountered some setbacks, or they simply wanted to gain strength from the God of Light. This is not true faith. Even if you pray to the God of Light many times a day, you are not a true believer with a purpose and will not receive God's grace. Faith cannot be cultivated in one day. But when you truly understand the God of Light, you will be attracted to him involuntarily and worship him from the heart. Only pure worship can get the response of divinity, and then feel the divine power around you. Paladin Felton handed the doctrine of the Supreme Good to Julian and Juliet, and said, "You join the Church of the Supreme Good in order to obtain the magic of Angel's Advent, which means that your faith has a purpose, and you cannot feel the divine power for the time being. That the doctrine of the Supreme Good records the deeds of the God of Light, and the miracles he has performed. What you need to do now is read, and form the initial image of the God of Light in your mind. As your understanding of the doctrine deepens, the image of God will become more and more full. If you can accept the image of the God of Light in the temple, this process will be shorter. Of course, there are thousands of images of God. After you have read the doctrine of the Supreme Good, perhaps the God of Light will have a different image in your mind, which is allowed. The Church of the Supreme Good is not qualified to define God. We believe in God, not a statue of God. This training ground is specially prepared for you. Let's start the training by reading the doctrine of the Supreme Good." After Paladin Felton explained the first step of how to generate faith, he left. He was the military director of the Azure Cathedral. The Parliament wanted to transport the weapons away, and the Azure Cathedral could not make any mistakes at this time. After Paladin Felton left, Juliet flipped through the doctrine of the supreme good in her hand and complained, "That fake angel won't ask us to memorize all this. Right? It's all the most disgusting flattery. If the God of Light is so awesome, why did he disappear? I really can't read it. I feel like vomiting." Julian also looked at the book in his hand. From the first time she came to the Azure Cathedral, she knew that the image and deeds of the God of Light, made up by the Church of the Supreme Good, were all nonsense. And this doctrine was not credible. Julian said, "We all know that the Church of the Most Good has no idea what the God of Light looks like, nor what he has done. But how did they obtain divine power and magic through this absurd doctrine? Why is this? I am more familiar with the Destroyer Demon King, and I don't even need to imagine what he looks like. But I can only summon a divine flame." De Leon met Father Titus in the Azure Cathedral. He was like a child with a strong desire for knowledge. He said directly, "Since the last time I communicated with the priest, I have developed a strong interest in the divinity, priesthood, and power of the God of Light. The Church of the Most Merciful should not mind that non-believers and believers of the God of Light discuss topics about God together, and discuss from the perspective of studying God. Since the last meeting, Father Titus has also been very interested in Daliang. He has never seen such a child. This is a genius. Some of the questions he raises are not realized by many believers." Therefore, when he heard that Master Leon was coming to visit, Father Titus was very happy to invite him to a secluded prayer room. In response to Daliang's concerns, Father Titus answered very straightforwardly, "The true God is not afraid of being discussed. Only the false God will hide things. Since its establishment, the Church of the Most Good has been willing to discuss the God of Light with anyone. In fact, the more people know about the God of Light, the more willing they are to believe in him. In front of the believers of the God of Light, you don't need to have any concerns, because the truth becomes clearer the more you argue. No matter what the God of Light did in the theocracy, the Church of the Most Good really makes people feel disgusted." Of course, this is when Father Titus didn't know that Daliang already believed in the devil of destruction. The Church of the Most Good has another extreme attitude towards pagans. With Father Titus's guarantee, Daliang felt relieved to express his thoughts. "The last time the priest told me, the Church of the Most Good does not reject magic, and believes that magic and divine power are equal forces. You are also an excellent magician. Yes, magic existed in the ancient magic era before the advent of God. It is the power of the origin of the world. We do not reject magic, and we are even willing to actively study magic." Father Titus was very active in academic discussions. He even used magic to summon fire with one hand, and released holy light with divine arts in the other hand, to show the inclusiveness of the doctrine of the supreme good. Looking at the fire and holy light, De Leon continued, "Divine power is a kind of energy, and divine arts is the application of energy. Now there are three ways of applying energy in this world: natural science, magic alchemy, and divine arts. The development of these three ways of applying energy drives the development of our civilization. At the same time, these three energy applications are also merging with each other in the process of independent development, combining into hybrid energy applications. Different technologies complement each other and produce amazing inventions. The most typical one is the alchemical steam engine, which is smaller and more efficient than the initial mechanical steam engine. Then we have trains, airships, silver wings, steam locomotives, ships, and factories that can be mass-produced. Now it can be said that natural science and magic alchemy have been fully integrated. In the courses of the Magic Academy, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and literature have become the standards for assessing magicians. Natural science and magic alchemy have almost reached an inseparable level, showing a trend from mixed use to integrated use. And the communication between divine arts and the other two energy applications seems to be much behind. Father Titus, how do you think this phenomenon is caused? Chapter 142 Analysis of Divine Power. Father Titus likes to talk to Daliang very much. The questions he asks are always so profound that people can't help but speak out. Father Titus replied, "Master Leong, you are right. Natural science, magic alchemy and divine arts are essentially the application of energy. And divine power is also a kind of energy. In the process of integrating the three energy applications, the connection between divine arts and the other two energy applications is indeed far behind. From the root, the time of divine arts is too short. Our current era is called the Age of Discovery. Magic alchemy and natural science are mostly inherited from the achievements of the ancient magic era, according to the exploration of ancient relics. The level of natural science in the ancient magic era was already very high. At that time, there were gunpowder, smoothbore cannons, volley guns. There were also steam engines. And there were complete basic theories of natural science. At that time, natural science and magic alchemy had already begun to be used in combination. The theocracy era lasted only 500 years. And the gods' melee prevented the magic from being combined with the other two energy application methods. Then came the Dark Ages, when civilization was lost. The current age of discovery developed from the excavation of ancient civilizations, and the magic had nothing to learn from. The Holy See has not yet studied the magic, let alone combined it with the other two energy application methods. However, the integration of natural science, magic alchemy, and divine arts is a major trend in the development of civilization, and the Church has never stopped researching in this area. In fact, we have already achieved many research results. For example, in the field of medicine, we have combined divine arts and pharmacy to create a medicine that can quickly treat trauma. Theoretically, as long as the person is still alive, he can be cured. If the Church can reduce the cost of this new medicine, the casualties of future wars will be greatly reduced. De Leon didn't expect that he could get such important information when he came to the Azure Cathedral. If the potion Father Titus mentioned can be mass-produced, and the cost can be controlled, then it can really change the world. What an amazing invention. De Leon turned and asked, "Can divine power be stored? How can this power obtained by faith exist for a long time after leaving the caster? Since divine power is a kind of energy, it can certainly be stored. It's just that the cost of storing divine power is too high, which is why divine arts are difficult to combine with other energy applications. In the ancient magic era, props with divine power were all artifacts. Therefore, as long as the problem of storing divine power is completely solved, the power of the God of Light will surely set off a leap forward in energy application technology. At that time, the Church of the Most Good, the only one that can integrate the three energy use methods of natural science, magic alchemy, and divine arts, will be invincible in the world. Whether Father Titus has ever thought about it, will the Church of the Most Good change its neutral attitude to conquer the world? Anyway, De Leon saw the threat of the Church that believed in the God of Light to himself. If the three technologies were integrated completely, even if they found the power to destroy the world, they would not be able to suppress them. De Leon took the opportunity to invite Father Titus. "Father, talking to you has taught me a lot. In a few days, I will publish a newspaper in Saroying. The name of the newspaper is Energy News, which is a technical newspaper only for scientific researchers. The content only publishes the research results of natural science, magic alchemy, and divine arts. All researchers who study natural science, magic alchemy, and divine arts can submit their articles and put them on it for everyone to discuss and learn. In addition to asking for answers to some questions, my main purpose of coming to the Azure Cathedral this time is to invite you to open a column on the use of divine power by divine arts in my newspaper." The energy newspaper mentioned by De Leon aroused great interest in Father Titus. It was the first time he heard that such a newspaper that was purely for research could be published. He knew the role of this newspaper in promoting scientific research, and he also realized that De Leon might have the purpose of publishing this newspaper. As the publisher of the newspaper, he could obtain a lot of cutting-edge scientific and technological knowledge by collecting submissions. The space of a newspaper is limited, but the number of submissions is unlimited. The information that newspaper readers get is always what the newspaper publishers want them to see. Father Titus immediately adjusted his mindset to that of a politician. He knew that the boy in front of him was not simple, and that his ambition to publish the energy newspaper was amazing. Father Titus said, "I can publish a column on divine power analysis in your newspaper, but I have a request. Please speak." De Leon knew that the negotiation was about to begin. Father Titus was not Garcia. He was not so simple that he could be sold out by being fooled by his own great principles. After a brief consideration, Father Titus said, "Saroying's scientific research capabilities are very strong. Each magic academy and regular university has its own research laboratory. Some research institutes serving individuals and enterprises are even more numerous. This is an unimaginable high in knowledge reserve. My request is, all submissions to the energy newspaper must be shared with the Azure Cathedral. In return, we are willing to invest in your newspaper. Based on my understanding of the newspaper industry, this newspaper will not make money." De Leon smiled and said, "What if I refuse?" Father Titus said easily. Such a newspaper. Without you, the Azure Cathedral will run itself. We can get a lot of conveniences in Saroying. And we have enough financial resources to support this unprofitable newspaper. The most important thing is, we have the support of the entire Holy See. Daliang had thought of this a long time ago. Once the energy newspaper appears, many people will definitely see its ability to acquire cutting-edge technology. Technology brings power. And everyone knows that what they lack is the idea of running a newspaper. Therefore, when Daliang proposed this idea, rulers and ambitious people will definitely imitate the energy newspaper. This is something Daliang cannot stop. Therefore, Daliang did not intend to stop it. Research media is not entertainment media. It is more difficult to make researchers happy than to make the public happy. Scientific newspapers pay more attention to authority. It is not enough to publish a few insignificant research results to make all the high-minded scientific and technological workers say that you are awesome. There must be hard goods to support the scientific research commanding heights of this newspaper, so that all researchers are anxiously waiting for the release of the new issue. When the publication of scientific research papers becomes a lifelong honor, they will actively submit their results with a pilgrimage mood. If it comes to hard goods, the Great Tomb is definitely the hardest in terms of magic alchemy. Just throwing out some medium and low-level alchemy technology can make the world crazy. Therefore, De Liang is not afraid of anyone competing with him in scientific research media. There is no harm without comparison. The more you come, the more it can highlight the overlooking the mountains attitude of energy news. In the end, there is only one ending for these newspapers, which is to help energy news develop a mature market and then perish. The more they die, the more they can promote energy news to become a god. A bookstore selling comic books and a museum with famous paintings are different. If the Azure Cathedral is willing to publish a similar scientific newspaper, I would welcome it very much. The truth always becomes clearer through debate. If there is only the energy newspaper, we would not know when we made a mistake. This is a good thing. I not only welcome the Azure Cathedral to publish it, but also the Parliament and the Empire. Anyone can publish such a newspaper as long as they are willing to invest in scientific research. These will not affect you, Father, from opening a column in the energy newspaper. Of course, I will not share the newspaper submissions with the Azure Cathedral, and I will not ask your newspaper to share information with me. Chapter 143 God is not to be questioned. Daliang's reaction was somewhat unexpected by Father Titus. Although he did not know the specific identity of young Master Liang, he could tell that he must be either rich or noble. But one person's power could not compete with the Holy See of Goodness after all. He must have known that if the Holy See of Goodness wanted to run such a scientific research newspaper, his energy newspaper would soon be squeezed out of resources. Father Titus believed that he had the initiative, and young Master Liang would definitely agree to his request and let the Holy See of Goodness invest in energy newspaper and even control the newspaper. But what Father Titus could not have imagined was that young Master Liang was actually very happy to let the Holy See also run a scientific newspaper. And all his threats were invalid. What on earth was he thinking? Father Titus looked at Daliang and found that he could not figure out this young child at all. But no matter what, the energy newspaper refused the interference of the Holy See. So the Azure Cathedral could only run its own newspaper. The fight provoked by Father Titus was resolved. And he had to say to Daliang, Master Liang's mind makes me feel ashamed. I am willing to run a column about divine power and divine arts in the energy newspaper, which will also help us publicize the great deeds of the God of Light and develop believers of the Holy See. Father Titus was willing to contribute, and Daliang's goal was achieved. He could not discuss the issue of divine power with Father Titus too much, because talking too much would easily arouse the other party's vigilance. Let him actively contribute, so that Daliang can see the senior priest's understanding of divine power and magic, and absorb his experience into the world-destroying divine power. Thank you, Father Titus, for your support of the energy newspaper. When my newspaper is officially published, the newspaper will send you an invitation letter for commissioning. I also thank Master Liang for selflessly contributing this wonderful idea. When the newspaper of the Azure Cathedral begins to be published, I also hope that Master Liang can raise more profound questions and insights from your perspective. Daliang left the Azure Cathedral with his harvest, and Julian and Juliet also brought the doctrine of the supreme good and the words that Paladin Felton said to them. Juliet, who had taken off her armor, lay comfortably on the sofa, with her long legs resting on the coffee table. She looked at De Liang flipping through the doctrine of the most good and said, You can't imagine. The most good church doesn't know what the God of light really looks like. Their worship is all based on imagination. Imagination? I can only laugh. All I can think of is an old man who deserves to be chopped off. It's ridiculous that the followers of the God of light can use divine power to release divine arts with just a fabricated doctrine. I can't figure out why this is the case even if I rack my brains. Julian, who was sitting next to De Leon, was also very puzzled. We believe that the more we understand God, the more divine power we can gain. We can't give more power to destroy the world because I don't understand the destruction of the world after becoming a god. But through the training process of the Supreme Church of Goodness for believers, it can be seen that you can get more power without understanding God. De Leon glanced through the Supreme Doctrine, then closed the book and said to Julian in a stern tone, the more you understand God, the more power you can get. We can't give more power to destroy the world because I don't understand the destruction of the world after becoming a god. I said this. Are you doubting my words? Julian didn't expect that her proposal would be reprimanded by De Leon. She couldn't help showing a wrong look on her face. But she didn't know how to refute. Juliet is not Julian. When she saw that De Leon gave her sister a bad face for no reason, she immediately stood up in anger and shouted, Hey, boy, is my sister wrong? The followers of the God of Light can use divine magic with a book of the Supreme Good Doctrine that was made up by someone. Is this an understanding of the God of Light? They don't even know what the God of Light looks like. Is this an understanding of the God of Light? It's obviously you who are wrong. Why are you so mean to my sister? Be careful or I'll beat you up. Julian stood up and scolded Juliet. Juliet, sit down. If you dare to contradict His Highness again, I will put you under house arrest. Sister, I'm helping you. Sit down. Juliet realized that Julian was serious, and sat back angrily, turned her head away, and ignored the two people. De Leon smiled again. Don't get me wrong. I'm just doing an experiment on divine power. Hearing this, Juliet, who was still angry just now, immediately turned her head back, smiled and asked, I know you don't want to be mean to my sister. Tell me what you found. Julian was also curious. What does De Leon's rebuke just now have to do with divine power? De Leon said, just now you questioned my judgment of divine power, and Juliet scolded me. Juliet argued, you are small to begin with. So that doesn't count as scolding? I hate it most when people say I am small. After warning Juliet, De Leon continued, priests, bishops, church knights, temple knights, and paladins of the Holy See. Who dares to question the God of Light? Who dares to scold the God of Light? The twin sisters shook their heads together and said, no one. Juliet emphasized, they worship the God of Light. How dare they question Him and scold Him? De Leon said, but you two dare. The twin sisters thought for a while. And Julian said, is this the reason why we can't get more world-destroying power? De Leon recalled, when I first met Father Titus, he said God defines power in the minds of believers. This definition cannot be questioned at all. And there can be no doubt about God. This is worship. Only by obeying the definition set by God can we dissolve into the system of divine power and feel the divine power. Can you and I think that what He says and does is right like devout believers? Can we not have any doubts about Him? Obviously, no one can do it. This, Juliet flipped her hand and summoned a flame, saying, what's going on? This is trust. You regard me as a relative, as a leader. Trust me. Be loyal to me. This is completely different from trust. So we can only summon a divine flame. And I'm afraid that we can only summon such a flame in the future. You are too familiar with me. You can definitely think of many embarrassing things about me. And remember how embarrassed I was when I was weak. The God of Light is exactly the opposite. He is mysterious and high above. No one knows what He looks like. So they can only imagine Him in the most noble way in their hearts. What is the doctrine of the Supreme Good? It is the self-suggestion of believers. It only contains the miracles and greatness of the God of Light, without the appearance of picking His nose when He brags. In the hearts of believers, the God of Light has no flaws. He is the real God, a God who cannot be questioned. When believers accept the definition that God is right, they can also feel the power of God's definition. God is God only when He is worshipped. And those who eat with you every day are your relatives. Chapter 144 Big Shot. Mystery is precisely the foundation of faith. Therefore, the power of the destroyer cannot be used. Not because we are not familiar with the destroyer after becoming a god, but because we are too familiar with him. Juliet looked at the flame in her hand and said, in the future, we can only set such a big fire. What's the use of it? It can't even boil water. Julian was very happy that Daliang found a way to use the power. But when she knew that Daliang had no way to continue to gain more power through faith in the destroyer, she couldn't help but sigh. It seems that we can only think of a way for magic. Daliang was not disappointed by this incident. He said, it's not that bad. At least we found a way to use the power of the destroyer. As long as someone truly believes in the destroyer, he can use the power of the destroyer. And we can study the use of the power. Juliet knew what Daliang wanted to do. You want to build a church that believes in the destroyer? Daliang smiled and said, Aegis has his own church. So the destroyer should also have his own church. We won't develop believers on the mainland first. There are 100,000 troops, 500,000 civilians, and millions of undead in the Great Tomb, which is enough for us to build a church that believes in the destroyer. Juliet laughed and said, leave the matter to me. The Church of the Hell faction. I will develop everyone in the Great Tomb into believers of the destroyer, and then lead the Church of Destroyer to destroy the world. Daliang said to the already manic Juliet. You and Julian continue to carry out the tasks I gave you in the Azure Cathedral. The Church of Destroyer needs the experience of the Holy See. I have more suitable candidates for preaching in the Great Tomb. And I don't plan to let everyone in the Great Tomb believe in Destroyer so quickly. I will use the Flame City of Hell and the Frost City of the Undead as a pilot. The Destroyer is the Lord of Hell, and is easily accepted by the Hell race. The Undead are more likely to believe than the Hell demons. Juliet wanted to win the missionary work, which was more interesting than pretending to be an angel. But Daliang said, the teleportation magic circle has been laid out almost by ease. Tomorrow we will start moving the weapons inside. And you will also comprehend the divine arts and learn the angel's arrival tomorrow. Julian asked, so fast? If it's not fast, how can you look like a genius? The next day, at the Saroying railway station, a military train slowly stopped on the platform. The doors opened, and teams of soldiers carrying rifles jumped out of the carriages. They wore steel helmets and gray-green combat uniforms. There are 4 leather bullet bags on the belt, a military water bottle and a bayonet hanging behind the buttocks, a saber and a pistol hanging on the side of the hip. The pack bag on the back contains a military blanket, a first aid kit, and 3 days of instant rations. After leaving the carriage, the soldiers did not walk around randomly or whisper to each other, but lined up at the fastest speed under the command of the superiors. The spirit, energy and vitality fully show the posture of a strong army. The doors of the second half of the train carriage were also opened, and tall and majestic war horses were led out. The war horses were also lined up on the platform, and the stewards took out the sediment bags from the carriage and placed them in front of the war horses. There were fried soybeans in the pocket, and the aroma made the tired warhorse, who had been sitting on the train for a day, happily lower his head to eat. While the warhorse was eating, the steward began to equip the warhorse with a saddle. At this time, the heavy weapons in the carriage were also unloaded, light and heavy machine guns, mortars, infantry guns. Infantry support battle fortresses. The quality and firepower of the soldiers of this imperial army far exceeded that of the Azure Corps of the same size, and all of them were cavalry, and their mobility was not comparable to that of the Azure Corps. The Azure Corps was already the main force of the Vlaminck Empire, which shows that this army had a special identity. Since this was a normal military mobilization, the Imperial Army did not block the train station, except for the platform where the Imperial Army was located, which was designated as a military zone and prohibited for civilians to approach. The rest of the station was operating normally. A train from the Northern Felwood, United States entered the station, and the passengers who got off the train couldn't help but cast a curious look at the army. Your Excellency the Bishop. Yes, Mr. Duncan. 2 men in very ordinary clothes stood beside the army and watched for a while. One of the men with a mustache whispered to the other, do you know how Ramses died? It's just too ostentatious. I'm afraid that the whole Saroying doesn't know he's here. What was the result? Not only did he die inexplicably, but he also caused us to lose a powerful supernatural creature. What a fool. There are so many strong men in Saroying. Our enemies are not only those guys with wings, but also many people we don't know hiding in the dark. Our first task is to stay alive first. Have the others got off the car? The assistant looked around and replied, they all got off the car. They will go to our residence in batches. Lord, Mr. Duncan, this army seems to be only a battalion. How can there be so many war horses and heavy firepower? The soldiers are equipped with pistols, and a battalion-level army is fully mechanized mule horse. And there are more than 20 infantry guns and infantry support battle fortresses. Duncan replied, "You just came to the Order Continent. There are some things you don't know yet. This is the most elite Royal Musketeer Cavalry Regiment of the Vlaminck Empire. The personal guard of the Emperor of the Empire. Not to mention the battle fortress. The battalion level has support-type Silver Wings and Magician platoons. It's just, why did the Royal Musketeer Cavalry Regiment come to Saroying? Sir, look, there is a big man coming down over there. This army must be escorting him. The people who are welcoming him have gone over." Duncan saw the big man who was pointing at the helper, and also saw a woman leading a team of people wearing gray windbreakers and armbands to greet them. He immediately turned around and said, "Let's go. It's the cockroaches of the Special Security Bureau of Saroying. Ramses died in their hands. Let's leave here and don't attract their attention." Duncan and his assistant quickly left the train station. The woman Duncan and his assistant saw was in. She knew that a battalion of the 1st Division of the Royal Fusiliers would arrive in Saroying today, but she only found out this morning that there was a big man following this battalion, and, who had just received the news, immediately rushed to the train station with a team of security agents, just in time for the arrival of this military train. "Father, why are you here?" The big shot who came was Anne's father, Marquis Whitehead, the Minister of the Imperial Cabinet. He wore a sophisticated black suit, a top hat, and held a cane inlaid with magic crystals, revealing the majesty of a superior. Facing his daughter who came to greet him, Marquis Whitehead showed no expression. He just glanced at and scanned the train station. He murmured, "You haven't done much in the past few days in Saroying. You spent a lot of money. You also gave my house on the Champs-Élysées to a group of people of unknown origin." Chapter 145. Governor, thinking that her father came for this group of ancient heroes, and immediately stopped him and said, "Father, the situation in Saroying is under my control, and I didn't spend that money carelessly. I promise that after tonight, everything will get better. Please don't investigate those people on the Avenue de Champs-Élysées. They are my friends. Your friends. The Whitehead family doesn't need friends. There are only two kinds of people in this world for us, those who can be used and those who cannot be used." "Which kind are they?" Annie insisted. "They are my friends. Please leave this matter to me, and the question about Saroying, I will give you a satisfactory answer. You can take the return train back to the Imperial capital now. His Majesty needs you more than Saroying." Marquis Whitehead turned his head and looked at Anne, wanting to see what she was thinking from her eyes. After a long time, he said, "Well, you are my daughter who I have raised since childhood. Until now, your performance has been very good. I know you have your reasons for doing these things. Just like you suddenly want to get engaged to Brown of the Jennings family, and don't allow me to ask. I also agree to you. I believe you. Everything you do is for the Empire and the family." And breathed a sigh of relief. And she said to Marquis Whitehead, "Then please ask father to return to the carriage and follow the return military train back." And didn't want the Marquis to know about the ancient heroes. He was too conceited. He would mess things up when facing Master Leon. Hearing his daughter asking him to leave Saroying again, the Marquis suddenly said sternly, "I don't need you to teach me what to do. I came to Saroying not because of you, but because I am the governor of Marcellus appointed by His Majesty himself." Annie was stunned by surprise, and couldn't believe what she heard. According to the Treaty of Marcellus, the Empire can set up a governor's office in Marcellus, and the governor of Marcellus will command all the Empire's garrisons in Marcellus. Due to the existence of the Death Desert, the garrison in Marcellus has formed its own system, and the governor's power will become extremely great, which can be said to be a real frontier official. If the governor is loyal to the Empire, he can greatly restrict the Parliament from strengthening the Empire's control over Marcellus. But if the governor colludes with the Parliament or has a rebellious heart, as long as the Dosan Railway is cut off, the Empire will completely lose contact with Marcellus. Therefore, the Emperor of the Empire has always been very cautious in appointing the governor of Marcellus. For a long time, he would rather not appoint a governor than bury this hidden danger. There is no need to worry about the governor's rebellion without the governor of Marcellus. But the Marcellus Parliament has gradually formed a tail that cannot be cut off without restraint. The situation in Marcellus is urgent. The Emperor of the Empire realized that the governor of Marcellus should not be left vacant any longer. So he appointed the Marquis of Whitehead, who was his confidant, as the governor of Marcellus. in charge of the military of the province, to suppress the expansion of the parliament. This should have been the supreme honor for the Whitehead family. But Anne couldn't help but start to worry about the fate of the family. It's not easy to be the governor of Marcellus. The biggest threat to the Marquis of Whitehead at this time is not the ambitious parliament, but the emperor behind him. None of the previous governors of Marcellus had a good end. When they took office as governors, they were the most trusted cabinet ministers of the emperor, and the final result was that they were pushed to the guillotine by the emperor. There is no other reason. It's all the emperor's daily suspicion. When the suspicion accumulates to a certain extent, just a small rumor can cost the life of governor of Marcellus. Not to mention this extraordinary period, when Marquis Whitehead moved into the governor's mansion and officially announced his inauguration as Governor Marcellus. Rumors about the Marquis' rebellion would immediately reach the ears of the emperor of the empire. How long can the emperor of the empire trust his father amid suspicion and rumors? And didn't know. She said to the Marquis, "Why don't you refuse this appointment? I am the director of the Special Security Bureau. And you are Governor Marcellus. This is simply digging your own grave." Marquis Whitehead had no worries about the future, because Governor Marcellus is needed at this time. It is precisely because the empire left this position vacant that the current situation was caused. If you want to get Marcellus back on track, you must concentrate the empire's power here. No one dares to serve as the governor of Marcellus during this sensitive period. Only I dare. Your Majesty knows what the consequences will be if you suspect the governor of Marcellus at this time. Your Majesty will trust me. After the things here are dealt with, I will immediately resign from the post of governor and return to the empire. The Prime Minister of the Imperial Cabinet is my position. Although the Marquise said it easily, and was still worried, she said, "Then I will resign from the post of Director of the Special Security Bureau. And Deputy Director Camille can manage the Security Bureau." "No," said the Marquis, "you continue to be your director, and do what you should do. Camille wants to be the director, so he must first clean up the traitors in the Security Bureau. Otherwise, he will stay in the position of Deputy Director until he dies. There are problems within the Special Security Bureau, and there seem to be problems within the Imperial Garrison. These two forces are the main forces for Governor Marcellus to deal with the Marcellus issue, and neither can be fully trusted now. No matter how deep the Marquis's mansion is, he can't help but show anger, since Marquis Whitehead has made up his mind to become the governor of Marcellus, and knows that she has no way to stop him. She can only hope that before the Emperor of the Empire trusts the Marquis, the Marcellus issue will be dealt with, and then he will resign and return to the Imperial capital. That is the only way to save your life." "Yes, Father." "No, Governor," and saluted the Marquis of Whitehead and said, "I will escort you to the governor's mansion." "No, you have your own things to do. The Royal Fusiliers Cavalry will protect me here." The Marquis refused Anne's escort and said, "I will hold a banquet at the governor's mansion in the evening and invite all the important people in Saroying to attend the banquet. You bring your fiancé Brown Jennings to let me see him. Tell him that his brother Reed Jennings is also here this time." "Yes, Governor. I will take Brown to the banquet." When the 1st Division of the Royal Musketeer Cavalry Regiment was preparing to enter the Saroying defense zone, a large-scale demonstration broke out in Saroying. Angry citizens held up banners and shouted slogans to surround the troops of the Azure Corps that blocked the Church of the Good. They cursed loudly, pushed the soldiers, and tried to attack the defense line set up by the Imperial Army. Some people even hid in the crowd and threw stones at the Imperial soldiers, trying to provoke the soldiers to shoot at the demonstrators and cause greater chaos. Although the weapons transfer plan formulated by the Parliament encountered great setbacks at the beginning, after the compensation of money, they still organized a powerful demonstration team. The people angered the Imperial Army step by step, and bloodshed could break out at any time. At the same time, the Parliament repeatedly put pressure on the Azure Corps. On the one hand, they used freedom of speech as an excuse to prevent the Azure Corps from counterattacking. And on the other hand, they quietly hinted that the Azure Corps would withdraw from the city to prevent the Saroying riots. There was chaos outside the Azure Cathedral, and all the troops of the church were guarding outside to prevent the situation from getting out of control, and the church from being attacked. In the arsenal under the Azure Cathedral, there was silence. De Leon looked at the weapons and ammunition piled up like a hill, and his face was full of smiles. Chapter 146 Weapons. In a corner of the Azure Cathedral Armory, a small construction site has been built. The support of the teleportation array has just been removed, revealing the original appearance of the built space equipment. The transport teleportation array is a circular platform with a height of 30 centimeters and a diameter of 7 meters. The surface and interior of the platform are engraved and filled with space magic arrays. A slope with a slope of 15 degrees is built on the edge of the platform and the ground of the armory to facilitate the transportation of goods. There is an energy conversion furnace close to the wall of the teleportation array. Crystals with magic energy are filled into the conversion furnace, and the magic energy generated can drive the entire teleportation gate to operate. In addition to the energy conversion furnace, there are 3 cranes around the teleportation array for loading and unloading large heavy objects that are difficult to move. The entire teleportation array is protected by a layer of isolation barrier, which blocks the propagation of sound and mirrors, and refracts light to achieve the purpose of invisibility. During the construction of the entire teleportation array, the Church Knights of the Azure Cathedral went in and out of the armory many times a day, especially after Father Titus and Counselor George determined the plan to transfer this batch of weapons. The cathedral gradually returned the borrowed weapons, but no one found the busy construction of the teleportation array. There was only a layer of barrier, and on one side there was the sound of carving magic circuits and shining magic. On the other side it was dark and quiet, with only the sound of the Church Knights carrying and sorting weapons. Everyone is living in peace. When the teleportation array was completed under the auspices of the knight, Dalian could not wait to come to the armory. Just as Juliet described a few days ago, there are so many weapons here that it is hard to keep up with. Dalian walked to a pile of wooden boxes, pointed to one of them, and said to Sophia, "Open this." The wooden box was nailed shut with iron nails, and it can only be opened with a crowbar. But Sophia walked to the wooden box that Dalian pointed at, and easily opened the lid of the wooden box, revealing a rifle embedded in the groove inside. This is a manual rifle similar in shape to the ones used in World War I and World War II on Earth. It is a rifle that needs to manually complete the action of sending bullets into the barrel and ejecting the used shells from the barrel. The bolt is pulled after each shot, and the shooting speed is slow, but the range and power are greater than those of ordinary automatic rifles. These rifles are the Halberd 548 infantry rifles provided by the Holy See to the Marcellus Council. There is a set of supercharging techniques designed by the Holy See specifically for the halberd rifles in the chamber and bolt, which can provide additional chamber pressure for the next shot by recycling the shooting energy. It can make the bullet shoot farther, and the trajectory is straighter. The halberd rifle is an infantry weapon currently in service in the Holy See. The basic model can be used by ordinary soldiers without magic. Some derivative models have special uses after adjusting the gun body and adding corresponding techniques, combined with special alchemical bullets. For example, the halberd sniper rifle, halberd lance, halberd aerial combat rifle, squad direct fire blasting gun. The Parliament bought this batch of weapons to equip a complete infantry division, so the basic and derivative models of the halberd rifle can be found here. De Leon asked Sophia to open several wooden boxes, which contain light machine guns, heavy machine guns and mortar parts, and various yellow-orange bullets and shells. There were hundreds of artillery pieces of different calibers, some of which were small-caliber infantry guns that soldiers could move and transport by disassembling them, and some heavy artillery pieces that had to be pulled by animal power and special vehicles. In addition to these, there were also battle fortresses and silver wings purchased by the Parliament from the Holy See. The role of the battle fortress is similar to that of a tank on Earth. However, the battle fortress uses a steam engine, and then uses the air pressure generated by the steam engine to drive the mechanical feet to carry the combat module to walk. The speed of the battle fortress is certainly not as fast as that of a tank, but the battle fortress's ability to adapt to terrain is far higher than that of a tank. As long as the driver's skills are strong, the battle fortress can move on a mountain with a relatively small slope, and there is no need to worry about slipping on the snow. In terms of mobility, the battle fortress's steering is also more flexible. They can change to lateral movement at any time while moving forward to avoid attacks from the front. The multi-legged mechanical legs can raise the height of the turret, and the mechanical legs can be unfolded to press the turret very low, making it convenient for the battle fortress to hide behind the bunker, fire a shot, and then lie down to avoid reloading. When the battle fortress is fully deployed and fixed to the ground with mechanical legs, it can use the most powerful bombing technique to act as a heavy artillery to remove the enemy's strong fortifications. However, in Dalian's eyes, the flaws of the battle fortress are also very fatal. The first is its defense. Its movement method determines that its mechanical legs cannot bear too high a load. so the armor of the battle fortress is relatively thin. The flexibility is indeed exaggerated, but it is basically finished if it is hit by a cannon. The tank is a heavy armored vehicle, and the moving method of moving wheels and tracks can cover all four sides with thick armor. Although tanks are less flexible than battle fortresses, they can be safely hit by a few shells as long as they are positioned at the right angle. Why there are no tanks in this world? Dalian guessed that it should be because the piston engine technology is immature. The mainstream engine is a pneumatic pull rod engine, which uses the increase and decrease of air pressure to drive the pull rod to achieve power transmission, limiting the further miniaturization of the engine. Therefore, all the miniaturized locomotives Dalian has seen are magic power, which is too expensive to be popularized to civilians. Dalian thinks that studying piston engines or other more powerful engines is a new direction for the Great Tomb to achieve overtaking in weapons. At the same time, powerful and cheap engines can drive the speed of world logistics, thereby accelerating the process of civilization. As long as the power can keep up, tanks can be built bigger, with thicker armor and faster running. Once tanks form the ability to quickly penetrate across war zones, they can become the protagonists of the ground battlefield. As for the battle fortress, legs cannot outrun wheels, and low defense and high sensitivity can only be a very good infantry support weapon. Dalian believes that once heavy tanks are developed, they will definitely change the world's war mode. After watching the battle fortress, Dalian turned his attention to the Silver Wing. For completely unfamiliar weapons, Dalian could not find anything that could be compared horizontally with the Silver Wing. The air power provided by the Silver Wing is equivalent to adding a pair of wings to the driver. The combat effectiveness of the Silver Wing, in addition to the performance of the aircraft, the magician level of the pilot is also an important part of evaluating the combat effectiveness of a Silver Wing. The main weapon of the Silver Wing is the air combat rifle used by the pilot, which has a range and power far beyond the basic model. At the same time, the Silver Wing can also activate the bombing warlock of the combat rifle to complete ground combat missions. Since the pilots of the Silver Wing are generally high-level magicians, the Silver Wing also has very strong magic defense capabilities. Piston fighters basically have no strength to fight against the Silver Wing, and jet fighters, in addition to flying fast, have no good way to deal with the Silver Wing without missiles. In addition, the current Silver Wing still has great potential to be tapped, so Dalian decided to give priority to the development of its own Silver Wing in the Great Tomb. After the piston engine technology matures, consider researching other aircraft. Chapter 147 Transportation. Rifles, light and heavy machine guns, various artillery, battle fortresses and Silver Wings. These are weapons that are superior to the Great Tomb. However, in addition to high-level heroes, the Great Tomb is not without high-end weapons. For example, the large-scale aerial combat platform in this world is an airship. The giant steam ball provides lift, and the pod can be equipped with rapid-fire cannons and machine guns, and bombs can be dropped on the ground. The Great Tomb inherited the alchemy technology of the ancient magic era. It has a large-scale aerial combat platform, an aerospace battleship. The appearance of the aerospace battleship is a sailing ship. The power source is the peak achievement of alchemy technology, the energy core. The energy core can provide sufficient magic energy for the entire aerospace battleship. Even if the ship is completely alchemical inside and out, there is no need to worry about energy shortage. The floating magic circle that runs through the keel of the aerospace battleship provides lift for the battleship. The air enchantment on the sail provides the power needed for the battleship to move forward, backward, and turn. The outer shell of the ship is generally made of wood to reduce the weight of the ship, but the wooden ship is also fully enchanted to enhance the ship's resistance to physical and magical attacks. There is a magic amplification device on the deck of the battleship, which can amplify the magic released by the ship's magician by 50% to 100%. The magic defense device can provide another layer of force field shield for the warship. The main firepower of the aerospace warship is the alchemical smoothbore gun. Depending on the model and size of the aerospace warship, more than 40 to 100 smoothbore guns can be prepared. The former Super Aerospace warship Oath has 5 gun decks and 549 guns, making it a real air giant. If an airship encounters an aerospace warship, even the smallest aerospace warship, the end result is that it will be shot down. The biggest weakness of the airship is its steam balloon, which has a large target, low defense, and is easy to be destroyed. In addition, the airship's pod is really too small for the huge hull, minus the propeller and steam engine that provide forward power. The remaining load cannot accommodate too many weapons. The energy core of the aerospace battleship is in the center of the hull, protected by layers of armor and decks. The lifting magic array runs through the entire keel, and the magic circuit has the function of self-closing and automatic pathfinding and reorganization. Therefore, as long as the energy core of the aerospace battleship is not destroyed, and all the centers of the keel are not disconnected from the middle, the aerospace battleship will not fall. It is very difficult to break through the force field shield and hull defense of the air battleship to attack the energy core. In a simple aerospace battle, if the warships of both sides are of similar level and have equal firepower, basically in the end, each side will fire empty shells and then evacuate with injuries. However, the scene of a simple airspace battleship bombardment is rare, because every airspace battleship, regardless of size, must have a supernatural creature stationed on board, a large number of air combat troops and high-level magicians. The airspace battleship is the crystallization of alchemy technology, with strong combat power, and the cost is not something that ordinary city-states and countries can afford. Even daily maintenance is a huge expense. With Dalyong's financial resources, the huge tomb only has 3 airspace battleships. The 3 airspace battleships are still using alchemical smoothbore cannons from the ancient magic era. However, the alchemical smoothbore cannon is only backward in firing mode. The 20-pound and 30-pound shells fired are definitely more powerful than the small-caliber rapid-fire cannons equipped on airships. Dalyong is interested in the large-caliber heavy artillery and naval guns of this era. The artillery in this arsenal may improve the artillery technology of the Great Tomb and upgrade the firepower of the aerospace warships. After a brief look at the arms in the arsenal, Dalyong had a general understanding of the war mode and combat effectiveness level of this world, and had a vague development direction in his mind. Now the arms can be transported away, part of which will be handed over to the alchemy laboratory of the Great Tomb, and the rest will be used to arm a division-level demonstration army to understand the performance of these weapons and provide reference data for the alchemy laboratory. Dalyong returned to the edge of the teleportation array and said to Issei, "Start moving. Leave a silver wing to send to where we live now. Princess Xiling and Black Pearl might be interested in this thing. I am also interested." "Yes, Your Highness." Yi Shi, suspended in the air, pointed the long sword on her arm at the magic circle. A magic beam shot out from the tip of her sword and hit the activation hub in the center of the magic circle. The magic energy like a stream of water gushed out from the center of the magic circle, flowing between the magic circuits and runes on the magic circle, lighting up the teleportation magic circle layer by layer. The bubble-shaped halo rose and spread. The teleported skeleton laborers, dwarves, and minotaurs filled the teleportation platform. "Start working," the dwarf hero Pluto, who was teleported with the transport team, commanded loudly. "Move these wooden boxes first. Pay attention to the order. Enter from the left and exit from the right. And wait for our war bearers and vehicles to teleport. And then move those big guys." When Brutus saw that Dalyong was also here, he immediately ran over. "King!" The bearded dwarf Brutus saluted Dalyong respectfully. Dalyong once rescued the dwarves from the hands of the elves, helped them migrate from the fallen dreamland Black Iron City to the Obsidian City in the Endless Maze, and helped the dwarves obtain the right to live in this underground world. Therefore, Dalyong was canonized as the king of side-by-side by the dwarf king of the hills, meaning a good brother who can share the throne with him. The dwarf Brutus was the senior hero of the dwarf army given to Dalyong by the king of the hills, and commanded the dwarf war bear cavalry in the Great Tomb. Since strong war bears are needed to transport heavy weapons, Brutus and his army were transferred here. Brutus had participated in the Obsidian City War commanded by Dalyong, and he had great respect for the king who saved the dwarves. After saluting Dalyong, he said, "When Lord Issei built the teleportation array, I had already counted all the weapons here. Now the transport team I organized is on standby on the other side of the teleportation array. The transportation of materials and personnel will be carried out at the same time. It is expected that all weapons will be transported by 3 to 4 p.m. Before following Dalyong, the dwarf Brutus was the purchasing officer of Black Iron City. During the period when Black Iron City was besieged by the elves, the circulation of materials between the dwarves and the outside world all needed to pass through the teleportation array. So Brutus was very experienced in using the teleportation array to transport bulk goods. When Dalyong decided to transport the weapons this time, he specifically asked the dwarf Brutus to form a transport team and make a transport plan to avoid chaos caused by unprepared transport. This is an arsenal, with more bullets and shells than guns and artillery. Once it explodes, Daliang's investment in Soroying is not much left. Daliang told Brutus, when moving weapons, be careful. If you can't move something, ask a wizard for help. Don't force it. I understand. King. While Daliang and Brutus were talking, the teleportation array lit up again, and more than a dozen war bears were teleported over. When the war bears saw the unfamiliar environment, they opened their mouths and were about to roar. Brutus was so scared that he immediately took out a rune and used rune magic to control the war bears, making them hold back their roars. Brutus quickly apologized to Daliang. King, I won't let this happen again. Chapter 148 Letting Go. Daliang didn't know if the silent barrier could stop more than 10 war bears from roaring together. But the dwarves' control over the war bears was still very stable. After Brutus suppressed the war bears, the other dwarves pulled their mounts down from the teleportation array to appease them, and then led them to carry some heavy weapons. The whole transportation process was carried out in an orderly manner. Piles of weapons were sent out from the teleportation array, and new laborers, transport animals, and tools were transported in. Soon, a corner of the armory was emptied by the dwarf Brutus and his subordinates. Due to the construction of the teleportation array, the corner of the armory was crowded, and at the beginning it could only accommodate more than 20 laborers for transportation. As the space opened up, more people arrived. Hundreds of laborers and dozens of war bears pulled the vehicles to move, and the transportation speed increased again. During the entire transportation period, the door of the armory was not opened. Today is the day for the Parliament to transfer weapons. The Azure Cathedral privately used the Parliament's weapons, and has returned them all. Now outside, the Parliament is trying to make the Azure Corps make concessions through various means. At this critical moment, the Azure Cathedral also focuses all its attention on the conflict between the people and the Imperial Army around the church. Julian and Juliet are watching inside the Azure Cathedral, reporting what happens outside at any time. If the church showed signs of turning its attention from the outside to the armory, the twin sisters would immediately comprehend the angels descending magic and draw the church's attention to them. Therefore, Daliang did not have to worry about someone breaking in at this time. The fairy dragon mages had set up a large-scale camouflage mirror near the entrance of the armory. If someone came in to check, they would just turn around the door and see a quiet armory with everything in its original position. As long as they did not go deeper, they would not see the busy transport team. If the guard really wanted to go in, then since he did not want to die, the fairy dragon would not be polite to him. After waiting for a while, Pluto's transport team had emptied half of the arsenal and started to move heavy weapons. The mages used magic to cooperate with the workers to reduce the weight of the weapons. Daliang then ordered to divert the wastewater from the surrounding sewers. The first batch of vampire sword guards had found the location of the sewers around the Azure Cathedral. In the past few days, they used earth magic to gradually dig out channels and connected these sewers to the ventilation ducts at the four corners of the Azure Cathedral arsenal. The only thing blocking the sewer wastewater was the last layer of wall. The vampire sword guards stayed at their respective positions, waiting for the order to release the water. As Daliang's order was issued, the last layer of the wall was also broken by the blood-sucking sword guards, who stayed there. The foul-smelling and turbid wastewater rushed in along the low-lying canal pipes. The blood-sucking sword guards, who were guarding here, immediately turned into bats and flew forward desperately along the canals they dug. The wastewater rushed closely behind, as a group of bats rushed out of the air inlet and outlet of the armory. The sewer wastewater from multiple tributaries gathered into a water column and poured down. However, the wastewater did not fall to the ground, but gathered in the air above the upper part of the armory, as if there was an invisible ceiling that prevented the wastewater from falling. All the wastewater in the entire Azure City area was continuously poured into the arsenal from the air inlet and outlet. On the ground, the Great Tomb transport team was working hard. At this time, in the surface city, the governor's mansion of Marcellus, which had been vacant for many years, came out with important news. A part of the Royal Musketeer Cavalry Regiment escorted the Imperial Minister Marquis Whitehead to live in the governor's mansion. This news made the lively Soroying suddenly quiet. Even the protesters and the Azure Corps, who were fighting against the escalating situation, stopped all their actions and stood there in a daze. All forces in Soroying were caught off guard. The significance of Marquis Whitehead living in the governor's mansion was already very clear. Only Governor Marcellus was qualified to live in the governor's mansion, although the official news has not been released from any channel. No one doubts their own judgment. Marquis Whitehead has been appointed as the governor of Marcellus by the Emperor of the Empire. The Empire is no longer prepared to let the Marcellus Parliament continue to threaten the interests of the Empire, and the Empire has begun to fight back. At the same time, everyone knows that the governor of Marcellus is a fire pit, especially in this special period. If the governor cannot control the situation in Marcellus and loses in the open and secret struggles with the Parliament, the governor must bear all the responsibilities, and it is inevitable that the title will be stripped and sent to prison. If the governor can save the empire from the decline in Marcellus and allow the empire to regain control of Marcellus, the governor's fate is very likely to be sent to the guillotine by the emperor of the empire. So far, no Marcellus governor has had a good end. The Marcellus governorship has been vacant for many years, in addition to the fact that the emperor of the empire did not dare to appoint him. The ministers of the empire did not dare to accept this honor of sending him to death. However, the sudden appointment of the Marcellus governor by the emperor of the empire at this time was unexpected by everyone. But it was also reasonable. The Marcellus parliament could no longer be allowed to develop without restraint. If the empire's power in the provinces was not unified, this important territory of the empire might really fly away. So the Marcellus governor's office welcomed its new owner. There was a lot of speculation about what kind of order the Marquis Whitehead would issue immediately after he took office as governor. Admiral Priestley, the commander of the Imperial Blue Corps in Saroying, and Speaker Peters of the Marcellus Parliament, rushed to the governor's mansion together to ask for an audience with Marquis Whitehead. Marquis Whitehead, on the grounds that he had not yet officially assumed office as the governor of Marcellus, temporarily did not ask about any military and political affairs of Marcellus. At the same time, he entrusted Major Reed Jennings to give Admiral Priestley and Speaker Peters an invitation letter each. Admiral, Speaker, Reed had 4 guns inserted in the holsters on his waist and hips. His eyebrows and eyes were somewhat similar to Brown. Unlike Brown's gentle temperament, Reed was full of the spirit of a soldier. He stood straight and said to the 2 important figures in Saroying, "The Marquis will hold a banquet in the governor's mansion tonight, and all the celebrities in Saroying will be invited to attend. Let's discuss the Marquis's inauguration as the governor of Marcellus tomorrow. Before the banquet, the Marquis is not convenient to meet anyone in Marcellus." But the Marquis also said, today and tomorrow, he hopes that Saroying can spend time in peace, so that he can successfully complete the inauguration ceremony and make a good start to his term of office. My 2 lords, you are welcome to come in the evening. Chapter 149 Admiral and Speaker. The governor's mansion of Marcellus is a 4-story building surrounded by a lawn surrounded by high fences. There are sentry towers at the 4 corners, and an electromagnetic detection rod stands on the top of the sentry tower, which can use electromagnetic waves to search for nearby energy fluctuations. At this time, Admiral Priestley and Speaker Peters stood on the steps in front of the governor's door. From here, they could see the craftsmen left behind in the governor's mansion mowing the lawn, and several magicians and alchemists checking whether the magic mechanism protecting the governor's mansion was still working. A reinforced battalion of the Royal Musketeer Cavalry Regiment was responsible for the protection of the governor's mansion. Machine guns had been set up on the sentry towers and the roof of the governor's mansion. The black muzzles of guns can also be seen at the firing holes of the bunkers and bunkers inside and outside the courtyard. The Royal Musketeers patrolled the governor's mansion and the surrounding streets in teams of 12 on horseback. Outside the governor's mansion was a circular open area with a width of 200 meters. There was only low grass and no trees or bushes. It was guaranteed that anyone who approached would have no cover to use and would be directly exposed to the guns of the defenders. At this time, Major Reed had retreated into the governor's mansion, facing the closed gate and 2 guards on duty. Admiral Priestley and Speaker Peters could not figure out the attitude of the new governor of Marseilles towards the current situation. The admiral and the speaker fought overtly and covertly in Saroying, but they were also familiar with each other. Admiral Priestley, who was 60 years old and a little fat, said, "I have heard that the Marquis of Whitehead is a cabinet minister and is trusted by His Majesty. Everyone thinks that he will soon become the Prime Minister of the Cabinet and the most powerful person in the empire. Why did he choose to come to Marseilles to be the governor? Doesn't he know the fate of previous governors? He obviously has a better way to be promoted." Compared with the older admiral, Speaker Peters looks younger and more capable. He wore a tuxedo gentleman's suit. His all-white hair was combed into a small braid with hairspray, and he looked handsome. His green eyes added a unique charm to him. The speaker held a cane, and the top of the cane was hung with his hat that he had just taken off. He flicked the dust that had just stuck to his hat, and seemed to say to himself, perhaps, he feels that the power of the cabinet prime minister is not big enough. Mr. Speaker, watch your words. Admiral Priestley knew what the speaker meant by this sentence. The power of the cabinet prime minister is not big enough. And what will it be if it is bigger? How many Marcellus governors lost their heads because of this sentence? Now in the entire Vlaamic Empire. I am afraid that this speaker is the one who most wants Marquis Whitehead to die soon. If the Marquis is suspected and executed by the Emperor of the Empire, who would dare to come to Marcellus to take this fire pot? For the Admiral's warning, Speaker Peters had a nonchalant expression. He said, what do you think he is doing it for, the Empire? Or for me? I am the Speaker of the Marcellus Parliament. I have nothing but this mouth. When the people get tired of me, and don't vote for me, I will step down. At that time, I am nothing. Admiral, do you think I am a threat to the Empire? The governor of Marcellus is different. He controls the military power of the Empire stationed in Marcellus. What do you think Marquis Whitehead meant by rejecting our visit? The words of the speaker made the Admiral think. And he asked, what does it mean? He is the governor. And I am the speaker. We are of the same level. And I came to visit him. But he did not see me. It means that he is not in harmony with me. And even full of hostility. This is for your Majesty to see. Only by portraying me as a threat to the Empire. Your Majesty cannot be suspicious of him. And even if you suspect him, you cannot touch him. The Admiral did not express his own opinion. And he asked again, what does it mean that the Marquis does not see me? The Marquis is the governor. And you are the commander of the Azure Corps and his subordinate. He does not see you. So that he can use you to release his influence in the Imperial garrison and suppress your prestige. Commander of the Imperial Azure Corps. Admiral of the Empire. You are very prestigious in the Marcellus garrison. And Marquis Whitehead has not officially taken office as the governor. But he dared to let you face a closed door. What do other corps commanders think of you? What do your subordinates think of you? The Marquis is asking for military power and absolute command over the Imperial garrison. Admiral, our governor, is not simple. At this time, Admiral Priestley sneered, Mr. Speaker, am I trying to sow discord between me and the governor? I'm sorry to disappoint you. The Azure Corps is the 9th Musketeer Cavalry Regiment of the Empire. And everyone in the Corps is loyal to the Empire. Since Marquis Whitehead is the governor of Marcellus appointed by His Majesty, he has the right to command the Azure Corps. I will obey the governor's orders, because the governor's power is granted by His Majesty. And you, don't make yourself sound so innocent. What's going on with those demonstrators attacking my Azure Corps? Don't bully me because I'm old and can't see it because of my blurry eyes. This demonstration was organized by your parliament. What do you want to do? Speaker Peters didn't know that some of his words were heard by the Admiral. Speaking of today's demonstration, he smiled and explained, Admiral, Marcellus is a society ruled by law. And you have to have evidence to prove what you say. This demonstration is because you have too many soldiers entering the city of Saroying. You blocked the roads and surrounded the Church of the Good, which seriously affected the citizens' travel, work and rest. The believers of the God of Light could not go to the church to admire the divine light and get holy water. Do you know how many complaint letters I have received in the past few days, including the charges that the soldiers of the Azure Corps disturbed and attacked the citizens? The general said, the Azure Cathedral has heavy weapons that exceed the regulations. As the garrison guarding the city of Saroying, the Azure Corps has the responsibility to protect this city. Since I have found these illegal weapons, I must search the Church of the Good. If something happens, the Azure Corps will be sorry for the honor bestowed upon us by the Empire. The speaker smiled helplessly and said, we all know that there are illegal weapons in the Azure Cathedral. But the Azure Corps can check weapons. But can you solve the problem by sending so many soldiers to surround the church? This is related to the dignity of the Holy See. Would Bishop Roland dare to surrender voluntarily during the military confrontation and let the imperial soldiers rush into the church to search it? Will someone must take a step back in this situation. I think if the Azure Corps can take the opportunity of the public demonstration to take the initiative to give in, the Azure Cathedral will definitely be willing to cooperate. The speaker's words resonated with Admiral Priestley. The confrontation these days also made the Azure Corps in a difficult position. The Church of Supreme Goodness has heavy weapons that exceed the regulations. The Azure Corps had to investigate if they found out. Not investigating would be dereliction of duty and malfeasance. If something happened again, the Empire would definitely find trouble with the Azure Corps first. Therefore, The Azure Corps could only surround the Church of Supreme Goodness, neither advancing nor retreating, not seeking merit, but avoiding mistakes. But it was not a solution to continue the confrontation like this. The Azure Corps' blockade of the streets did seriously affect the lives of the citizens of Saloyong. Especially some gangsters took the opportunity to extort and rob, which also made the general's headache. Chapter 150. Evacuate the armory. According to the speaker's suggestion, taking this opportunity to reduce the pressure on the Church of the Most Good, withdrawing some troops from the city, and seeking a peaceful solution is also a way to resolve this military confrontation. However, if I withdraw my troops, and the Azure Cathedral is still not sure to hand over the weapons, and does not allow me to search, what should I do? Admiral Priestley has his own concerns. Speaker Peters saw that the general was already hesitant, and encouraged again. The Church of the Most Good and the Empire have no contradictions. They are only interested in the heresy. The Azure Cathedral has heavy weapons beyond the agreement, and it must have made preparations in advance because it knew that someone was going to attack the church. Otherwise the church would be beaten to a state by the devil. If the weapons exceed the agreed amount, just hand them over and pay a fine. Search the cathedral. It can be done quietly. No one wants to make a big deal. So the Azure Corps will withdraw its troops first, and lift the blockade of the Church of the Most Good. I will persuade Bishop Roland. If the Church of the Most Good is afraid of being attacked and wants to add more weapons, it can hand them over and then negotiate with the Empire to modify the agreement. In fact, as long as it complies with the agreement, it is not a big deal if the Church has a few more battle fortresses and silver wings. Is that right, Admiral? Admiral Priestley nodded. You are right. This matter should not continue. Moreover, Marquis Whitehead will be formally inaugurated as the governor of Marseilles tomorrow, and Soroing cannot have any trouble at this time. I will give the order to withdraw the troops now, leaving only a small number of sentinels. You go to Bishop Roland and deal with the matter. And those demonstrators, let them get out. After saying that, Admiral Priestley walked down the steps, took the guards outside the door, and rode away from the governor's mansion on horseback. Speaker Peters looked at the departing admiral, and then looked at the two guards of the governor's mansion beside him, and couldn't help cursing in his heart, old fox. When talking with Admiral Priestley, the speaker had tried many times to take him away from here, to find a secluded place for a secret talk. But the admiral just stood there motionless. It was obvious that they wanted the two guards to hear what they said. Then no matter what happened after the Blue Corps withdrew, someone would prove that it was a suggestion made by Speaker Peters. If they were to hold the general responsible afterwards, it would be because the old general was too old and was fooled by the speaker. And with Marquis Whitehead's order that he didn't want anything to happen to Soroing in the next 2 days, the Blue Corps could take the opportunity to get away, no matter how big the problem was. Speaker Peters and the governor would take care of it. Speaker Peters, who was equally astute, could of course see what Admiral Priestley was thinking. But getting the weapons in the Blue Cathedral away was the most important thing. The Empire not only sent the Royal Musketeers at this time, but also suddenly appointed Governor Marcellus. It was obvious that they had noticed something. Why did Marquis Whitehead say that he didn't want any trouble to happen during the 2 days he took office? He must have known about the demonstrations now. And perhaps he could guess the real purpose of the Parliament's director of this demonstration. He hinted that the Azure Corps could retreat, just to give the Parliament one night to clean up. Tomorrow, those deadly things will disappear without a trace. And the war will not break out when he just took office as Governor Marcellus. None of the people who can sit in these positions are simple. Speaker Peters knew that in this first confrontation before they met, the Parliament he represented had already lost a round. This batch of arms was not taken for free, and a group of people might be lost. But how long can you live? The speaker took a last look at the governor's mansion and left here. Upstairs in the governor's mansion, Marquis Whitehead stood by the window, watching the admiral and the speaker leave one after another, and had reported to Marquis Whitehead that the Azure Cathedral might have hidden arms ordered by the Parliament. And there were also speculations about the insider of the Special Security Bureau and the traitors in the Azure Corps. This information led to the transfer of the 1st Division of the Royal Musketeer Cavalry Regiment to Soroing, and also made the Emperor of the Empire determined to activate the governor's mansion of Marcellus. The Marquis knew that the Parliament had organized a demonstration to attack the Azure Corps, and he could guess that the real purpose of the Parliament might be to move the arms hidden in the Azure Cathedral. This batch of arms should not be left in the Church of the Supreme Good, to prevent the Supreme Church from making a decision that favors the Parliament. Moreover, The Parliament is not able to transport this batch of arms from the Azure Cathedral silently on its own. Someone in the Special Security Bureau must tip off. And someone in the Azure Corps must also provide support. This is a good opportunity to catch the traitor, and take the opportunity to take control of the Azure Corps. This batch of arms cannot be transported away by you for nothing. Dalian watched his subordinates moving weapons in the Azure Cathedral armory. At this time, the entire armory was already mostly empty, with only a few ammunition boxes near the armory door that had not been moved. But Dalian decisively stopped the workers who were moving the weapons, and said to the knight, "After the water above is put down, it may damage the magic circle we set up. Let the people of the Azure Cathedral take a look at these. If we don't soak something in the water, our move of their weapons will be exposed. The personnel will evacuate immediately. Take all our things away, and dismantle the teleportation array together, and destroy what cannot be taken away." "Yes, Your Highness." The workers who were carrying the materials immediately evacuated from the teleportation array to the big tomb. The halos of light activated by the teleportation array continued, and soon most of the workers, war bearers and vehicles left the armory. The remaining people dismantled the teleportation magic array and some arranged magic mechanisms under the command of Yeshur. It would be the most ideal result if the Azure Cathedral did not investigate the armory flooded by wastewater. But the possibility that the Azure Cathedral must investigate should also be taken into consideration. For this world, the teleportation array is definitely a very high-end alchemical technology. De Leon, who already regarded the God of Light as a potential enemy in his heart, certainly could not let the Supreme Church learn the long-distance teleportation technology, even if it was just a little bit. De Leon did not agree. Therefore, all magic-related items left in the Great Tomb were taken away, and those that could not be taken away were completely destroyed. In addition to the remaining munitions boxes, a warehouse of stinking water was left for the Azure Cathedral. The construction speed of the teleportation array was slow, but it was very easy to dismantle. Yi Sei used his spatial expertise to control the core of the magic array, which could make the destroyed teleportation array still work for a short time. The dwarf Pluto took the remaining dwarves, picked up the hammer and the battle axe and smashed the teleportation array hard. The smashed components were thrown directly into the portal and sent to the Great Tomb. When the destruction was almost complete, the dwarves evacuated from the teleportation array. Yi Sei put away his skills and used fire to completely melt the last part of the magic array. The small portal was opened by Yi Sei, and the fairy dragon mages, who finally controlled the wastewater in the sky, also began to evacuate one by one. Chapter 151: Flooding the Armory. The supply of magic power gradually decreased, and the level of the sewage also dropped. After such a long period of gathering, the sewage above the armory has reached a depth of 5 meters. When so much sewage fell, even if the Azure Cathedral immediately noticed it, it could not stop the sewage from flooding the entire armory. As the number of fairy dragon mages decreased, the barrier that blocked and supported the sewage began to fluctuate violently. At the edge of the barrier, the sewage had already rushed out of the cracks and rushed down like a waterfall. Sophia said to Dalian, "Your Highness, let's go. This place is about to be flooded." Dalian nodded, took a last look at the empty armory, turned around and walked into the portal. Sophia followed him out. Finally, the 2 fairy dragon mages immediately removed the barrier supporting the sewage and drilled into the portal at the fastest speed. The unsupported sewage fell down. The knight flashed into the portal, and the portal closed and disappeared instantly. Boom! The sewage that fell down made a huge sound, and the sewage hit the door of the armory. There was another loud noise. The sound startled the church knights guarding outside the armory. Such a huge sound meant that there must be a big problem in the armory. Several nearby church knights wanted to open the door of the armory, but the wastewater with stench and dirt sprayed out from the gap of the door. The church knights, who were sprayed with sewage, wiped their faces and were about to curse after smelling the stench on their hands. But the door in front of them suddenly made a squeaking sound. The church knights looked up and saw that the armory door made with special alchemical technology began to deform with a series of harsh metal sounds. The gap was widened, and the water that was originally shot out like a water gun turned into a water column like a water cannon. The church knights were thrown back by the water column. They climbed up awkwardly, but the slippery wastewater under their feet and the increasingly thick water column made them fall to the ground again and again. The desperate knight shouted to the others, "The armory is flooded. Run! Run!" The knights of the church, who were a little further away, ran out from their respective positions and ran desperately towards the other end of the armory passage. Then, there was another loud noise, and the sewage finally destroyed the gate, carrying the ammunition boxes that were washed out, and flooded the church knights, who fled in panic. Because the passage poured upward, the sewage did not spread upward after flooding to a certain extent, but the stench rushed into the church along the underground passage, with the church knights, who escaped by chance. The entire Azure Cathedral immediately became chaotic. The armory was flooded by sewage from the sewer. Now the stench spread inside the church. This is a church dedicated to the God of Light. How can the holy and sacred temple be polluted by these filth? Seal the underground passage? But what about the weapons in the armory? There are weapons ordered by the Parliament from the Holy See, and the delivery time is tonight. Damn it! How did the sewer water get into the armory? Why didn't the waterproof warning in the armory sound an alarm? Why didn't the drainage equipment inside work? Why was it discovered only after the sewage flooded the entire armory and destroyed the gate? Bishop Roland, Paladin Felton and priests, and the knights of the palace gathered in the hall. The stench made everyone look very ugly. Paladin Felton said to Bishop Roland, "My lord, please order the armory passage to be sealed immediately. Judging from the current situation, the sewer is leaking very seriously. If the access to the arsenal is not sealed in time, the sewage may flood our other underground facilities." Bishop Roland was about to agree, but Father Titus stood up and said, "Your Excellency the Bishop, this time, the arsenal was flooded by sewage in a very strange way. If we seal the access to the arsenal, and let the sewage fill the entire arsenal, it will be difficult to find out the cause of the leak after the sewage settles and clogs. And without this batch of weapons, how should we respond to the Parliament?" Father Titus' words made Bishop Roland hesitate. There are too many doubts about this sudden incident. If the access to the arsenal is sealed, there is no way to prevent the sewage from flooding the arsenal, and it will be very difficult to find the cause later. Moreover, the weapons in the arsenal belong to the Parliament. The money has been collected. But what should we do if the goods cannot be delivered? Just as Bishop Roland was considering the pros and cons, a priest hurried over and shouted, "Your Excellency the Bishop! Your Excellency the Paladin! Father Titus, Miss Julian and Miss Juliet have just received divine grace, and have been granted the art of angel advent. Our Azure Cathedral has added 2 more palace knights." What? Everyone was shocked. Julian and Juliet are very famous in the Azure Cathedral. After all, they were recruited by Father Titus and taught by Paladin Felton. There are even rumors that during the sword test, Julian beat Felton Paladin with his sword skills, and he had no power to fight back. The twin sisters have already become the twin stars of the Azure Cathedral. It is inevitable for everyone to obtain the grace of God and be promoted to the Knights of the Hall. It is just a matter of time. But no one thought, is it too early? The twin sisters have only joined the Church of the Most Good for 5 days. Ordinary priests may not even have memorized the doctrine of the Most Good. How can they obtain the grace of God and the magic of angels descending? However, the grace of God is unpredictable. It is not that you can get more divine power and more advanced magic by believing in the God of Light first. If Julian and Juliet are the chosen daughters of heaven and are specially favored by the God of Light, maybe the angel's coming could not be fake. The 2 new knights of the temple dispelled much of the sadness in the hall. Bishop Roland asked, "Where are the 2 knights of the temple? Let them come here." "Yes, Your Excellency." The priest turned to find Julian and Juliet. Bishop Roland said, "Since the arsenal has been flooded, the weapons inside cannot be used even if they are rushed out. This accident is not something we can control. After all, the arsenal was built underground, and it has been so long. I think the Parliament can understand us. The transaction has been completed, and we have no obligation to help the Parliament store these weapons. Therefore, if something goes wrong, we don't need to take extra responsibility. Father Titus, return the 100,000 gold coins collected from the Parliament, and cancel the weapons transfer plan tonight. Moreover, the Vlaamic Empire has just appointed Governor Marcellus, and Marquis Whitehead invited me to attend the banquet held in the governor's mansion today. I always feel that this governor knows something. This batch of weapons was flooded, and there is no need to risk transporting them outside to hand them over to the Parliament. This may not be a bad thing for us. Whether the flooding of the arsenal is a coincidence or there are other reasons, it is not easy to over-investigate at this time. Seal the passage of the arsenal first, and don't let the sewage flow to other places to cause greater losses. And the stench here is really blasphemous. May the God of Light forgive our sins. All people confess to the statue of the God of Light together. Chapter 152 Angels Descend. Bishop Roland is clearly going to default on his debt, and has already expressed his repentance in front of the God of Light. So there is nothing to discuss about this matter. Father Titus has been in charge of contacting the Parliament. This weapons transfer was also an agreement reached between him and Senator George. So he has to take the blame and clean up the mess. Yes, Bishop. Father Titus replied helplessly. I will contact Senator George immediately and tell him about our situation here. Bishop Roland nodded and comforted Father Titus, saying, Thank you for your hard work. You did a good job on this matter. It's not your fault that such an accident happened. After today, the city of Saroying will return to peace. And I need to return to the Holy See to explain what happened here to the Council of Elders. During my absence, you are still in charge of the Azure Cathedral. The situation in Saroying will be very complicated in the future. And Paladin Felton will stay in the church and don't have to accompany me to the Holy See. The assistant of Titus and Paladin Felton answered together, Yes, Bishop. The God of Light bless you. After Paladin Felton sent people to close the passage of the armory, Sisters Julian and Juliet came to the hall. The stench here made Juliet touch her nose, complaining in her heart where Dalion got such a stinky thing from. You can imagine what the armory is like now. Julian was much calmer, and was not affected by the stench. In fact, the temple had already turned on the ventilation equipment, and the stench had faded a lot. But it was a bit pungent at first. Your Excellency the Bishop. Your Excellency the Paladin. The twin sisters saluted Bishop Roland and Paladin Felton. Their beautiful looks and unique temperament immediately attracted the attention of all the priests and knights in the entire temple. Julian and Juliet, dressed in the armor of the palace knights, were really too colorful. One had golden curly hair, and the other had long lavender hair. They competed with each other, and set off each other. For a time, they overwhelmed the style of Bishop Roland and Paladin Felton, and became the center of the entire temple. Everyone who saw the twin sisters for the first time couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being directly recruited by Father Titus, and favored by Paladin Felton. Integrity, holiness, admiration and blasphemy. They are born to be warriors of the God of Light. As combatants of the Azure Cathedral, Julian and Juliet are direct subordinates of Paladin Felton. Therefore, the twin sisters of Paladin Felton said, I was very surprised to hear that you two have felt the grace of God, and have been granted the art of angels descending. But God's grace is not something we can doubt. Please show us the miracles, and let us feel the blessing of the God of Light on the Azure Cathedral. The promotion of each temple knight is a big deal for the Holy See. The angel's arrival can directly increase the strength of a temple knight to the 12th level, and can use the sacred energy transformed from the divine power. After cooperating with the combat skills of the angels, a slightly trained temple knight can be firmly in the upper middle level among the same level, and the transformed angel wings give the temple knight the ability to fly, and can attack in guerrilla warfare. The appearance can also bring great motivation to the Holy See army and believers, and is the backbone of the Holy See to maintain the rule of faith. The number of knights of the temple is also a criterion for evaluating a perfect church. Originally, the Azure Cathedral had 10 knights of the temple. With the addition of 2 more this time, the overall strength has been greatly improved. The significance of the Azure Cathedral far exceeds the weapons in the arsenal that belong to the council. Therefore, when Bishop Roland learned that Julian and Juliet were promoted to knights of the temple, he no longer worried about the reaction of the council. Hearing that the twin sisters were going to perform the angels descending magic in the hall, everyone here automatically stepped back and made way for the middle venue. Julian and Juliet each took a step to one side, keeping a distance of about 2 meters from each other. Then, the two of them drew their swords together, stood with their swords in both hands, and a beam of holy light shone down from above. Then the holy divine energy erupted violently from under their feet, and the powerful airflow spread outward, forming 2 rotating gales. The condensed divine energy spread upwards to protect Julian and Juliet in the middle, and another strong light burst swept across the hall, and a pair of angel wings spread out behind the twin sisters. Then, in the eyes of everyone, the sisters who completed the angel's descent left the ground with their feet. They slowly floated up, shining with brilliance, sacred and incomparable, as if real angels had descended into this temple of the God of Light. At this solemn moment, all the priests and priests recited the doctrine of the supreme good together, and praised the greatness of the God of Light. All the knights of the palace seemed to resonate with each other, and called for the angels to descend together. One after another, the knights of the palace flapped their angel wings and flew up, illuminating the hall with golden splendor. The sacred energy dispelled all the filth in the hall, and the chanting echoed everywhere in the church. Praise the great God of light for giving us 2 angels to protect our faith. When evil and heresy once again began to peak at the continent illuminated by light. When the world was about to fall into turmoil. I believe that Knights Julian and Juliet will definitely shoulder the responsibilities given to us by God to protect our church and our faith. Where the light shines, darkness will retreat. Where the light shines, darkness will retreat. A church gathering held temporarily because of water in the armory ended. The 2 newly added palace knights certainly made everyone happy. But there were too many things to do today. After sending blessings to Julian and Juliet, everyone began to get busy. Sealing the armory is a big project. It is not allowed to blast and use earth magic at will underground. At the same time, in order to prevent water from penetrating to other places, the church decided to use cement to pour and seal all the gaps. Bishop Roland and Paladin Felton were both invited to the banquet at the governor's palace of Marcellus. It was already approaching evening, and they needed to prepare for this important banquet in advance. Before going to the parliament, Father Titus found Julian and Juliet. The twin sisters learned the angel's arrival so early, which made the priest very happy. Father Roland is old. In a few years, he will leave the Azure Cathedral and go to the Holy See to serve as an elder of the Presbyterian Church. The position of the bishop of the Azure Cathedral will be appointed from the outstanding priests of the major supreme churches in Soroing. There are 9 supreme churches in Soroing. The Azure Cathedral is the largest, and also governs the other 8 churches. Except for the Azure Cathedral, the highest religious position is bishop, and the highest religious position in other churches is priest. Although Bishop Roland has been training Father Titus, he is slightly less competitive than the other 8 priests, who govern a supreme church alone. Chapter 153 The Alien Knights of the Temple. The appointment of the bishop of the Azure Cathedral is not decided by Bishop Roland. The elders of the church will assess all the priests in the Soroing area and appoint them based on their contributions and abilities. Bishop Roland asked Father Titus to handle the weapons of the council, hoping to make him meritorious. But the weapons were flooded. Although the Azure Cathedral has no obligation to help the council keep the weapons, the council will definitely not be satisfied with the explanation given by the church. The complaints caused by such a major mistake will reduce Father Titus's score in the church, which is why the priest began to want to check the flooded weapons depot. It would be even better if a batch of arms could be rescued. Fortunately, Julian and Juliet were granted the angel's divine art by God at this time, and were successfully promoted to the Knights of the Temple. Father Titus was the leader of their joining the Church of the Most Good. They were promoted to the Knights of the Temple, so they naturally had to attribute this achievement to the priest. The merits and demerits offset each other. Moreover, the 2 sisters have great potential. I believe they will soon have their own voice in the Knights of the Temple. The Knights of the Temple are the military force of the church. They generally do not express their opinions on church affairs, but as long as they say it, it will be very effective. If the Knights of the Temple support them, they can also influence the judgment of the presbytery, if Paladin Felton is willing to support them, as long as they do not make 2 serious mistakes. Coupled with the influence of Bishop Roland, the position of the bishop of the Azure Cathedral in the future will be no suspense. Father Titus believes that he and the twin sisters are allies with a natural bond. The speed at which you comprehend the grace of God and obtain the art of angel advent is simply a miracle. No, it is a miracle. The next step is to slowly adapt to the power given by God and master the angel combat skills. I have great confidence in you. Angel advent is just a starting point. You will definitely master the higher level Archangel Advent and become a paladin who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Felton Paladin. In the Azure Cathedral, you will get your own residence, and there will be trainee knights and trainee priests to serve you. Leave your previous life behind, and you will find out how wonderful freedom is. If you have any private belongings to take from the Champs-Élysées, I will accompany you back tomorrow, and I will explain everything to Master Liang. Marcellus is the free East, and your rights are protected by law. The church will step in and get this done. You will begin to reach the pinnacle of life in the Azure Cathedral. Being able to obtain the grace of God and realize the coming of the angel means that the 2 sisters have become true believers of the God of Light, believing that the God of Light is the only God they can sacrifice everything for. With a higher level of faith, the low-level blind loyalty to mortals will naturally no longer exist. This is why Father Titus was willing to lower the conditions to get Julian and Juliet to join the church. Because the moment the twin sisters gained divine power, they had made a decision in their hearts. Now these two knights of the temple belonged to the Church of the Most Good and the Azure Cathedral. In response to Father Titus's diligent introduction of the living environment of the church, Julian replied, "Father, I remember you promised my master that the church would not force us to live here. If your promise is still valid, then we will go home now." "That's not right." Father Titus was stunned. What was going on? They were obviously the most devout believers of the God of Light. So why did they have to return to Master Liang? At this time, they should only have the God of Light in their hearts. And they should be willing to live in the church, the place closest to the God of Light. Why do you still want to go back? Father Titus, two knights of the temple, you have received the grace of the God of Light, and it is your duty to guard the cathedral. Juliet said impatiently, "We agreed not to stay here at night. It's late, and my sister and I have to go back for dinner. At night, our master can't sleep without us. Let's go." "Sister, this place is really too smelly." Julian and Juliet left without looking back, leaving Father Titus standing there alone in a mess. He couldn't figure out what happened. Without true faith in the God of Light from the heart, it was impossible to obtain divine power, let alone be granted the advanced divine archangel advent. The twin sisters had clearly shown that they had become knights of the temple. But why didn't they abandon their master? This had never happened before. Strange. Strange. But Father Titus still needed to go to the parliament to explain the weapons. And for the time being he had no energy to study what happened to Julian and Juliet. At this time, De Liang had returned to the basement of his home on Avenue de Champs-Élysées, being able to dig out a large underground world out of thin air in the burial ground. The civil engineering technology of De Liang's subordinates is very impressive. Under the villa, digging an open underground space is easy for a large tomb. The walls of the basement have just been solidified, and the interior is still empty without much stuff. The raw materials for dismantling the teleportation array from the arsenal have been transferred here, just in time to build a transport-type teleportation array in the basement that connects to the large tomb. De Liang plans to use this open basement to build a scientific research laboratory. The technology and knowledge obtained from this world can be preliminarily processed here. After the first analysis and classification, it was handed over to the alchemy laboratory of the Great Tomb for further research. Gradually digest the things obtained into something that can be used by the Great Tomb. Princess Ziling said after seeing Brown's pistol, "The Great Tomb cannot make such a weapon, using the technology of the alchemy laboratory. Of course, more powerful guns can be made, but the alchemy laboratory cannot produce on a large scale. To make a pistol requires basic industry, and the level of technology required for bullets is higher than that of making pistols. In addition to technology, De Liang also needs machines, technology, and steam engines. If the Great Tomb wants to keep up with the pace of technological development in this era, there are too many things needed. Now there is a pinnacle of technology in this era in front of him. In a steel frame, a silver wing with folded wings is fixed inside. The appearance of the silver wing is a pair of metal wings. The middle driving position can firmly fix the driver on the silver wing. The tail ends of the two wings are covered with steam nozzles of various calibers. The silver wings can be adjusted to stretch and flap through magic power to meet the power required for various flight postures. The silver wing uses steam eruption to achieve manned flight. The water boiling speed of ordinary alchemical steam engines certainly cannot meet the silver wing's demand for steam during flight. The steam engine used inside the silver wing does not use fuel, but a full magic thermonuclear, which can instantly complete the transformation from water to water vapor. The theory is very simple, but the internal power output system is very complex. Chapter 154 Talent Cultivation. Princess Ziling and Black Pearl were also in the basement, looking at the silver wing with De Liang. Excellent alchemy works are all beautiful. Princess Ziling walked to the side of the silver wing, walked around the high-tech silver wing, and brushed her fingers across the body. Arcs of magic energy jumped on the metal shell, creating layers of ripples. After walking around, Princess Ziling said, "This is what Master Nicole often said. The achievements of this world in certain fields are really amazing. In our time, creatures that were born without the ability to fly wanted to fly. In addition to riding flying creatures, they needed to master advanced air magic and flying magic, or have advanced alchemical items, such as the fallen angel wings given to you by Lucifer, the former Lord of Hell. But this silver wing can actually use the method of turning water into steam to allow low-level magicians to fly, which is an idea and design that amazes me. Its manufacturing cost is much lower than your fallen angel wings, and there is no very advanced enchantment technology in it. If you give it to me, I can upgrade the enchantment inside, and let the thermonuclear produce more steam in the same time. Hearing Princess Ziling talking about the fallen angel wings, De Liang looked at his back. The fallen angel wings are there, but there is no way to summon them without magic power. Using the fallen angel wings to fly also requires magic output, and nothing can be done without magic power. Can it be mass-produced? This is what De Liang is most concerned about. Mass production is impossible, and even imitation may not be able to achieve the same performance as this silver wing. Princess Ziling said very straightforwardly, mechanical technology is like alchemical technology. Each value represents a meaning. Just like the steam nozzle, the diameter is 12.31 cm. Why not 12.32 or 12.3? Because a little more or a little less means that the performance of the body cannot reach the optimal level. A silver wing has tens of thousands of parts and alchemical circuits. If we don't understand each function and why they exist, forced imitation will easily result in errors. And then the performance of the produced silver wing will be greatly reduced, or even unable to fly. De Liang nodded, agreeing with Princess Ziling's words. De Liang came from Earth, where the industry was superior to this world. He knew that a screw involved a lot of technology, not to mention a silver wing, which was a display of the world's technological level. I'm afraid that just aerodynamics would require the alchemists in the Great Tomb to make up for it. And chemistry, physics. De Liang was eagerly looking forward to the start of the new semester. According to Brown, the Magic Academy teaches not only magic, but also other knowledge. The elementary magic department teaches the basic knowledge of this world from grade 1 to 10. Even if a genius magician reaches the level of an intermediate magician during this period, he must complete all the subjects of the elementary magic department and pass the written examination before he can obtain the intermediate magician certificate. After becoming an intermediate magician, you can choose to graduate from the Magic Academy or enter the intermediate magic department for further study. The intermediate magic department teaches more in-depth knowledge and more types. After graduating from the intermediate magic department and obtaining the advanced magician certificate, you are eligible to enter the advanced magic department. The advanced magic department is no longer a pure teaching mode, but has turned to professional research. Students learn while joining a research laboratory according to their expertise. The number of research laboratories is a measure of the teaching strength of a magic academy. The fame brought by the results produced by the research laboratories can bring more outstanding students, professors, and investment to the Magic Academy. Behind the scientific and technological achievements is a complete talent training system from bottom to top. The 12.31 centimeters of the silver wing steam nozzle was selected by countless researchers through countless demonstrations and experiments. If the Great Tomb does not know how to calculate this 12.31 centimeters, it will never be able to make a qualified silver wing. Even if the magic alchemy of the Great Tomb can make the magic energy thermonuclear more efficient, without a body structure that matches this magic energy thermonuclear, the silver wing cannot fly and explodes on the spot. De Liang looked at the silver wing in front of him and said, I want to build a laboratory here that is in line with the technology of this era, and all the necessary equipment will be purchased from outside. This laboratory will be studied separately from the alchemy laboratory in the Great Tomb. The alchemy laboratory will continue to increase our alchemy technology reserves, and Master Nicole will continue to be in charge. This technology laboratory will be in charge of Princess Ziling, who will first organize the basic knowledge of this era and then send it to the Great Tomb. We need to build our own magic school in the Great Tomb. The magic guilds in the 5 cities that specialize in training magicians will be merged. And according to the upgrade of the primary magic department of the Pure Magic School, our primary magic department will be established. I understand that magicians who don't learn math, physics, and chemistry well in the future are not qualified scientists. The Great Tomb's technological level must keep up, and the reserve of scientific and technological talents must also keep up. Princess Ziling, who has been exposed to the technological level of this era, readily agreed to the task assigned to her by De Liang. Leave this to me. What should the name of the magic school we established in the Great Tomb be called? I must be the dean. De Liang didn't think too much. I once established the Holy Magic Dragon Academy with your father in the Fairy Garden. So this academy is still called the Holy Magic Dragon Academy. The dean is the princess, and all fairy dragons must be professors at the Holy Magic Dragon Academy. At the same time, a census of 500,000 residents in the Great Tomb will be conducted. All children aged 6 and 7 must go to the Holy Magic Dragon Academy. All expenses will be borne by me. Princess Ziling's eyes narrowed with laughter at being able to take care of so many children. And these children are not just human. There are elves, underground races, dwarves, hell races, and undead races. Do undead races have children? No matter. They are all mine. Princess Ziling, who was happy, suddenly thought of something. And she said to De Liang, I know what equipment is needed for the primary magic department. These are not top secret things. They can be bought in Soroying. But what about the magic potential activation potion? This is an important potion for ordinary people without magic talent to learn magic. The best 4th generation potion can only be ordered from the Scarab Potion Company by some well-known magic academies. The Wharf Magic Academy is still using the 3rd generation potion. The 4th generation potion can only be purchased from the Soroying Magic Academy at the beginning of the new semester. And the quantity is limited, which is definitely not enough for us. De Liang instructed 1st, 2nd, and 3rd generation magic potential activation potions. Buy them if you can. If you can't buy the 4th generation potion, find a way to steal some. All these potions will be sent to the Great Tomb Alchemy Laboratory and handed over to Master Nicole. I don't believe that other technologies are backward. So they are backward. In terms of potion science, the Scarab Company can play tricks in front of us. Let the Alchemy Laboratory give me a 4th generation potion as soon as possible. And then make a 5th generation potion for our children to use themselves. Chapter 155 Plan Termination. Captain. When Black Pearl saw Princess Ziling becoming the Dean of the Magic Academy, she also asked expectantly, What do I do? What can I do? Black Pearl, wearing the school uniform of the Pure Magic Academy, tried her best to straighten her chest and pretend to be a little adult, wanting to get a fun task from De Liang. De Liang really had an important task for Black Pearl. Why did the Vlaaming Empire exhaust its national strength to capture Marcellus? And why was Soroying so prosperous and rich? It was because it was close to the ocean. The ocean represents wealth. In the game, De Liang can maintain such a large territory and army, and most of his income comes from the ocean-going fleet that he directly controls and invests in. He uses sails that cover the sky and gunfire that covers the sea to open up free passages. The powerful fleet protects his interests on the ocean and the smooth passage of his territories. Now, De Liang's business empire has just started, and there is no need to expand to the ocean for the time being. However, De Liang does not intend to wait until he needs an ocean-going fleet before developing it. Ocean-going strength cannot be formed in a short time, and the construction cycle of a ship may take several years. At the same time, the training of qualified sailors and technical shipwrights also takes time and energy. De Liang must plan ahead and make long-term plans. Even if there are no materials and no factories to build ships now, he can accumulate shipbuilding theories first. The application of steam engines has made it possible to build large steel warships in this era, while the shipbuilding technology of the Great Tomb is still at the level of wooden sailing ships. How to make the transition of ship technology requires professional personnel. And in this world, no one is more familiar with ships than Black Pearl. De Liang pressed Black Pearl, who was standing on tiptoe, back to her true height and said, I really have a very important task for you. You gather all the shipbuilders and ship designers in the Great Tomb and set up a ship research institute. I will try my best to collect the shipbuilding technology of this era, and you will be responsible for leading the ship research institute to learn. In the future, I will propose some ship ideas, and you will be responsible for designing the specific structure of the ship. Although Black Pearl's personality is still childish, her strength has reached the level of 15th level. She is the disciple of Master Nicole, the chief alchemist of the Great Tomb, and the disciple of Master Gies, the best ship design master in the main world plane. She also received the magic medicine from De Liang's friend, the Prophet. At the same time, Black Pearl participated in the Great Tomb's research process on opening the God Plane. Her body structure allows her to surpass Master Nicole and Princess Ziling in processing some information. So all the alchemy technologies of the Great Tomb will be summarized on her. It can be said that Black Pearl is the alchemical knowledge database of the Great Tomb. With the expertise of the main body, it is most appropriate for her to be responsible for the knowledge reserve of ship construction. The tasks related to ships and the ocean make Black Pearl excited. She gave a standard sailor salute to De Liang and promised, Yes, Captain, leave this to me. I will build the best warship for you. At this time, Sophia came to the basement and said, Your Highness, Robin and Eric are here. De Liang smiled and said, They should be here to send money. Let them wait for me in the restaurant. 400,000 gold pounds flooded the arsenal of the Azure Cathedral. And another 100,000 gold pounds were completed within 5 days. This is the agreement reached between Daliang and Annie. Now it's exactly 5 days. And it's time to pay the final payment. Daliang took Princess Zi-Ling and Black Pearl out of the basement and returned to the restaurant, where he saw Robin and Eric waiting. Robin was very anxious. When he saw Daliang, he said without waiting for Daliang to sit down, "Master Liang, is the armory of the Azure Cathedral flooded? Can we stop it?" Daliang sat in his seat, asked the maids to serve the meal, and then asked, "Stop? Why stop?" Robin looked at the people in the restaurant, all of whom were subordinates of Master Liang, and said, "Miss Annie found that the Azure Corps was retreating from the city after being attacked by the demonstrators today, and now they have lifted the siege of the good church." The young lady thought that this was definitely an action planned by the Parliament, and they wanted to transport the weapons from the Azure Cathedral. The Parliament alone could not transport these weapons. The traitors in the Azure Corps and the ghosts in the Special Security Bureau would definitely come out to cooperate. And this was a good opportunity to catch them. The young lady thought that cleaning up the traitors was more important than these weapons. Daliang rubbed his nose and asked again, "Even if those traitors and ghosts came out, did anyone check?" "As far as I know. You two are the only ones Miss and can trust." Eric looked at his pocket watch, and fearing that Robin would be long-winded, he said first, "Master Liang, the young lady's father, Marquis Whitehead, has arrived in Soroing City. He is the new governor of Marseilles appointed by His Majesty. According to the information we received, the Blue Corps retreated under the order of the Marquis. The Marquis knew about the traitors and the traitors. The lady thought that he asked the Blue Corps to retreat at this time to see who was bribed by the Parliament. The Marquis must have brought people. Master Liang, please immediately stop the plan to flood the Blue Cathedral and let the Parliament transport the weapons." Seeing Robin and Eric's anxious look, Liang said, "You are late. If you go to the Blue Cathedral now, you will definitely be driven out by the stench inside. Now the Blue Cathedral can't even give the Parliament a box of arms. Let me make it clear first. I am acting according to our agreement. Even if you want to change the plan temporarily, I will not reduce the money by a penny." Drowned? Robin and Eric did not expect that Daliang would act so quickly. But without this batch of weapons, the Parliament will terminate the transfer operation, and the traitors and the inner ghost will not show up. How to explain to Miss N? Will the lady be punished for affecting the Marquis's plan? What should I do? At this time, sisters Julian and Juliet, who came back from the Azure Cathedral, just came in, and they heard what Robin and Eric said. Seeing Robin and Eric at a loss, Julian said, "When we came out of the Azure Cathedral, Father Titus had just left. He was going to the Parliament to tell a counselor named George about the flooding of the Azure Cathedral's arsenal. If you run fast enough, you should be able to stop Father Titus. As long as the Parliament doesn't know, their plan will proceed normally." Robin immediately asked Eric, "Can you stop Father Titus?" Eric shook his head and said, "It's too late. Titus must be taking a carriage to the Parliament. The Parliament is farther from the Azure Cathedral than here, but not in the same direction. Unless I have a silver wing that can fly over now, no one can stop Titus. We have, Robin and Eric looked over and saw Daliang stuffing a chicken leg into Black Pearl's mouth. Black Pearl just wanted to say we have silver wings, but was stopped by Daliang in time. Daliang secretly winked at Black Pearl, then smiled and said to Robin and Eric, "We have a way to stop Father Titus, but I am a businessman." Chapter 156 Hijacking. At this time, we don't know where Father Titus is gone. Every second counts. Robin said anxiously, "My boss Liang, please don't worry about us at this time. First, control the man first, and then we can talk about whatever you want." Daliang also felt that now was not the time to negotiate the price. If Father Titus met Senator George, wouldn't the deal be ruined? Daliang took out a square sign and handed it to Sophia, saying, "Solomon has met Father Titus twice with me, and he knows Titus. Let him control the priest and wait for my order. Be careful not to hurt the priest. He still has to write a column for me. Hero order, 1 hero can be stored in it." Sophia took Daliang's hero order and walked out. Daliang said to Robin and Eric easily, "Now, we can talk about business. I don't want money this time. It's a piece of cake, so my requirements are not high. You know my fast food restaurant is about to open, and the new store needs customers. Can the breakfast of the Special Security Bureau be supplied by my store in the future? At this time, Robin had closed his eyes and prepared to be stabbed. It cost 500,000 gold pounds to kill the evil cultists and demons. He asked for another 500,000 gold pounds from the Azure Cathedral Armory. Now that he controls the key figures in the hunt for the Azure Core traders and the Security Bureau insiders, how can he live up to his title of profiteer if he doesn't ask for 500,000 gold pounds? Robin was ready to cut the meat for Missin, but he didn't expect that Master Leon would actually make such a request. Robin felt very embarrassed. Master Leon, how about giving you more money? Eric pulled Robin out and said angrily, hurry up and tell the lady what happened here. Stopping Father Titus can only be effective for a short time. When the Parliament's people who brought weapons to the church, they will know that their plan has been exposed immediately because they don't have arms and can't see Father Titus. The Marquis only has a short time to investigate the traitors of the Azure Core and the mole in the Security Bureau. Goodbye, Master Leon. Robin was dragged away from the villa by Eric. De Leon picked up his milk cup and said to his subordinates, who had already arrived, let's have dinner. Let's drink to the successful conclusion of this big deal. Father Titus was riding in a carriage on the way to the Parliament building. The sky outside gradually darkened. He was extremely uneasy in his heart. He always felt that many things today were too weird. The underground of the arsenal was built with water seepage in mind. Why did the armory flood so quickly today? When it was discovered, there was no way to save it. Was it an accident? Or was it deliberately sabotaged? If it was man-made, how did they break through the layers of magic mechanisms to enter the armory? And how did they avoid the magic detection devices in the armory and bring in the sewer water? The important thing is, if someone enters the armory, it means that the weapons of the Parliament are exposed. There are many doubts, but the armory passage has been sealed, and the sewer water will gradually flood the entire space, and the dirt will settle. I am afraid it will be difficult to find out what happened in the armory in the future, and what happened to Julian and Juliet. There is no precedent to explain why the Knights of the Temple can remain loyal to a mortal after believing in the God of Light. This young Master Leon is not simple. It is necessary to contact the church in Vlamink and let them investigate this young Master Leon. Father Titus, who was lost in thought, looked at the street lights outside, and then he found that the route taken by the carriage seemed wrong. This is not the way to the Parliament. The priest immediately took out his magic wand and chanted a prayer at the same time, and the power of light gathered around him. All filth retreats. God is with me. The carriage was brightly lit, and Lifong pushed open the door, and Father Titus flashed out from inside. At this time, the priest's robes emitted a white light, and the divine power condensed into a war hammer in his hand, and magic summoned a fiery shield at his side. After completing the battle preparations, Father Titus looked around and found himself in a secluded dead end. The carriage had stopped, and there was no one in the driver's seat. I don't know what happened to the novice priest. I am Father Titus of the Church of the Most Good, and someone attacked me. Your behavior has constituted heresy, and you will be severely punished by the church. After Father Titus finished speaking, the alley was quiet. There was a small pool of water on the ground nearby, and a trash can full of garbage next to it. But there was no place to hide people. Above was the walls of two tall buildings, which were also clearly visible. In addition, the priest also found that there were many pedestrians passing by the entrance of the alley. But no one looked here. Even though the holy light emitted from the priest's body made the alley as bright as day, it did not attract the attention of pedestrians outside. The space here is isolated. It seems that this time I encountered a tough opponent. Father Titus said again, Hey, since you have the courage to ambush me here, come out quickly. I am a servant of the God of Light, and any heresy will be punished. Just as the priest finished speaking, the horse pulling the carriage suddenly turned its head and stared at the priest with its blood-red eyes, and said in human language, My master has been waiting for you in the carriage for a long time. If you don't look inside the carriage, of course you can't see him. The carriage was pulled by two chestnut horses. At this time, not only did their eyes emit red light, but their bodies were gradually covered by flames from the inside out. The fire was dark red, evil like the flames from the abyss of hell. Nightmare. Nightmares are evil creatures of hell. They are good at interfering with people's thoughts mentally, especially making people who are sleeping fall into long nightmares. Father Titus was sure that the heretic church on the evil side was the one that attacked him, and the horse could be transformed into a nightmare only after encountering a tough opponent. He might die, But the servants of the God of light are not afraid of death. Father Titus looked at the carriage, and saw a black shadow sitting inside through the open door. Who are you? I have nothing to talk about with the pagans. Nightmare said, Don't move if you don't want to talk. You will leave alive. After saying that, Nightmare turned his head, and stood there quietly with another nightmare. The flames on their bodies shone with a holy light on the priest. But people outside the alley could not see the vision inside, and the two burning horses. Father Titus looked at the carriage again, and could not see the people inside in the dark shadow. He didn't know why this heretic from hell had blocked him here with two nightmares. But something bad must have happened outside. Could they be harming the Azure Cathedral? After waiting for a while, the nightmare and the shadow in the carriage still did not move. Father Titus could not bear it anymore, and finally walked back into the carriage. He knew that there was a huge gap between his strength and the other party. Since he could not escape, he would see who the other party was. Chapter 157 Solomon. After entering the carriage, Father Titus finally knew why he couldn't see the other person clearly from outside. He sat in the middle of the seats on one side of the carriage, with two black mists in the form of cotton wool on both sides, which blocked the priest's sight. Then the priest was attracted by the other person's eyes, which were firm and steel-like, as if no one or God could stop him from completing what he decided to do. The priest sat in the seat on the other side, looking at the mysterious pagan opposite him. He was sturdy, wearing black armor, and holding a broadsword in his hand, with brown curly hair and a square face. He looked like a battle-hardened mercenary. However, the aura he exuded made people trust him unconsciously. So Father Titus could not associate him with the evil and dirty hell cultists. If they had not met in this situation, he might have persuaded him to join the Church of the Most Good, and such a person should become a knight of the temple. Father Titus immediately shook off this terrible idea and asked, Who are you? Why do you want to trap me here? Solomon. This is my name. Sitting opposite Father Titus was the hero sent by Dalion to stop him from going to the Parliament building. Solomon said, Father Titus, you need to stay here for a while. When this time is over, you can leave safely. As compensation for your time, I can give you these two nightmares. Father Titus was on full alert. He asked, Father Steve, my coachman, what did you do to him? It takes a sacrifice to turn a horse into a nightmare. Father Titus gritted his teeth and did not flare up. You will pay for your crimes, no matter who you are or which heretical church you belong to. As long as you and your people appear in Saroin, the Azure Cathedral will definitely find you and destroy you. Solomon's face was expressionless. He ignored Father Titus's threat and said, If your church finds me, it will be a disaster for you. I don't like your church and your God, so you better not tell others about your encounter with me. I don't mind killing all the followers of the God of Light who come to me. Father Titus was very confident in the strength of the Church of the Most Good. All the heretical churches that came to the continent of order said so. But they were eventually destroyed by the warriors of the God of Light. Tell me your church and the God you believe in. I remembered. The Church of Staring into the Abyss had a bishop and a demon who died in Saroin. And you can summon the nightmare of hell. Are you a heretic who stares into the abyss? Hearing Urgus' name, Solomon said sadly, staring into the abyss, believing in the church of the fearful demon Urgus. This name reminds me of many past events. Sorry. You guessed wrong. Urgus is not qualified for me to believe in. If I must have a belief, then I believe in the Lord of Hell. The Lord of Hell. This is an almost forgotten name. The Church of the Good, which regards the Hell sect as its main opponent, naturally collected information on the former Hell plane. The Lord of Hell is the leader of the entire Hell plane. The limited information shows that Hell is evil and chaotic, and the demons of Hell have never stopped fighting for the Lord of Hell, causing the Lord of Hell to change positions many times. Later, the gods descended, the evil gods invaded Hell, and the devil king in Hell became a god, which plunged Hell into war. There is no information about who the last Lord of Hell was. However, the Lord of Dread Urgus has never proclaimed himself the Lord of Hell, which shows that the Lord of Hell has always existed and has been recognized by the Lord of Dread. The Lord of Hell must be a stronger god, but no information about him has been passed down. Now Solomon actually said that he believed in the Lord of Hell, a god who can be compared with the God of Light in status. So Father Titus had to pay attention to it. He asked, Who is the Lord of Hell? What is his name? You don't deserve to know. Seeing that Solomon refused to speak, Father Titus provoked him. If you don't say his name, how can you spread his miracles? If you don't say his name, How can you win the battle of faith? If you don't say his name, how can I know whose believers we are about to destroy? Solomon finally showed a little mocking smile. And he asked back, what is the name of the God of light? Your doctrines are all absurd and forged history. Your so-called powerful church is just a bubble. When the truth is revealed, you will find out how ridiculous what you believe in your heart is. Put away the holy light that you rely on divine power to release. The one inside is the real you. What is the name of the God of light? There is no name in the doctrine of the most good. The most good church allows believers to imagine what God looks like and to fabricate God's miracles. But they dare not name God casually. However, Father Titus firmly believes in the God of light, because the power he has obtained is real. He retorted, let me put away the holy light. Then you also put away the evil black fog around you. Let me see the real you, without the power given to you by faith. How are you different from me? Solomon looked at the black fog on both sides of him, and then said to Father Titus, this thing has nothing to do with faith. I just covered it with something that will scare you. This is the honor bestowed upon me by my king. If it is not necessary, I do not want to put it away. Father Titus became even more curious about what Solomon was hiding. Father Titus could be sure at this moment that the other party did not intend to kill him. Therefore, there was no need for him to fight desperately in this isolated and helpless situation. What he had to do now was to try his best to collect information about this heretical church that suddenly appeared and prepare to destroy them in the future. The black fog around Solomon must be hiding a very powerful evil prop. Since you are not going to fight, I will disperse my holy light, and you will disperse the black fog around you. Let's have a good chat without any religious grudges. After all, I don't know how long you are going to keep me trapped. After saying this, Father Titus first lifted the magic to express his sincerity. The holy light went out, and he returned to his original appearance. Solomon said, if you really want to see it, then I will let you see it. The black fog covering both sides of Solomon shrank rapidly, revealing a pair of black wings hidden inside. These are real wings, not any energy-based phantoms. Sitting in Father Titus's position, you can clearly see the feathers, which are so beautiful that people can't help but want to reach out and touch them. But Father Titus had no mood to appreciate it. He retreated to a corner of the carriage and shouted in horror, You are a fallen angel. Solomon corrected, I belong to the fallen angel family. But I am a higher-level sinful angel, Father Titus. Now there is no religious grudge between us. Can we have a good chat? Chapter 158, Rebellion. Sin Angel, a 15th-level hell creature. A fallen angel. Sin Angel Solomon was the executioner given to De Leon by the former Lord of Hell, the fallen angel King Lucifer. When he appointed him as the Devil King of Destruction, he enforced the Hell Code for the Devil King of Destruction and punished all those who were found guilty by the Devil King of Destruction. The appearance of a 14th-level extraordinary creature was enough to shock the world. If the news of the appearance of a real 15th-level holy sin angel spread, Father Titus dared not imagine what kind of blow this would cause to the Church of the Good. It is estimated that all evil sects that believe in the gods of hell will flock to Soroing and turn it into an evil capital in an instant. The priest didn't know whether the church had the means to fight against the 15 holy creatures. But even if it did, it would have to pay a heavy price. Under the call of the evil angels, once the evil gathered together, it would surely push the Order continent into a comprehensive chaos and war. At that time, would the Church of the Good, which was fighting the evil angels with all its strength, still have the power to drive out the evil? Father Titus' voice trembled, and he said, Didn't all the extraordinary creatures leave this world with the gods? Your wings must be fake. You are lying to me. Solomon regained his serious look and said to Titus, Whatever you think. I don't need to explain anything to you. I'm not sure how long you will stay here. If you want to talk, I can chat with you. If you don't want to talk, then just sit here quietly. When the time is up, I will let you go. Father Titus suppressed the fear in his heart. He could feel that this pair of fallen angel wings was real. And he also realized from Solomon's words that this evil angel was ordered to stop him here. Whose orders did he follow? Who can command a 15th-level extraordinary creature? Is it the Lord of Hell? Father Titus asked. Is it the Lord of Hell who asked you to stop me here? You guessed right. Solomon's answer made things worse. A god came. And he was an evil god. Could it be that the followers of the God of Light would be doomed this time? Father Titus continued to analyze. I am going to the Parliament building now to tell Congressman George that the weapons of the Parliament were flooded. You are the ones who put the water in the Azure Cathedral. You are serving the Vlaamic Empire, or the Empire has committed evil. You stop me now to prevent me from telling the Parliament about this. In this way, the Parliament will continue to implement today's plan and send people to the Azure Cathedral to move the weapons. Then, the people that the Parliament has recruited from the Azure Corps and the Special Security Bureau will be exposed. Solomon said, for an ordinary person, you can still analyze so many things in this situation, which I admire very much. If you could always be as lucky as today, then you will definitely do great things in the future. Father Titus was unmoved by Solomon's praise. He continued, since the Vlaamic Empire has surrendered to evil, you don't need to make things so complicated. There is no need to flood the arsenal of the Azure Cathedral. You just need to wait for the Parliament to transport weapons and expose yourself. No matter where these weapons are transported, it should be very easy for you to destroy them. You can even show up in Saroying, kill all those who oppose the Empire, and then lead the evil to submerge the civilization of the East, turning the ordered continent into a scorched earth, and turning it into a hell ruled by evil. Solomon looked at Father Titus like an idiot. Why should I kill so many people? What good will it do me to kill them all? The creatures in hell are evil and chaotic, and like to kill and devour people's souls. Solomon corrected, evil and chaotic. You are talking about demons. And I am a sinful angel. I used to be a kind and lawful angel. And after being thrown into hell, I became an evil and lawful fallen angel. After my king, the leader of the fallen angels, King Lucifer, overthrew Satan to rule hell. Hell no longer casually caused killings. When the master I am now loyal to became the new lord of hell, hell no longer has the ability to cause killings. Speaking of this, Solomon couldn't help but recall the war that affected all planes, and the tragic and heroic defense of the furnace city by the fallen angels under the leadership of King Lucifer. After that battle, hell was severely damaged and could not recover. King Lucifer was captured and sealed, and the remaining fallen angels survived under the protection of the devil of destruction. At this time, Father Titus keenly grasped the changes in Solomon's emotions. He could see the heartfelt respect of this evil angel when he talked about King Lucifer, and also saw his low mood when he talked about the current lord of hell to whom he was loyal. Father Titus was not aware of that period of history, nor did he know what was behind that plain war. He only knew that the demon kings of hell had fought again and again for the title of Lord of Hell. King Lucifer, whom Solomon revered, was overthrown, and the one who overthrew him must be the current Lord of Hell. This evil angel must have some complaints, and his loyalty to the current Lord of Hell is definitely not that firm. Sending a 15th level evil angel to stop him obviously means that the Lord of Hell has no one to send now. The fact that he is so secretive shows that the Lord of Hell is not as powerful as he imagined. Maybe the Lord of Hell didn't come to this world at all. He just sent this evil angel here in some way. If this evil angel can be persuaded to rebel, then it may be possible to prevent the Lord of Hell from sending more evil creatures. Fallen angels are angels who turn to evil. If fallen angels can return to the side of good, then they can become angels again. The one in front of him is a higher level evil angel than the fallen angel. If he is willing to accept the call of the God of Light, willing to abandon the Lord of Hell and return to the light, then the Church of the Most Good will get a holy angel of the 15th level. Father Titus became excited, praising the God of Light in his heart. The God of Light must have heard his most sincere prayers and sent this confused sinful angel to him, so that he could influence him and help him eliminate his sins. The priest then remembered how he felt when he first saw Solomon. He was born to be a warrior of the God of Light, just like all angels. Please accept my apology. Apparently I confused the fallen angels with the demons. I can see that you are unwilling to cause killing and chaos at will. You carry the noble character of the angels, the will to move forward for the sake of faith. Tell me about your king. I'm talking about King Lucifer. I think he must be a great leader. So many angels are willing to follow him to hell. If he had known the God of Light earlier, it might have been another great encounter. Just like the meeting between Michael and the God of Light, the angels were illuminated by the light of God from then on. Solomon said coldly, I don't know what would happen if King Lucifer met your God of Light, but I know that Michael has never met your God of Light. Father Titus retorted, in the doctrine of the supreme good, after Michael met the God of Light, he led the cloud city to. So, your doctrine of the supreme good is all forged. Solomon stared into Father Titus' eyes, and said, Michael was captured and sealed before God came to this world. I was fortunate to witness that battle. Chapter 159. The plan begins. Michael was sealed before the theocracy began. This information hit Father Titus' heart like a thunderbolt, almost causing his faith to fall apart. The priest immediately prayed to the God of light to explain his sins. The grace I felt was real. The power I felt was real. And the God in my heart was real. The doctrine of the supreme good may be wrong. And the other party may be lying. I believe in my faith. And I believe in everything I have experienced. God is with me. And no matter what I encounter, my heart is unwavering. Father Titus stabilized his mind. But he also knew what impact this history would have on the supreme good church if it was true. Not all believers can be like him, able to mobilize psychological stability and faith. The priest looked at Solomon again. He knew that when he was leading him back to goodness, he was also leading himself to depravity. He would constantly make himself doubt his faith and constantly stimulate the evil in his heart. But all this is God's test of me. I will bring a holy angel to the church. The sky has completely darkened, and the ubiquitous lights make the city dazzling. Annie put on the traditional dress of the Flemish nobles, a light pink dress, and light pink lace gloves on her hands. She wore a platinum necklace on her white neck, and a thumb-sized diamond hung under the necklace. Sitting in the carriage on the way to the governor's mansion, and looked at Brown sitting opposite with some interest. Brown was also wearing a traditional aristocratic men's dress. The design of the dress, which showed the upright posture of men, made him feel uncomfortable because he hadn't worn such clothes for a long time. And it was really too hot to wear such thick clothes in summer. Brown took out his magic wand to lower the temperature in the carriage, seeing and looking at him all the time. He was absolutely embarrassed. After a while, Brown broke the silence and said, "Miss Anne, I have never attended a banquet of this level. Not long ago, I was just the son of a country baron. I will embarrass you. Why don't I go in with you? I'll wait for you outside. I can chat with my brother," and exudes the elegance of an aristocrat. After careful dressing, she looks even more beautiful. Seeing that Brown was a little stage frightened, she said, "You are the fiancée of the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Whitehead. No one dares to laugh at you today. In fact, the Fleming nobles do not have too many rules. Instead, they learned many complicated etiquette from Marcellus. You just need to follow me. Leave the difficult people to me. Of course, there is also Miss Hannah. I think the banquets Miss Hannah has attended must be more advanced than the one we are going to attend. Hannah's main job is to protect Brown's safety. Brown is going to attend this kind of banquet where there are open and secret struggles. Naturally, she has to follow him and take the opportunity to see what these powerful people in Soroing want to do for De Leon. Hannah is wearing her maid outfit and looks very gentle." Hearing Miss Annie's question, Hannah replied, "I am the master's maid. Without the master's permission, I will not disclose the information of the master's friends." After being retorted by Hannah, Miss Annie realized that she had made a professional habit again and unconsciously wanted to find out information about Master Leong. She apologized to Hannah. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend. Actually, I am also very nervous about the upcoming banquet. Brown, I remind you that if my father, the Marquis of Whitehead, wants to see you alone, don't go. Tell me immediately." Brown asked curiously, "You seem to be very afraid of your father." "Everyone should be afraid of him." At this time, and saw a flash of light outside the car window. She knocked on the car and opened the window and said to the driver outside, "I feel a little uncomfortable. Go to the side. Go slower." The driver followed Anne's instructions, slowed down the car, and then drove slowly along the roadside. At this time, a ball of paper was thrown in accurately from the open small window, and took the paper ball and unfolded it. After seeing the words on it, she immediately knocked on the carriage again. "Speed up. I want to see my father immediately." The driver was a servant of the Waterhead family. After hearing the lady's order, he immediately raised his whip. After a crisp sound, the two horses ran on the road. At this time, Congressman George walked out of the Parliament building under the cover of night, and a team of sparrows from the Internal Affairs Bureau followed him. Although a serious mistake made the reports of the Soroing newspaper very unimpressive in the past few days, fortunately, after remediation, the weapons transfer plan was back on track. The Azure Corps has begun to retreat from the city, and the personnel who are responding to it have also been contacted. An army of the Azure Corps will block a safe route under the pretext of withdrawing troops. And the Brotherhood in the Special Security Bureau will also keep an eye on the movements of the Security Bureau. Not only that, Marquis Whitehead, who arrived in Soroing this morning, sent invitations to all city celebrities. inviting them to the governor's mansion to discuss the Marquis's inauguration as governor of Marcellus tomorrow. It is simply to add more power to tonight's action. At this time, the entire Soroing's attention is on the governor's mansion. Several generals of the Azure Corps will attend the banquet, and the Special Security Bureau will be responsible for the safety of the banquet. Most of Soroing's cockroaches are near the governor's mansion. There is no difficulty in tonight's operation. Standing in front of the Parliament building, Senator George once again looked at his pocket watch and said to his men, "I will go to the Azure Cathedral now to inform Father Titus to prepare to transfer weapons. You will follow the tasks I give you to contact the personnel involved in tonight's operation and let them get into position. Keep your eyes open. There can be no mistakes in this operation. It starts at 10 o'clock and ends at 4 o'clock in the morning. Go ahead." "Yes, Senator." The people from the Internal Affairs Bureau immediately scattered and ran in all directions. And soon their heads disappeared into the shadows. George turned to the Parliament building, and couldn't help but feel infinite emotion in his heart. When this batch of weapons is in hand, the Parliament can start to form its own army. 2 elite divisions and 2 infantry divisions are just a beginning, a symbol, and the hope of the Parliament to lead the people of Marseilles to freedom. The once invincible Azure Corps has been completely corrupted. A mighty army has been raised into a greedy fat pig in the decadent Soroing. As long as the Parliament has 5 elite divisions and 5 infantry divisions, it can fight the Empire's army in Soroing. When the Battle of Soroing begins, all parts of Marseilles will surely respond. As long as the Dossen Railway is cut off, the Vlaminck Empire garrison will soon be submerged in the tide of the Marcellus Free Army. I will become one of the founders of this emerging eastern country. Senator George thought of the batch of arms that was about to be obtained, and his heart was filled with pride. He turned around and got into a carriage on the side of the road. Go to the Azure Cathedral. Chapter 160. Outside the banquet. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for many people. As a world-renowned adventurer, scientist, and wealthy man, Sir Charles has been awarded the title of Honorary Knight by many countries. And this time, he also received an invitation from the Marquis of Whitehead. The Sir even received a handwritten letter from the Marquis, who wanted to know some specific details of the Sir's exploration of the Death Desert. Therefore, Sir Charles brought Jessica to the governor's mansion, because there were too many important people attending the banquet today. The Special Security Bureau controlled all nearby blocks, and all citizens were ordered to stay at home and not to go out, even for those who live here and come back late due to special circumstances. The Security Bureau does not allow them to enter the blockade area. Just find a place to stay for one night. No one is allowed to get close to here without an invitation from the governor's mansion. The Royal Musketeers are responsible for the security near the governor's mansion. All guests who come to the banquet will have a group of musketeers in royal uniforms escorting their carriages to the door of the governor's mansion. The carriage that Sir Charles and Jessica were riding in was inspected by the Security Bureau 5 times before it was taken over by a group of royal musketeers. The carriage was driving on the grass in front of the governor's mansion, and there were musketeers wearing red royal uniforms everywhere. The white building of the governor's mansion was getting closer and closer. The lights illuminated the interior and exterior of the governor's mansion as bright as day, and the vehicles parked in front of the gate could be clearly seen. Jessica, wearing a water blue evening dress, looked at the 6 imperial soldiers following the carriage outside and said to the knight, "Why did the Emperor of the Vlaminck Empire appoint Governor Marcellus at this time? He also transferred a division of the Royal Musketeer Cavalry Regiment. Is there going to be a war?" Sir Charles would read his notes whenever he had time. He wore a monocle, and a ball of light rose from the top of his cane to illuminate the words in the book for him. In response to Jessica's question, the knight did not look away, and answered while looking, "This is what I didn't like about this world before." They both wanted to send each other to the gallows, but they shook hands like old friends. They were both selfish for power and fame, but they said they were doing it for the people and the country. If there was a way, I would not want to attend such a banquet. But Marquis Whitehead wrote to you personally, and he seemed very interested in the Death Desert. The knight said, "Many people are interested in the Death Desert. It is the world of the dead, an unexplored treasure house. The Empire funded us to explore the Death Desert, not only to find ancient ruins, but also minerals and all valuable things. The most important thing is the feasibility of transforming the Death Desert. The Death Desert is not short of water. It is close to the eastern coast, and actually has more rainfall than most areas of the Vlaminck Empire. But the spreading death energy makes it impossible for any creature to grow in the Death Desert. If you can find a place with less death energy, you may be able to create an oasis. Do you know what the oasis means to the Empire? Jessica still has some knowledge of this. She said, it expands the Empire's territory and increases control over the Dosan Railway, with supply stations along the way. The railway can be quickly repaired once it is damaged. If the oasis can connect Vlaminck and Marcellus, then Marcellus can gradually be integrated into the Empire. The Fleming Empire can truly own the sea and become a maritime country. Sir Charlton sighed. Yes, the Fleming Empire has occupied Marseilles for so long, but it still has not become a maritime country. The Empire deep inland lacks knowledge of the ocean, and its shipbuilding technology is almost blank. Although Marseilles has shipbuilding technology, how can it be trusted by the Empire in this situation? The Fleming Empire's fleet is still under the name of the Azure Corps, and the small offshore fleet is already very backward. The Death Desert is holding the Fleming Empire's throat. If the Empire wants to leave the continent, it must at least have a corridor in the Death Desert, not just a railway that can be paralyzed for a long time by a bomb. Jessica nodded. But is it possible to build an oasis in the Death Desert? There are dead souls everywhere, especially at night. Sir Charles closed the notebook in his hand and put it back in his pocket. Said, it depends on whether your ancestors are willing. I think the entire Death Desert is the territory of your family. In a sense, you are the most noble person at this banquet and own the most land. Get off, my princess. We are here. Just as the Lord finished speaking, the carriage stopped at the gate of the governor's mansion, and a musketeer opened the door. Jessica, who was beautiful and full of vitality, made the soldiers who served as waiters look at her a few more times. Dear sir, beautiful lady, this is the governor's mansion of Marcellus. You are welcome to attend the banquet hosted by Marquis Whitehead. Please get off the carriage. Sir Charles got off the carriage first with his cane, and Jessica followed him with her skirt. Then she took the arm of the sir and walked towards the gate under the guidance of the soldiers. At this time, many guests had gathered outside the gate, waiting for the guards to verify their identities and enter the governor's mansion. Sir, miss, please show your invitation letters. Soon it was the turn of the sir and Jessica. After the sir handed over the invitation letter, the magician in charge of security checked the anti-counterfeiting magic mark on the invitation letter and said to the two, for the safety of this banquet, all weapons must be handed over. Magicians can keep your magic wands, but do not make dangerous moves at the banquet, let alone release magic. Jessica suddenly looked a little strange, and she asked, do we have to hand over all kinds of weapons? Jessica's words alerted the magician, and he warned, yes. If you don't intend to do anything harmful to others at the banquet, then please hand over all illegal weapons. We will keep them for you and exchange them with you after the banquet. You don't need to worry about your safety at the banquet. There are the most elite royal musketeers and the Marquis's private guards here. Sir Charlton guessed that Jessica must have brought weapons secretly, and he advised Jessica, carrying weapons is disrespectful to the host of the banquet. If you really brought any dangerous items, take them all out here. Okay, Jessica said reluctantly, then lifted the hem of her skirt and reached into her skirt to dig out 3 revolver holsters, 2 daggers, a belt full of bullets. Jessica took out weapons one by one from her skirt, looking at the guards around and the guests waiting behind in amazement. Sir didn't expect Jessica to bring so many things. He smiled awkwardly and wanted to explain, but the magician shouted, catch them both. The musketeers surrounded the knight and Jessica. This is a misunderstanding. The knight explained while preparing defensive magic. My assistant attended such a banquet for the first time, and she didn't know the rules of the banquet. We have no intention of hurting anyone, and I am willing to accept your investigation. Just when the scene was tense, Miss and got off the carriage at this time. She walked over to the soldiers who raised their guns and the magicians who took out their magic wands and said, this is Sir Charles and Miss Jessica, guests of the Empire. Both are outstanding adventurers, and carrying weapons is just a habit. Everyone returned to their seats. Don't let this little thing delay the normal start of the banquet. Chapter 161 Father and Daughter. Miss. The magician immediately saluted Anne. He was a vassal of the Whitehead family, and a personal soldier of the Marquis. He certainly did not dare to disobey the order of the Marquis' daughter. The soldiers also dispersed, and a tense incident was quickly calmed down. Sir Charles saluted Anne and thanked her. Thank you, Miss Anne. These days of work have made my mind seem to be full of the sand of the Death Desert, so I forgot to tell my assistant what to pay attention to when attending the banquet. I apologize to you for our recklessness. and also saluted Sir Charles in return, and said briefly, "Welcome to you, sir, and Miss Jessica. I like your adventure very much. It was my childhood dream to find the secrets of great civilizations in ancient ruins. I look forward to talking to you alone. I am really curious about ancient civilizations. Now I have something important to do with my father. I will find you when the banquet starts." Miss Anne and Sir Charles are not very familiar with each other. She helped them out because she knew that if Jessica really wanted to assassinate the Marquis, she would never bring so many weapons. Sir Charles was exploring the Death Desert for the Empire, and it was a piece of cake for Anne to help, because of the weapons of the Azure Cathedral, and did not have too much time to greet the Sir. She saluted the Sir again, and then took Brown into the governor's mansion. Brown politely nodded to the Sir and Jessica, and Hannah knelt and walked past Jessica. Hannah did not expect to see Jessica here. In order not to arouse suspicion from the people around her, she did not show too much intimacy, knowing that she had done something wrong. Jessica followed Sir Charles into the governor's mansion honestly. A bat flashed in the air and gently hung on the wall of the governor's mansion. In the lobby on the first floor, everything needed for a banquet was ready. The lights illuminated the spacious hall, and the early guests gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to discuss what changes the new governor Marcellus would bring to Saroyan. The waiter shuttled back and forth with trays, and the wine in the trays was available for the guests to take, and asked Brown to wait in the hall, and she walked up the stairs alone. There were guards on the stairs and the corridor on the second floor, and no one could sneak upstairs under their eyes. Brown casually took 2 glasses of white wine from the tray in the hands of the waiter passing by, and after handing one to Hannah, he said, "I'm going to find my brother Reed Jennings. He knows that my father definitely didn't give me a maid. It's hard for me to explain your affairs to him, and I don't want to drag him into this incident. Therefore, please wait for me here for a while. I will come back to you after I finish talking to Reed about family matters." Hannah took the wine glass and said, "I will wait for you here, Mr. Brown. Just a little while." Brown drank the white wine in the glass in one gulp and walked towards a soldier standing guard in the corner. Reed was the commander of this royal musketeer, and the soldier must know where Reed was at this time, and had come to the 3rd floor and met the Marquis of Whitehead in a dark study. "Father, you are still so careful." The room was dark, and the probability of an assassin attacking here from outside was definitely smaller than a room with lights on, and turned around and closed the door, and said to the Marquis standing by the window, "I have something to report to you about the weapons in the Azure Cathedral." Where Marquis Whitehead stood, he could see the main entrance of the governor's mansion. In the light, he could see the expressions of every guest who came to the banquet clearly. Knowing and came in, the Marquis did not turn around. He continued to look at the people outside and said, "The benefits of an assassination are sometimes far greater than starting a war. When I was in the Empire, many people wanted me dead. This time when I came to Marcellus, the number of people who wanted me dead increased again. If you want to accomplish great things, the first thing you need to do is stay alive. Only by staying alive can your enemies sleep uneasy. Only by staying alive can you seize opportunities. Only by staying alive can you see your enemies perish. Annie, you are too careless. You didn't even bring a guard. Brown is just a 9th level magician. He doesn't know how to fight, and has no ability to protect you. You should know your value to me. Your death will be a great loss to the family." "What did Eric do? He hasn't appeared by your side since you arrived in Saroyan." "Father, your words, as always, dampened my excitement when I saw you, and stood by the door without moving," she said. "You don't need to worry about my safety. No one has touched me these days. No one dares to pay attention to me when you come. After all, I am just a tool for you. Killing me will not benefit them in any way. Family affection will make you lose your composure and let your enemies catch hold of you. Annie, I have taught you since childhood that for the family, anyone can sacrifice. At the same time, you should also be clear about your role in the family. A tool also has its own value and should not die in vain. What do you want to tell me about the weapons in the Azure Cathedral?" And said, "Father, I don't care what you think of me, but please inform me in advance if you have any plans in the future. Don't think that I did nothing in Saroyan. I want to inform you now that the weapons in the Azure Cathedral's arsenal were bought by the Parliament from the Holy See. Enough to equip 2 elite divisions and 2 infantry divisions. And I got news that the Parliament wants to transfer these weapons tonight. And they are probably already taking action now." What Anne said was exactly what the Marquis knew. And he replied easily, "Very good. 5 days ago you told me that there was a large number of weapons in the Azure Cathedral. And today we can find out the number of these weapons. You are worthy of being my carefully nurtured daughter. Did you also see that the Parliament was going to transfer this batch of weapons tonight? But there is a price to pay for this batch of weapons. I have arranged everything. All the celebrities in Saroying are here tonight, including the Speaker of the Parliament, the General of the Azure Corps, the Mayor of Saroying, the Police Chief. Saroying's eyes are all here. Those hiding mice are about to come out. And I have released the owl, facing the confident Marquis Whitehead, and said coldly, I hope your owl will be more efficient and see more mice. Because the Azure Cathedral has no weapons for the Parliament tonight. I have sent people to divert the sewage from the sewer to flood the Azure Cathedral's arsenal. The people in the Parliament will soon notice it. And then, the mice will go back to the hole. Chapter 162 Maid and Lady. After hearing the news, Marquis Whitehead finally couldn't keep his attitude of controlling everything. He turned around and said to, and who was hiding in the shadows, What? You sent people to flood the arsenal of the Azure Cathedral. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Compared to the excited Marquis, and said calmly, Because you didn't tell me. You were appointed as the governor of Marcellus. And you didn't tell me what you wanted to do with the weapons. The plan to destroy these weapons was implemented 5 days ago. During these 5 days, as long as you tell me what you want to do, I can terminate the plan at any time. But I just learned that the Azure Corps withdrew under your instruction. And then I figured out what you want to do. But which batch of weapons has been flooded? Just before dusk. The Marquis rebuked, Dusk? Now the Parliament should have known that the weapons were flooded. You ruined my plan. As long as these traitors are still in the Azure Corps and the Special Security Bureau, I can't use them with confidence. And said, Father, what happened today was entirely because of your arrogance. However, after I knew your plan, I took remedial measures. The priest said to the Parliament by the Azure Cathedral has been controlled. Now the Parliament doesn't know that their weapons are gone. And their weapons transfer plan will proceed as usual. But this matter can't be concealed for too long. I came here to tell you that you don't have much time to use. So try to catch as many traitors as possible. I'll go back to the hall first. The banquet is about to start. And everyone is waiting for you. After saying that, and opened the door, and walked out without waiting for the Marquis to respond. After Anne and Brown left, Hannah stood alone in an inconspicuous place, and waited quietly, while communicating with Cindy, who had sneaked in through the unique sound waves of the vampire sword guard. Cindy, I didn't expect you to be so energetic. It seems that accompanying Miss Jessica has made you full of energy. Yes, our young lady is very troublesome. Not only is the Church of Gazing into the Abyss looking for her, but a group of people in the Special Security Bureau are also looking for her. I am teaching the young lady magic, hoping that she can summon her elemental spirit as soon as possible. This way, I can have more time to sleep. Hearing that Jessica actually possessed an elemental spirit, Hannah asked, Miss Jessica actually possessed an elemental spirit. I just felt her magic power. Although it is higher than that of magicians of the same level, it seems that it is not enough to attract elemental spirits. Cindy replied, It may be related to her other bloodline. Your Highness's beloved Queen Joyce. The Queen was born with a very high affinity for the air element. Before she met His Highness again, she was imprisoned by the 9-headed Golden Crow in the Golden Crow's lair on the top floor of the Elemental Tower in the Elemental Plane for a year. It was close to the Elemental Altar, and was the place with the most concentrated magical elements in the entire plane. At that time, Queen Joyce had already begun to elementalize her body. Then His Highness broke into the Golden Crow's lair, and spent several wonderful nights with the Queen there. Afterwards, the entire plane dispatched a large army to rescue His Highness, and reached a reconciliation with the 9-headed Golden Crow. But Queen Joyce continued to stay in the Elemental Tower to complete the rest of her training. The descendants of His Highness and the Queen should have been born on the Elemental Tower, Hannah said. But His Highness then opened the God Plane and brought us here 2,000 years later. I don't know whether Her Majesty gave birth to a prince or a princess. He is the first human born in the Elemental Tower. It is hard to imagine what kind of magical talent he will have. Cindy also imagined. He will inherit everything that His Highness left him. He must be the most dazzling hero in the era of theocracy. He has also passed on the blood of His Highness and the Queen. Miss Jessica is the best proof of this. When Hannah and Cindy were gossiping about the scandal between De Leon and Queen Joyce through the sound waves, Cindy suddenly reminded Hannah, Be careful. Miss Jessica walked towards you. Did she see anything about you? Hannah also saw Jessica coming over. And Sir Charles was not beside her. I didn't do anything extra. I hope it won't ruin your highness's plan. When Jessica came to her side, Hannah lifted the hem of her skirt and knelt to Jessica, saying, "Hello, Miss Jessica. Is there anything I can do for you?" Seeing that Hannah actually called her name, Jessica said in surprise, You know me?" Hannah replied, "I came here with Miss and I met you outside the door." Jessica finally remembered Hannah. She smiled and said, "There were so many guns pointing at me at that time. I was really scared and didn't notice you. I'm sorry. I'm really too rude." Hannah smiled and said, "Miss, you don't need to apologize to me. I'm just a maid. What do you want to talk to me about?" Jessica looked at the guests in the room, shrugged and said, "I just feel that I don't fit in here. And then I saw you were alone here. So I wanted to come over and chat with you, so that I don't have to walk around here stupidly and awkwardly. Don't mind my identity. I'm just a very ordinary person. I'll leave when your master, Miss Anne, comes back." Hannah could see that Jessica was indeed a little nervous. Such a banquet is very purposeful. And the status is also very obvious. If you don't know the rules of the banquet, you will be easily isolated. Hannah said to Jessica in a very gentle tone, "Miss Anne is not my master. If you want, I can accompany you here." Seeing that Hannah did not reject her, Jessica, who thought she was very rash to come and say hello, was relieved. She found a topic and said, "Miss Anne is not your master? It must be the gentleman who came with Miss Anne. I seem to have seen him somewhere." "Yes, in the newspaper. He is Brown Jennings, the vice president of the Pure Magic Academy. There is a photo of him in the newspaper." Hannah denied again, "Mr. Brown is not my master either." Jessica was a little surprised. If Anne and Brown were not her masters, how could she, a maid, follow two people in? Jessica felt that she had discovered something interesting. She whispered to Hannah, "I know. You must have pretended to be a maid and let Mr. Jennings think that you are Miss Anne's maid. And at the same time let Miss Anne think that you are Mr. Jennings's maid. As long as they don't ask each other, you won't be exposed. In this way, you can follow them and sneak into the governor's mansion without an invitation. Tell me, what do you want to do? If you want to steal something, I can help you." Hannah looked at Jessica with a dark face, and began to doubt whether this person was the descendant of His Highness. Why didn't this IQ pass down? Chapter 163. Why are you here? "Miss Jessica, my master is friends with Mr. Brown." Hannah didn't dare to let Jessica guess any further, so she quickly explained, "Because of Miss Anne, Mr. Brown might be in some danger. So the master sent me to protect Mr. Brown, and is the daughter of Governor Marcellus and the director of the Special Security Bureau. As her fiancé, he must be in danger at any time. So it is normal to have a guard. But this guard is too." Jessica didn't expect that this seemingly harmless maid was actually a master. She was more interested in Hannah. "When you are not protecting Mr. Jennings, do you have time to rest? I know a lot of fun places in Saroying, which are definitely more fun than here. We can go to the bar for a drink first, and then go to the South Suburbs horse farm to ride horses. If your magic level is good, I can also take you to the Silver Wing Club." Seeing Hannah's surprised look, Jessica quickly explained, "I know this is our first meeting, and my enthusiasm is a bit sudden, but for some reason, I always have a very familiar feeling about you. Your cool look is very similar to a friend of mine. If there is a chance, I will introduce her to you. She may like you." Hearing Jessica's words, Hannah felt that something was wrong. Hannah and Cindy are both vampire sword guards, and they are of the same race. Although the two vampire sword guards are very different, the commonality of races cannot be erased. Just like the Highland Elves and Forest Elves, elves can easily tell which branch each other belongs to. But in the eyes of other races, the first feeling is that they are all elves, and then they distinguish their differences. Although Jessica has not yet realized what attracted her to Hannah, if she gets in touch with her more, she will definitely notice that Hannah and Cindy have too many similarities. Hannah said, "I'm so sorry, Miss Jessica. I still need to help my master run a fast food restaurant. This restaurant will open soon. You are welcome to take care of my business. Where is your shop?" Just as Jessica kept asking, and came over, Hannah was an ancient hero, and Jessica was so happy talking to her, and Anne's professional sensitivity made her a little wary. "Miss Jessica, where is Sir Charles?" Annie walked between Hannah and Jessica and separated the two without leaving a trace. "Jessica, who was casual in character, did not doubt anything. She turned around to look for Sir Charles and said, "Sir, just now, several members of the Parliament were talking to him about the Death Desert. Now, I don't know where he went." When Jessica turned around again, and was left in front of her, Jessica asked, "Miss Hannah? Where did she go?" and smiled and said, "Maybe she went to see Mr. Jennings. Why don't we go to see Sir Charles together? I also have some questions about the Death Desert that I want to ask him. But what I care more about is, where did you buy this dress? It's so beautiful. And you are also very beautiful. Imagine a beautiful lady like you, exploring ancient ruins with a gun and a magic wand. It's really exciting. I think we must have a lot of common hobbies to talk about." Hannah's departure made Jessica a little disappointed. She always felt that there was something about this maid that attracted her. However, Miss Anne's status was special, and she could not be neglected too much. So Jessica chatted with and slowly. Not long after waiting, Marquis Whitehead came down from upstairs, and his calm step showed that he had made adjustments. On the stairs, he looked down at the people at the banquet, most of whom were opponents that the Marquis wanted to defeat in his career as governor. The banquet began, and all parties began to act. At this time, Senator George arrived at the Azure Cathedral in a carriage. The Imperial army that surrounded the Azure Cathedral had retreated, and there were still many sandbags left on the surrounding roads, and the originally neat streets were in a mess. The Knights of the Azure Cathedral also lifted their alert. They cleaned up the bunkers built during the confrontation overnight, and cleaned up the church square. Tomorrow, citizens who believe in the God of Light can come to the cathedral to feel the grace of God. In the block next to the Azure Cathedral, a convoy stopped on both sides of the road. The power supply of the entire block has been cut off, and a street has fallen into darkness. Some citizens want to see what happened outside, but the muzzles of the guns facing them in the moonlight make them shrink back quickly and dare not look outside again. All the personnel involved in this operation have arrived at the location, waiting for the signal from Counselor George, and the convoy can rush to the Azure Cathedral to start the transfer of weapons. Counselor George was taken to a prayer room by a novice priest. The counselor looked at his pocket watch and urged the novice priest, "I need to see Father Titus now. I have something very important to tell you." The novice priest did not know about the transfer of weapons. He replied, "I am so sorry, Counselor. As you can see, the whole cathedral is in a mess now. We have to prepare for the opening of the cathedral to the citizens tomorrow. It will probably take us a whole night." The bishop and the paladin went to attend the banquet at the governor's palace of Marcellus, and brought several priests and knights of the temple. The rest of the adults were directing the cleaning of the cathedral. They were really too busy. As for Father Titus, I haven't seen him. I will help you find him now. If he is in the church, you will definitely find him. Please wait here patiently. These people from the Holy See are really unreliable. Let's not talk about exposing the weapons of the Parliament. They can be so careless about such a big thing as transferring weapons. How many people are waiting outside? And the Azure Cathedral is only concerned with receiving believers tomorrow. They are cruel when asking for money. But at the critical moment, these people who believe in God and are stupid are unreliable. What a stupid teammate. Member George knew that it was useless to get angry at a trainee priest. So it was better to find Father Titus as soon as possible and get the weapons out. You go find Father Titus immediately and ask more people to help you. My business is very, very important. Yes, Congressman George. The trainee priest left, and Congressman George fell into an anxious wait. The good mood he had when he came was gone. When the whole plan started, there was a problem at the Foolproof newspaper. When the whole plan was about to end, there was another problem at the Foolproof Azure Cathedral. An increasingly bad premonition rose in the hearts of the congressmen. Father Titus should know how important today's action is. Where is he? Just as Congressman George was nervously pacing back and forth, the trainee priest finally found a priest. But it was not Father Titus. When the priest saw Congressman George, he asked in surprise, "Why are you here? Didn't Father Titus go to the Parliament to find you?" The church's armory was flooded. All the weapons were destroyed, and the transfer plan was terminated. Member George's legs softened. His eyes went black, and he fell to the ground. Chapter 164 I have something to show you. After hearing the priest's words, Senator George knew he was finished. The City Daily incident had already left him with a very bad impression in front of the speaker. But after a series of remedies, the plan was finally back on track. Tonight is the final moment. As long as this batch of arms can be safely transferred away, it will not only make up for the mistake, but also take advantage of the situation to win a great credit. Now, the weapons are gone, and Father Titus has no news on the way to the Parliament. There must be an accident. The two things are linked together, and the problem of the weapons depot being flooded is not that simple. This was a man-made destruction, and the weapons had already been exposed. Now that the personnel arranged by the Parliament to transfer the weapons are all in place, what will happen next is not as simple as the flooding of the weapons depot. Quick! 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 Send a signal to terminate the operation and evacuate everyone. Member George stumbled to his feet, rushed out of the prayer room like crazy, and ran to the door of the church at the fastest speed. He took out his magic wand and pointed it at the sky, firing 3 red flares in succession, and then stood there blankly. It's over. It's all over. At this time, one red flare after another rose from the blocks around the Azure Cathedral. The parliamentary staff received the signal and began to retreat. But how could so many people involved in the operation disappear just by retreating? In the dark night, there are so many eyes hidden. This is not as simple as losing a batch of arms. The Parliament will suffer incalculable losses. Who should be responsible for these losses? After standing there for an unknown period of time, Councillor George knew what would happen to him. He knew too many secrets about the Parliament. Speaker Peters would never keep him in the Parliament or leave him to the Flemings. The councillor took out a pistol from his arms and pointed it at his head. But just as the councillor was about to pull the trigger, a flash of light came from the side. His hand was electrocuted, and the gun fell to the ground. The councillor turned around and saw Father Titus rushing over. As if seeing an enemy, Councillor George took out his magic wand and threw a fireball at Titus. Facing the flying fireball, Father Titus did not dodge, but shouted to the knights and priests who wanted to attack Councillor George, "Don't hurt the councillor. This is a misunderstanding." At this time, a fiery shield flashed but did not help Father Titus block the fireball released by the councillor. Before the councillor could release another attack magic, Father Titus had already rushed in front of him. He continued to reach out to stop the knights and priests, and said to Councillor George, "Come with me. I have something to show you." Councillor George yelled at Father Titus, "Do you know what you have done? Do you know how many people will die because of you? Why didn't you tell me that the armory was flooded?" Father Titus whispered to Councillor George, "I was stopped. If you want to know what happened, follow me. If you don't want to know, pick up the gun and continue to commit suicide." Councillor George looked at the pistol that fell on the ground. He knew that only his death could calm the anger of all parties in what happened today. But since he had met Father Titus, how could he die willingly without asking about the matter clearly? What happened? Father Titus shouted to the knights and priests who had gathered around him, "I've already said this is a misunderstanding. So go do what you need to do." Then the priest picked up the congressman's pistol from the ground and put it in his hand, saying, "Come with me. I have something to show you." Member George put the pistol back into the holster under his armpit. Curiosity made him follow the priest out of the cathedral. After passing through several blocks, there were faint gunshots and explosions in the distance, and flares of various colors crossed the sky from time to time. Member George was no longer in the mood to care about unnecessary things. He just wanted to know what Father Titus had taken him so far to see. Then the two turned into an alley. At the deepest part of the alley was a carriage with the emblem of the Holy See on the body. At this time, there was no driver or passenger in the carriage, and the 2 bay horses pulling the carriage stood quietly in place. "Okay. There is no road ahead. Can you tell me what happened now? Tell me everything you know, so that I can die with a clear mind." Seeing that this was a dead end, Senator George stopped beside the carriage. He was desperate, but wanted to know how he died. Father Titus also stopped and said to Senator George, "This afternoon, someone used the sewage in the sewer to flood the arsenal of the Azure Cathedral. The flooding was so fast that by the time we noticed it, it was too late to save it. So Bishop Rowland sent me to the capital to tell you about it. But I was kidnapped here." Councillor George looked at the alley and found no signs of fighting. He asked, "You didn't resist? This is not far from the capital. As long as you can give an alarm, the police and the Internal Affairs Bureau will come to rescue you." Father Titus shook his head and said, "You don't know how powerful the other party is." At that time, the entire alley was confined in space. In front of him, "My little power is like an ant." Councillor George did not believe what Father Titus said. "This alley is 70 meters deep. Do you think I would believe that someone could confine such a large area?" Don't make excuses for fear of death. You killed me today. And the Parliament and the Holy See will not let you off easily. Of course, Father Titus knew that the Parliament would not let it go after what happened today. The ammunition was gone, and the personnel loss was so great. Counselor George was left with only one death. And someone from the Holy See must be held responsible. If we investigate, let alone becoming a bishop, it would be wishful thinking for Titus to keep his priesthood. And he must not tell what happened here. A 15th level evil angel. And what he said about Cloud City and Hell. Once spread, it may be a disaster for the Church of the Good and the whole world. Unable to say it, and unwilling to be sacrificed, Father Titus can only find a way to save himself. Seeing that Senator George did not believe him and needed his help, Father Titus had to say, "Nightmare." What? Senator George did not hear what the priest said clearly. He just wanted the priest to say it again. And a ball of fire suddenly appeared beside him. Frightened, Senator George retreated to the corner of the wall and took out his magic wand to prepare for the attack. However, what he saw was, cracks appeared on the bodies of the two horses pulling the cart, and dark red flames emerged from these cracks. And soon the horses' fur glowed red like magma. The red glowing eyes stared at the congressman, stirring up fear in his heart. Your horse is on fire. Chapter 165 Nightmare. This is a nightmare, Father Titus corrected. It seems that the blow to Senator George today was too great. How can he look like a senior politician now? After Father Titus's reminder, Senator George finally matched the two burning horses with the legendary creatures. He was cautious and slowly moved away from the carriage to meet the priest, whispering, "This is the nightmare, a high-level creature from hell, good at mental attacks, and can control people's dreams. You brought me here just to see the nightmare. Could it be that these two nightmares attacked you?" Father Titus said, "Things are even more complicated. Now I am the master of these two nightmares." What? Senator George couldn't believe it. Aren't you a priest who believes in the God of Light? How can you summon creatures from hell? Father Titus smiled bitterly. I am a believer in the God of Light. But these two nightmares have indeed become my private property. They are not nightmare projections formed by the use of divine magic to condense evil divine power, which can only be controlled by evil believers who have the same divine power. They are real nightmares, as real as us. After signing the soul contract, you can own them no matter what you believe in. Now I don't know what to do with them. But they must not be brought into the Azure Cathedral. Senator George said, hasn't the Church of the Most Good been expelling evil and maintaining goodness? Killing them, and handing their bodies over to the church will definitely be a great achievement. Hearing that, Senator George dared to say that he wanted to kill him. One of the nightmares said, "Kill us. Are you sure you have the strength to do so?" The nightmare scared the senator. "You can still talk? Okay. Put out the flames on your bodies and turn into horses." Titus gave the order, and the two nightmares obediently extinguished the flames on their bodies and turned into two chestnut horses pulling carts again. The priest then said to the counselor, "Nightmares are high-level hell creatures, born at level 10, much higher than us humans. They are good at running, fire magic and mental magic. They have very high intelligence. Don't speak carelessly to anger them. Also, they were given to me by a person, and it was this person who stopped me here. Can you imagine how strong someone is who can give two nightmares casually? So strong that they can separate the space of the entire alley." Seeing the real nightmare, Counselor George finally believed what Father Titus said. He asked again, "But why did that person give you nightmares?" "You brought me here to show me nightmares. For what?" Father Titus said, "For some reason. I can't tell the Holy See about my experience here. But if I don't say anything, I will lose everything I have now. I need your help." Member George laughed at himself. "If I don't commit suicide now, someone will kill me after dawn. You found the wrong person. I can't help you at all." "No. You can help me. I can help you too." Father Titus pointed at the two nightmares and said, "Take these two nightmares back to the Parliament. The two were born as 10th level hell creatures. They are not the condensation of evil divine power. They really exist and can grow. If they are cultivated, their value will be far higher than that batch of arms." After hearing the priest's words, Senator George was shocked. If these two horses are nightmares condensed by divine power, they are really worthless. But living nightmares are very different. No matter how high the value of arms is, they are still worth a price. It's just the weapons of 2 elite divisions and 2 infantry divisions. The Marcellus Parliament doesn't lack this little money. The imperial personnel, who participated in the transfer of weapons today are expected to suffer serious losses. But the Special Security Bureau Brotherhood is more cunning than the others. If there is any abnormality here, they must have run away long ago. It is a pity that the inside players of the Azure Core were exposed. But the Azure Core is already like this. And it is not difficult to slowly develop the inside players again. 2 nightmares that were born as level 10 creatures are really something that money can't buy. Powerful running ability, fire magic specialty, and mental magic specialty. As long as they are carefully cultivated, they can easily break through the 12th level, and then rush to 13, and hope for 14 to become extraordinary. With this credit, not only can you save your life, but when these 2 nightmares grow up, even the speaker will give you 3 points. Senator George doesn't care that nightmares are creatures of hell. He said to Father Titus, "Give me these 2 nightmares, and I will agree to whatever you want." But Father Titus said, "If I give you these 2 nightmares, I guess you will kill me first. After all, if the Holy See has nightmares in your hands, they will definitely treat you as a heretic. You will not leave me as a hidden danger." Senator George, whose thoughts were guessed, denied it without changing his expression. "Titus, you think too much. I just want to help you solve this problem. You are a priest of the Azure Cathedral. If the Holy See knows that you have nightmares, you will get into big trouble. I will take this risk for you. Giving them to me can consolidate my position in the Parliament. Then I will ask the Parliament not to pursue the mistakes you made in this incident. You continue to be a priest, and I can even persuade the Parliament to build another church of the supreme goodness for you." Father Titus would never believe these politicians who change their minds faster than turning pages of a book. He said to Congressman George in a tone that left no room for negotiation, "When you ask for these 2 nightmares, you must consider the attitude of the person who gave me the nightmares. Is he willing to let me transfer the nightmares to you? The ownership of the nightmares continues to belong to me, and the right to use them belongs to you. Our lives are tied together, and no one needs to worry about the other person betraying the other. If you continue to want to possess the nightmare, then our cooperation ends. I am willing to accept the punishment of the church, and you will lose your life tomorrow. Don't think of threatening me with informing. As long as I hide the nightmare, no one will believe what you say. I am a priest of the Church of the Most Good, and as long as I can still perform divine arts, I have nothing to do with evil." As he said, Father Titus summoned a ball of light in his hand, and the power of the God of Light emitted a soft light, which dispelled Senator George's last attempt to possess the nightmare. If he didn't agree to Father Titus, he would not live tomorrow. "Okay." Senator George, who was eager to save his life, agreed to the priest's proposal, and the person who gave the nightmare also made him afraid. He reiterated, "You own the 2 nightmares, and I have the right to use them. Unless the council threatens your safety, you are not allowed to give any orders to Nightmare, let alone take them back. I will die if I lose control of Nightmare, rather than being used and killed by you in the future. It is better to commit suicide now without any hope. If you want to cooperate with me, you must swear to your God." Chapter 166 Sacred Wings. "I swear to the great God of Light." Father Titus uttered his oath in front of Senator George. The oath made by believers in the name of faith in God must never be violated. Otherwise it means that they no longer fear God in their hearts and minds. If they deceive God, they will naturally no longer have faith in God, and the divine power obtained by faith will also disappear. If Father Titus wants to keep his position in the Holy See of Goodness and continue to compete for the position of Bishop of the Azure Cathedral, he cannot have such a big stain in the presbytery of the Holy See. Only by saving Senator George can he save himself. Father Titus and Counselor George discussed how to cooperate and protect each other. De Leon stood on the roof, looking down at what was happening in the alley. Flares were raised from time to time in the dark sky. After obtaining important information from Anne, Marquis Whitehead ordered the owls he had released to be more proactive in finding out who was involved in the Parliament's actions tonight. The people from all parties in the Parliament quickly retreated, and the owls also rushed to catch the tongue regardless of the danger, and the battle inevitably broke out. The sound of gunfire and explosions gradually became denser, and the flashes of magic reflected the night sky. The somewhat cold night wind blew the windbreaker that De Leon was wearing. Julian and Solomon stood behind him on the left and right. "How long do you think it will take Father Titus to give up his current belief? I just saw him release a ball of light condensed by divine power. He is still a believer in the God of Light." Solomon knew that his master was asking him, and he answered respectfully, "Divine power seems to be available as long as you believe in God. But people are greedy, fickle, and easily tempted by various interests. Only those with the strongest willpower can truly believe in God all the time. Father Titus can have such a high position in the Church of the Most Good, so he will definitely not be easily led to depravity. But I have planted the seeds of doubt about the God of light in his heart. After he accepts the 2 nightmares, he will think about them all the time and be influenced by them. The fall of Father Titus requires a process. I am not sure how fast this process is, but this priest is greedy for fame and fortune, and such people are always liked by demons. King Lucifer was led to hell by Satan, and Father Titus will serve as master. De Leon continued to look at the 2 people below and said to Solomon, I want to establish a church that believes in the devil of destruction in the great tomb. Father Titus has work experience in the Church of the Most Good, and he is a very qualified missionary candidate for me. You need to speed up the rebellion of Father Titus. Yes, Master, Solomon replied, and then hesitantly said, Master, when I was inducing Father Titus, the priest was also looking for my weak will. He wanted to lead me to be kind and change into a holy angel. I talked to him a lot about Cloud City and hell, and also about King Lucifer. Solomon's temptation did not get an immediate response from De Leon, and the rooftop fell into a brief silence. Lucifer is the leader of the fallen angels. When nearly 1/3 of the angels in Cloud City followed Lucifer and fell into hell, we can see the charm of this fallen angel king. After a moment of silence, De Leon said, You must have known that Yunzhong City has handed King Lucifer over to me, and he is sealed in the great tomb. I asked Yunzhong City for King Lucifer, with the goal of releasing him from the seal one day. You don't need to doubt this. Otherwise, I could have kept him in Yunzhong City. But releasing King Lucifer is definitely not now. Solomon asked, When will that be? De Leon looked at the sky and said, King Lucifer is too ambitious. After he lost to Michael in the battle for the position of Archangel, he fell into hell and overthrew Satan to become the Lord of Hell. If I let him out, he will definitely cause trouble for me. Now I can't let a level 16 hero keep messing with me and making my fallen angels and demons uneasy. Solomon, do you know why the other 2 fallen angel kings would nominate me to be the Lord of Hell? Why? Because they both know that although I have the title of the Destroyer Demon King, I really have no interest in hell. And after King Lucifer was sealed, I am the only one who can stabilize hell and stop Cloud City from hunting down the fallen angels. They know that I will eventually release King Lucifer and return hell to the fallen angels. I do think so. I will not promise when I will release King Lucifer. I will release him when I think he should be released. I allow you to remain loyal to King Lucifer, but you should also faithfully fulfill your duties. You are the executioner of the Devil King of Destruction, and you execute the Hell Code on my behalf. According to the comparison of the duties in Cloud City, you are my sacred right wing, and Julian is my sacred left wing. You together form my sacred wings, and you are the angel wings that I trust the most. Julian spread his sacred angel wings. Solomon spread his sinful angel wings, and knelt on one knee behind De Leon. At this time, Father Titus and Counselor George in the alley ended the secret meeting. The 2 of them separated the nightmare that turned into a horse from the carriage, and then used magic to blast the carriage into a pair of broken wood blocks. Counselor George led the 2 nightmares out of the alley. Father Titus used fire magic to ignite the debris of the carriage, and he didn't know what to think in the face of the blazing fire. De Leon felt that there was nothing to see, so he yawned and said to Solomon, The rest is up to you. You don't have to go back to the hero order in the future. I'll leave that position to Ji Feng. Follow up Father Titus's line well, and help him build the Church of the Lord of Hell as soon as possible. Julian, let's go home. Yes, Master. Julian and Solomon stood up. De Leon was very sleepy. He needed to rest well, and not stay up late when he was growing up. He walked to one side, and a portal opened and took him away from the roof. Julian followed him into the portal. After the portal closed, Solomon walked to the edge of the roof. He looked at Father Titus, who was in a daze, plucked a black feather from his wing, and threw it down. Father Titus faced the fire, his heart full of fear for the future. He knew that his mind had been shaken. When he performed the magic just now, the divine power he could call on was obviously weakened. Please forgive me for the sins I have committed. I am your most devout believer. Everything I have done is to get closer to the divine light you emit. I will not accept the temptation of evil, and will not betray my God. I will bring the strongest warrior to the church and bring back a holy angel who has strayed and returned to my God. Just as Father Titus was praying, a black feather floated in front of his eyes. Chapter 167 Brothers. Brothers Brown Jennings and Reed Jennings lay on the railing of a watchtower, looking at the city of Saroying at night. Compared to the lively banquet, the outside of the governor's mansion was unusually quiet. The royal musketeers received the order of the marquis and completely blocked the area around the mansion. During the banquet, no one was allowed to go out or come in. As the direct superior of this musketeer reinforced battalion, Major Reed was guarding this watchtower and commanding the deployment of the governor's mansion. The major gave Brown a cigarette. Although his elder brother had left the Vlaming Manor for only a few days, the major could see that Brown had changed a lot. In fact, the entire Jennings family had undergone a drastic change. Baron Jennings was suddenly summoned by the Marquis of Whitehead, an important official of the Empire, and inexplicably changed from a baron to a viscount. He was promoted directly from a lieutenant company commander to a major, and was also appointed as the head of the regiment. What shocked the whole family even more was that Brown Jennings was engaged to the eldest daughter of the Marquis' family. The whole Jennings family didn't know when Brown met Miss N. During this return trip, Brown didn't mention anything about the Whitehead family. Then the change of things made Major Reed even more flustered. He had just taken over the 3rd Regiment of the 1st Division of the Royal Fusiliers Cavalry Regiment, and he hadn't even finished reading the list of his subordinates when he received the order to move again. The 3rd Regiment was the vanguard, and the first group followed the Governor Marcellus appointed by the Emperor of the Empire to the city of Saroying. And Governor Marcellus was Brown's future father-in-law, Marquis Whitehead. He lit a cigarette for Brown, and then lit one for himself. Major Reed said to Brown, "Father is very worried about you. You must be involved in something big. In the power struggle of the Empire. Our small families are cannon fodder and scapegoats. Now Marquis Whitehead is Governor Marcellus, and his daughter Miss N is the director of the Special Security Bureau. You are Miss N's fiancé, and I am your brother, with a regiment and 2,000 guns. The Jennings family is already tied to the Whitehead family. If something happens to the governor, we will all be implicated." Brown just learned that Marquis Whitehead is about to become the governor of Marcellus, which is the most unlucky position in the entire empire. Once the Emperor of the Empire wants to kill Marquis Whitehead, the Jennings family will definitely be the first to be dealt with during the reckoning. Concerned about the family, Brown, who usually does not smoke, took a deep puff of cigarette, and then said, on the way back to Saroying this time, "I encountered a very magical thing. Perhaps it can protect the safety of the Jennings family. But you are really too dangerous in Saroying. After the banquet, I will ask Miss N to find a way to transfer you back. You are most like my father and the brave ancestors of the Jennings family. You should inherit the title." This is the first time that Brown said that he would give up the title of the family, which suddenly surprised Major Reed. "How could you have such an idea? Father likes you the most, and says that you are the first smart person in the Jennings family. You will make the Jennings family a magical family, and no longer be called a country bumpkin." Brown's attitude is very firm. "I just told you that I encountered a magical thing. My life has changed. I will embark on a path to pursue the highest temple of magic. I don't know what is on this road, but I know that I will definitely encounter many dangers. I can no longer bear the burden of the family. Reed, please forgive my selfishness. The task of protecting the family can only be entrusted to you. I will let Miss N arrange for you to go back tomorrow." Major Reed said, "Although you are my brother, don't make decisions for me casually. I don't want to leave the battlefield in disgrace, like a deserter relying on connections. I know what the Marcellus province wants to do, and the whole empire knows it. The 1st Division of the Royal Musketeer Cavalry Regiment came to Saroying to prepare for war. The ancestors of the Jennings family once shed blood here, and that honor is recorded in the family history. This time I am here. I will continue to extend this honor here. This land belongs to the empire, and no one can take it away." Brown wanted to persuade Major Reed again, but at this time, one signal flare after another rose in the night sky in the distance. Master Reed immediately threw away the half-smoked cigarette in his hand and shouted to the Imperial soldiers below, "Be alert. The governor ordered that from now on no one is allowed to approach here, and no one is allowed to leave. If there is an intruder, no matter who he is, shoot him immediately." All soldiers loaded their guns and aimed at the night in the distance. After giving the order, Major Reed said to Brown, "The governor seems to have arranged a major operation tonight, and it seems to have started now. It may not be safe here. You go back to the hall. We are guarding outside. No one can get in." Brown knew that he would only be a hindrance here, so he hugged Reed and walked down from the watchtower. Flares were frequently launched in the distance, and gunshots were heard. At this time, the door of the governor's mansion was closed, and the atmosphere in the hall was peaceful. No matter what the outcome of the governor of Marcellus will be, when Marquis Whitehead officially takes office tomorrow, he will be the most powerful person in the entire Marcellus province. Almost all the guests wanted to meet the future governor, and they came forward to talk to the Marquis in order of status. According to the rules of this kind of banquet, each person only had 1 to 2 minutes to talk to the governor, and they had to use this time to introduce themselves and use some creative ideas to strengthen the governor's impression of themselves. At this time, the Marquis Whitehead's casual response was a great encouragement to these people, as if they saw a bright future for themselves. When Brown returned to the hall from outside, before he found Anne and Hannah, the Marquis Whitehead shouted loudly, "Brown Jennings, my child, come here. Today, you should stand with me. Annie is my most beloved daughter. I want to see what merits you have. You actually stole my most precious pearl." The humor of the Marquis of Whitehead drew laughter, and then the lively banquet became quiet. Everyone looked at Brown. Most people were very jealous of this lucky guy. He easily got what most people could not get in their lifetime. Brown did not expect that he would suddenly become the focus of the whole banquet, being watched by everyone like this. He was even more nervous than when he first taught a class in front of a room full of students. He didn't know whether to take the left foot or the right foot first. Fortunately, Anne came over. She took Brown's arm and took him to the Marquis in front of everyone's gaze. Chapter 168 Father-in-Law. Marquis Whitehead looked at Brown Jennings with an appreciative smile on his face, like an approachable elder, which is also the impression he usually gives people. He is an important official of the empire, but most of the time, he does not have the airs of a superior. Everyone knows that the Marquis likes talented young people, no matter whether the young person is from aristocratic or commoner background. As long as he thinks you are useful to the empire, he will promote you. He discovered many young talents for the empire, and then used these young officials to promote the empire to reform some backward old systems. He is a leader of the empire's reformists. Brown is a 9th-rank senior magician, and now the vice president of the Pier School of Magic. After the Pier School of Magic and the Sorroying School of Magic merge, he will definitely join the management of the expanded Sorroying School of Magic. He is young and promising. After marrying the daughter of Governor Marcellus, he will surely rise to prominence. As long as Marquis Whitehead can return to the empire safely, Brown will definitely be able to join the imperial cabinet at his current age. And Miss Anne is so beautiful. Everyone sighed in their hearts. Brown is really a winner in life. And walked to Marquis Whitehead with her arm around him, warning her father with her eyes not to have any excessive thoughts about Brown. The Marquis just smiled and did not respond to Anne's warning. He was really curious about this Brown Jennings. He knew very well that Brown and Anne had never met before. So why did Anne suddenly send a telegram saying that she wanted to get engaged to Brown? Anne was not an ordinary child. Her engagement with Brown could affect the entire political arena of the Fleming Empire. But she insisted on this decision, and did not give any reason. Marquis Whitehead knew his daughter very well. Her willingness to get engaged to Brown meant that Brown had a higher value than this. Therefore, after the Marquis agreed to Anne, he immediately investigated the Jennings family. The Jennings family is a military family, but they have never produced any senior officers. The children of the family are all good at charging into battle. There is nothing special about this family and its history. When the Marquis personally summoned Baron Jennings, he did not find that this family had any high value. There is also Reed Jennings, who graduated from the Imperial Royal Military Academy and was a lieutenant commander in the Royal Musketeer Cavalry Regiment, an ordinary low-ranking officer. Then, what it is interested in has nothing to do with the Jennings family, but with Brown himself. Seeing Anne's nervous look at this time, Marquis Whitehead is more certain of his judgment. Brown. The Marquis shook Brown's hand affectionately and said, "This is the first time we meet, and I am very satisfied with you. Anne is very willful, and I have always worried that she will like those bastards, who can only use sweet words to deceive girls. But after meeting you, I feel relieved. Now I have also come to Sorroying, and we can often have morning tea together and talk about your views on this city and the country." Brown was about to answer, but Anne said first, "Father, Brown is really very busy. You know he is the vice president of the Pure Magic Academy and a professor of the Junior Magic Department. I'm afraid he won't have time to chat with you when the new semester starts. Besides, Brown has no interest in politics, and you have no common topics. I think you should talk to Speaker Peters now. He seems to have something urgent to tell you." Marquis Whitehead turned around and saw the speaker with a very bad face coming to him. "Mr. Marquis, your banquet is very good, but I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. Sorry, I have to leave early." Speaker Peters, who came to the banquet, has been concerned about the transfer of the weapons of the Azure Cathedral. Therefore, when he dealt with various people who came to talk, he always kept an eye on the sky outside the window. When the red flares went off, he had a bad feeling. When he saw more and more flares going off, many of which were not fired by his own people, he knew that there was a big problem with today's plan. All the personnel involved in the transfer of weapons were retreating quickly. It was impossible to transport the weapons in the church at this time. Speaker Peters now needed to know what was going on outside. He wanted to leave quietly, but was stopped by the soldiers guarding the gate. "The governor has ordered that no one can go out before the banquet is over. Everyone was under house arrest here." Not knowing what Marquis Whitehead did tonight, Speaker Peters knew that he could not stay here any longer. So he found the Marquis and made up an excuse. Hearing that the speaker was not feeling well, the Marquis said with concern, "At this time, the hospitals in Sorroying City must be closed. Fortunately, there are my private doctors in the governor's mansion, and the speaker can ask them to take a look. You have been working hard for the government affairs of the Marcellus province for a long time, which is a great burden on your body. If you are really seriously ill, it will be a great loss to the empire. I suggest that you let my private doctor check you carefully, and it would be best if you can put down your work and rest for a while." How dare Speaker Peters let the Marquis's personal doctor see him? "I'm afraid they can tell if he's sick even if he's not sick," the speaker said. "Mr. Marquis, this isn't a serious problem. I have some medicine ready at home. I can just go back and take it myself. In addition, I remember there's something important I need to deal with." The Marquis would never let Speaker Peters leave at this time. He said, "My people told me that there seems to be some trouble in the Blue City. It's really too dangerous for you to go home now. Why don't I send someone to the speaker's home to get the medicine? There's a silver wing in the governor's mansion. We can fly there directly, very fast. Moreover, in the entire Marcellus province, nothing is more important than my inauguration as the governor of Marcellus. Let the banquet here continue. We will go to the meeting room on the second floor to discuss my inauguration ceremony tomorrow." Speaker Peters knew that he had fallen into the trap of Marquis Whitehead. Even if he wanted to know what happened in the Azure Cathedral, he had no way to deal with it, because the people inside could not get out, and the news from outside could not be sent in. He could only admit defeat. This cabinet minister who was relied on by the emperor of the empire was indeed not simple. No longer distracted by the outside affairs, the speaker took the same status as Marquis Whitehead and said, "No need to send someone to my house to get medicine. I feel much better. There is indeed nothing more important than the Marquis's inauguration as the governor of Marcellus in the past 2 days. I also look forward to the Parliament and the governor's office working together to lead Marcellus into a more glorious era. Please." Marquis Whitehead made an invitation. Speaker Peters and Admiral Priestley led the military and political leaders of Marcellus to the second floor. Chapter 169 Suspicion. Miss, and was relieved that the Marquis of Whitehead did not continue to pester Brown. Brown, who was not very cunning, was definitely not a match for the Marquis. The more he talked to him, the more secrets he would get out of him, and didn't know what purpose her father had behind his sudden appointment as governor of Marcellus. But she knew that she must not let her father know about these ancient heroes. In the face of absolute power, the political tactics that the Marquis was good at were all jokes. She had just found a way to communicate with Master Leong. If she let her father follow his way, it would push the empire into the abyss. "You seem to be very afraid of your father. I feel that he is a good person." This was also the first time Brown met the Marquis of Whitehead, and he felt very happy, and was most afraid that Brown would have such feelings about his father. She warned him, "These are all disguises. All his appearances are disguises. As his daughter, I don't know which one is his real side. You, look at me and you will know. In order to achieve my goal, I can play any role. Be careful of my father. When he wants to see you alone, hide immediately and inform me." Brown did not expect a daughter to have such an evaluation of her father. He said, "The relationship between you father and daughter is a bit special. This is the Whitehead family. Too much emotion will affect people's judgment." When Ed and Brown talked, they still maintained the intimacy of lovers, so that outsiders could not see any flaws. Then she took Brown to the corner of the banquet and said, "I will take you to see 2 people. when you met these ancient heroes in the Death Desert. They also led the expedition team to survey the Death Desert. I just got information from a general. When we took a train to Saroying, they were rescued by a patrolling Imperial airship near the Dosan Railway. They are the only 2 survivors of the entire expedition team. And the place where they were rescued is near where you boarded the train. When Anne and Jessica were chatting just now, they naturally talked about Jessica and Sir Charles's adventure in the Death Desert. And some of the details aroused Anne's professional sensitivity. She did not get information from Jessica in depth, but found a general of the Azure Corps who was responsible for patrolling the Dosan Railway, and learned about the rescue process of Sir Charles and Jessica, and knew the exact time and place. The location was not far from the place where Sophia drove her and Eric out of the train compartment. The hired mercenary group was wiped out by the undead raid. But Sir Charles and Jessica did not seem to be hurt too much. There are great doubts in this. Brown didn't expect Annie to want to check these ancient heroes. He whispered, "Aren't you afraid of being found out by Master Leong?" But Annie pulled Brown away without caring, saying, "You know so much more than me. But you won't tell me. It makes me jealous, and I can't help but find more secrets about them. Aren't you curious? Don't you want to know more answers?" Annie's last sentence made Brown no longer resist. The more he came into contact with these ancient heroes, the more he was attracted by the brilliant magic civilization of ancient times. Since he was determined to learn more advanced magic from the ancient heroes, he naturally wanted to know more about them. "Okay, let's call Hannah. If she stops us, we'll stop." Annie realized, yes. Go find Hannah first. If she stops us, it means we've found the right person. Let's go. Brown really regretted his words. Marquis Whitehead convened a meeting of Marcellus's important officials, allowing Sir Charles to finally get away and reunite with Jessica. The 2 found a place to sit down, holding their wine glasses and drinking slowly, waiting for the end of the banquet. Jessica looked at the heavily guarded stairs and the corridor on the 2nd floor, and suddenly asked Sir Charles, "Sir, do you think Marquis Whitehead will kill all the enemies he thinks of at this banquet? What a great opportunity this is. Important figures from the Parliament and the Saroyan City Hall are here." Sir Charles smiled and said, "The problem of Marcellus cannot be solved by killing a few important figures. The members of the Parliament are just spokespersons. And even the Speaker is just a senior spokesperson. Behind these politicians is the entire Marcellus capital body, the capitalists who pay to help them run for election. Everything they say and do is for the benefit of this capital body. Killing them will only make those capitalists feel bad for a while. And then, they can launch a new batch of spokespersons. Then the Empire will bear the crime of violating the Marcellus Treaty, which will affect the impression of the Empire in the whole world. Everyone will think that the Vlaminck Empire is a capricious and untrustworthy country. The economy of the Empire was directly hit. Remember, wealth always flows to stable and reputable regions. The future is no longer an era where the Flemish musketeers can sweep across the continent on horseback. New weapons are changing the mode of war. And researching and manufacturing new weapons requires a lot of money. This is also the reason why the Flemish Empire and the Marcellus province have always been patient and unwilling to have a civil war. So many countries around covet the fat piece of Marcellus. Fighting is the last resort. Jessica said, "No wonder you hate politicians so much. Sir, we explore everywhere and look for ancient secrets, which is more interesting and meaningful than their intrigues. But it is these annoying politicians who maintain the world's order, develop the world's civilization, and support your adventure in various aspects. Everyone's existence has his value. You can hate him, but you can't ignore his contribution." Miss Anne came over and easily intervened in the discussion. She sat down with Brown and greeted Sir Charles. "Sir, you are the person I have admired since childhood. I have read all your adventure notes. Your adventures are simply a wonderful legend for us children. I know that you are now surveying the Death Desert with the support of the Empire. Can I know what you and Miss Jessica experienced in the desert? I have always wanted to explore the Death Desert, but my father won't let me go. I hope to make up for my regrets from your stories." Miss Anne. Mr. Jennings. Hello. Sir Charles did not doubt Anne's purpose for the time being. "Tonight, everyone is asking me about the Death Desert, and I am very willing to tell you about our experience of this survey." Sir Charles talked with Anne, and Jessica whispered to Brown, "Where is your maid? Miss Hannah? Is she not with you?" Brown didn't know how Jessica knew Hannah. He replied, "I didn't find her. This place is too big." At this time, at the top of a curtain nearby, 2 bats hid behind the curtain and showed their 2 little heads, staring at the 4 people who were talking. What should I do? What can I do? Just watch. I'll sleep for a while. Call me when you leave. Chapter 170. Small Troubles at the Fast Food Restaurant. Daliang woke up from his sleep after stretching in the morning. He was probably the person who slept the best in the entire city of Saroying last night. He didn't need to consider the impact of the new Governor Marcellus on the city. And he was not disturbed by any unusual noises. The sound of gunfire all night would probably make most citizens start their day with dark circles under their eyes in the morning. Daliang sat up from the soft bed in his silk pajamas and casually rang the bell on the bedside table. Sophia, who heard the bell, pushed the door open and walked in, followed by 5 maids, who were carrying basins and towels for washing, as well as the clothes and shoes that Daliang was going to wear today. Then, they stood in a row and saluted Daliang, "Your Highness." "Good morning. Corrupt aristocratic life." Daliang jumped off the bed and began to wash up while being served by the maid, and asked Sophia, "What are your plans for today?" Sophia walked to the window and opened the curtains to let the sunlight in, then lifted the mute magic and pushed the window open, and the sound of morning birds and fresh air came in. Hearing Daliang's question, Sophia replied, "Your Highness, all the decorations of your 28 fast food restaurants can be completed this morning. Hannah invites you to the flagship store you personally designated for food tasting. If you are satisfied, we can set a date for the opening." Princess Ziling said that she has obtained the 3rd and 4th generation magic potential-inducing potions, and now these 2 potions have been sent to the alchemy laboratory in the Great Tomb. Developing our own magic potential-inducing potion is now the top priority research project, and Master Nicole will personally preside over the cracking experiment. In addition, the upgrade of the primary magic department of the Pure Magic Academy is almost completed. Her Royal Highness asked if you are interested in listening to her trial class. By the way, Hannah also said that she met Miss Jessica when she accompanied Mr. Brown to the banquet at the governor's mansion last night, and is in contact with the young lady. She seems to have guessed something. In the second half of the whole banquet, she was asking Charles and the young lady about their adventure in the Death Desert. Hannah asked whether to stop in. Stop in? Isn't it just telling her that we are really related to Jessica? Daliang wiped his face and began to change clothes under the service of the maid. At the same time, he said to Sophia, "Let her find out. Charles is very smart and will not let her find out anything. Let Rachel prepare the carriage and call Black Pearl. We will go to the Duowei fast food restaurant for breakfast." Duowei is the name Daliang gave to his fast food chain. This one, which is run by Hannah herself, is positioned by Daliang as a flagship store and model store. The Duowei fast food restaurant has attracted the attention of the surrounding citizens since the beginning of its decoration. The decoration team first knocked down the wall facing the street and replaced it with a transparent glass wall inside and outside. The unique design made this fast food restaurant, which has not yet opened, the most unique highlight of the entire street. Moreover, the decoration speed of the fast food restaurant is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. When the citizens were forced to pay attention to the Azure Cathedral and the Pure Magic Academy, they turned around and saw that the fast food restaurant was already in a state of waiting for business. Through the clean glass wall, the furnishings inside are clearly visible. The space between the seats is very spacious, and the multiple color combinations of yellow, red, and orange give people a light and bright feeling. There is a newspaper rack for free reading at the door, and a small children's playground in a corner. A large hamburger poster is hung on the glass door. The hand-painted oil painting perfectly shows the layering of the hamburger. Each layer of ingredients is clearly colored, and the dripping sauce makes people hungry. Many people have already shown great interest in this new food called hamburger. But the Duowei fast food restaurant is not open yet, and the greedy diners can only wait for 2 more days. But before the Duowei fast food restaurant opened, trouble had already come. When Daliang arrived at the Duowei fast food flagship store by carriage, he saw a group of people gathered outside the fast food restaurant, and only Hannah was blocking the door of the fast food restaurant, looking extremely patient. Since Brown reported to Daliang that Hannah had privately introduced a standard way to eat hamburgers, Daliang had talked to Hannah many times. She could eat whatever she wanted, even if she started with the sesame seeds on the bread. In business, harmony brings wealth. Don't hurt people casually. Therefore, Hannah was very restrained at this time. Daliang got off the carriage, and before he could ask Hannah what happened, a strong man rushed over from the crowd. Liang. The man had just opened his mouth and finished speaking when a cold light flashed and a sword was placed on his neck. Liang. Master Liang. It's me. Connie. You should remember me. The other party's voice began to tremble. De Liang recognized the other party. The predecessor of this fast food restaurant. The owner of that cafe. De Liang asked Sophia to put away the sword. And then said to Connie, when you approach me in the future, it's better to show your identity first. And then walk slowly. Otherwise, my servant will kill you quickly. And I can only express regret. Connie originally rushed over aggressively to ask for punishment. But the sword frightened him so much that the hair on his body stood up. It was too fast. And he didn't see how the servant approached. And didn't see how she drew the sword. Just a shake. The coldness from the neck permeated the whole body. Connie was so scared that he lost all his momentum. Fearing that if the other party's hand shook a little more, his head would fall off. After putting away the sword, Connie was still frightened. He said to De Liang respectfully, yes. I'm sorry, Master Liang. I was too reckless. This time I came here for this store. I don't want to sell it anymore. De Liang laughed and said, don't want to sell it anymore? If you don't want to sell it, why sign the contract? And what do you want to do with so many people? Smash the store? Or do you want to scare me? If you want to talk, let your people go, and we will talk inside. If you continue to surround here, I will let my guards kill you with a sword each. After saying that, De Liang walked towards the fast food restaurant. The big men who had just blocked the door with ferocious faces immediately moved aside after seeing Sophia's sword. They were all invited by Connie to show off their power. And no one wanted to be stabbed here for nothing. Seeing that the momentum he created was gone, Connie had to let these helpers he had found disperse. And then followed them into the fast food restaurant. After entering, Connie immediately felt that this place was different from the coffee shop he had run before. Master Liang. Connie expressed his opinion. Your space here is too wasted. You can put twice as many tables and chairs. You made it so spacious that people who eat here are comfortable. But the meal is only a few hours. So the number of customers will be greatly reduced. Also, you made a playground for children to play. Do you know how annoying children are? They will make your restaurant very messy. You don't have the talent to run a restaurant. I will give you 5,000 gold pounds. And you return this restaurant to me. Chapter 171 Early Morning. De Liang sat down and asked Hannah to prepare breakfast for tasting. Then said to Connie, you probably hate children now. I understand your feelings. Selling this store for 5,000 gold pounds is probably the stupidest business you have ever done. But you want to use 5,000 gold pounds to get this store back. Do you think it is possible? You deceived me. Connie was a little excited. After he learned that the evil cultists and demons were killed, he regretted selling his store at a low price. However, the armed confrontation between the Azure Corps and the Church of the Good kept him on the sidelines. At breakfast today, he learned that the Azure Corps had withdrawn from the city overnight. So he immediately asked for help to surround the fast food restaurant. Connie said, you threatened me, used my fear, and forced me to sign the transaction agreement. The contract was not signed in a fair and just manner and has no legal effect. I have the right to ask you to return my store. De Liang replied, during those 5 days, I bought many stores in Saroying City. And your store is just one of them. Among all the property owners I contacted, only a small number were willing to sell their stores to me at a low price. Most of them still chose to protect their property in the face of threats from evil believers and demons. Even if they saw demons passing by their windows, they did not waver in their belief in protecting their property. But some people chose to give up. Mr. Connie, you chose to sell this store to me for 5,000 gold pounds, which means that his determination to protect it is worth 5,000 gold pounds. Now that you see that the crisis in Saroying has been resolved and the housing prices have risen, you feel that you have suffered a loss and want to take the store back. I will bear all the risks. Where in the world is there such a good thing? Connie's face turned red, and he didn't know whether he was angry or embarrassed. But the huge amount of wealth involved in this property made him say stubbornly, hey, foreigner, this is Saroying, not a place where profiteers like you can easily deceive Saroying citizens. If you are willing to return this store to me today, I cannot pursue your fraudulent behavior. Otherwise, you will suffer the consequences. I will make it impossible for you to gain a foothold in Saroying. At this time, Hannah had already brought the carefully prepared breakfast to De Liang and Black Pearl. Hamburgers, French fries, fried chicken nuggets, corn kernels, and juice milk tea invented by De Liang. From ordering to delivery, it took less than 10 minutes. Daliang was very satisfied with this speed. If there were semi-finished products prepared in advance when the official business was opened, the speed could be even faster. Now Daliang was too lazy to pay attention to Connie, who was not at the same level of power and was unreasonable. He said casually, "Mr. Connie, ignorance makes you arrogant, and greed makes you short-sighted. You had a very good store, but you ruined it. If you are willing to learn from my experience and study my store, I can support you to open chain stores in other places. The investment of £5,000 can make you earn several times or even dozens of times. But if you still can't see the gap between you and me, then you will know how kind I am to you now. Goodbye, Mr. Connie. Go back and think about it. Don't disturb me from enjoying my breakfast here." Daliang picked up a hamburger after he finished speaking. He wanted to eat the leaves inside first, but when he found that everyone was looking at him, he had to take a big bite of it in the standard way. Connie wanted to fight for it, but Sophia had already separated him and Daliang by holding the hilt of the sword. Connie knew that if he used force here, he would only suffer. He glared at Daliang and Sophia fiercely, and then left the fast food restaurant angrily. Sophia said, "Your Highness, I think he will definitely continue to cause trouble for us." Daliang took a sip of fruit milk, put another French fry in his mouth, and said, "Leave it to Hannah. She will definitely encounter many similar things in the future. Hannah, think clearly about whether the countermeasures you adopt will affect the business of this store. Use your brain more, not your knife." Daliang has discovered that his subordinates have a serious tendency to violence. If they are in the game, fighting and killing are the fun of life. But in the real world, he hopes that his subordinates can use their brains more. In the future, he will need a lot of talents in all aspects. He does not want to see his trusted subordinates only use killing to solve all problems. Hannah thought about Daliang's words, and she also found that she had the habit of carrying a few kitchen knives with her recently. Hannah saluted Daliang and said, "Yes, Your Highness. I will remember your teachings." When Daliang accompanied Black Pearl to have breakfast, Congressman George stood in front of the Parliament building. Above the 50 steps, the Parliament building towers majestically. The staff members coming in and out couldn't help but glance at Congressman George when they passed by him. Congressman George was in high spirits today, and there was no sign of frustration after a serious failure. He wore a brand new suit, a top hat, a cane, and his leather boots were polished to a shine. Instead, he looked as proud as if he had won a battle. "Let's go," Congressman George said, and walked up the steps. Behind him were 2 bay horses, and they also followed the congressman to the Parliament building. "Mr. Congressman, horses are not allowed to enter the Parliament building." 2 Internal Affairs Bureau personnel responsible for the security of the Parliament building stopped Congressman George, trying to stop the congressman from bringing his horse into the Parliament building. Congressman George looked back at the 2 chestnut horses following behind him and reprimanded the Internal Affairs Bureau personnel. "Of course horses cannot enter the Parliament building. But look carefully, are these horses? These are advanced creatures that are many times more noble than you. Get out of the way. I want to introduce them to the Speaker." One of the Internal Affairs Bureau security guards wanted to continue to stop Congressman George, but was pulled back by another person. Congressman George looked at the ignorant sparrow of the Internal Affairs Bureau, who was only responsible for guarding the door, with contempt, and continued to walk into the Parliament building with the 2 horses. "Aren't they just 2 horses?" After Congressman George entered the Parliament building, an Internal Affairs security guard complained, "Aren't they just horses? How can they be considered as higher-level creatures nobler than us? Is this guy crazy?" Another person advised, "Last night, the operation led by Congressman George failed. There was a fight in Saroying City all night. The Parliament suffered a huge loss. Congressman George must have been really scared." Some people said that the Speaker was angry all night and couldn't find Congressman George. "This time, Congressman George will definitely die. Let's not treat the dead as an example. Maybe in a while, he and his higher-level creatures will be carried out." Chapter 172. This is the horse. Speaker Peters was very angry. He felt that he was played by Marquis Whitehead like an idiot at the banquet yesterday. The Marquis talked about all kinds of irrelevant topics at the meeting, and even discussed how many red flowers and yellow flowers should be in the flower basket of the inauguration ceremony. The Speaker knew that Marquis Whitehead was stalling for time. If the plan to transfer weapons went smoothly, he would also find a way to delay the end of the meeting. However, as if it was intentional, Speaker Peters's position was facing the window of the conference room, and he could always watch the flares rising in the city, and the magic shining in the night sky. The banquet ended at 2 in the morning. When the speaker hurried back to the Parliament building, he found out that not a single box of weapons had been shipped out. The arsenal of the Azure Cathedral was destroyed, and all the weapons were flooded by sewage from the sewer. Then the units involved in the operation were followed by unknown forces. The other party attacked to prevent the evacuation of the personnel from all parties, and also tried to arrest people, so that when the speaker came back, there were still sporadic gunshots in the city of Saroying, and the person who was supposed to be responsible for the implementation of the entire plan disappeared. "George! You bastard!" Speaker Peters' roar echoed in the empty Parliament building. Then the people sent to look for Senator George never found any trace of him, and he seemed to have fled for fear of crime. "Find him. You must find him. Even if it's a corpse. You must bring it to me." Peters gave the order again. In one night, the Parliament suffered an unprecedented blow. Not only the loss of the batch of arms, but also the upcoming Saroyan purge. Marquis Whitehead must have a lot of names. And even if the insiders developed by the Parliament are not found out, they are probably unwilling to continue to serve the Parliament. Stealing a chicken, but losing the rice. Losing the lady and the soldiers. It can be imagined how much of a blow it is to the Parliament without weapons, and so many people. Will some people think that the Parliament cannot win and choose to join the Empire? Definitely. Speaker Peters knows what politicians are like. They shout ideals, but only have interests in their hearts. As long as they think the Parliament is incompetent, they will definitely join the arms of the Empire. George must be found and his death must be used to stabilize the morale of the army. Let him take all the responsibilities, and calm the anger of the damaged parties. From the end of the banquet in the early morning to the sunrise in the morning, Speaker Peters did not leave his office. He was waiting for news. In the end, George, the congressman, took the initiative to come to the door, and followed him into the speaker's office with 2 horses. The speaker didn't know what Congressman George wanted to do by bringing 2 horses in, but he had calmed down from anger. Although George had to die today, the speaker also wanted to know what he had been doing for so long. What secrets were hidden behind the failure of this operation? Waving his hand to let the guard who brought Congressman George in leave the office, the speaker sat back in his chair, pointed to another chair opposite the desk, and said to George, "Sit down and talk. I have always trusted you, even if you let me down again and again. I promise that your family will be well taken care of. Do you have anything to say to me in the end?" After that, the speaker looked at the 2 horses that Councillor George brought in. His office was very spacious, and even with 2 tall horses standing inside, the space did not seem oppressive. The speaker was very curious. George came to the Parliament building at this time, and he must have known his fate. But why did he bring 2 horses? Councillor George took off his hat and put it on the table, then sat down opposite the speaker. Then he said, "Mr. Speaker, I apologize to you for my mistake. Someone must be responsible for the weapons last night and the losses suffered by the Parliament in the future. I am ready to take all the responsibilities, and I also believe that after I die, the speaker will take good care of my family. However, I experienced a miraculous event last night, which made me realize I can't die yet. I will continue to serve the Parliament and the freedom of Marcellus." Speaker Peters didn't know what George was talking about. He said, "George, my dear friend, people must take responsibility for their mistakes. Although I want to protect you, my duty makes it impossible for me to do so. Say your last words. You will leave us without pain. Your ideals will be inherited by us. Listen to me tell you my experience, and then you can decide whether to kill me or not." George heard that the speaker was already a little impatient, and he began to tell the story he and Father Titus had woven in the alley. "Last night, when I learned that the Azure Cathedral's armory was flooded, I first sent out an alarm flare and then prepared to commit suicide. But Father Titus suddenly appeared to stop me and took me away. Father Titus originally wanted to come to the Parliament to tell us about the flooding of the armory, but he found traces of evil pagans on the way. You know, in the eyes of the priests of the most good church, any pagan is more important than our batch of weapons. So the priests followed the pagans to an alley. Member George made some changes to Father Titus's experience, changing his being held hostage to active tracking. Then there was a fight, but the evil pagan escaped. At this time, Father Titus remembered that he should have gone to the Parliament to report the news, but it was too late. The priest returned to the Azure Cathedral and stopped me from committing suicide. He knew that if I died, he would definitely become the next target of the Parliament. Father Titus had a very good future in the Church of the Most Good, and was a strong contender for the next bishop of the Azure Cathedral. This incident would make him lose the qualification to compete. He took me to the place where he fought with the evil cultists and explained to me, without the body of the evil pagan, he had no way to prove to the Church that he was derelict in his duty for tracking heretics. He hoped that I could start the third agreement with him. That is, if any accident occurs during the transportation, the Azure Cathedral will immediately stop the transportation of weapons, confiscate all remaining weapons, and no longer bear the confidentiality responsibility for the transaction. As long as I can make this agreement effective before I die, his responsibility will be greatly reduced. I promised him, because I saw the 2 horses in that alley. The priest said that they were left there by evil pagans, and the panicked Father Titus did not find the special features of these 2 horses. But I can see that they can keep me alive and continue to be valued by you. The speaker. After listening to Senator George's story, Speaker Peters had to look at the 2 horses again. These are horses. Ordinary horses used to pull carts. Chapter 173 Advanced Creatures. Hearing the snort of the horse, Speaker Peters' face turned very bad. He felt that he had been fooled and had listened to George's absurd stories for so long. George, pretending to be crazy won't save your life. George continued to talk to himself. We humans are only at the 0 level when we are born, and most of us cannot break through the first level and have magic power. We are strong because of the power of our group. We have enough population base to cultivate high-level magicians. We develop technology so that people at the 0 level can kill magicians of much higher levels with guns. It is precisely because of these advantages that humans, who are born weak, have occupied the world's largest and richest continent. But it is undeniable that some creatures are born higher than us and have higher talents than us. Their power may not be as strong as that of humans as a whole, but in some cases, they are so strong that they can influence many things. Nightmares are born as 10th level creatures of hell, a level that many humans cannot even dream of. And if we do our best to cultivate nightmares, how high can they grow? The 12th level is the level of the Hall Knights of the Supreme Church. The entire Supreme Church of Saroying probably has less than 15 Hall Knights, which is already a very shocking force. The 13th level is the strength of the Felton Paladin. Perhaps you, the speaker, also have the same power as the 13th level Grand Mage. And the nightmare is only 3 levels away from the 10th level to the 13th level. Hearing the nightmare, Speaker Peters frowned and said, I don't know what you are talking about. What nightmare? That is a creature from hell, a species that has disappeared for many years. Moreover, the Order Continent only allows the belief in the God of Light of the Supreme Church. What is your purpose in talking about the evil creatures of the pagan sect here? George, admitting the crime you committed will benefit everyone. The speaker continued to persuade. But at this time, Senator George suddenly said, Nightmare. Behind his seat, flames steamed out from the bodies of 2 bay horses. The changes in the nightmares were very visually impactful. The flames from hell burned their skin red, and the temperature in the room began to rise. During the transformation of the nightmares, Senator George introduced complacently, Fortunately, I have read the secrets of nightmares. When they come from hell to the human world, they will transform into ordinary horses and slowly live in towns and villages, and then quietly eat people's souls in their dreams. I saw through the 2 nightmares disguised as horses, and then signed a sole employment agreement with them after Father Titus left. Now these 2 nightmares belong to me, Mr. Speaker. As long as the Parliament is willing to train them with all its strength, they can definitely become level 13. And the Parliament will have 2 powerful warriors in the fight against the Empire, and they can transform into horses. The Holy See will not find out that we have nightmares. You need me. Bang. Just after Speaker George confidently introduced the nightmare, Speaker Peters unexpectedly shot George in the head. George, who was not prepared at all, was shot in the head, and his body slid down the chair to the ground. Then, Speaker Peters quickly took out the magic wand and cast magic to seal the doors and windows. Then he shouted to the guards, who heard the gunshots and knocked on the door, I'm fine. You guard my office. I won't see anyone at this time. Even if the governor comes, I won't see him. The sound of knocking on the door stopped. Speaker Peters walked around the desk, looked at George's body, and then walked to the front of the 2 nightmares and said, Please don't attack me. You are only level 10 for now. Although you are very strong, you will be a little weaker in front of me, even if you join forces. I have no intention of hurting you. I just think that the noble nightmare should not be enslaved by a humble human. Now that George has been killed by me, you are free. Can I know your names? And who summoned you? No. It shouldn't be a summon. I am surprised that you are not the condensation of evil divine power, but the real nightmare. You were created. Who mastered the technology of creating nightmares? The two nightmares did not make any moves, nor did they respond to Speaker Peters. The speaker put away his magic wand to show that he did not intend to use force, and continued, "You don't have to worry about me wanting to enslave you. Soul contracts can only be signed for a short period of time when the creatures of hell are born. Now you are free. As long as you don't want to. I dare not open my soul to nightmares. I want to help you. In this orderly continent ruled by the Supreme Church of Faith, it will be difficult for you to survive once you leave me. As long as you are willing to provide me with clues, I can help you find your creator. And perhaps you can also meet your fellow tribesmen." After the speaker finished speaking, the room returned to silence. The nightmares continued to stand motionless, and the speaker patiently waited for their answers. The speaker knew that George had concealed a lot of things, and that it was definitely not as simple as he said that he had obtained these two nightmares. The speaker wanted to know who created these two nightmares. He thought that if he killed the people who enslaved them, he could gain their trust and establish communication. But the speaker was obviously disappointed. An hour passed, and the nightmares did not say a word or move. The heat they emitted made the speaker turn on the cooling magic air conditioner in the office to the maximum, but it could not reduce his sweat caused by the heat. Speaker Peters took off his coat, unbuttoned his shirt, and cast water magic to cool down the office, and finally suppressed the nightmares heating of the office. "My patience is limited." Seeing that he was not getting better, the speaker began to threaten, "I can hand you over to the Holy See right now, and then Bishop Roland will definitely give me a big medal. You must answer my questions. I know you can understand what I say, and I also know you can communicate with me. You are high-level creatures of hell. You have just been born in this world not long ago. Do you want to die in vain?" But no matter how the speaker threatened, the nightmares still did not respond. Speaker Peters was a little mad. He said to himself, "I need to find more professional people. They will let you speak." After that, the speaker walked to the bookcase behind the desk. After activating a magic device, the bookcase opened a door. Speaker Peters walked in, and after a while, he came out with a man. The speaker pointed at the two nightmares and said to the man, "Look, two real nightmares. Advanced creatures from hell. If George hadn't brought them to me, I would never believe they were real. But they don't want to communicate with me. I need you to make them speak. Can you do it, Bishop Duncan?" Chapter 174 Bishop Duncan. The person brought here by Speaker Peters is the new bishop of the Sorroying branch said by the Church of Gazing at the Abyss. Duncan. After seeing the two nightmares, Duncan's eyes immediately became straight. He did not hear what Speaker Peters said later, and rushed directly in front of the nightmare, kneeling on the ground to recite the prayer of the Church of Gazing at the Abyss, praising the great Lord of Fear. The evil power gathered around him, and the flames of hell flashed in the air, and the roar from the abyss became louder and louder. It seemed that the devil from hell would appear soon. At this time, a hand patted Duncan on the shoulder, and Speaker Peters sternly warned, "Mr. Duncan, don't cause me trouble again. Isn't the lesson of Ramsay's death enough? This is Sorroying, the Parliament building. If you expose the existence of the evil church here, it will bring me big trouble. If Gazing into the Abyss wants to develop the church in Sorroying, it must listen to me." Duncan stopped praying. He retracted his fanatical gaze towards Nightmare, and said to Speaker Peters in a very unfriendly tone, "Who should be responsible for the death of Ramses and the devil? Although Ramses is very arrogant, he will not rashly attack the Azure Cathedral without anyone's instigation. And there is no one to help. There are only two of them. How can they complete such a complicated magic circle under the noses of the Holy See and the Special Security Bureau? They can't even get all the materials. Mr. Speaker, don't treat the Gazing into the Abyss Church as your tool. If you want to cooperate, you must show the attitude of a collaborator. If you still just want to use us, then you will know what the fear represented by the demon King Urgus is. It is a true gaze from the abyss. Speaker Peters is very afraid of Bishop Duncan. It was indeed he who instigated Ramses to attack the Azure Cathedral. He prepared the materials for drawing the magic circle, and even found the remote farm. The evil cultists and demons attacking the Azure Cathedral can strike at the Supreme Church, the Special Security Bureau, and the Azure Corps at the same time. The turmoil in the city of Saroying will cause citizens to distrust the Empire. The appearance of demons in the city will stimulate the demand of Saroying citizens for city armaments. As long as the demons keep making trouble in Saroying, they can keep embarrassing the Empire. At that time, everyone's attention was on the evil sect, and the Parliament could take the opportunity to do many things they wanted. As a result, Speaker Peters did not expect that in the face of the demons' attack, the Azure Cathedral actually used the weapons placed there by the Parliament. The Azure Corps entered the city and surrounded the Church of the Good and demanded a search. The script has changed. What's more serious is that in just 5 days, Ramses and his demons died, which did not play the role that the speaker imagined. Originally, the attention of the entire Saroying should have been on the demons, but in a blink of an eye, everyone was eyeing the weapons in the Azure Cathedral, forcing Speaker Peters to find a way to get the weapons out. Now that Ramses is dead, the demons are dead, and the weapons are gone, the Parliament will suffer heavy losses in the next few days. If gazing into the abyss causes trouble again, it will be really over. Speaker Peters needs the power of gazing into the abyss. This powerful demon sect has returned to the Order continent, and is willing to do a lot for him for a safe missionary environment. The Parliament's Internal Affairs Bureau and the Empire's Special Security Bureau check and balance each other. There are some things that the Internal Affairs Bureau cannot do, but gazing into the abyss can do. And if something goes wrong, it can be blamed on this evil sect, and it has nothing to do with the Parliament. Speaker Peters apologized to Bishop Duncan. Yes, Bishop Ramses' attack on the Azure Cathedral was indeed caused by me. But I also wanted to be able to preach better in Saroying for gazing into the abyss. And the whole attack went very smoothly. Bishop Duncan said, but they died. Yes, they died. The speaker said with regret, after they evacuated from the Azure Cathedral. I lost contact with Bishop Ramses. Then I sent someone to check the farm, but found that the farm disappeared. Disappeared? How could a farm disappear? Duncan asked. The speaker shrugged. I don't know. My men reported that he couldn't find the farm. Then, 5 days later, the Special Security Bureau sent someone to tell me that they had killed the evil believers and demons. I sent someone to the scene to see that it was indeed Bishop Ramses. This matter is very strange. There must be other reasons for the death of Bishop Ramses and the demon, which may not be related to the attack on the Azure Cathedral. But one thing is certain. There is a hidden force in the city of Saroying that none of us know about. They are very powerful and can easily kill the bishop and the demon who stares into the abyss, and can make a farm disappear. Perhaps they are also capable of creating the 10th level creature of hell, Nightmare. As they talked, Speaker Peters and Bishop Duncan refocused their attention on the two nightmares. The real nightmares are exciting, and the power behind them is also exciting. The speaker looked at the nightmares and said to Bishop Duncan, I didn't want you to come here. Nightmares are intelligent creatures. Now they know our relationship. If you can't get them to stand on our side, I have to kill them to silence them. I'll try my best, Duncan said. Although nightmares are beautiful and powerful in his eyes, they can only die if they cannot be controlled. Duncan walked in front of the two nightmares, showed them the hellfire condensed by the evil power, and then said, Your Excellency, as you can see, I am a human who worships the devil. I am a believer of the dread Lord Urgos. I hope you can join us to revitalize hell and let evil rule the world. Perhaps attracted by the evil aura on Duncan, or perhaps really feeling the threat to his life, the silent nightmare finally spoke. Our master, let us listen to the orders of the human named George in the future. Duncan turned around and asked Speaker Peters, Who is George? The speaker gestured behind Duncan, and then Duncan saw the body of Senator George under the desk. Dead? Duncan asked. Speaker Peters said helplessly. George said that he signed a sole contract with Nightmare, and Nightmare obeyed him. So I believed it. I thought that killing George would cancel the contract. Now it seems, the owner of these two nightmares is another person. Duncan showed murderous intent and asked, Who is it? At this time, Speaker Peters showed a strange expression. Father Titus. George would never promise to help Father Titus for no reason. But he is a priest of the Holy See and has a very high status in the Azure Cathedral. How could he be the owner of the nightmare? I must have made a wrong judgment. Duncan turned to the nightmare and asked, Is Father Titus your master? My master doesn't let me disclose any information about him. The speaker asked again, When George took you away, was Father Titus the only one around you? Yes. Chapter 175 Good luck. Nightmare's answer basically proves that Father Titus is their real master, even if there is a deviation. Father Titus knows who Nightmare's master is. It is such a great irony that a priest of the most good church, who believes in the God of light, regards all other beliefs as heresy, and is determined to eliminate all evil, actually owns Nightmare. Bishop Duncan seemed to have discovered a huge treasure. He said excitedly, "This is a major discovery. A priest of the most good church, who claims to represent kindness, has signed a soul contract with two evil high-level creatures. Nightmare. If this news is announced, it will definitely be a major blow to the most good church. These hypocritical guys, while fighting what they think are heretics, cultivate evil creatures. I will let the whole world see the true face of the Church of the Most Good." Bishop Duncan, who discovered the great secret of the Church of the Most Good, wanted to return to the secret room, but was stopped by Speaker Peters. "No. If you just spread the news that Father Titus has the evil creature Nightmare, it will not cause any damage to the Church of the Most Good. I can think of many ways now to make all your expectations come to nothing, and then destroy the branch of gazing into the abyss in Saroying. The faith rule of the Church of the Most Good on the continent of order cannot be corrupted by a priest." After being reminded by the speaker, Duncan also realized that he had overestimated the extent of the damage to the Holy See. He thought for a moment and said, "Then we can use this incident to attack the Azure Cathedral, and there is no need for gazing at the abyss to intervene. Since Father Titus has signed a soul contract with Nightmare, it means that his faith in the God of Light has been shaken, and he has lost the qualification to use the power of the God of Light. As long as you can prove that these two nightmares belong to Father Titus, the reputation of the Azure Cathedral in Saroying City will be completely destroyed, and we can develop gazing at the abyss." Duncan wants to develop the church, and Speaker Peters is just using gazing at the abyss. He doesn't want this evil sect to really gain a foothold in Saroying. The Church of the Most Good is the important force that restrains gazing into the abyss, so it cannot really destroy the Azure Cathedral. The speaker persuaded, "My Lord Bishop, you seem to have only seen that Father Titus has evil nightmares. Haven't you considered where these two nightmares came from?" Speaker Peters led Bishop Duncan's thoughts in another direction. These two nightmares are not projections of evil creatures condensed by evil divine power, but real nightmares, and they are created. In addition to the divine arts of summoning projections of evil creatures, the Church of Gazing into the Abyss also has the technology to create hell creatures. Sir Charles, who once joined the Church of Gazing into the Abyss, used this technology to create the Little Demon. But the Little Demons are low-level hell creatures, and the entire Church of Gazing at the Abyss does not have very advanced evil creature manufacturing technology. Creating a life that can grow is much more difficult than using divine power to summon evil projections. Looking at the nightmare again, Bishop Duncan couldn't help showing greed, and asked the nightmare, "Who created you?" The nightmare replied, "I was asked not to reveal any information about my creator." Duncan said to Speaker Peters, "You are right. The manufacturing technology of nightmares is definitely more important to the Church of Gazing at the Abyss than a blue cathedral. As long as we master this technology, we can create a large number of nightmares that are born at the 10th level, and then cultivate them. When the nightmare army appears, the world will truly become hell." Speaker Peters also coveted the nightmare manufacturing technology. He said to Bishop Duncan, "If we want to know who created the nightmare, we need to find clues from Father Titus. Therefore, we cannot make public the information that Father Titus has joined the evil. Otherwise, knowing that someone can create nightmares will not be a secret we know. Belief in the devil of hell is not just about staring into the abyss." Bishop Duncan agreed with Speaker Peters' words, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These people who play politics are indeed more shrewd than each other. And Ramses died without complaint. If you don't want to be killed inexplicably, you should be more careful about this, Speaker. What do you think we should do? Nothing needs to be done for the time being. Speaker Peters said confidently, "Father Titus is willing to lend Nightmare to George. It must be because George did not pursue his mistakes. In addition, we can use George to hide the two nightmares and let the Parliament train them. I will activate the third clause of the weapons transfer agreement in the name of Congressman George, and then make Congressman George disappear. As long as Congressman George does not appear for a long time, Father Titus will naturally be anxious. When people are anxious, they will have wild thoughts. After a long time, he will come to me on his own initiative." Duncan asked again, "What should we do with these two nightmares? Their soul contracts are still with Father Titus." Speaker Peters walked in front of the nightmares and said, "Now George is dead. Before your master gives you new orders, you can choose your fate. If you want to live, go with Bishop Duncan. He will train you and make you stronger. We can protect you, and keep you from meeting Father Titus until you are strong enough to break the soul contract and gain freedom. If you want to be loyal to your master, I will kill you now. But I think the creatures of hell generally do not choose the second option. Nightmares are not loyal to Father Titus. But the soul contract forces them to obey the priest's orders. And the soul contract is not foolproof. The creatures of hell are good at playing with souls. And nightmares are the best among them. With the increase of strength, it is not difficult for nightmares to forcibly cancel the soul contract. The only thing the two nightmares fear is their creator, the evil angel Solomon. When saving their lives does not conflict with Solomon's orders, the two nightmares will of course choose to save their lives. The nightmares didn't think too much. They extinguished the hellfire on their bodies together, turned back into bay horses, and said, "Your Excellency, the speaker is right. Before my master issues a new order, we can decide our own fate. We can leave with Bishop Duncan. And we are willing to contribute our strength to your church." After getting two nightmares, Bishop Duncan and Speaker Peters laughed together, as if bad luck had left last night, and good luck began to favor them. At this time, Dalian also finished his breakfast at the multi-flavor fast food flagship store. The dishes made by Hannah are definitely at the level of court chefs, with tender meat, crispy eggs, and soft and fragrant bread. The fruit milk is moderately sweet, and the fruit and milk flavors are just right. Eating an ordinary breakfast has become a kind of enjoyment. Dalian seems to have heard the sound of gold coins colliding in the cash box. Tomorrow is officially open for business. Let's have a 40% discount promotion for 10 days. Children with admission letters from the Pure Magic Academy will receive school bags and a full set of stationery. Chapter 176 Primary Ministry of Magic. After breakfast, Dalian and Black Pearl confirmed the opening time of the multi-flavor fast food restaurant, and then took a carriage to the Pure Magic Academy. Today, there is a trial class of Princess Ziling, and Dalian must go to support her and feel the atmosphere of the classroom in another world. Black Pearl is also looking forward to Princess Ziling's trial class. She sat side by side with Dalian in the carriage and said excitedly, "Her Royal Highness got up very early, said strange things to the mirror, and laughed strangely. By the way, she was wearing a very pointed magician's hat when she left. Rachel should have seen it. The maid Rachel was in charge of the carriage. She adjusted the temperature in the carriage to a comfortable range, and then smiled and replied to Black Pearl, 'I sent Her Royal Highness to the Pure Magic Academy. You can see that Her Royal Highness is very nervous.' Black Pearl said anxiously, 'I'm talking about the hat. She is wearing a very pointy hat. It's so ugly.' 'Yes, Her Royal Highness is wearing a very pointy hat,' Rachel explained to Dalian. 'The magician hat Her Royal Highness wears is a magic treasure house made by the fairy dragons, which records all the magic mastered by the fairy dragons. Her Royal Highness usually doesn't wear that hat. After all, that hat is a very antique thing even from the perspective of our time. Today is just a trial class. But Her Royal Highness actually took out the magician's hat. She is really too nervous.' After Rachel's description, Dalian also thought of the magician's hat owned by Princess Ziling. Not to mention this era, even in the ancient magic era, that hat is the most comprehensive magic encyclopedia. According to Princess Ziling, as long as you wear that magician's hat, you can use all elemental magic. It must have reached the level of a divine weapon, and is the treasure of the fairy dragon clan. Dalian had wanted to borrow it many times before, but Princess Ziling refused to take it out. This time, when he heard that Princess Ziling actually wore that hat to class, Dalian suddenly didn't dare to listen to her trial class. Who are the people who will attend the trial class today? Brown Jennings will definitely be there, as will several magic professors and teaching assistants from the Pure School of Magic. Except for Brown, who is a 9th level senior magician. The other teachers and staff of the school are all junior and intermediate level. The quality of the professors at the Pure School of Magic is terrible. The rest are students who have been admitted to the Pure School of Magic. All of them are 6-year-old children. In addition, there are some parents of children in the entire trial class, excluding Black Pearl, a pseudo-2nd level junior magician. The one with the highest magic level is Brown. Princess Ziling wore a magic artifact to class, and Dalian was really afraid that this dragon would get nervous and blow up the entire school. This is not a class. This is a visit to a nuclear bomb, one that could explode at any time. Black Pearl, I think we should not go to the princess class today. How about we go fishing at the beach? Dalian tried to persuade Black Pearl. When she heard about fishing, Black Pearl was obviously successfully diverted. But she quickly shook her head and said, "But the princess said, I must go to her trial class today. I must." De Liang seemed to hear the roar of a giant dragon over the entire Saroying. "Then let's go to class." This was the second time that De Liang came to the Pure Magic Academy. Compared with the last time, the entire Magic Academy has changed a lot. First of all, the gate is closed. The Academy has hired a group of security personnel and organized patrols to block those who want to break into the Academy. In the past, the Pure Magic Academy opened its gates and was eager for people to come in. Then the upgrade of the Junior Magic Department has come to an end. Except for some functional classrooms that are still doing the final debugging of equipment in the entire four-corner tower teaching area, other areas can be put into use. Especially in the student apartment area, freshmen who have received admission notices are moving in one after another. The newly hired life teachers of the Academy will be responsible for the daily life of the junior students of the Junior Magic Department. This semester, the Pure School of Magic plans to recruit 200 new students. In the next 10 years, the entire School of Magic will have 3,000 students studying in the Ministry of Magic at all levels. Without letting Rachel and Sophia follow, De Liang and Black Pearl walked into the teaching area of the four-corner tower together. Four quaint two-story buildings surrounded a rectangular four-corner building. In the northeast corner of the four-corner building, there is a tower with a diameter of 15 meters and a height of 30 meters. The four-corner building is the regular class teaching area of the primary Ministry of Magic. Inside the tower are functional classrooms, with special meditation rooms, physics experiment classrooms, potion experiment classrooms, and chemistry experiment classrooms. Except for the tower, which is still under test closure. The quadrangular building has been fully opened and put into use. De Liang and Black Pearl just entered the quadrangular tower teaching area from the south gate with several parents leading their children, and then saw Miss Annie waiting there. Miss Annie's job is really leisurely. As the director of the Special Security Bureau, she can actually go out and play during working hours. Unlike me, I will soon study here from morning to night. De Liang did not expect that he would return to school one day. Looking at the parents around him, who were visiting the teaching area with their children, he was filled with infinite emotion. Annie came to greet him, and the smile on her face showed that she was in a very good mood. "I can be so leisurely thanks to the help of Master Liang. Otherwise, I would probably still be busy looking for evil cultists and demons lurking in the city. I am here to volunteer today. Brown is really too busy. Many professors and teaching assistants who come to apply for the job need him to listen to the trial lectures to determine whether they will stay. He has very high requirements for faculty and staff, and students' achievements depend largely on the level of professors." At this time, De Liang has seen the interior of the quadrangular building. The four buildings surround a square in the middle that is half the size of a football field. There is a running track and some equipment for physical exercise on the square. It looks like a very modern school, and it doesn't look like it has anything to do with magic. Hearing that there are so many trial lectures today, De Liang asked in confusion, "Won't the Saroying Magic Academy send a group of professors to the Pure Magic Academy? Why are we still recruiting?" And explained, Saroyan Magic Academy sent professors of magic to the Pure Magic Academy. But a magic academy does not only teach magic. In addition to magic classes, magic academies also have compulsory courses like other ordinary schools. Younger students must learn to read, and older students must learn literature. There are also mathematics, history, geography, nature and physics, alchemy, potions, chemistry, geometry, astronomy in the future. In the Empire, there are also writing, swordsmanship, military, and various other subjects. In this era, it is difficult for a magician who only knows magic to survive. And all this knowledge requires professional professors to teach. And the Pure Magic Academy recruits these teachers. Chapter 177 different from what I imagined. Although I knew that the Magic Academy taught more than just magic, I still felt a headache when I heard that there were so many subjects. But I had to learn. Even though the regular subjects of the elementary magic department were not as rich as the knowledge he learned in elementary and middle school. This was a different world, with magic, and a lot of common sense knowledge might not be universal on Earth. The difference in details started from the most basic knowledge, and the difference would only become obvious after the system grew up. Therefore, I couldn't stop learning the regular subjects at a lower age just because they were simple. If a formula unique to this world was ignored, it might lead to key misjudgments in the future. Of course, Daliang's speed of learning and initiative in learning are not comparable to those of children of this age. Although he came to school, Daliang really didn't plan to learn to speak in the same classroom with these little kids. In addition to magic courses, Daliang planned to study by himself and hire private teachers for other lower grade courses. After reaching a certain level, he would jump directly to the higher grades. Daliang said to Annie, "What we learn in the Magic Academy of this era is indeed very different from the Magic Academy of our era." In which classroom is Miss Xiling giving her trial class? Annie came to the Pure Magic Academy at this time, and her main purpose was to listen to Xiling's trial class. I want to hear what amazing things a hero from the ancient magic era can say in the magic class. Come with me. Annie led the way for Daliang and said, Miss Xiling's trial class is in Class 1. Grade 1. There are 5 classes in Grade 1, with 40 students in each class. Master Liang, you and Miss Black Pearl are both in Class 1, because Miss Xiling must wait for you to arrive before starting her trial class. Brown first arranged a gentleman who came to apply for a literacy assistant to give a trial class. When you arrive, it will be Miss Xiling's turn. After passing through a building door, Daliang and Black Pearl followed Miss Annie into the interior of the quadrangular building. A circular corridor runs through the quadrangular building. On one side of the corridor are classrooms, and on the other side is a closed area. Outside the window is the central square of the quadrangular building. The walls are painted white, and the nameplates of the classes are hung on the doors of the classrooms. The sound of lectures can be heard from the closed classroom doors. Is this a magic school? How come there is no sense of mystery of magic at all? Seeing such a teaching environment, Daliang was very disappointed. What is the difference between this and the elementary school on Earth? If a flagpole is erected on the side of the square, a flag-raising ceremony can be held on Monday, and then everyone will salute the young pioneers together. Annie heard Daliang's low complaints, and she asked puzzledly, magic is a part of our lives. How can there be a sense of mystery? All magic schools are like this. Is Master Liang dissatisfied with this place? Not very satisfied. Liang talked about his imagined magic school. In my imagination, students of the magic school should wear magic robes as school uniforms. There should be many fairies and servants in the corridors. There are movable portraits of people on the walls. They will say hello and visit other portrait frames. There are golems guarding the corners of the corridors, and owl messengers flying in the air. There are also hidden classrooms here, which are only open at midnight. And the square should not be like this. During recess, students will ride brooms in the air to chase a metal ball with wings. Riding on a broom? Annie was puzzled by this recess activity. You are talking about the Magic Academy in the ancient magic era. But the flying props are made into the shape of a broom. Why make the flying props into a broom? Will it scare the children to hang the soul alchemy portrait in the academy? Why use space magic to build a mysterious classroom and open it at midnight? Shouldn't students sleep at that time? Do students need fairy servants? Use owls to send messages. Why not use carrier pigeons? Alas, Daliang understood that because there is no magic on Earth, movies and novels use imagination to make magic magical and weird. In this world, magic is part of daily life. As long as it is practical, no one would bother to make magic mysterious and sneaky. A real magic school disappointed Daliang, who came with high hopes. But in response to Annie's questions, Daliang argued strongly, this is the characteristic of a magic school. The purpose of magic teaching is not only to impart knowledge to students, but also to fully develop students' imagination. Why can't flying props be made into the shape of a broom? This can develop students' imagination. If it can be made into a broom, it can naturally be made into other shapes. The soul alchemy portrait is to let students feel the greatness of alchemy at all times, and give them a goal to pursue from an early age. The mysterious classroom is to increase students' spirit of exploration and improve their ability to discover. The elf servant is to cultivate students' communication ability with magical creatures. The owl messenger is to let students feel the changes brought about by biological transformation. Let magic accompany students at all times. In this magic academy, my first feeling is stereotyped. Everything is fixed in a framework. Students learn what the academy asks them to learn, and the monotonous study life will slowly erode the children's innate spirituality. Magic, on the other hand, requires the kind of imagination that can be used freely. Miss Annie, look out the window. If there is a group of magic apprentices chasing each other madly on broomsticks, and a group of magic apprentices running along the painted track in a line, who do you think will have a higher magic achievement? Miss Annie heard Daliang's words, which were like a loud bell. and gave her an epiphany. She exclaimed, "Is this the way to train magicians in the ancient magic era? It's amazing! I finally know why magic today can't reach the height of the ancient magic era. It turns out that we were wrong from the very beginning of the most basic magician training system. We have eliminated the uncertainty of a magician's development and framed their thinking within a framework. This is why we have educated so many magicians. But it is difficult to produce masters and extraordinary people. Sorry, Master Liang. I can't accompany you. I need to immediately sort out the magician training methods I learned from you, and then report to the Empire to promote a new magic school education system across the country as soon as possible." Wait. De Liang quickly stopped Annie. "Okay. I just brag casually. And you take it seriously. Use these things in novels, movies, and TV shows to replace the magic education system that you have perfected for hundreds of years. If it collapses, who will be responsible?" Chapter 178 Magic Apprentice. Wait. De Liang quickly stopped Annie, who seemed to have obtained the training method of extraordinary magicians, and secretly warned himself not to talk nonsense casually in the future. Then he said to Annie seriously, "The training method of magicians in the ancient magic era may not be applicable in your era. After all, the war in the theocracy era caused very serious damage to the world. The slow development of magic in this era may not be the problem of a single magic school. I think, don't rush to promote the magic teaching I mentioned throughout the Empire. First, set up a magic school as a pilot and slowly develop a unique magician training method that suits this era. This is the best solution." After hearing what De Liang said, Annie realized that she was indeed a little hot-headed. Annie had been in contact with this group of ancient heroes for the purpose of exploring the magic civilization established in the ancient magic era. So she believed in De Liang's well-founded nonsense, and thought that her discovery could trigger a leap in the level of magic in the Empire. After De Liang's reminder and careful analysis, she felt that she had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg of the magic training system in the ancient magic era. If she rashly changed the magic education system of the Empire, there would definitely be problems. It is a very good suggestion to conduct a pilot project. First, we will build a magic school imitating the ancient times. Then, according to the information revealed by Master Liang, we will slowly add and explore on our own. We will definitely be able to present the ancient magic school in this era. By then, the Empire will have the most advanced magician training system in the world. It will only take 30 years. The magic level of the Empire can pull out a generation gap with other countries. Today is Miss Ziling's trial class. Nothing is more important than this class. Master Liang is right. We should find a magic teaching method that suits us. Grade 1. Class 1. Master Liang. Please come in, Miss Black Pearl. And pushed open the back door of the first grade class. De Liang took a deep breath and walked into the classroom with a pilgrimage mood. Many people were already sitting in the 40-person classroom. In front were the new students enrolled by the Pure Magic Academy. All of them were 6 or 7 years old. Although these children were young, the fact that they could sit here showed that their families had a good economic foundation and had received some preschool education. Magic was not something that ordinary people could learn. The tuition fee of 2 gold pounds per month was not something that ordinary families could afford. Then, there were the magic materials consumed in magic learning, which was also a large expense. If you don't have a talent for magic, you will have to consume more magic potential-inducing potions than students with magic talent. And you will have to spend money. During the period of studying at the Magic Academy, the most economical comprehensive expenditure for a magic apprentice is 4 gold pounds per month. As the magic learning deepens in the future, various expenses will continue to increase. If the family is not well off, or the student is talented enough to receive a scholarship from the academy, it is difficult for a student to complete all his studies. A large number of Magic Academy students will leave the Magic Academy in each academic year and transfer to other ordinary academies to continue their studies. Training a magician is a very expensive process. The economic conditions of a student's family are an important indicator of whether a student can be admitted. The school should try to minimize the number of students who drop out each year. The Pure School of Magic is not a charity. In addition to students with magical talents who can get tuition waivers, other ordinary students have a golden bag behind them. At the same time, whether there is a good preschool education is also an important indicator for the magic school to admit students. Therefore, the children who come to listen to the trial class sit upright in the front row, and their temperament is very different from that of children from ordinary families. Sitting in the middle of the classroom are the existing teachers of the Peer School of Magic. They are responsible for giving a comprehensive evaluation to each lecturer who comes to give a trial class, and then summarize these evaluations to Brown. And finally Brown decides who to sign the employment contract with. Some parents of students were sitting at the back of the classroom. They were all people of certain status in Saroying City. Although they were not qualified to send their children to Saroying Magic Academy, they were unwilling to let their children go to other ordinary magic academies. The springboard of Wharf Magic Academy gave them the opportunity to enter Saroying Magic Academy. However, there was a process for the merger of Wharf Magic Academy into Saroying Magic Academy. During this process, what level of teaching level the Wharf Magic Academy could reach was something that these parents were very concerned about. Therefore, these parents also spontaneously came to listen to the trial lessons and enthusiastically checked for the Wharf Magic Academy. Daliang and Black Pearl entered the classroom, attracting everyone to look back. However, everyone just took a look and turned their attention back to the podium. They thought Daliang and Black Pearl were children who came to listen to the trial class. Although they were a little cute, but as parents, they all thought their own children were cuter. As for In, not everyone could recognize that she was the daughter of Governor Marcellus, who had just taken office this morning, the director of the Special Security Bureau, and the terrifying intelligence chief. Brown, the only one who knew their identities, did not make a sound to disrupt the quiet environment of the classroom. He just pointed to the empty seats for Daliang and the others from a distance, and continued to listen to the lecturer's class on the podium. Daliang and He Zhenju sat down in the empty seats in the front row. On the podium was a young male lecturer. He did not let Daliang and his friends suddenly come in and affect his class. Instead, he paused to drink a sip of water. After everyone sat down, he immediately returned to the teaching state. The upcoming merger of Peer Magic Academy and Saroying Magic Academy not only attracted students who wanted to take the opportunity to enter Saroying Magic Academy. The identities of professors and assistants at Saroying Magic Academy also attracted many excellent lecturers. Many of them were professors and assistants in other ordinary schools, just like the lecturer on the podium now, who had very rich teaching experience at first glance. Brown secretly gave the lecturer an excellent evaluation, and at the same time looked at the resume of the lecturer in his hand. With his ability, he had no problem teaching the literature class of the Intermediate Ministry of Magic. But the Peer School of Magic was recruiting teachers for the first-year students of the Elementary Ministry of Magic this year, and he could only teach from literacy. This is the charm of Saroying School of Magic. The trial class ended soon. Brown was the first to applaud after the lecturer finished the trial class, and then walked to the podium after the lecturer left. Ladies and gentlemen, the next person to start the trial class is Professor Ziling, who is an 11th level magician, second only to our Dean Morton in terms of magic rank. Although Professor Ziling has no teaching experience, her achievements in magic make me feel like I am just a drop of dew in front of the vast ocean. When Brown introduced Princess Ziling and said that she had no teaching experience, the audience under the podium couldn't help but whisper, especially the parents of the students. How can you teach without teaching experience? Educating these magic apprentices who are new to magic is not something you can do just because you have a high rank. To deal with naughty children of this age, experience is more needed, not magical achievements. Chapter 179, Questioning Faith. Unaffected by the small chaos in the audience, Brown continued, I firmly believe that Professor Ziling is the greatest asset of the Peer School of Magic. I firmly believe that Professor Ziling will definitely make the magic level of the Peer School of Magic reach the top of the world. Now please welcome Professor Ziling with applause to start her trial class. She will be responsible for the new course specially set up by the Peer School of Magic. Magical Magic. Applause rang out. Although everyone was skeptical about a magic professor with no teaching experience, an 11th level magician should be given due respect. In addition, Vice Dean Jennings highly praised Professor Ziling, which made everyone in the classroom very curious about this magic professor and this newly added course. In fact, Brown knew that Princess Ziling had no ability to teach these magic apprentices. The magic teaching of first-year students does not involve the application of magic, but slowly cultivates them into meditation and gives them a preliminary contact with magic. However, children are lively and active, and it is very difficult for a magic professor to manage children in order to calm them down. At the same time, meditation classes now require professional equipment, and professors need to have enough knowledge and experience to guide apprentices into meditation. Princess Ziling has not yet learned how to operate the meditation equipment, so she cannot hand over the magic apprentices to her for the time being. However, at the strong request of Princess Xiling, Brown started a special course for her. Magical Magic class. Let Princess Xiling play freely, and show the magic apprentices a magical world that she has mastered. The exact definition is, advanced early childhood education. Satisfying the fairy dragon's forced intimacy with young children. And taking the children to play happily for a class. Brown didn't think much of this class. No matter how Princess Xiling taught, she had to stay. The whole process was just a passing scene. But Princess Xiling didn't think so. A special course for herself. A course that only she was qualified to teach. She must not mess it up. Princess Xiling was standing outside the front door of the classroom. She was wearing a blue and white magic wizard robe. A fairy dragon artifact magician hat on her head. And a magic wand made of unicorn horn in her hand. After the applause in the classroom, she gently pushed the door open with a wind and walked in. Looking at De Liang and Heijinju sitting in the front row, Princess Xiling's nervous mood instantly relaxed a lot. Princess Xiling walked to the podium and introduced herself first. Good morning, everyone. I am Xiling, the lecturer of this trial class, responsible for the magical magic class specially opened by the Pure Magic Academy. Elements are the power of the origin of the world. Air, fire, earth, water, light, and darkness are the 6 basic elements. These 6 elements can be derived and combined to produce other types of elements. The way to perceive and use elements is magic. In the ancient magic era, the application of magic reached a peak. Some magicians can even integrate themselves into the magic elements, comprehend the laws, and become beings that coexist with the laws. Magic opened up the plane and promoted the integration of multiple races. At that time, in our plane, humans, elves, orcs, undead, hell, and many other races lived together in one city. Princess Xiling's retro dress already gave people a very old-fashioned feeling. And the opening was a bit boring. When she said that the city in the ancient magic era was a mixture of multiple races, a parent of a student sitting at the back of the classroom stood up angrily. He loudly accused, "It's nonsense. It is possible for humans and elves to live together if orcs also live in the same city. I don't know much about the ancient magic era, and I have no prejudice against orcs. I can accept your idea. But the undead are evil creatures that desecrate corpses. How can humans live together with the undead? All undead should be destroyed. And all necromancers are heretics who should be burned at the stake. And you actually said that the hell race also lives in the same city with humans. They are the most evil creatures who like to devour souls. Think about the damage a demon caused to Soroing some time ago. Will we allow demons to live next door to us? Professor Xiling, I suspect you are a heretic of the evil church, and you are spreading evil thoughts. I will never allow my children to receive such education. Deputy Dean Jennings, you should notify the Azure Cathedral at this time. This parent's words aroused the response of other parents of students. They can tolerate a magic professor without teaching experience, but they can never ignore that a magic professor may be a heretic on the evil side. The parents of students called their children to their side for protection, and then accused Xiling, asking Vice Dean Jennings to respond and notify the Azure Cathedral. The teachers of the Pure School of Magic also looked at Brown. They knew that Professor Xiling was specially approved by the Vice President to join the Pure School of Magic. And this new course was also imposed by the Vice President using his authority. Now Professor Xiling seems to have a problem with his faith. Does it mean that Vice President Jennings' faith is also problematic? The demons that appeared in Soroing made the citizens very nervous about the pagans on the evil side. Princess Xiling stood on the podium and watched quietly, considering whether to give each of these ignorant people a breath of dragon's breath. Even with the protection of these lovely children, the dragon princess has the confidence to kill them one by one. Brown immediately stood up and said to the increasingly angry parents, "Parents, please be quiet. Professor Xiling is talking about the ancient magic era. Although we have no way to prove whether the cities of that era were multi-ethnic, we also have no way to prove that they were not multi-ethnic. Professor Xiling must have her reasons for saying this. Magic is a very neutral force. I don't want religious persecution to occur in the Wharf Magic School. The Holy See has no right to threaten the safety of the faculty and staff in my magic school. If anyone wants to bring the struggle of faith into the Wharf Magic School, then I ask him to leave." Brown's tough attitude immediately made the classroom quiet. Professor Xiling was talking about the city in the ancient magic era. It would be a bit too much to label a heretic just because you disagree with her point of view. But the man, who was obviously a believer of the God of Light, did not have the slightest intention of retreating. He continued, "The Church of the Most Good is the only legal church recognized by all countries in the Order Continent. The Church of the Most Good has the right to punish any heretics, which is a right recognized by the Fleming Empire and the Marcellus Province. No magic school can harbor heretics. I insist that the Azure Cathedral send church knights to the Pure Magic School to identify Professor Ziedling's beliefs. The God of Light is with me." Chapter 180, Persecution of Faith. The man recited a prayer and began to emit holy light with divine power. He protected himself and his child in the defense shield constructed by divine power, and looked vigilantly at Princess Ziedling on the podium, and Brown, whose face had turned pale with anger. If this man was allowed to spread the information that Princess Ziedling was a pagan, it would inevitably cause turmoil in the entire Pure Magic Academy. If the Holy See of the Supreme Being really intervened, how could these ancient heroes allow the Azure Cathedral to take Princess Ziedling away? What if a fight broke out? A group of ancient heroes of the 15th Saint rank went berserk in the city of Saroying. How many rounds of bombing could this city withstand? Brown couldn't help but look at Daliang. He was the hidden boss in his classroom. He hoped that he could find a perfect solution to this sudden incident. At this time, Daliang and Black Pearl were the only two children still sitting in the front row. It was hard not to attract attention. Daliang turned around and sat on the table facing the people squeezed in the back. Princess Ziedling's public strength was already an 11th level magician. The parents of the students suspected that she was an evil cultist. They were all worried that she would attack and hurt people after her identity was exposed. Daliang looked at the man with the power of the God of Light and said to Brown, "After this class, check all the students who enrolled again. As long as you find a student whose family believes in the God of Light, expel him immediately. Reason for expulsion? Tell them what happened today, including the name of the person who persecuted the believers, so-and-so." Brown asked hesitantly, "If all students whose families believe in the God of Light are expelled, won't this involve too many people?" Daliang, who had other intentions for the Pure Magic Academy, said, "Am I asking for your opinion? Now a believer of the God of Light dares to interrupt Professor Ziedling's trial class, which makes me very unhappy. Someone must pay the price for my unhappiness. Are you willing to expel students whose families believe in the God of Light? Or should I use my brain to think of another way?" Brown didn't dare to let Daliang think again. Last time, he wanted Master Liang to help solve the problem of the enrollment of the Pure Magic Academy. But the Special Security Bureau attacked the city daily. Now, expelling a few students whose families believe in the God of Light can appease Master Liang's unhappiness. The cost is too low. "Hey, Mr. Adams, you are expelled." "No, your child is expelled." Adams is the man who was called so-and-so by Daliang. He didn't expect that his child would be expelled just like that. However, Adams did not give in because his child was expelled. He said with great momentum, "Vice Dean Jennings, my child has obtained the formal admission qualification through the normal review of the Pure Magic Academy. You have no right to expel my child." "And who is that child?" "You actually listen to the orders of a child. He must be possessed by the devil. You, and you. You are all evil heretics. You sneaked into the Pure Magic School just to lead our children to evil and become sacrifices for your evil rituals." Adams' words made everyone in the classroom panic. After all, it was really weird that Vice Dean Jennings listened to a child and agreed to such an impolite request. Adams saw that his views had been accepted by most people. So he took out his magic wand and commanded triumphantly, "Don't panic. I believe that many of you are magicians. As long as we unite, we can protect our children even if these evil cultists want to attack us. Don't believe the lie that the woman is an 11th level magician. She is a genius to be a 7th level senior magician at her age. This is a scam of evil heretics. The God of Light is with us." Under Adams's instigation, those parents who were still hesitant in their hearts took out their magic wands and aimed them at Princess Ziedling and Brown Jennings on the podium in order to protect their children. It seemed that a magic battle was about to unfold in this small classroom. At this time, the back door of the classroom was pushed open, and a man in a magic robe walked in. "I am Professor Ralph of Saroying School of Magic. What happened here?" The person who came in was Professor Ralph, who had a conflict with Brown. When he saw Brown, he said gloatingly, "It turns out that Vice President Jennings is also here. As the instructor of the Academic Affairs Office of the Junior Magic Department of Saroying School of Magic, I am evaluating the Junior Magic Department of the Pure School of Magic. It seems that something happened here that affected my score. When Brown saw Professor Ralph breaking in so coincidentally, he felt that this emergency might not be that simple. He replied to Ralph, "Has the equipment in the tower completed the final debugging? And there are still a few days before the new semester begins. I did not invite Saroying School of Magic to evaluate our junior Ministry of Magic. Your coming at this time is not in line with the agreement between our two magic schools?" Professor Ralph walked in and said, "Your junior Ministry of Magic. The unfinished parts can be viewed last, and the parts that have been completed and put into use can be viewed in advance, so that you can see them carefully. After all, the previous style of the Pier School of Magic was very bad. If you take advantage of the loopholes, and I don't see it clearly, I will be responsible." "Okay. Who can tell me what happened here?" Adams came out very tacitly. He told the whole process again, and finally testified, "Professor Ralph, I suspect that Vice Dean Jennings intends to hire heretics to enter the Pure Magic Academy. The purpose is to wait for the Pure Magic Academy to be merged into the Saroying Magic Academy, and then train ignorant children in the Saroying Magic Academy to believe in false gods. Now there are serious faith problems among the faculty and staff of the Pure Magic Academy. I asked the Azure Cathedral to send someone to thoroughly investigate the Pure Magic Academy." Seeing that the matter began to involve the entire Pure Magic Academy, Brown was more convinced that this was manipulated by Ralph. In the process of teaching, the Magic Academy will inevitably involve some knowledge about the dead and hell. As long as they are willing to force the connection, they can say that a magic professor has evil heresy tendencies. The attitude of the Holy See of Goodness towards heresy is zero tolerance. As long as they find clues related to heresy, they will definitely investigate. The Pure Magic Academy is certainly not afraid of investigating things that do not exist. However, being investigated by the Holy See of Goodness at the last moment of the upgrade of the primary magic department will inevitably affect the progress of the remaining equipment testing. If someone else frames it, the investigation time of the Holy See of Goodness will be extended to after the start of the new semester. Then the acceptance of the entire primary magic department will be considered unqualified." Brown said loudly, "The Azure Cathedral has no right to directly investigate the Pure School of Magic. They must obtain permission from the Magic Association." Professor Ralph sneered, "The Pure School of Magic is a private school of magic. The Magic Association has no direct jurisdiction. The Azure Cathedral wants to investigate you, but it does not need permission from the Magic Association. The Magicians Association is an organization similar to a city trade union. Most of the magicians' associations in cities do not have a clear subordinate relationship, but the magicians' associations in a specific area will form a magicians' guild to strengthen coordination between magicians' associations and organize magicians to conduct academic exchanges. As long as you are a registered magician and pay the dues on time, you can get some convenience within the management scope of the Magicians Association. Most magic schools in the world are established by the Magicians Association in conjunction with local administrative agencies or some civil groups. For example, the Saroying Magic School was jointly established by the Vlaminck Empire, the Marcellus Province, and the Saroying City Magicians Association. At the same time, the management of the school is in the hands of the Saroying City Magicians Association. If the Church of the Supreme Good wants to investigate the religious issues in the Saroying Magic School, the Saroying City Magicians Association will not agree to it casually. But the Pure Magic School is different. It is a private magic school. If the Church of the Supreme Good wants to investigate the religious issues in the Pure Magic School, there will be no such scruples. Now Brown is basically sure that Professor Ralph is using his authority to cause trouble for the Pure School of Magic. The light god believer named Adams was the first step he brought in to persecute the Pure School of Magic. Adams has now successfully provoked so many parents and teachers of the school to suspect Brown and Princess Xiling. Professor Ralph also appeared at the right time on behalf of the Saroying School of Magic, leaving Brown no way to resolve this incident privately. Damn Ralph. He is such an extreme villain. He actually ignored the interests of the Saroying School of Magic and the Pure School of Magic for personal revenge. Brown didn't expect that someone else was behind Ralph, and he attributed it all to his personal grudge with Ralph. "Ralph." Brown rushed to Professor Ralph and sprayed him in the face. "What do you want to do? Aren't you afraid that your little trick will be exposed, and what will happen? You idiot. Take your people away from me quickly. Otherwise, I will be rude to you." Behind him was Vice Dean Creek of Saroying, and Professor Ralph had no way out. He said toughly, "Vice Dean Jennings, don't frame me casually. Even if you are valued by the new Governor Marcellus and are the fiancé of the Marquis's daughter, as long as you are a pagan, no one can protect you. There are no pagans here. But now a believer of the God of Light is accusing you. Since you are so confident, why don't you let the Azure Cathedral send a church knight to investigate? Brown and Ralph glared at each other. At this time, De Leon said, if you want to investigate, do it quickly. Don't delay Professor Ziedling's trial class. Brown didn't expect that Master Leon would also agree to let the Azure Cathedral investigate heresy. He explained, Master Leon, now it is not Professor Ziedling's own business. Ralph and his accomplices are accusing me and the entire Pure Magic School. If the Azure Cathedral sends a large number of church knights, it will definitely delay the final upgrade progress of the primary magic department. And it will also affect the reputation of the Pure Magic School. De Leon smiled and said, then don't let the church knights come. Send someone to the Azure Cathedral to inform Julian and Juliet, the two knights, to come here. Brown was very puzzled after hearing this. Isn't Lord Julian a holy angel? Lady Juliet is Lord Julian's sister. Although she has a little personality, she must also be an angel. How did they become the knights of the Azure Cathedral?